very logical person. Okay. Okay, say lah.
I'll do the same.
Oh boy!
that was my answer in my brain.
It's so logical. Okay, Ken. Alright, then right now, how is powerful like in real life? Like what is his character? Let's ask Jesus.
He's quiet but somehow still very charismatic.
He's quietly charismatic.
Yeah.
And then one more.
I
think
very good leader.
Leader.
Yeah.
Very charismatic. Quietly charismatic leader.
It's like he doesn't talk much, but whatever he says has like that power to it, you know. Like you'll listen to it. Yeah.
That's cool. Okay, what about Sayla?
Me?
Yeah. Is it gonna be the same or do you have another different perspective? Powerful.
Guess different. Guess it'll be a bit different for me. Cause I interact with him quite a lot also. Guess he's kind of funny. Funny. A bit of trollish.
This is your Joker.
A tiny bit.
How can you be quiet and the Joker at the same time? Are you guys seeing the same powerful?
No, it's like when you're talking to him, he's like
Yeah.
more
Talking to him is
jokish, but
different.
when you're like within a group, then it's like not that talkative, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. That's interesting. Okay. I think that's all for me today. Thank you very much, Jesus and also Sayla. We'll probably don't have a segment to throw to, but yeah, thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank
you.
맥시가 지가운다요.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Osim.
I've never seen the face before. 应该是 Vanguard 的人。Oh my god！ 你猜啦，你猜。
Huh? No way! Unless I get wrong also lah. No way, you don't know that.
I really don't know.
Oh, I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this, bro. I know this guy.
Huh?
That's so familiar, bro.
What's his name?
You know or not?
Okay.
You think from which team first?
Oh. Okay.
Oh. You can do each other answer.
Bro, what? Bro, that's Nick! He looks like Nick, bro!
Yeah, it actually does.
1. 3, 2, 1. Right. 3, 2, 1. Next day.
Why you right?
Okay, I forgot the name. I don't know the name. Okay, but I know the person.
Okay.
Why so long? Next day.
Oh.
Nick the Great.
2, 1.
这肯定赢啊，这个。
Who look like him? Who is this guy?
What's that? I think it's this guy.
I think this one.
CG, Sakit.
I think this is Sagit.
You know Kyo?
Hate this, I don't know. Hey, baby photo, you never know.
Yes.
Right, as a main player.
In MPL before.
Wait. Oh, what team? What will I put if I don't know the?
The team that Nick always talk about.
Okay, correct answer is Gil. Huh?
3, 2, 1. Answer is Gil.
Huh? I was thinking Gil, but they don't look, they don't look like Gil eh.
Try let's go.
Huh?
What? It's
I
good.
cannot idea already.
Oh,
Bro!
because get indoor so.
This one I really don't know. Cannot tell.
Oh, cannot tell
2, 1. Actually, Gil. 2, 1.
Okay lah, it looks like
He got slight resemblance.
Yeah.
2, 1. Alright, ladies and gents, currently I'm joining to you today with a bit of a small little segment, trying to get to know the players themselves. It is going to be Team Evil, Jasis, and Sayla. Do you want to do a round of introduction before we start this?
I'm JS Golin from Evo.
Not Jasis.
Didn't you ask me to introduce as JS?
No? Wait, what? No, wait, did I? I don't remember. So how do you pronounce your name?
Actually, you can choose either JSIS or JS. Both are fine. Yeah, but the more commonly used one is JSIS.
Okay, Jasis. Alright,
Yeah.
then you are the Evil, Team Evils.
Golin.
Next, Sayla. Come on.
Hi, I'm Sela. I'm playing mage for Team Eva this season.
First of all, what happened to you in China?
I guess it was a psych. It even psyched me also because I didn't know it would happen. So when I was sleeping, then like I woke up and suddenly my phone got flooded. I thought the world was gonna end.
Okay. So in the end, you joined Evil. So why did you decide to join Evil this time?
Actually, I chose Eva because I'm quite close with them. So I just decided to try.
So you decided to join Team Evil this time around as a mid laner, taking Jasis's role away. What do you have to say about that, Jasis?
Nothing much. The achievements speak for itself.
Wow. Okay. So you're a mid laner. Before that, you were an EXP laner. Now you're going to the gold lane. How is the swap like for you?
Actually, it's quite hectic because gold lane is an entirely new role. For EXP and mid lane, at first I already played those two roles like in ranked games and stuff. So swapping over to mid lane wasn't too difficult. But now gold lane, I barely have any experience on these heroes. So it's going to be a bit tougher.
So what are you studying right now? Like, where are you studying? Which point of life are you?
I'm actually in JC2, so I have A-levels this year. So actually, playing MPL right now is quite a big risk. I did not
say himself.
MPL SG Season 7 is brought to you by Moontan Games and Zenway Productions. Presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of the MPL SG Season 7 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch with the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with Mac Delivery. Youth partner, Scape. Partner in esports, OSIM. Level up your performance with OSIM's patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind. Alrighty, and welcome to day 2 right here at MPL SG Season 7. My name is Cheryl, and I'm your host for this regular season. Now, it's day 2, and our boys are fighting tooth and nail for hashtag our pride, our passion. That's right, follow us on mpl.sg.official to make sure that you're not missing out on any of the action, and check in on the live streams on all of your favorite platforms. With that being said, let's take a look at what went down yesterday. So yes, here as you see on your respective screens, we have 3 teams tied neck to neck, and these are Asteris, Bleed Esports, Team Flash in no particular order, and at second points, 2 points rather, we have RSG SG as well as EVO with 1 point, and with 0 points to their name, we have EXCO Esports, Homeboys SG, and Vanguard Esports. Now that was the overall standings from yesterday, but remember, it's only day 1 and anything can happen still, and it's still a free-for-all. But of course, stakes are ever as high right here for the regular season, as we see 2 teams not approaching the playoffs if they are in the bottom 2 itself. So teams must definitely give all they can right here in the regular season. With that being said, let's take a look at today's lineup. So here, opening up day 2 with an absolute bang, we see our defending champions, Team Flash, go heads up with our community heroes, Evil. Now, this is a match that you don't want to miss, starting in just a few moments' time. With their all-star lineup to defend their title, will Evil, who is hungry to get out of their 3rd and 4th placements right here all throughout the Pro League, get that shot. Now we also have match 2 starting at 12:30 p.m. We see Bleed Esports with their revamped roster taking on new qualifying team EXCO Esports at 12:30 p.m. For match 3, we see RSG SG taking on Asteris at 3 p.m. and closing off the show, we have Vanguard Esports and Homeboys SG at 5:30 p.m. Now, noteworthy for the match 4 itself, those are the 2 teams who made their debuts last season. So let's see how they fare in the closing match for the day today. So without further ado, bringing on the heavyweights for today's show, presenting to you our defending champions, Team Flash. The boys are definitely getting comfortable right here at our battle stations, and they're looking confident as ever. And this is their main roster of the All-Star Team Flash, our defending champions, taking on your community heroes, Evil. Now, Evil was once known as the underdogs, but with their recent performance, definitely they are one to look out for. Now, with their recent addition of Sayla, who has definitely been making waves over at the Land of Dawn yesterday, will they keep up and take a game or even a match right here from Team Flash? Let's see the analysis from all of our wonderful casters. Take it away, boys.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to MPL Season 7, Week 1, Day 2. I'm your caster, Moman, and I'm joined by my fellow co-casters, Jays and Howler. So, today, we are bringing you a lot of very good games, but first and foremost, we will have Team Flash versus Team Evil. But before all that, we have to talk about what we saw, what Cheryl told us, that two teams will be eliminated from this season going forward. What do you feel about that, Holler?
I think it's a nice change of pace, to be honest, right? It's one of those things where now the regular stakes is really something that you need to prioritize. You need to ensure that you're playing very well, because if you're on the bottom two, you're not going to even have a chance at the playoffs. That's a massive difference going into the season.
All right, so Jace, let me just ask you something about the teams going into this game. So, what's your mentality What's your mentality like when it comes to drafting, when it comes to actually playing these games coming forward?
Yeah, so before we talk about the draft, I think it's about mentality going into the game. That's something that I would like to focus upon. Team Evil has been known during past regular seasons where they were always at the bottom charts in the regular seasons, but they somehow gained this weird playoff buff going into the playoffs and start taking down big teams, ending in top 3, and that's insane, right? Don't forget, this is a team without a coach. But unfortunately, that playstyle they usually have in the past few seasons, you cannot use it here. Bottom 2, you're out. And the stakes are so much higher in the regular season this season.
All right, stakes are really high right now. Now we have Team Evil, sorry. Team Evil versus Team Flash. So Team Evil having a lot of newer members in, Team Flash having a lot of newer members in as well. They're both trying to synergize, trying to find chemistry. What do you find so particular about Team Evil? Why did they lose versus RSG yesterday?
You know, I think Jace will probably do a better job of this, because we did have a talk about this, but it was a little bit about the draft in that sense. There was a bit of an issue, so let's talk a little bit about this, but first, let's intro Team Flash.
All right, we have from Team Flash Diablo on the EXP lane. We have Hades on the jungler, Curtisi on the mid lane, JPL on the roam, and Vanix on the gold lane. Let's just talk a bit about Team Flash. Jace, I know that Diablo is your favorite player. It's the running thing that's been going on. So let me just talk about Team Flash. Come on.
Team Flash is definitely the strongest team on paper right now, and the performance yesterday was next to solid, right? It's super solid. I don't know how to say it because, okay, sorry guys. I had a very long night yesterday. I couldn't sleep because Diablo keeps sending me video messages.
Oh my god.
Wait. What kind of messages are we talking about? Are they video messages?
Video
What's
messages.
No.
We were just chatting on Instagram, and he keeps sending me a lot of these. I think he's giving me a lot of fan service being his #1 fan.
Okay, but did anyone get video messages from Evil? Probably from Powerful. I mean,
no.
We do have twists on the EXP lane. Powerful, as we know, the player coach, the player captain, going in, giving the team their power coming through. And Sayla, the newest addition, on the mid lane. Carrot on the roamer, and Jasis on the gold lane. I mean, we were talking about the drafts yesterday. We were talking about what they have to do moving forward in this competition if they want to stay at the top, if they want to be a mainstay. And what do you feel that these players have to do, Jace?
So personally, right now, they just have to play it perfect, right? They need to really bring out their playoff buff during the regular season. And apart from that, there's two big issues that I'm foreseeing from Team Evil, right? First of all, the addition of Sayla. Sayla, yes, he's a very strong, he's a veteran mid laner that can gel with almost any team. You saw him plug and play into RSG last season. Hey, no issues, even though he was from Bleed. But this time around, you start to see a little bit of a chemistry issue going into Team Evil when Team Evil is all about chemistry in their team fights.
Really, chemistry, right? If you talk about chemistry, really, RSG, they did not have the chemistry yesterday. Yeah. I mean, if you talk about chemistry, Bray, was the only team member left from RSG. But they still managed to pull through. They managed to get a 2-1 lead versus Evil. So Evil today, they will have to be the underdog versus Team Flash. And it's going to be really hard because Team Flash, they are the defending champions. What do you feel about Team Flash's lineup? They currently have JPL. They currently have Diablo coming in, who we thought was in retirement.
I think right now, enough of us, right? Let's have the players talk about the head-to-head video in this video. Let's roll the video, please. I can't hear Nick.
I did see him play EXP and Majors, and both he performed well. So he definitely have the qualities to be able to excel in like any role. But how well he is on the goal lane still debatable. Yeah.
The team is well bonded, as you can see. They have been at least 3 or 4 players never change one. So in a minimum of like 2 seasons, something like that. Yeah. And Twist is also a very strong laner. Like everyone in their role is strong lah. It just depends on the chemistry of the team, yeah, and how they perfect that one play style. I mean, unless my dear Powerful show me this season, all the assassin come out lah. I don't know lah. Then 2 play style lah.
Flash is definitely the strongest team for this season. It's the war for my champion lah, for my throne. I think we will definitely give them a good fight lah. I'm not sure how Diablo will play in Flash lah, cause he's in a different team. I'm pretty sure they have he definitely will have a different play style. I think we should have a higher chance against Flash cause now we have Sela who help like maybe more on the short call, macro, all this. And he's quite a experienced player also. I would say he has like went for many world stages. So I feel like we have a very good chance against Flash. And they got some import players also, so maybe they got like some language barrier cause got new cut easy.
So what do you guys feel about the head-to-head video? I mean, looking at what Team Evil said, language barriers coming through from the import players. We were talking about newer additions coming through from the side of Team Flash. We have JPL, we have Curtizi, we have Hades inside as well. So what do you feel about these new players?
I think that there's a lot of this going on, especially with all the other teams, where, you know, it's about synergy, right? A lot of the players are playing with new people that they have never played with. So there are things like yesterday's RSG was a little bit of an upset in that sense. We all predicted otherwise going into this. But speaking of predictions, let's talk about the predictions for this game between, of course, Team Flash and Team Evil. What did the audience think?
I mean, 83% to 17%. So that's a stunning prediction from the side of Team Flash. But that's what we saw the storyline yesterday for the side of Evil versus RSG as well. And RSG, we know they did prevail for yesterday. But let's just talk about Team Flash. What did you predict, Jace? What did you predict?
I predicted Flash 2-0 because it's really simple, right? Team Flash right here, they brought in really star-studded players, right? Diablo from ex-RSG. You also got Curtizi as well being in alongside with a teammate of Hades. And I feel like they have the chemistry down. No problem at all. There you go. That's my prediction.
It's all out on the screen. We all predicted Team Flash will be taking a sweeping victory 2-0. So if, let's say, we see the drafts coming through, what's going to be the most perfect drafts will be available for Team Flash? What are the meta heroes that they need to pick? What they need to ban out from Team Flash? Evil, what will they do?
We're going to go into that one in a little bit further, but I just wanted to comment on the prediction part. Diablo was reaching out to you or whatever, having a video conversation, whereas myself, when I'm reaching out to Powerful, he's leaving me on red. Okay, so that's why I went 2-0 for, of course, Team Flash.
Okay.
I just need to be very clear with
You just need to get it out of your chest, right?
Powerful, come on, man.
Some beef down there. We did see some interesting picks yesterday coming through from Team Flash. Harif being one of the key mainstays on the gold lane. Roger being one of the key mainstays on the gold lane as well. now we talk about this shift in the meta for the gold lane. What do you feel about it, Jace?
I think right now the gold lane is not just I farm to late game, I win games. Right now it's more aggressive in the early game. You really try to win in the level 1 or quickly get to level 4 and then win in a massive power spike, right? For example, Harif, your massive power spikes at level 4. Once you unlock your Summon Force, you also do a lot of poke damage with your first skill as well. So that's how, mentality gold lane has been shifted. Instead, like, I hunker back, I farm underneath the turret like a Claude. Roger is also one of the few heroes that appeared in the gold lane recently because it was popularized by Skylar, right? And it's also the same thing. You have 2 skills in level 1. Your first skill, your first skill does a lot of damage, it does slow, and exposes you just a little bit. And also, that Lycan Pounce does a bit of damage as well. So that's add on additional damage onto, and hopefully you win your level 1 duel and look to snowball into its mid game.
All right, so we do know that the gold lane has become much more aggressive. And yesterday we saw the likes of Jaces trying to go into this kind of games, and we do have the ban and picks coming through from both teams right now. The Harif already out of the picture. So not too much to deal with. Holler, what do you think about that?
I mean, Harith was a menace yesterday, right? It was the third most picked. It was an 80% win rate out of the 5 games that it played, so meaning 4 games that it won. So people have put this hero on the map. Everybody's knowing that it's going to be super powerful going into this game. But again, Jace, on this one, I mean, we're talking about Natan, and we're talking Louis. Well, who kind of sticks out to you in terms of the bans here?
Currently the bans, I would say it's a lot targeting onto the gold laner for the side of Team Flash, right? They know that Jaces is new towards the role as a gold laner. He was a mid laner back then, he was an EXP laner back then. This role swap, I don't think it fits well, so that's why you notice like Team Flash targeting ban onto him, and that's Adamir drafting, by the way. Follow up with the Spharamis ban, which is also another hero that Sailor likes to play.
What do you think of the predictions for the picks going in? I mean, personally, I feel that Roger is still in the pool. So yeah, the tier 1 pick will be the Roger coming through from the side of Evil. But Team Flash, to respond to that, they won't have the Harif available. What do you think is the best response for Roger? We saw Chu being so good at the Roger yesterday.
Yep. Vanix also good at the Roger as well.
Of course.
The biggest weakness about a Roger is, first of all, if you got way too many CCs on the other side, Roger will find a lot of difficulties to enter because he's very vulnerable as a fighter marksman, right? He's very squishy. He's a glass cannon, right? But apart from that, you can also fight against a Roger by actually putting another player in the gold lane. So you sacrifice your map control and make sure that your gold lane has a good lane, and that kind of shuts down what Roger wants to do in the early game, right? You want Roger to scale quickly by farming heroes. You denied him of that opportunity.
And there we have it. We have the 2 picks coming through from the side of Team Flash. Fredrin, Matilda. Matilda being one of the premium roams available in this entire hero pool. And Team Flash managed to get their hands on it. But will they be able to stand up against Evil's Roger? I mean, to combo with that, what do you counter against a Fredrin in the jungle lane? As we said, Team Flash, Coach Lalsey was hoping that Powerful was going for Assassin on the jungle. Do you think we see it today?
I mean, I don't think we're going to see it in this game itself, but I do want to comment on Fredrin here. This is the most picked hero in MPL Indonesia as well as the Philippines, right? And it's going to follow suit here. You didn't see too much of it yesterday because they were banning it and they were targeting it out. But, it's one of those heroes that you never want to see on the enemy team.
It's extremely scary with the amount of burst damage and with the amount of tankiness that he does have. And we do see the Yuzong being the 3rd pick. So we will be moving on to the second second bans. But we have the Barats and Arlot already picked up for Evil. What do you feel about the synergy coming through from the side of Evil? How will they work with the Roger going with this draft?
I think it's all about looking at burst damage. Right now, Evil has found a very good solid front line. They're just lacking a bursty mage to set up for the Roger. Something the likes of a Lilia, something the likes of a Novara that could snipe from far away, and then Roger come in to finish the job. With the Barats and Arlo to provide that pick potential, and also the frontline tankiness that Team Evil needs to set up for the Roger.
And we do see the 4th ban coming through from the side of Team Flash. It will be the Grok, so Wall Charge will not be available. Given the fact that Team Flash does have the Yuzong already on the EXP lane, that will be most likely piloted by Diablo. How would you feel that, you know, the counter towards Yuzong, the EXP lane, what do you have to do in this situation?
I mean, I still think Barretts still gives you an opportunity. Of course, Diablo piloting the Yuzong is a completely different story. He's an absolute monster. We saw that yesterday. He was like almost untouchable, right? He has a hard time. Jace is having hot flashes at the moment, and he's like waving himself. Cool. But Barretts is another hero that you need to look out for. It was actually the most picked as of yesterday. It had one of the highest win rates. It's definitely something that you need to basically fear.
We were, yesterday, you know, Kin was telling me that Harif should always be banned. And now we see the Phoveus ban. I mean, that's a very interesting pick. We'll talk about that later. Harif was almost picked in almost all the games. Harif was only banned in usually a game 2 of the series. And we talk about it having an 80% win rate. Now it's not available at all. So let's just talk about the Phoveus ban a bit.
Yeah, because the reason why the Phoveus ban is so big right here, Phoveus is not a meta ban at all in every region. The reason why Team Flash decided to ban the Phoveus is because of Sayla. Sayla has been playing the Phoveus, especially when you look at Team Evil, what they're doing. There's a lot of displacement thing, and that's how Phoveus will pop off. So that's Team Flash, that's Adamir right here, big braining, decided to take the opportunity to ban away that Phoveus, but they need to sacrifice a ban slot.
Yes, the sacrificing
Bruno,
of ban
let's go!
slot. Bruno from the side of Team Flash. It's been so long since we've seen this soccer player here. But you were talking about Phoveus on Sayla. They did not really perform well yesterday when Phoveus was given to the hands of Sayla. So, now the thing is, they don't have a Nathan to back things up as well. Would Roger work well with Phoveus, even if it was picked up by Sayla?
I think right now, let's not talk about the bans anymore. I want to talk about this Bruno, because this Bruno matchup in lane, Bruno is something that can kind of hold the lane well. He has early burst damage to let the Bruno auto attack. He stacks his crit damage. Something that the Roger might need to be a little bit careful of, and maybe this is the answer that Team Flash is throwing at Jace's to resolve that Roger snowball.
And the Minotaur and the Lilia picked up by Evil. What will Team Flash last pick be? I mean, they are still lacking a mid laner. The Loi, the Faram is already taken out of the equation. So they will have to rack their heads to go head-to-head versus Evil, who's looking like they have the stronger meta lineup with the Roger. Can he even stand up to the Bruno 1v1 in the gold lane?
I personally feel like there's a Valentina potential pick coming off of Team Flash. It's something that Kurt TZ likes to play. There's so many big ultimates that Team Flash can take away from Evil, especially Minnow and Fury on the Minotaur.
Yeah, it's absolutely menace right there. That would be a huge one, especially in, but it looks like, okay.
Eve!
All right, interesting.
Oh my god. Okay, Kurt TZ has, during Games of Future and before he actually come into Team Flash, he's been playing Eve, the Farsas. Even though Eve has been nerfed all the way down to the ground, this is basically Team Flash saying, yo, I am confident with this draft, the box that I'm opening, and nobody has played Eve for like 1 season because of how nerfed she was.
And we were talking about this, right? Eve just recently got quite a big buff. I mean, her damage is a bit more on the side. So will Curtizi be able to handle it well with this slight little buff that he has?
I think it's not enough because Eve usually sets up the box, and Lilia is where he excels. She excels in this massive zone control. You set up a box, you're basically going to get bombed to pieces. So this is something that hopefully with JPL, the Mathilda to drag the Eve out of that Eve box and play around that box as well.
And the focus of this early game would be to Mathilda, I mean, invading as much as possible, and the Minotaur trying to protect his jungler as much as possible, right? We see Mathilda wanting to always be the irritating, the disruption factor towards the jungler, and we see JPL already going in.
Yep, JPL is just hunkering around. No steal for now, so right as of now, Powerful is still safe.
Still safe for now. I mean, it's going to be going in. Of course, this is MPL Season 7, Day 2. This is going to be the first matchup on the line. Previous champions, Team Flash, they're going to be going up against Evil in this one. We know the draft. We know exactly what's going on. Who do you think has the biggest favorite going in with just the draft alone?
just the draft alone, I really feel that Evil, they do have the stronger draft going in. I mean, we haven't seen an Eve, we haven't seen a Bruno. Whether Bruno can weather the Roger in the gold lane in a 1v1 situation, because their roamer will not be available to help.
Yep, common suspects right now in terms of the emblem, but Wilderness Blessing being brought by Curtizy so that he can rotate towards the side lane for Twist.
Oh, the outplay, Diablo playing with fire right underneath the tower, takes him off, gets that first blood.
I mean, in terms of matchup that you were talking about, we were Evil is favorite in terms of the lineup, but in terms of mechanical skill, Diablo is extremely scary on the Yuzhong.
Yep, the reason why Yuzhong was able to take that win against Twist because Arlott doesn't really have a lot of damage in the early game, right? He relies on level 4, he relies, it's a very low-cost utility EXP laner, but JPL stepping forward just a little bit, poking powerful for now, is still safe. And Diablo in the early game just now, picking up that one. Diablo is going to snowball going through this turtle fight.
Yeah, turtle stats coming through as Fredrin is already level 4. Diablo will have his Black Dragon form as well, but in comparison, Twist does not have the final slash.
Diablo getting so low, he's going to get bursted. Sayla will pick him off. That's a huge win going into this turtle. The real world manipulation, that's going to be used on the side. Curtsy is going to be stomped. Carrot wants to go, but who's going to take the turtle? And it looks like Hades is the fast figures. He's going to get the retribution. The Appraiser's Wrath on top. Powerful gets away. The energy eruption, and Hades gets back in.
I'm starting to see why Curtizy picks that Eve. Minotaur goes into Min1 first, and when once Curtizy sets up the boss, yes, he gets knocked up, but you don't deny the box, which means that Sayla, as this Lilia, doesn't dare to step in to basically close the distance to output the damage. So that's basically how Team Flash drafted and won against this turtle fight.
I mean, Team Flash, they know what is going on in Evil's head at this point. I mean, Twist not having the final slash, not having the flicker in that fight. But the thing is, Diablo went down in that fight, and still we do have a slight gold advantage from the side of Team Flash.
Yep, nothing to scoff at as an Elmo. It's really just equal in terms of that, but we really have to take note that Jace's hasn't gotten a kill as of yet. You remember what we talked about, the win con of a Roger is to snowball, but Vanix has been playing safe and not allowing this Roger to snowball by freezing the lane just like that.
Exactly, I was just about to bring that up, the 1v1 head-to-head Vanix versus Jace's, and Jace's not finding these early picks here, and we do see...
The Eagle, he goes in, but Powerful's looking to counter this. Hades backs up, and it looks like Team Flash are going to disengage here.
Alright, but we do have a 1v1 matchup in the bottom lane right now. We see Vanix getting chunked down extremely low, but I mean, we were going to talk about Jace's just not having this aggressive lead versus Vanix.
Yeah, this is the problem right here. If you notice how Jace's literally went all in off the screen, and Vanix was still able to hold. And now with Heart's Claws, it's going to make Jace's give Jace's a lot more difficulty because he's going to regen from every poke that Jace's gives.
Yeah, the Brave Assault, locking in Powerful, the real world manipulation, but Powerful, he's going to dash away. JPL gets out of there, he aborts that one. And it looks like Team Flash are going to back off here.
Smart move right here by Powerful, using the ultimate because he's immune to CC to get out of the box. But that's one ultimate used before the turtle fight, and that's one massive utility that Team Evil doesn't have going into this one.
That's pretty huge. Diablo goes in for that. He gets the knock off. He's got Carrot where he wants him. Black Dragon form. He's looking to find the next piece of prey. Powerful looks to be on that list. He's going to go just scurry him away. Hades is going to take a free turtle. Diablo does not care. He's going to go for Powerful. Okay, he does disengage, but Sayla on the backside. Nonetheless, Hades did get the turtle.
I mean, Turtle did go the way. 2 turtles already from Team Flash. They are trying to get the momentum, already living in the enemy's jungle at the moment. They got the purple.
Because Powerful is losing a lot of jungle pressure. Lost 2 turtles already, and you saw how Diablo just literally throwing his body against Powerful and zoning Powerful away and giving Team Flash that free turtle.
And look at that. All advantage has been lost on the bottom lane in this 1v1 matchup, Vanix versus Jace's. Roger's just not having the early game timing.
Furious dive, the Appraiser's Wrath, but not enough. The final slash, but nonetheless, Twist does go down in the end.
Twist eventually falls, but Powerful still might be a collateral.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, Powerful knows the limits, and this is the Barats, the power. It's just so strong, it's so tanky, it deals with everything.
Do you feel that Barats has enough farm to go against Hades coming to this mid-game? I mean, coming to this mid-game, the third turtle might be coming up, and I don't feel that Powerful has enough farm.
I think Powerful as a utility, if you notice how Team Evil is doing, this is basically
them going budget, right? But hold on a second. Diablo knocked up 1 versus 3, not gonna happen. Carrot will take him out, make sure he goes nowhere. But JPL, he's getting a little low. Doesn't he be careful? They're gonna back off for now. Vanix kind of in the front, put a little chip tower on chip damage on that T1, but now they will back off.
I find it funny when Holler, you said a chip damage. I was like, where's the chip?
Where's the chip?
Where's chip? Eating
walk.
chips. But okay, let's go back to that. That was a random pick up by Diablo. But let's talk about the question that you asked me earlier just now. Evo, this is basically a very cheap team roster to build. You don't really need a lot of items to make sure this roster works. The only thing that Team Evo hasn't ticked in terms of the win con is giving Jace's that kills. He's been starved. He's been really pushed down. If you take a look at the bottom lane, Roger has nowhere to farm.
And exactly with Vanix picking up the Berserker Fury already at 6 minutes and the third turtle fight, if he comes and pivots into this team fight, he's pathing towards there right now.
Oh, the Circle Eagle so deep. JPL does need to be a little bit careful, knowing the limits, but on the side, we do have Powerful, who's been stuck in the real world manipulation. The Appraiser's Wrath on top of him. They do knock him out. Diablo will take it, but Carrot gets a nice 2-man stun. Diablo back in with a Furious Dive. He's probably going to get bursted in the end. He does go down. Jace's will take it, but Carrot with a stomp on point. Curtsy tried to get away, not able to do so. He expended the Affliction.
Oh, man.
They're going to continue on, but the final slash connects on a 3, and Twist is on point, but Vanix, they don't have the damage. Carrot's looking to do this. Vanix is looking to turn this around, and that's a goal as he knocks out Carrot.
Oh my god, this is crazy coming up from Evo. Man, Holler, this is crazy coming out from Evo and Team Flash. Let's break down that fight very quickly, right? So it's all about Eve setting up the box. This is a utility Eve right now. This is not a damage Eve, right? The damage is mostly done by Vanix and also Diablo. It's crucial for Vanix to join that team fight earlier just now, and JPL setting it all the way up. Carrot coming in a little bit clutch, but a little bit too late because Hades, that wretched button, is too strong.
I mean, the retribution coming out at the correct time from the side of Hades. I mean, Vanix joining the team fight at the opportune timing. Did you feel that? I was looking at Vanix's rotation coming through, and I just felt that it might have been slightly slow. I mean, it would have been, but it was just nice to the point where the cooldowns were still on cycle.
Yeah, right now Diablo's just taking a lot of punishment from Sayla, but look at the damage from JPL. The building.
I mean, the win condition for Evil right now, I mean, with that team fight, they looked like they were winning, right?
Yeah.
But it just got so much harder.
The Circle Eagle connects on a 3, the real world manipulation. It's barely hitting the edge. He's going to have to back up or a little bit forward. Curtsy's getting focused in here. They do have the damage, and Diablo will take it on Powerful. Sayla's down for this list as well. Diablo continuing on, and they're just chasing all 5 members. They don't care. They're diving. They do get Carrot as well. They've got Twist on that list, and they want everything. Jace's is going to be on, and that's a team wipe, my friend.
That's a 4K gold lead already, 11-4. And we were just talking about Evil's win condition, right?
Yeah.
What do they have to do here? I mean, I was just going to talk about what they had to do, and they just got themselves wiped out.
Yeah, it's a very bad thing from Evo, but let's take a look at an instant replay that will be showing to you very, very soon. Let's break down how that fight. It's all about Curtis setting up this box. You see Sayla is unable to step in to output the damage. That's one massive damage that, you know, Team Evo already doesn't have. And I'm already counting out Jace's because he's not able to do any damage at all without initial burst damage. So basically, what Team Evo did was just giving bodies over to Team Flash, peeling for their team, but the main damage dealer is unable to set up and step forward because Vanix has become such a huge threat against these squishies.
Is play style the question here? Because Jace's was actually doing well in the gold lane. I mean, despite the fact that Vanix is not dead, is 4-0. He was getting the farm. He was getting the items up there.
I mean, that is Vanix's signature hero, right? He's well known for this Bruno. He is the inevitable, especially when he has on that Bruno. It's just 4-0-3. He steps forward. He knows the limits and the comforts of Bruno.
And currently, JPL in a lot of danger. Usually, we do see him in a lot of danger on this Matilda. But looking at his score, it's 0-0-8. He has not been touched even once.
Playing it perfectly, right? I think the only difference that I've seen from day 2 and yesterday, Team Flash were emoticon spamming like crazy, right? They were flexing, they were doing that, but now I say that, they're gonna go for the D3, the Black Dragon form, that's gonna be used. A nice little knockup by Carrot though, but they're gonna back off here. They've gotten the T3 mid, and that's a big start to this siege.
And with that Oracle and the Sea Halberd already picked up from the side of Vanix, that would put a stop in the Minotaur. from the side of Team Evil.
Look at them. They're just flexing. They're making sure that they're kind of pinching them in, giving them no space. They have no room to farm. They've got nothing, but it looks like the next fight is going to go. They go for the Circle Eagle. JPL actually backs off. He's going to back off with this. The Ruler Manipulations connecting onto 2 is doing a lot of damage. Sayla does need to be careful. Diablo is above half, but now he's back to full. They've gotten the T3 bottom. JPL playing with fire. He's going to be backing off. Almost having that perfect game thus far. They now look to go to the top place.
So basically, that is how Team Flash win a team fight without a team fight. First of all, you got JPL with Circling Eagle with this low cooldown, just threatening to enter Team Evil. They know they can't take the fight, right? So they will back off. So instead, but hold on a second, Diablo comes in, Blake Dragon form. And once again, this is exactly what I was talking about. Doing a team fight without a team fight, just taking down turrets one after another. Even Curtisi using that box earlier to provide that protection for Vanix to take down each turrets one by one.
Team
Flash. Oh, sorry, go on.
Key Objective Gaming coming through from the side of Team Flash as they are showing what Jace is saying. You winning a team fight without even taking a team fight. All inhibitor turrets already down from the side of Team Evil, so they will have super minions to deal with. And you were saying that, Holler was saying that they were going to be pinched in. Now they're going to be even boxed in even more with the creep pressure coming through from the side of Team Flash.
It's looking very dire for Team Evil right now. They don't really have any hero that could actually scale towards the late game, right? Their win cons happen in the mid to the early game. They did not tick those boxes, and now they have a barren wasteland of a base. Team Flash is slowly closing in. They can set up zones, they can have ultimates to spare, and to push Team Evil away. It's all about the turret defense right now. It's all about base defense. How Twist can use a good final slash to slash people in, and Karen with the Minuan Fairy, it needs to land perfectly.
And with the enhanced Lord already up at 12 minutes, I mean, you see 3 members of Team Flash really taking it in the background, and they do have it. Evil will have to fight this menacing threat coming through soon, really soon, actually.
I mean, the Lord is going to be crashing in the mid lane. That's exactly what you want. Team Flash has played this one perfectly. They've taken over the entire map. They've got 11k net worth lead. What else can you do as Team Flash?
Right now, it's just, you know, waiting for the Lord to clash. Just also setting up these side lanes, right? Make sure it's a 3 minion crash. But Sayla does have a bit of high ground. There's a massive wave there. You can see him stacking out the orbs around. And okay,
the Circle Eagle with 3-man stun. That was on point. Twist is being
That's it.
He flickers back in. Nice little knockoff with the Ruler Manipulation. That's going to be used.
The Lord.
Karen is taking a lot of damage. The Lord is taking most of this one. And Hades is up front just doing some work. And they go for the base, and they're going to take game 1.
Team Flash literally showed us how to team fight without taking any kills, right? It's all about objective gaming. The ultimates they throw away is just to make sure that Vanix steps forward towards the turret, take them one by one, and zone everybody up. And not only that they use it for the turrets, they also use it for objective takes, such as the turtles.
And I was thinking about how Diablo was playing that Yu Zhong. He was taking away so much of the enemy space.
Yeah.
They could not go forward to deal damage on the Yve as well. So Yve was covering the background while Yu Zhong was covering the foreground. They had an extended area of control.
Yeah, I'm more like Diablo invading private space, and you can invade my private space.
Okay, that's a little awkward. We're gonna continue. I think we still have a family show. Nonetheless, he played well, but he was a little aggressive in the beginning.
Yes,
I think the first 2 deaths were to Diablo in that sense, where he was trying to like make them respect him by just the fact that he's gonna go in at any moment, right? So you know what I mean?
Yeah. And sorry, I'm still recovering.
Still recovering from Diablo. I mean, he was playing extremely well, but we have to talk about Vanix versus Roger on that lane, on the Bruno.
Yep.
It's so extremely scary.
Yep, he managed to shut down Roger in whatever he wants to do, but let's take a look at the MVP of this particular game. It is none other than JPL. Perfect scoreline. Just need to switch the assist to K, and it looks better.
I mean, 0-0-12, I mean, that's a really good scoreline for a Matilda. He was looking like he was in so much danger, but his Circling Eagle set up so much team fights and always finds him in a sweet spot.
It was the sweet spot, but he was always up front, right? He was like that scout. He was like, he knew where everybody was, and he knew the limits of the hero, so that he was like, hey, I need to back off, or when I engage, get those 3-man stuns, which were insane. And I mean, just clearly a well-deserved MVP by JPL.
And that is the legendary JPL, right? That all that veterancy, all that experience just coming up from this particular game. And remember, we talked about how he has so much damage. He doesn't really build a lot of damage items at all, but the most important thing is having the box so that he can actually get that circling eagle quickly, and it becomes like this gun cocked at Team Evil's head, right? I may pull at any time. You just don't know where it is, and that tension broke Team Evil apart.
Yeah, that was so much pressure coming through from all these mobile heroes from the side of Team Flash.
Yeah.
Very well composition of the draft by them into breaking down what the Roger can do. But let's just take a look at itemizations and look at the amount of objectives that Team Flash did manage to get for themselves. Jace, you basically just said it. They fought a team fight without taking a team fight, and look at that. That's the numbers. They speak for themselves.
Definitely, the kills feels like a bonus for the side of Team Flash, right? Look at the objectives. It's all turrets down, 2 lords, all the turtles taken over, and if you notice, in terms of the orange buff and the purple buff, Powerful is starting to get starved up, albeit I said that it's a very low economy kind of roster.
If we're looking at the KDAs here, if we're looking at Team Flash, there's 3 deaths by Diablo, 1 by Cortese, but do you think Diablo is the weakest link?
No, I don't think so. Diablo is just literally throwing his...
I know.
And that's me just being biased. Okay, Diablo's role is to be a threat, to open up and use the Black Dragon form to push Team Evil away. As long as he is able to push Powerful away from the turtle fights, he's doing his job. No cap.
And then you just look at the emblems from the side of Team Flash. They have triple quantum charge on, quantum charge you expect it on the Bruno, but on JPL, on Diablo, do you expect them to go for this quantum charge here?
Quantum charge is really good, especially in the early game. It gives you a lot more chase, and it also scales quite well towards the late game if you want to chase down, for example, very Slippy Roger, right? The quantum charge allows him to gain that bonus movement speed.
And we talked about this yesterday as well. Minotaur on the other side, Team Evil. Minotaur and Barrage both going for this concussive blast. They want to get their objectives early. They wanted to clear it very early. Then you said this was a very cheap composition, right?
Yep, that's right. Unfortunately, it's just they don't really have a late game. Now, if you replace Roger with a Claude, there may be a chance for Team Evil to turn this around, because they are unable to snowball in the early game. They go to the late game, it's basically useless, right? Because their power spikes, their main damage, the main time when they're superstars is in the early game, and you're already past that.
Yeah, and they were losing from the minute 1, I would say. I mean, it was one of those things where you had the draft in mind. You got to play even more aggressive. You need to ensure that you have yourself a chance by kind of snowballing from that early game. But let's talk a little bit more about the stats here.
Look at the damage dealt by Vanix, 121,000. I mean, if you think about what a Bruno is, usually you just farm on the side and you only fight the important team fights, right? You don't actually want to take too many team fights, but we see Vanix, he has a 73% team fight participation. You compare that to the Roger, who has a 25% team fight participation. Roger, you want to be initiating, you want to be in the thick of things as much as possible, and he just wasn't there.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for the side of Team Evil taking this L. Like what Holler mentioned, they lost at minute 1. Roger wasn't able to do what a Roger should do. And going into the later parts of the game, it's really hard for a Roger to recover unless something happened, like a massive 3-kill. And that's when the Roger will come back in the power spike. We don't see that during the mid parts of the game.
So Jace, was you talking about 25% kill participation as the Asian dad here? What do you think that percentage should be in terms of the kill participation?
He is an Asian dad.
If my child had a 25% score, he would get hit 75 times. I'm just kidding. I'm just throwing it out.
There's a Korean right here and there's a Burmese right here. And I'm like, wow, I don't want to be your kids.
Of course.
I don't think you should have kids.
I don't think I should have kids either. But there's something that I wanted to highlight out of the stats today. I mean, Powerful, he has been the sandbag every time for every single game. But now we will be heading towards our next segment, Off the Desk, with our new Telecaster. Oh,
Actually, nope. We're going to go for the MVP first. So let me just break through this one, right? This is like around minute 5. It's already mid-game. And around this late game, if you notice how the Lord and Cartesi setting up this box, I was just waiting for it. Yes, the knockup is there, but it doesn't cancel the Yeeve's ultimate, right? And instead of using the Yeeve's ultimate as a damage tool, it's more of like a utility tool. You shove Sailor away and not allowing him to step into the box because he's afraid of getting stuck.
Yeah, I mean, that's really nice. I mean, we talked about the areas of control that Team Flash had, and they had so much areas of control with Diablo in the front and Eve at the back. I mean, Sailor couldn't do anything.
But is Yves back in the meta? Like, I haven't seen it in almost anything. And even the last season with Season 6, I mean, it was very much nerfed. It was having a hard time, but we're seeing the utility and the power of that hero, right?
Yeah, I'm very surprised because they're technically transferring the main damage away from the mid laner. They're also putting the damage over to Diablo as well as usual.
And now we do have our new segment. Let's break it down with Professor Churros at Off the Desk.
What's going on, guys? Here for another episode of Off the Desk. Match 1 was a masterclass by Team Flash, showing us how to counteract the magic of team fights that Team Evo has. Here I have a clip or a scene from the second or third turtle fight where Team Evo had a chance to overturn that team fight. But Team Flash has showed us how they are able to execute their protect comp to the best of their abilities to the T. So in this case, the turtle was being invaded by Powerful using the barrage. But they shifted their attention, or Team Flash shifted their attention over to barrage. You see how they created that space for JPL and Vanix to come in to do that damage. So it's all about target prioritization. It's all about shifting the win conditions here. So take a look at where Jace's and Vanix is. These are your main damage dealers. So where they're moving and how they're approaching the situation. Here you can see Vanix changing the objectives, going for the turret objective, the T1s, but the rest of Team Evo trying to fight for Powerful's life down towards saving Powerful to the best of their abilities, not knowing that Curtese is actually wide open. What they could have done was actually target Curtese, the second damage dealer of the team, and go down towards protecting the rest of the breaking down the rest of the composition from the protect comp that Team Flash has. You see just how after they take down Powerful, Carrot went back to target Curtese. Right now, you will see how the protect comp comes to play. When Vanix was still taking down that turret in the T1, he'll be able to just weave their way through and take out the rest of the team because basically he's just untouched. In this case, Carrot sees the opportunity, goes for Curtese, the next secondary target after Diablo goes down. So he makes that call, the rest of the team jumps in, but where is Vanix? Vanix is getting in position, trying to do that damage to the best of his ability. He knows that Sailor's weak, Jace's is weak, and Vanix is definitely going to take advantage of that. However, Team Evo had the opportunity to take him down just at this moment. Knowing that Curtese is going down by Twist, Jace's could have shifted his attention directly to Vanix. But we'll see how after Curtese has been buying enough time, running away, Vanix and JPL will be able to swap that position. You have that circling eagle trying to change that shifting win conditions. You have this area of opportunity. So after this is done, JPL tries to shift it away from Vanix. Shift the objective away from Vanix, and now Vanix in a tough spot within the kill zone that Evo has created for themselves. But you'll see within the next frame, the one split frame, they changed their idea of things. Twist backs off with a flicker and just leaves Vanix alone. This is what you don't want to do. So once Vanix is alone, there's change again, and Flash goes in for the rest of the kill. So this was a true masterclass. Never leave Vanix alone, and that is the win condition for Team Evo if they want to take it through. That's it from Professor Churros from Off the Desk in Match 1. Excited for Match 2. Back to you, boys.
Here for a little bit. He said protect comp, right? But actually he wanted to say protect the president comp.
Protect get down.
You remember that,
yes,
Holler?
Yes. I thought that was dead in like season 5.
Yeah, it's supposed to be dead, but
we'll bring it back.
Yeah, we'll bring it back once in a while. But hey, thanks, Churros, for that wonderful analyst.
I mean, wonderful, wonderful job by our Professor Churros right now. But we are moving into the game 2 of this tournament. But before we move into game 2, of course, we do have to talk about our sponsors. And I mean, what better sponsor than one that is sitting on our table? I'm extremely hungry right now, so let's just talk a bit about McDonald's, shall we? I mean,
you can always deliver us the McDonald's, because the road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of MPL Season 7 action and complete with the experience with crispier crunch of the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with McDelivery. Hint, hint, deliver it to us. That's not all. Thousands of in-game diamonds are up for grabs for you, for your squad. Go on, smash your hunger, and TNC supplies, and deliver some McCrispy for us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, we would definitely love some breakfast right now. I mean, McCrispy would be
I
awesome.
accept anything, man. I accept anything from McDonald's right now.
We can take everything. I think, I mean, we'll do that, I'm sure, during the break, but probably after this game, I would think. But are we going to get to a third game, which might prolong the hunger and the fact that we might not be able to get our
Yeah, so that's why we need to be delivered down on the desk right here, right now.
Yeah, we can eat and cast. I mean, why can't you do that?
Yeah, I can talk well with my mouth.
Diablo.
I think there are table manners and probably things that we should not do on the desk.
This is not table. This is a desk.
This is a desk.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I stand corrected, my friend.
Yeah, sorry, Dad. All right, jokes aside, right now it's just Team Evo going up against Team Flash. And Team Evo shown really bad signs of weakness, but this is normal, right? Because if you take a look at the schedule, they're facing 3 of the hardest teams in the league right here. Namely, yesterday they faced against RSG, Team Flash, and next week, day 1, they're facing Bleed. So expect them to really not looking very strong this part, but later parts of the tournament, they will look stronger.
And we're talking about the overarching theme, right?
It's right.
It's still a best out of 3, and there are only 6 teams that will go through out of these 8 teams, and we do have the drafting phase available for us right now. We have the Harith, of course, being taken out of the equation once again. I mean, Kin just said it yesterday. Truer words have not been said. Just take it out. 80% win rate. He is OP.
Okay, controversial thoughts right here, right? I got nothing in between my ears, but controversial thoughts right now. I feel Harith is counterable.
By who? By what?
Akai, Martis, anything that could set up space, like even the Barats, that could spit him out. And Arlot to push him out of the Zaman Forest. That's how you counter the Harith. So it's kind of surprising, especially in MPL Singapore, we're seeing a very high ban rate on this particular hero.
I mean, with the resurgence of Eve,
cough, cough.
Zaman's Force,
cough, cough.
and Eve, I mean, that would seem like a very particular combo. I mean, yesterday we did see the Loi and the Chip being utilized, so that's going to be another particular combo for the area of control. And Angela, of course, being one of the key highlight bands, the hard guard available almost everywhere. You can just protect the teammate from anywhere across the map as long as your game sense is good enough. And Fredrin being one of the highlighted bands as well, extremely strong as a tank jungler. What do you feel is going to be the final ban going in? We still have a lot of very strong meta heroes in the pool.
All right, I feel like Team Evil, they really need to respect JPL in terms of his presence. Carrot is finding a lot of trouble matching up with JPL. I feel Chip needs to get away because Team Evil allow JPL to play that Chip. He's already a menace in your own jungle. You get Chip, you basically have no farm in your jungle anymore after that.
Yeah, the thing is, right now, with the ban and drafting patterns that are going in, they will have a Matilda, a Chip, available in the pool if they don't take it out right now.
Yeah, I feel like that's what I said. I feel like that Harith is really a wasted slot, right? Now, Chip is so prevalent in this particular meta. You saw it in MPLPH, saw it in Malaysia as well, MPLMY, and now and now Evo will take away Matilda, Team Flash, snap pick the Roger right away.
And now we will see the Roger in the hands of Vanix. Can Jasus even do anything? Does he pick the Bruno here?
No, I don't think he plays the Bruno. That's the issue. Now that you got the Harry already taken away, you got the Nathan that's taken away. That's something that Jasus has shown that he can play. Right now, I think it's definitely going to be... They need to snap pick a gold laner in this particular phase. If not, Jasus is not going to have a good time.
Yeah, Jasus is not going to have a good time, but they do opt to go for the Barats and the Yuzong. So Yuzong just now we saw it was piloted by the hands of Diablo, but this time it will be in the hands of Twist. Powerful once again on the Barats. I mean, he has been putting up a lot of solid performances on his jungle heroes. Powerful has always been on the Barats, has always been taking the brunt of the damage, but can it buy enough space from the Roger incoming?
Yeah, but that's the thing. You saw what Team Flash used to make space, right? Even though Team Evo seems like they had the space purchaser in mind, right? Team Flash could always bring up a Eve, and then all of a sudden Team Evo is scrambling to take space.
And looks like we had the X-Borg. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. It was available. And the Valentina picked up from the side of Team Flash. You were talking about it. Curtizi plays a mean, lean Valentina. And X-Borg in the hands of Diablo, most likely?
It could also go into the hands of Hades, right? Don't forget the X-Borg can be easily flexed into the EXP lane or the jungler, and there you go. That's exactly what I was talking about. Team Evil, knowing that they cannot scale in the early game, they can try to change up the gameplay just a little bit and look to hunker down with the help of Claude towards the late game.
Yeah, but I feel that there will still be a lot of pressure coming in. I mean, for the side of Team Flash, they have not picked up a hero for JPL yet. So the chip ban is still pretty much on the board if they want to shut him down.
Yeah, right now it's just all about the bans. That's exactly what I was talking about, right? Team Evo need to select the gold lane, which they did. If not, Team Flash is just gonna limit that gold lane pool even further. Now, maybe Team Evo is gonna target a lot more on the not only just the junglers, but also the roamers as well, because Team Flash hasn't selected one for JPL. But you cannot ban out JPL. He's a very flexible player.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about the roaming pool that's still available, there's a lot that's available. There's the Grok, there's Tigreal, there's the Minotaur. I mean, Tigreal, we don't really see him
also
anymore.
the Cho by JPL, which he was very well known for.
Yeah, very notorious.
And he could also pull out a Hilda if Team Evo, if he's feeling a little bit spicy, even though it's up against a Barat's jungle.
Barats versus Hilda, I would love to see that. But we do have the Phoveus ban taken out from the side of Team Flash. I mean, Team Flash, they seem like they are placing a very high priority, somewhat of a high priority, in taking out Sayla's choices with the Loi ban, with the Phoveus ban as well. So they're respecting Sayla as a player, Team Flash.
You spoke about respecting Team Flash. I think next should be going on the chopping block is the Faramis, because now you have Team Evil with the Barats and stuff like that. You really don't want to give them a second life. There you go. The Faramis is getting taken away.
Yeah, really good choice. With the Valentina, though, giving them the Faramis might not be the worst of options, but I guess Sayla pilots a very mean Faramis, and they are extremely respectful of that. Team Flash, despite the fact that they are the strongest team coming into this competition, they still know they are there for a reason. They respect their opponents, they read their opponents properly before their banning and drafting phase.
Yeah, something that I also take note from the side of Team Evo, they agree with me. Don't bother banning out JPL. We don't really know whether this X-Borg is going to go into Diablo, whether they're going to go into Hades. That's why Team Evo decided to lock down on the other junglers that Hades may play. Like, for example, the Nolan and the Bucks. And there you go. Even they're all laughing at what's going on. Carrot is definitely going to go into a Edith roam for the side of Team Evil. And this is a lot more damage, a lot more late game damage going into game number 2.
Yeah, it's very clear what Evil's game plan is over here. The early game will not be really in their favor at all. They will have to hunker down on the farm and getting the late game damage through onto Team Flash. But whether Team Flash double down on this Roger right now, they already have a Valentina, they already have X-Borg, which scales extremely well.
Oh yeah, another way that you can also flex around for the side of Team Flash is Roger can go into the jungle as well. That's a bandit that's going to the EXP lane. Okay, that's a gold lane, Roger. Grok going into JPL, and X-Borg jungle is confirmed for the side of Team Flash.
And finally, we will have the last pick coming through from the side of Evil. We talk about Team Flash just having this very mobile lineup. X-Borg, Valentina, Benedetta, Roger. Grok will be a bit of a slow beast, but still, he does have the wall charge available.
Yeah, and he's also gained a lot of movement speed when he's closer to walls. He's also CC immune. That's exactly what you need And imagine if Barat's actually land the ultimate on him. Hey, that's one wasted ultimate.
Yeah, that's one wasted ultimate
Wait.
on a Grok.
Odette!
Odette!
Yo, what's this MPL MY vibes coming out from the side of Sailor? Okay, we talk about space. This whole game, this whole series is all about space. Who gets to buy the most space to secure their objectives, to secure their turtle fights, right? Odette can create space. Team Flash can also create space with a Grok, but you're drafting an Odette into a Grok right into a wall charge.
Yeah, that's extremely insane coming through from the side of Team Evil. And Odette picked up. And now we do see that, I mean, their game plan is going for the late game. They want to scale the damage onto the Claude. They want to scale the damage onto the Edith as much as possible. And Odette is a cheap damage factor. Very good at zoning away team fights. They won't want to take as much possible. And Vanix is on Roger, by the way.
Yeah, definitely. Because, wait, what? No, wait, hold on. Vanix not on Roger. This is a fighter side lane. And it's a Benedetta going to the gold lane.
Yes, sir!
Wait, what?
Diablo gold lane!
What's this?
Okay.
What's game number 2?
This is game number 2 that you're talking about, right? It's going to be Team Flash, Evil, already Fireworks in the mid lane. But okay, let's talk a little bit about the draft going into this one. Who do you have? Just again, by looking at the draft, who gets the edge?
I mean, Team Flash, Roger, Xborg, Valentina, it's extremely scary. And Evil, they have an Odette. So I have to give it to Team Flash.
I couldn't tell because right now, I think Holler is too late to tell. It's all about making sure Hades get snowball early game as well. But if you notice, JPL is already hard invading Powerful. And that's why even he's immune to CC. So no matter what Karen and Powerful do, it's all going to waste. And we really need to see the first turtle fight before I can actually tell you which side do I prefer. And Diablo just doing a lot of damage against Jesus.
Yeah, do you think it's maybe because Diablo might not be as familiar on the export, or no,
No, I don't think so. He actually played the export before, and he has a very specific play style. He likes to be a damage export, right? Now, Diablo going into Benedetta means one more thing. Jace's as his Claude needs to hunker down even more because it steps up, takes farm. Rest assured, Diablo is going to rush you down with a lot of damage in your first skill.
Oh my gosh, look at that damage. The onwards throws back JPL. He's been stunned, but he's trying. I mean, the CC immune just lets him walk away free, but JPL did tank a lot of that damage.
And that's not a very good sign from the early game from the side of Team Evil.
Oh, but Powerful, he's going to be going on. He's going to be focused. Then Hades will take that one. And Twist in the top lane, a little bit of a duel with Vanix. Cortese and Hades are on the prowl. Is Twist going to get away? The Furious Die keeps him under the tower, but he's going to be focused, and Hades will take that kill.
Okay, I prefer Team Flash's roster now. Okay, the reason is this. Hades needs to get the early snowball, and there he has it. Team Flash expect them to snowball out of control. He's already level 5. Powerful is only level 3. The turtle is already up. JPL is just buying time with Carrot, providing lots of vision over to that. That's a free turtle over to Team Flash.
Oh, and that's the overarching theme that we talked about yesterday. The assassin jungles, the fighter jungles having this lead will force them having the map advantage because they can invade their enemy jungler, and Barat is not going to have a good time moving forward.
Not going to have a good time, but look at JPL, just a nuisance. He's like spotting it out. He's providing vision. Who gets it? Nice charge. Who stole it in the end? I think Carrot did get it. The Deadnut's welcome will spit him out, and he will probably pay for his sins.
Yeah,
that's JPL does go down.
That's 5 men right there. Team Flash provides so much vision, allowing Hades to farm elsewhere.
Sayla, he's going to be focused. Hades will take him out as well. That's his 3rd kill. He's under tower. Doesn't he be careful? He does fall. Powerful will take that. The Black Dragon form from Cortese. He gets on out of there. Oh, he dodges the Earth Shatter, and he gets away, but Cortese somehow surviving.
I mean, what's really interesting here is how Hades has been trying to invade the enemy jungle, finding so much space for his team. And on top of that, you have to know that there's a Benedetta farming in the gold lane.
Yep, and it's so flexible for the side of Team Flash, right? JPL providing so much vision. Team Evil is just basically 5v1 right there. Oh, JPL!
Oh, nice knock off the flicker back from Carrot, keeping him alive. The fire missiles, no, JPL will flicker as well. Cortese now on the run. He's being chased to the ends of the world, but the barrier's on point at JPL with a save.
Wrong emote, by the way, JPL. Wrong emote. All right, let's just kind of break it down just a little bit, right? Hades right here. Oh, he's actually going to go for a dive.
He's going to go for this. He's going for Wolf Arm, but the shield is keeping him up, and that might have been a little bit of a throw.
I think right here, Team Flash is just having a little bit too much overconfidence because he was snowballing earlier now. And now, because of those mistakes that Team Flash take Team Evil, rest assured, they're going to take advantage of all of this and recover in terms of the economy and recover in terms of their map control.
And that's what I was talking about, right? Odette being a very cheap deterrent factor when it comes down to these early game dives, when it comes down to these extremely early game dives. And JPL, of course, he's always going to be in enemy jungle. He's living in enemy jungle. He plays Matilda like this, he plays Grok like this, and we don't expect him to see any less.
Okay, right now in this particular upcoming turtle fight, both teams are equal. They do have most of their ultimates available. It's now who gets the retro button. Hades is actually on the turtle already.
Oh, completely zoned out. Powerful go for it. He got it with a Retribution Steel Carrot with a nice Earth Shatter. Vanix is still alive. Black Dragon form coming in. The Blazing Duet is doing some work, and Vanix is going to get focused. And he does die. Jace's will take him. The onwards throws back Diablo. And they've gotten everything. They've gotten 2 kills.
And that's what happened if you throw against Team Evil. Team Flash got ahead of themselves, gave Evil that small little window, and Powerful squeezed through it with the ultimate, wrenching the turtle away. Now Team Evil is in the lead.
I mean, we have a game on our hands, most likely Team Flash. And Team Evil will want to tie things up, bring us to a game 3, so we might not get our McCrispy.
Alright, why are you making this sound so sad? But this is really interesting coming out from the side of Team Evil, right? Hades as a Roger, you really don't want to be the one initiative. And look at all the AoEs that Team Evil can exert with the help of Jace's, with the Blazing Duet as well. That's also AoE damage. Sayla has AoE damage as well. There's so many AoEs that created a no-go zone for Team Flash to step into the turtle fight.
And in terms of range going into the mid game, in terms of range going into the late game, I mean, Evil, they do have the favorite lineup when it comes into the very, very later stages of the game. I mean, Diablo will be able to snipe Jace's potentially, but if Jace's does have enough farm, does have the Wind of Nature up, then he will be able to nullify that damage.
Yeah. Right now, Team Flash on recovery mode right now. Team Evil stepping a little bit more confident, taking a little bit more space, but it seems like there's still one straight line drawn in the middle of the map. They're looking for any form of picks. Any form of picks is good.
Shatters on point. The Blazing Duet is going to be used, and Curtsy's going for this one. Image back from Jace's, keeping him alive. Carrot is alive as well. Powerful's going to be left standing, but it looks like there's going to be a disengage at this point.
Oh, you can see the Team Evil doing the hurt. Team Flash, they cannot step on. JPL needs to save the wall charge just to deny Sayla's ultimate, and that's one massive engagement to taken away by Team Flash, taken away from Team Flash, and Team Evil is now calling the shots.
And Team Flash, they really have to prioritize this Odette here because it has been a key deterrent factor in all their initiations. I mean, I really need them to switch up the priority, get their hands on the Odette.
Yeah, but the charge forward, the Earth Shatter is going to be a little off the mark. The barrier's on point, though. Carrot has to go the long way around. He's going to be having half, but he's looking to fight with this. And Sayla goes in, tries to do it, but Carrot is going to be the first to fall. Vanix Cortese going to be next, but the Blazing Duet is doing damage to everybody, and that's a clean kill. He's gotten 2, and they're going to look to take the T1 as well. And Team Evil are really starting to feel it.
Yeah, definitely crack open. Diablo coming in with for the finishing blow. BMI not all the way out, still gets a shutdown. But Holler and Moment, this is just Team Flash making a mistake at the start, and then now they lost one turret in the middle.
Well, you talk about the snowball effect that Roger had. Now Evil, they are bringing that snowball effect with the few kills and a few of the throws that Team Flash has brought out to them. And Team Evil, we were talking about the Odette, you know, being a key focus, and just now we saw that he was not being touched at all. The Blazing Duet could come through on top with the damage. Sayla was being a key factor in the center of all things.
There's not a lot of things that, oh, hold on a second, that's, ooh, nice dodge coming off from Diablo with the second skill. The Lord's already being contested right now. Carrot spots it, Twist is already in the area, and now it's going to be a Lord fight.
Oh, it's going to be freebie for Team Flash. They're going to take this one, no issues, and they're going to continue to chase. And Team Evil, that seemed a little bit of a misplay there, giving up a free Lord like that.
Yeah, I was expecting them to contest though, but surprisingly, even though they got so much lead, they're not contesting.
Earth Shatter connecting him in. Oh, but the damage, but the Mega Armor's gone. Vanix is going to back off. It looks like they're going to go in for JPL with a nice charge. Carrot getting next on the list. He's going to be killed, but he does fall, JPL. And it looks like Cortese's going in. Sayla's down for the count. Cortese is somehow dashing over the wall. In and out. Twist will take him out. Sayla And it looks like Twist and Hades, one-on-one fight, they just both back off at this point.
But this is bad for Team Evil, right? Even though, yes, Team Flash lost 2 members, there's a Lord that's marching down all the way down the bottom, and now Team Flash will step forward into the jungle to create more space for themselves. Evil, yes, they can create a space, but they're not taking advantage of it.
And yeah, exactly. It's really good for Team Flash. But you know what was happening in the backline?
Yeah.
Diablo was fighting one-on-one against Jace's, making sure he cannot go in with the Blazing Duet. There was not enough damage without Jace's around. Diablo actually piloting his Benedetta extremely well.
Yep, he is Micro Jackson on the Benedetta. Now, when he's behind, he switched to Macro Jackson, and now he's going back to Michael Jackson.
And the Lord kill that Team Flash had, I mean, we saw Diablo just avoiding the skill with the second skill at the purple jungle, right? At the purple buff area. And Team Evil actually rotated towards that and did not notice the Lord that was happening.
Yeah, it's just Team Evil getting so much space on themselves. Now they're losing a lot of space.
They're losing a lot of space in it. To me, in my opinion, it's all about that Lord. Had they not given that up, that changed everything. That was a huge tipping point in this game.
Yeah, right now it's just Team Evil just on defense duty, right? On damage control. It was Team Flash that was on damage control, and Diablo finding that pick of like what you said, Moment, is just superb coming out from Team Flash.
Really, really subtle gameplay. Team Flash showing how to get back into a game after they threw it.
You're not supposed to throw it in the first place.
You give it, then you take it.
Yeah, I mean...
what a generous guy. You should donate to my charity.
They gotta pay some GST, you know.
Why are we bringing the Singapore into the table? Anyways, right here, it's just both teams inching each other out, and the purple buff decides to take a long way home and detours back where he came from.
I mean, we're reaching to a point where Sayla does not have enough magic damage to burst through Vanix and JPL on the front line. So Sayla will not be the deterrent factor anymore. Jason, if he keeps getting shut down by Diablo,
JPL took the purple.
He managed to... JPL got the purple? But yeah, if Diablo keeps managing to zone out Jace's at this point, then Team Flash will have a lot of entryways coming into the next few fights.
That was a good call by the side of Powerful not to use the red trick, even though the purple is at a stake of being taken away because the Lord is coming up, and Jace is stepping forward a little bit too aggressively.
Jace is about half-life already. Cortese on the run. Carrot trying to find something, but Powerful can't get anything as well, and Vanix just too tanky. It's like, I don't want any piece of that.
I mean, with the amount of control that Team Flash has right now, JPL and Vanix, they can stand in the front line without getting bursted down. And really, the Lord will be going down to Cortese, but Diablo at the back line got Sayla.
They finally got him with the Blazing Duet. Jace is getting so low. He's somehow alive. Diablo, no, he does fall in the end. Vanix will take that. He's been chasing him to the ends of the earth. JPL goes for the nice charge. Does connect. Twist is going to be next on that list. And they've got Carrot as well. And it looks like Team Flash have got this game.
Man, Team Flash once again, this double duo strikes again. Hades and Cortese was actually taking away the Lord, while the rest of Team Flash member is just distracting Team Evil.
Yeah, they're focusing in. They got the charge in. They throw him in. They take him out. Powerful gets Cortese. Try to be a little cheeky on that one, but Vanix will take this one. They've got the base wide open. Sayla, all he can do is watch as it looks like Team Flash take game 2.
Man, Team Evil, tunnel vision way too much. It always felt like Team Flash is just baiting them into a fight, but no. They are magicians. The main trick is on the other hand that you don't see. Hades and Cortese snatching away one turtle and one Lord in the same manner.
I mean, even though Hades and Cortese were given this amount of space, I would attribute that to Diablo. Diablo making plays around the map, just by himself as a singular unit, just making Team Evil rotate towards him and drawing attention away from Cortese and away from what Hades was doing. They could just take the Lord under the noses.
So the biggest thing for me was the fact that if Team Flash are losing, and then they found that way to get back into it, right? Yep. They got that Lord kill, and they took over the map. Once they take over the map, they never yield.
Yeah.
You will never get it back, and that's the problem going up against Team Flash.
Exactly, and let me switch that up a little bit. Team Evil also got that same map control back, right? Remember the period of time when I was saying that there's one massive line drawn across the river, there's this demilitarized zone, right? No way for you to cross, right? And even though Team Evil already had like a solid map control, they can win fights, but they don't take advantage of any of this that they got.
And very good identification by Team Flash to know the winning factor coming into the next few team fights. But who do you feel is the best player out of the MVP? You know, the MVP out of Team Flash.
You're asking me, it's definitely Diablo, man. Come on, just give it to him. Of course, it's Diablo. Oh, hell, Diablo. Wait, that's supposed to be for Maddox.
I mean, yeah, Diablo. I mean, let's just talk about how he played that game as a Benedetta on the gold lane, not on the EXP lane even. In the 1v1 matchup against Jace's, he identified, I mean, even the team identified that Jace's, the Blazing Duet coming through was just too much damage for them to handle. They were losing the first few fights because of the Blazing Duet, and Diablo identifying that fact was so good.
Yeah, and that was the thing, right? Where Jason had like 2 or 3 kills at that point. He was starting to snowball, and the Diablo isolated him. He found him, he got that kill, and just pretty much nixed that plan, right?
Yeah.
Diablo understanding who he needs to target, very focused.
Yeah, Diablo is just basically picking up, you know, those, when Team Evil is kind of like, trying to get her around. They're on the way to reinforce a team fight, right? Diablo is right there, hiding in the bushes, assassinating you, and then all of a sudden, you don't have your utilities to go to the fight. Team Evil loses the subsequent team fights.
I want to see Diablo more on the gold lane. I mean, Diablo Benedetta on the gold lane, I mean, that's just a new meta change for everything. You know, Vanix on the export, he was not doing a bad job either. He was buying them so much space.
Yeah, that shows how flexible Vanix can be, and this is just basically Team Flash flexing on how they can turn everything around with their roster, right? The fact that they first picked the Roger, we all thought that Vanix is going to pick it. Suddenly they swap it back to Hades, and it made it, like, it kind of threw back all the way back into Season 1, Season 2, where it's a marksman jungle meta.
Yeah, and I was talking about Sayla just being a bane to Team Flash at the moment during the mid game, where his swan songs, he just managed to zone away Team Flash so well. And Team Flash, look at the itemization. They prioritize the Athena shields, just making sure that the frontliners, I mean JPL and Vanix, the moment they had the Athena shield, Sayla could not do anything towards them, and they would frontline. And Diablo in the backline would be finding Jace's.
Yeah, and I feel like Sayla is also like the victim of the increased price of Holy Crystal. You can see he's struggling to go get it, and it's so expensive. That's why he built a Divine Glaive first.
All right, so going into this one, Team Evil, that's going to be it for them for today. I mean, they lost 0-2 against Team Flash here, but what sort of advice would you give this team going into the rest of the regular season?
Well, for Team Evil?
Yeah, for Team Evil.
Get a coach.
Get a coach.
Get a coach.
I've been telling them to get a coach since Season 3.
Okay,
And the fact that they don't really have a third-party perspective to kind of fix their problems, it's starting to hurt, especially when, you know, the stakes are so much higher during the regular seasons.
Okay.
Get a coach.
I mean, powerful moving up to the coach, then replacing him, maybe?
Well, that's an idea.
That's an idea,
That's a good
right?
idea, because
That's
he
a
does
good
have a brain for a coach, actually. And right now, we're going to take a look at the next segment, where we go take a look at the damage numbers, you know, stats things. Things like I like, right? Like stats and numbers and everything. I see numbers, I feel happy.
But, I mean, when we talk about Team Flash's map control, right? You talk about numbers. Team Flash's numbers for the objectives are always there. I mean, for the Turtles, I mean, they did win after all. It's going to be better numbers if you win. But they weren't winning at first. They actually were winning at first, but Hades decided, you know, it's time. It's time
to throw.
It's time to jump into Sayla when I don't have any form of control against his swan song.
I mean, he's just being generous. I think, I mean, his KDA is still on point, 7-2-2.
Yeah.
I think those 2 deaths were very early. I think he was like 3-0-2 before he started to die a couple times. But it's one of those things where he still played the hero well, right? They had the tempo. They were understanding how they need to engage in every single team fight. So I think he played it well. Obviously not MVP level if he didn't die those 2 times, but I think he still played it well, though.
All right, here's the numbers that I was talking about. So damage dealt actually from both sides, if you notice, are more balanced as compared to the last game, where there's a lot more damage from the side of Team Flash. But this shows that Team Flash won purely also from the macro as well. Like, the fact that they're able to, once they hold on to map control, they never yielded it. And that's the difference between, you know, when you're looking to play macro, you're looking to play the map, as compared to looking to play for team fights, which Team Evil likes to do.
And the top damage dealt was actually Sayla. I mean, this goes to show that he was really one of the key factors why Evil had even a chance against Team Flash. We saw moments of life coming through from Team Evil, with Jace's coming through with the blazing duet, Sayla down the Swan Song as well. And once again, we have the sandbag, which is powerful.
Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of that, but the thing is that Team Evil, there's a lot of AoE damage, like the Swan Song, the Blazing Duet. Nobody's being focused right now. I feel like if they were able to kill the Roger or the Valentina like right away, you would have had a much better team fight, and they didn't really have that going in. I mean, everybody else is kind of like, who's there? Okay, they're grouping up. Great, we're going to have a great time. But once we need to just isolate that guy and kill that guy, it wasn't really possible, and that's, I think, where Team Evil suffered.
Yeah, and this is where Team Flash just identified that golden opportunity. Like what I said, Diablo is practically predicting where all the enemies are coming from, and that's actually big brain.
I kind of have a different opinion of this. I feel that it was because of Diablo, because they did have the AoE damage, because with the Swan Song and the Blazing Duet together, they needed it together.
Yeah.
And Diablo just separated the Blazing Duet away, and that's why he was the MVP of this game, I feel.
Yeah, that's why it's a pick composition going up against a team fight composition, right? Ultimately, in a game of paper, scissors, stones, pick composition wins.
But let's just find out what they were thinking in the mic check segment that we have.
I can take me. 5 second pull, 2 second pull. Chill. We find man guys, let's go.
Just go, Diablo.
Okay, I'm coming. Let's go. Hey, Barras.
Roger no purify.
We kill Barras.
Minulti. Go Roger.
Leon it. Hey, go Mino. We win.
Hello?
Hi. No one talking, bro.
Lilian of Fury.
Roger.
No purify Roger.
Nice.
Hey, we can fight soon.
Hey, guys, on the bus. Hey, claw monkey. No pre-fight. Out it. Nice. The Jagger kill me. Y'all can go.
Yeah, go. Bottom can.
And it's interesting to see, we talked about, Evil, they did say that there was going to be language barriers coming in.
Nope.
But in MLBB, is there even any language barriers?
Easy. You just have to say no ulti. That's it.
Yeah.
Basic English 101. You skip ABCs. Just say no ulti, Minotaur no this, Minotaur no that. Simple. And it's just about the chemistry and also the training they've done since the Games of Future. And something very interesting as well is Vanix stepping up to do a lot more calls than usual.
Yeah. And for me, it was the fact that even when they were being pressed, it was one of those things where they were very calm.
Yeah.
They didn't overreact. They weren't like mad or angry at one another.
But let's just find out what happened from the game from our Professor Churros in Off the Desk.
What's going on, guys? Professor Churros here in another episode of Off the Desk. But can I say first, what the heck was that draft? It was so big-brained that I think Evil wasn't even expecting that. A Benedetta in the GOAT lane, Xborg in the EXP lane, it was just like the IQ's over 9,000. But this, Flash has showed us the masterclass of what it means to isolate an enemy and identify the win condition. So in this case, this was the last Lord fight that took it all. Curtizi was the main target who was in the danger zone, and in this area is typically where everyone collapses on you. You have nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. You want to take Curtizi out. So let's see how this plays out, knowing that Curtizi is alone. He's in a tough spot. Jace starts the ball rolling. Carrot flips him over, popping his Purified. They're all in the right position to contest and collapse over Curtizi. But the fact of the matter is, Curtizi pops his Purify right there and then and initiates a fallback advantage. Carrot goes a little bit too deep, and Diablo tries to get into position, knowing where Sayla is. At this point, they need to know who the win condition is, who deals the most damage. In this case, Diablo tries to stay in this bush, trying to wait for the right opportunity to get into Odette. One of the reasons why they're initiating this Lord fight now is because Valentina or Curtizi does not have that Purified. You want to wait till that 12-minute Lord. It might be a little bit too late. You might not have the advantage to contest for this Lord and turn the game over. So they want to take this Lord fast. They want to take this Lord now. But an old Philippine meta it's all about baiting. They're using the Lord as bait. So even whether or not they get that Lord, it's all about, it's a bonus for them. They want to take down the kills, they want to take down the high priority targets, and Diablo has set his eyes up on Odette, or in this case, Sayla, his old teammate. So we'll see how this plays out. Diablo waits in the bush. He wants to get that ball rolling. He knows he sees an opportunity on Odette because the rest of the teammates are collapsing over that Lord. And this is where the opportunity, they rang the bell and the opportunity shines. So once the Lord has been taken out, there's no contest whatsoever. Purify, Petrify has been locked up, Odette taken out, and Diablo sets the ball rolling. Notice where Hades is. He doesn't go in straight away. He wants to take a look at the vision play over the rest of the teams to see whether or not he goes in. Because Curtizia and himself are the main damage dealers for the team. If he goes in right there and then, they might not be able to overturn this game. They need his damage to take down those turrets. So they wait for the opportune moment, and just then JPL flickers in with a wall charge, and the rest is history. And that's all she sang. I'm really excited about this game. This matchup was so interesting to me. I just want to know what the players think in the player interview that Cheryl has over here. But before we go into that, the next game is going to be really, really exciting. Can't wait to get the analysis done on the tables again. So in this case, let's go back to the player interview. Cheryl, back to you.
Thanks, Prof. Right now, I have Vanix right here beside me. Now, Vanix, as you are the defending champion right now with Team Flash, is there any pressure coming into Season 7?
I feel no pressure because we are the all-star team. We're gonna win everybody.
Wow, very different eh? The Vanix then and the Vanix now. If only I can cut out, the interviews from last time. Okay, so also, do you think with the current new patch, does it open up more heroes for you as an MM, such as the Roger and the Harith?
Definitely, because Harith is one of my best heroes. Yeah, and Roger also lah. All those are the S-tier heroes that I can play very well. Yeah, so it buffs me lah technically.
Oh, so it works in your favor. So that's actually your favorite heroes. Like, as in you have been practicing that. Wait, why you have to look at Lozzie when you say that?
No, Lozzie laughing.
So that means this is planted question. So you say only to flex, right?
No.
Okay, so it works out in your favor. So then moving on to game 2, what was that? The draft.
Oh, we find the games too easy, then we just want to throw. Yeah, Diablo say he want to go to goal lane, then I say okay, I go ESP. Then we just play like that, then we won. Too easy are the games.
Oh gosh, what has happened to this Vanix? When I first interviewed Vanix, he was like this nice, reserved boy, and right now he has rubbed off all of these experienced players, Lozia, Diablo, and then come ready the trash talk.
Yeah.
Wow, not bad though. Quite like it. Keep it up. Okay, so here to set apart a little bit, you have a brand new addition, Curtizia. Exceptional, brilliant performance. Everybody online is talking about him. But of course, previously, what cinched the championship? You guys got Jade, which was wonderful as well as a mid laner. How do you compare them together?
I think both of them are good, but Curtizia is definitely better because he's from EXCO MDL in Philippines. So his game sense and mechanical skills confirm better than Jay. Yeah.
Right, but that's okay, granted. But I guess Jay will show everybody what he can do later on in the next match. It seems to be on the topic of comparing. Now, actually Singapore don't have a lot of good roamers.
Yeah.
I think Flash got a lot of money. They got 2 of the best roamers in Singapore.
Yeah.
So who do you think is a better roamer now that you played with both Lozzie and JBL?
I think both of them are good in their own ways. Like Lozzie, comms more but the mechanical skills quite bad Then JPL mechanical skills quite good, but the comms quite low. Then
Oh, okay. So give and take lah. So what do you do in this situation where you have to, you know, be always near the tanks?
See
Communicate more.
What?
Your communication got get better or not?
I don't know. I think so.
Okay, that one I have to check with your teammates in the next round of interviews because from what I know, they say his comp is no puri, like that only. No skill, no ulti. That's it. Don't have any more communications. So I'll check in with your teammates to see whether you got improved in your communications as well.
Okay.
All right. So thank you so much, Vanix, for this wonderful interview. All right, and I'll see you soon. Ladies and gents, that was Vanix right here from Team Flash, our defending champions. Definitely not disappointing, even with that very exciting lineup for Game 2. Now, next up is a game that you don't want to miss. We have seen Bleed Esports dominate with their revamped roster yesterday, and they're going up against EXCO Esports, our newly qualified team, and they are hungry for blood. So join us in match 2, and we'll see you in a bit.
OSIM.
I've never seen the face before. 应该是 Vanguard already. Oh my god. 你猜啦，你猜。
Huh? No way. Unless I get wrong also lah. No way. You don't know that.
I really don't know.
Oh, I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this, bro. I know this guy.
Huh?
That's very familiar, bro.
What's his name?
You know or not?
Okay.
You think from which team first?
Oh. Okay.
Oh.
You can do each other answer.
Bro, what? Bro, that's Nick. He looks like Nick, bro.
Yeah, it actually does.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Right. 3, 2, 1. Next day.
Why you right?
Okay, I forgot his name. I don't know his name. Okay, but I know the person.
Okay. Why so long?
Next day.
Oh.
Nick the Great.
2, 1.
这肯定厉害这个。
Who look like him? Who is this guy?
What's that? Okay, I think it's this guy.
I name this one.
CG, Saki.
I think this is Sengit.
You know Kyo?
Say this. I don't know. Hey, baby photo, you never know.
Yes.
As a main player.
In MPL before.
Wait. Oh, what team? What will I put if I don't know the?
A team that Nick always talk about.
Okay, correct answer is skill.
Huh?
3, 2, 1. Answer is skill.
Huh? I was thinking Gil, but they don't look like Gil eh.
Try let's go.
Huh?
What? Is Gear?
I got like another gear already.
Bro!
Oh, because get Indo also.
This one I really don't know. Cannot tell, cannot tell.
Oh, cannot tell eh. 2, 1.
Okay lah, it looks like
Actually got slight resemblance eh.
Yeah.
Alright, ladies and gents, currently I'm joining to you today with a bit of a small little segment trying to get to know the players themselves. It is going to be Team Evo, Jasis, and Sayla. Do you want to do a round of introduction before we start this?
I'm JS Golin from Evo.
Not Jasis.
Didn't you ask me to introduce as JS?
No? Wait, what? No, wait, did I? I don't remember. So how do you pronounce your name?
Actually, you can choose either Jasis or JS. Both are fine. Yeah, but the more commonly used one is Jasis.
Okay, Jasis. Alright,
Yeah.
then you are the Team Evils.
Golin.
Next, Sayla. Come on.
Hi, I'm Sela. I'm playing mage for Team Eva this season.
First of all, what happened to you in China?
I guess it was a psych. It even psyched me also because I didn't know it would happen. So when I was sleeping, then like I woke up and suddenly my phone got flooded. I thought the world was gonna end.
Okay. So in the end, you joined Evo. So why did you decide to join Evo this time?
Actually, I chose Eva because I'm quite close with them. So I just decided to try out.
So you decided to join Team Evo this time around as a mid laner, taking Jasis's role away. What do you have to say about that, Jasis?
Nothing much. The achievements speak for itself.
Wow. Okay. So you're a mid laner. Before that, you were an EXP laner. Now you're going to the gold lane. How is the swap like for you?
Actually, it's quite hectic because gold lane is an entirely new role. For EXP and mid lane, at first I already played those two roles like in ranked games and stuff. So swapping over to mid lane wasn't too difficult. But now gold lane, I barely have any experience on these heroes. So it's going to be a bit tougher.
So what are you studying right now? Like, where are you studying? Which point of life are you?
I'm actually in JC2, so I have A levels this year. So actually playing MPL right now is quite a big risk. I did not expect MPL to be delayed so far because initially I thought it would be in April. So that's why I thought, okay, I'll just play because I will still have time for A levels. But then now it's been pushed back to May and June. It's gonna be quite difficult. I'm gonna get quite busy also. So not too much time to practice.
You're still studying. What about Sayla? Are you still studying anymore?
No, I'm not studying anymore.
So what are you doing right now?
Now I'm just AFK. But I'll probably pick up I'll study next year to pursue my culinary dreams, I guess.
Yeah, you've been talking about this for like a few seasons now. You wanted to be a chef.
Yeah.
You want to cook, literally. So you're cooking the players now. Probably next few years you'll be cooking more dishes. So how did you start in pro play? We started seeing you in season 2 under EXCO SG.
Yep.
All right. How do you get scouted?
So before that, I think it was during the M2 period maybe, because I was always playing rank. I was playing with Burmese Go, like last time, the M2 roster, and they were very strong. I think they finished in the 2nd place. After that, when M2 ended, I still continued playing rank them. Like it was 4 of them and me. Then I think we versus Evos 3 times, I think, in rank. Then like I think we won them, like if I'm not wrong, in the rank. So after that, like I think Potato got curious. Like at first he thought I'm a jockey because it's 4 of them and just me. Then after that, Potato asked Gear. Then Gear said that it's a Singaporean. So after that, they reached out to me, asked me if I wanted to trial. Then yeah, I did the trial, then I passed. Then I started EVOS.
What about you, Jasis? Like, how do you get your name?
How did I get my name?
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't think I would play when I just started this game. I didn't think I would be playing this game for long. So I just randomly spammed on the keyboard. Thought I would play like 1 or 2 games, then get off. But somehow I got addicted, and well, here I am now.
Now that we got to know like your pro scene, what about your personal life? I want to talk about like your parents. I know, Sayla, your parents are very supportive. I was there at the back of Sunset. Like, you remember that scene? Bro, I still get a chill. So, your parents are very supportive, right? Like, tell me more about how supportive are they in your pro scene journey?
I mean, initially, before I just started, they were not supportive at all lah, because like, I think it's like a typical Asian thing like you be like saying gaming and you want to do it as a career, and they'll be like, cannot lah, how to do it, yeah, something like that. But then like after they see that I really enjoy the game, like the whole process and everything, they started to be very supportive. Even my whole family actually. Like during MPL, they'll be like just sitting in the living room, all of them like just watching the TV. Yeah.
Good. Yeah. Jess, it's all about you. Your parents? They don't care.
My parents are actually not very supportive, especially now. This year I have,
Especially now.
yeah, cause I have A levels. So it's like they kind of say like they're okay with it, but you can kind of tell they don't really want me to do it. You know, this kind of Asian thing, trying to be nice, but they don't really want me to do it. So it's like,
Yeah, I know like that mom, when you go back home, Mom, I'm gonna play MPL. Okay, child, go and play. Oh, please don't play that. Something like that.
yeah, you can kind of tell.
Yeah, but is there any way that you think that you can convince them to, support you? Or
I mean, the only way would be getting good results, I guess, in
getting
school.
good results both in JC and even perhaps in sports?
Yeah.
So, JC, quick question here. How are you able to juggle between your school and esports?
Actually, I'm very busy. Like every day, come home from school, I like eat dinner, walk my dogs. Then right after that, I have to play Scrim already. Then after Scrim, I still have to do my school homework. Then by then it'll be like quite late already. So usually I'm like sleeping in the morning. Like every day I get like 4 or 5 hours of sleep.
How's your daily life as a full-time Singaporean pro player? Wow, these words don't go together.
I mean, previously in EVOS RSG, it was full time like every day. We have to go to the gaming house, or we stay at the gaming house to play scrims mostly the entire day and review everything. So it'll take up the entire day. But then like now that I'm EVA, it's a bit more part-time-ish, so I'm more chill. I have more time every day. So I just play other games.
Now, let me ask you about the season. Like, okay, do you know that right now in this season, bottom 2 teams in the regular season will get relegated out. So you don't go to playoffs anymore. All 8 teams don't go to playoff. Only 6 teams out of the 8 go to the playoffs. Sayla, you sound like you look like you just knew about it today. Do you know about this?
I think so.
You know about it from me? Oh my gosh, do you know about this?
Yeah, I know about it.
Okay, so I'm not gonna ask you yet. You probably. So what do you feel about this format?
I think it's better. Playoffs will be shorter, so yeah.
Shorter so that I have more time to study.
No lah, one day won't really mean much also.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah. Then, what about you, Sayla? Now that you know that this is a situation, what does it feel like?
Feels the same to me, I guess.
It's always going to go to the playoffs anyway.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's confidence. Confidence. Right now, especially JC's, right? I think this is a kind of interesting question that I want to ask. Hades himself actually said that you are one of the biggest threats in Team Evo last season. Alright? Do you feel that way? That you're one of the biggest threats in Team Evo last season?
Last season?
Yeah. When you were the mid lane.
I think I was just any other average mid laner, honestly.
So you're actually quite good. But do you know your fans, or do you have fans this based on your seasons?
No.
No, not yet. But do people approach you to say hi, want to take photos with you?
No, never.
Never?
Yeah.
Who do they usually take photos with? In
Powerful.
Powerful, hogging all the spotlight. Okay.
Well, now it's gonna be Sayla, so.
Come on, don't sell yourself short, Jesus. Come on, don't sell yourself short. Okay, then I bounce it back to you, Sailor. How does it feel when a person walks up to you, hey, can I take a photo with you?
I'm naturally very shy, so when people ask me, of course I'm happy, but like at the same time I'm very shy to take photos.
But how does it feel like legit, like starting to have like recognition from like your EVOS days to now?
Like I feel like I made it all. Like at least I'm doing something that how do I say it? Like getting recognition for my skill, I guess.
I see. Okay. So it's more like recognition, appreciation from the fans.
Yeah.
So now, if you have something that you want to tell your fans right now, in this particular season, because of your special circumstances, what would you say to them? You debated everybody.
I mean, I didn't mean to debate because I got debated myself when I woke up. So I was equally or more confused.
Why?
Because I didn't know that I will appear the level there. But if there's one thing I would say is, no matter which team I go, like I hope that my fans will support me and my team. Yeah.
Okay. What about you, Jesus?
I don't have any fans, so I can't really say anything
Imagine you
about
have fans right now. Okay, imagine I'm your fan. Okay.
I'm his fan. I'm his fan.
And there you go, 2 fans. Okay, what would you say to them?
What would I say to them? I hope we continue to support Evil. Yeah.
Can you name me your top 3 teams in MPL Singapore this season based on what
Based on the name on paper, definitely Flash will be there.
Yep.
The other 2, maybe Vanguard, because I heard that their imports are pretty good.
Vanguard, okay.
Well, hold on, let me think what okay, to Bleed.
Bleed?
Yeah.
We're putting Bleed back on the map.
Yeah.
Okay, top 3. JC, what about you? Top 3 teams?
Yeah. I think Flash, maybe RSG, and I think Asteris will be quite good actually.
Okay, that's cool. That's interesting. Then now let's go for your bottom 3 teams.
Can I say bottom 2? Because I think the rest of them are quite equal.
Okay,
yeah. I think Homeboys and EXCO are probably my bottom 2. Like no offense to them though.
No offense. Not taken. They'll prove you wrong. They'll prove you wrong this season, alright? That's the whole point. Bottom 2, basically they're gonna get relegated out.
Yeah.
Sela, what about you?
Homeboys. Okay, since you say EXCO, I'll make it different. Astralis.
FMM is there, bro! You sure about that?
It's okay.
It's okay.
Are
I don't want to be friends with
we are friends outside, but we're enemies in game.
Oh, yeah. I love that. Okay, cool. Now, we talk about teams. Now I want to talk about the players in MPL Singapore. Top 3 players of MPL Singapore. Let's start with Jesus first.
Actually, the ones that gave me the most trouble were Bray and Dairy. Those 2 I can remember.
Bray and Dairy?
Yeah, those 2 gave me a lot of trouble.
What about one more? Just
one more. I mean, probably Hades. He's definitely the most mechanically gifted.
I like both of them and they're saying each other. Okay, that's good. Okay, then Sela, what about you?
Still 3, can I name more?
Sorry?
Can I name more than 3?
Wow, you want to go to the top 10? Go ahead. Top 10 greatest hits of Sela. Let's go.
I wouldn't say until top 10. But, okay, Diablo, Bray, Gear, Potato, JPL.
That's basically
Adam,
his past teammate.
Adam, Hades, Lozzy. Hold on, my brain's a bit laggy.
He's already at top 8.
Roy.
Oh, Roy, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Cannot say own team, right?
No.
Okay, last one.
Not say like.
Go give it to.
Say himself.
505.
Wow, 505.
Yeah.
haven't heard that name. He probably retired by now. But how was it facing him back when you were fighting against RSG?
We were like basically rivals. Yeah.
How was that rivalry? Like, you guys like
Pretty intense in game.
pretty intense. in
Outside we are friends.
yeah, pretty intense in game. What do you think? If I can give you $1 million right now, what would you do? Retire esports. Okay, what if I can give you $1 million right now?
Invest it, I guess.
Too logical, Jesus. You're a very logical person. Okay. Okay, say lah.
I'll do the same.
Oh boy!
that was my answer in my brain.
It's so logical. Okay, Ken. Alright, then right now, how is powerful like in real life? Like what is his character? Let's ask Jesus.
He's quiet but somehow still very charismatic.
He's quietly charismatic.
Yeah.
And then one more.
I think very good leader.
Leader.
Yeah.
Very charismatic. Quietly charismatic leader.
It's like he doesn't talk much, but whatever he says has like that power to it, you know. Like you'll listen to it. Yeah.
That's cool. Okay, what about say that?
Me?
Yeah. Is it gonna be the same or do you have another different perspective? Powerful.
Guess different. Guess it'll be a bit different for me. Cause I interact with quite a lot also. Guess he's kind of funny. Funny. A bit of trollish.
Is your Joker? Is
A
Joker in
tiny
the-
bit.
How can he be quiet and the Joker at the same time? Are you guys seeing the same powerful?
No, it's like when you're talking to him, he's like
Yeah.
more
Talking to him is
jokerish, but
different.
when you're like within a group, then he's like not that talkative, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That's interesting. Okay, I think that's all for me today. Thank you very much, Jesus and also Sayla. We'll probably don't have a segment to throw to, but yeah, thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank
you.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
OSIM.
I've never seen the face before. 应该是 Vanguard 的人。Oh my god. 你猜啦，你猜。
Huh? No way. Unless I get wrong also lah. No way. You don't know that. I really don't know.
Oh, I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this, bro. I know this guy.
Huh?
That's like familiar, bro.
What's his name?
You know or not?
Okay.
You think from which team first?
Oh. Okay.
Oh.
You can do each other also.
Bro, what? Bro, that's Nick. He looks like Nick, bro.
Yeah, he actually does.
1. 3, 2, 1. Right. 3, 2, 1. Next day.
Why you write?
Okay, I forgot the name. I don't know the name. Okay, but I know the person. I don't know the name.
Okay. Why so long?
Next day.
Oh.
Nick the Great.
2, 1.
Who look like him? Who is this guy?
What's that? Yeah, I think it's this guy.
I think this one.
CG, Sagi.
I think this is Sagit.
You know, okay, what?
He this. I don't know. Hey, baby photo, you never know.
Yes.
As a main player.
In MPL before. Wait. Oh, what team? What will I put if I don't know the?
The team that Nick always talk about.
Okay, correct answer is skill.
Huh?
3, 2, 1. Answer is skill.
Huh? I was thinking Gear, but they don't look like Gear. Eh.
Try let's go.
Huh?
What? Is
Oh my
it?
god, I cannot like it already.
Bro!
Oh, because Gear Indo also.
This one I really don't know. Cannot tell.
Oh, cannot tell, eh.
2, 1. Actually, skill. 2, 1.
Okay lah, it looks like
He got slight resemblance.
Yeah.
2, 1. Alright, ladies and gents, currently I'm joining to you today with a bit of a small little segment trying to get to know the players themselves. It is going to be Team Evo, Jasis, and Sayla. Do you want to do a round of introduction before we start this? I'm
JS Golin from Evo.
Not Jasis.
Didn't you ask me to introduce as JS?
No? Wait, what? No, wait, did I? I don't remember. So how do you pronounce your name?
Actually you can choose either Jasis or JS. Both are fine. Yeah, but the more commonly used one is Jasis.
Okay, Jasis. Alright.
Yeah.
Then you are the Team Evils.
Golin.
Next, Sayla. Come on.
Hi, I'm Sela. I'm playing mage for Team Eva this season.
First of all, what happened to you in China?
I guess it was a psych. It even psyched me also because I didn't know it would happen. So when I was sleeping, then like I woke up and suddenly my phone got flooded. I thought the world was gonna end.
Okay. So in the end, you joined Evo. So why did you decide to join Evo this time?
Actually, I chose Eva because I'm quite close with them. So I just decided to try out.
So you decided to join Team Evo this time around as a mid laner, taking Jasis's role away. What do you have to say about that, Jasis?
Nothing much. The achievements speak for itself.
Wow, okay. So you're a mid laner. Before that, you were an EXP laner. Now you're going to the gold lane. How is the swap like for you?
Actually, it's quite hectic because gold lane is an entirely new role. For EXP and mid lane, at first I already played those two roles like in ranked games and stuff. So swapping over to mid lane wasn't too difficult. But now gold lane, I barely have any experience on these heroes. So it's going to be a bit tougher.
So what are you studying right now? Like, where are you studying? Which point of life are you?
I'm actually in JC2, so I have A levels this year. So actually playing MPL right now is quite a big risk. I did not expect MPL to be delayed so far because initially I thought it would be in April. So that's why I thought, okay, I'll just play because I will still have time for A levels. But then now it's been pushed back to May and June. It's gonna be quite difficult. I'm gonna get quite busy also. So not too much time to practice.
You're still studying. How about Sayla? Are you still studying anymore?
No, I'm not studying anymore.
So what are you doing right now?
Now I'm just AFK. But I'll probably pick up I'll study next year to pursue my culinary dreams, I guess.
Yeah, you've been talking about this for like few seasons now. You wanted to be a chef.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to cook, literally. So you're cooking the players now. Probably next few years you'll be cooking more dishes. So how did you start in pro play? We started seeing you in season 2 under EXCO SG.
Yep.
All right. How do you get scouted?
So before that, I think was during the M2 period maybe, because I was always playing rank. I was playing with Burmese School, like last time, the M2 roster, and they were very strong. I think they finished in the 2nd place. After that, when M2 ended, I still continued playing rank them. Like it was 4 of them and me. Then I think we versus Evos 3 times, I think, in rank. Then like I think we won them, like, if I'm not wrong, in the rank. So after that, like I think Potato got curious. Like at first he thought I'm a jockey because it's 4 of them and just me. Then after that, Potato asked Gear. Then Gear said that it's a Singaporean. So after that, they reached out to me, asked me if I wanted to trial. Then yeah, I did the trial, then I passed. Then I started EVOS.
What about you, Jason? Like, how do you get your name?
How did I get my name?
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't think I would play when I just started this game. I didn't think I would be playing this game for long. So I just randomly spammed on the keyboard. Thought I would play like 1 or 2 games, then get off. But somehow I got addicted, and well, here I am now.
Now that we got to know like your pro scene, what about your personal life? I want to talk about like your parents. I know Sayla, your parents are very supportive. I was there at the back of Sunset. Like, you remember that scene? Bro, I still get a chill. So your parents are very supportive, right? Like, tell me more about how supportive are they in your pro scene journey?
I mean, initially, before I just started, they were not supportive at all, because like, I think it's like a typical Asian thing, like you like saying gaming and you want to do it as a career, and they'll be like, cannot lah, how to do it, yeah, something like that. But then like after they see that I really enjoy the game, like the whole process and everything, they started to be very supportive. Even my whole family actually. Like during MPL, they'll be like just sitting in the living room, all of them like just watching the TV. Yeah.
Good. Yeah. Jess, it's all about you. Your parents? They don't care.
My parents are actually not very supportive, especially now. This year, because I have A levels. So it's like they kind of say like they're okay with it, but you can kind of tell they don't really want me to do it. This kind of Asian thing, trying to be nice, but they don't really want me to do it. So it's like,
yeah, I know, like that mom, when you go back home, Mom, I'm gonna play MPL. Okay, child, go and play. Oh, please don't play that. Something like that.
Yeah, you can kind of tell.
Yeah, but is there any way that you think that you can convince them to, support you? Or
I mean, the only way would be getting good results, I guess, in school.
good results both in JC and even perhaps in sports.
Yeah.
So, JC, quick question here: how are you able to juggle between your school and esports?
Actually, I'm very busy. Like every day, come home from school, I like eat dinner, walk my dogs. Then right after that, I have to play Scrim already. Then after Scrim, I still have to do my school homework. Then by then it'll be like quite late already. So usually I'm like sleeping in the morning. Like every day I get like 4 or 5 hours of sleep.
How's your daily life as a full-time Singaporean pro player? Wow, these words don't go together.
I mean, previously in EVOS RSG, it was full-time lah. Like every day, we have to go to the gaming house, or we stay at the gaming house to play scrims mostly the entire day and review everything. So it'll take up the entire day. But then like now that I'm EVA, it's a bit more part-time-ish, so I'm more chill. I have more time every day. So I just play other games.
Now let me ask you about the season. Like, okay, do you know that right now in this season, bottom 2 teams in the regular season will get relegated out. So you don't go to playoffs anymore. All 8 teams don't go to playoff. Only 6 teams out of the 8 go to the playoffs? Sailor, you sound like you look like you just knew about it today. Do you know about this?
I think so.
You know about it from me? Oh my gosh, do you know about this?
Yeah, I know about it.
Okay, so I'm not gonna ask you yet. You probably. So what do you feel about this format?
I think it's better. Playoffs will be shorter, so yeah.
Shorter so that I have more time to study.
No lah, one day won't really mean much also.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Then, what about you, Sailor? Now that you know that this is a situation, what does it feel like?
Feels the same to me, I guess.
Because you're always going to go to the playoffs anyway.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's confidence. Confidence. Right now, especially Jace's, right? I think this is a kind of interesting question that I want to ask. Hades himself actually said that you are one of the biggest threats in Team Evil last season. Alright. Do you feel that way? That you're one of the biggest threats in Team Evil last season?
Last season?
Yeah. When you were the mage, the mid lane.
I think I was just any other average mid laner, honestly.
So you're actually quite good. But do you know your fans, or do you have fans this based on your seasons?
No.
No, not yet. But do people approach you to say hi, want to take photos with you?
No, never.
Never?
Yeah.
Who do they usually take photos with? In
Powerful.
Powerful, hogging all the spotlight. Okay.
Well, now it's gonna be Sailor, so.
Come on, don't sell yourself short, Jesus. Come on, don't sell yourself short. Okay, then I bounce it back to you, Sailor. How does it feel when a person walks up to you, hey, can I take a photo with you?
I'm naturally very shy, so when people ask me, of course I'm happy, but like at the same time I'm very shy to take photos.
But how does it feel like legit, like starting to have like recognition from like your EVOS days to now?
Like I feel like I made it all. Like at least I'm doing something that how do I say it? Like getting recognition for my skill, I guess.
I see. Okay. So it's more like recognition, appreciation from the fans.
Yeah.
So now, if you have something that you want to tell your fans right now, in this particular season, because of your special circumstances, what would you say to them? You debated everybody.
I mean, I didn't mean to debate because I got debated myself when I woke up. So I was equally or more confused.
Why?
Because I didn't know that I will appear the level there. But if there's one thing I would say is, no matter which team I go, like I hope that my fans will support me and my team. Yeah.
Okay. What about you, Jesus?
I don't have any fans, so I can't really say anything
Imagine you
about
have fans right now. Okay, imagine I'm your fan. Okay.
I'm his fan. I'm his fan.
And there we go, 2 fans. Okay, what would you say to them?
What would I say to them? I hope we continue to support Evil. Yeah.
Can you name me your top 3 teams in MPL Singapore this season based on what
Based on the name on paper, definitely Flash will be there.
Yep.
The other 2, maybe Vanguard, because I heard that their imports are pretty good.
Vanguard, okay.
Well, hold on, let me think what Key to Bleed.
Bleed?
Yeah.
We're putting Bleed back on the map.
Yeah.
Okay, top 3. Jason, what about you? Top 3 teams?
Yeah. I think Flash, maybe RSG, and I think Asteris will be quite good actually.
Okay, that's cool. That's interesting. Then now let's go for your bottom 3 teams.
Can I say bottom 2? Because I think the rest of them are quite equal.
Okay,
yeah. I think Homeboys and EXCO are probably my bottom 2. Like no offense to them though.
No offense. Not taken. They'll prove you wrong. They'll prove you wrong this season, alright? That's the whole point. Bottom 2, basically they're gonna get relegated out.
Yeah.
Sailor, what about you?
Homeboys. Okay, since you say EXCO, I'll make it different. Asteris.
FMM is there, bro. You sure about that?
It's okay.
It's
we
okay.
are
I don't want to be friends with
we are friends outside, but we're enemies in game.
Oh yeah, I love that. I love that. I love that. Okay, cool. Now we talk about teams. Now I want to talk about the players in MPL Singapore. Top 3 players of MPL Singapore. Let's start with Jesus first.
Actually, the ones that gave me the most trouble were Bray and Dewi. Those two I can remember.
Bray and Dewi?
Yeah, those two gave me a lot of trouble.
What about one more? Just
one more. I mean, probably Hades. He's definitely the most mechanically gifted.
I like both of them and they're saying each other. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, then Sayla, what about you?
Still 3, can I name more?
Sorry?
Can I name more than 3?
Wow, you want to go to the top 10? Go ahead. Top 10 greatest hits of Sayla. Let's
I wouldn't say until top 10, but okay, Diablo, Bray, Gear, Potato, JPL.
That's basically
Adam,
all his past teammate.
Adam, Hades, Lozzy. Hold on, my brain's a bit laggy.
He's already at top 8.
Roy.
Oh, Roy, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Cannot say own team, right?
No.
Okay, last one.
Not say like.
Go give it to
Say himself.
505.
Wow, 505.
Yeah.
Haven't heard that name. He probably retired by now, but how was it facing him back when you were fighting against RSG?
We're like basically rivals. Yeah.
How was that rivalry? You guys
pretty intense in game.
Pretty intense.
Outside we are friends.
Yeah. Pretty intense in game. What do you think? If I can give you $1 million right now, what would you do? Retire esports. Okay, what if I can give you $1 million right now?
Invest it, I guess.
Too logical. Jesus, you're a very logical person. Okay. Okay, Sayla.
I'll do the same.
Oh boy!
that was my answer in my brain.
It's so logical. Okay, Ken. Alright, then right now, how is powerful like in real life? Like how this is character. Let's ask Jesus.
He's quiet but somehow still very charismatic.
He's quietly charismatic.
Yeah.
And then one more.
I think very good leader.
Leader.
Yeah.
Very charismatic. Quietly charismatic leader.
It's like he doesn't talk much, but whatever he says has like that power to it, you know. Like you'll listen to it. Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool. Okay, what about Sayla?
Me?
Yeah. Is it gonna be the same or do you have another different perspective?
Guess different. Guess it'll be a bit different for me. Cause I interact in quite a lot also. Guess he's kind of funny. Funny. A bit of trollish.
Is your Joker?
Tiny bit.
How can you be quiet and the Joker at the same time? Are you guys seeing the same powerful?
No, it's like when you're talking to him, he's like
Yeah.
more
Talking to him is
Joker-ish, but
different.
when you're like within a group, then he's like not that talkative, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. That's interesting. Okay. I think that's all for me today. Thank you very much, Jesus and also Sayla. We'll probably don't have a segment to throw to, but yeah, thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank
you.
Hey, come on, come on.
Power up! Gazer!
OSIM.
I've never seen the face before. 应该是 Vanguard 的人。Oh my god. 你猜啦，你猜。
Huh? No way. Eh, unless I get wrong also lah. No way. You don't know that.
I really don't know.
Oh.
I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this, bro. I know this guy.
Huh?
That's very familiar, bro.
What's his name?
You know or not?
Okay.
You think from which team first?
Oh. Okay.
Oh.
You can do each other answer.
Bro, what? Bro, that's Nick. He looks like Nick, bro.
Yeah, it actually does.
2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Right. 3, 2, 1. Next day.
Why you write?
Okay, I forgot the name. I don't know the name. Okay, but I know the person.
Okay. Why so long?
Next day.
Oh.
Nick the Great. 2, 1.
这肯定有这个。
Who look like him? Who is this guy?
What's that? I think it's this guy.
I think this one.
CG, Sagi.
I think this is Sagi.
You're no cure.
He this. I don't know. Hey, baby photo, you never know.
Yes.
Right, as a main player.
In MPL before.
Wait.
Oh, what team?
What will I put if I don't know the...
A team that Nick always talk about.
Okay, correct answer is Gil. Huh? 3, 2, 1. Answer is Gil. Huh? I was thinking Gil, but they don't look like Gil eh.
Try let's go.
Huh?
What? It's gear.
I cannot like gear already.
Bro!
Oh, because get indoor show.
This one I really don't know. Cannot tell.
Oh, cannot tell eh.
2, 1. This is Gil. 2, 1. This is Gil.
Okay lah, it looks like it
He
is
got slight
eh.
resemblance.
Yeah.
2, 1.
All right, ladies and gents,
And welcome, friends, right here to MPL SG Season 7, Day 2. That's right now we are down to Match 2 itself. And even for Match 1, boy oh boy, bloodbath was what we saw over at the Land of Dawn. And this time round, it is going to be no different. All of the 2 teams that are going to come up next for Match 2 are going to want to see some blood spilled on the Land of Dawn. So with that being said, let's meet the 2 wonderful teams that will be coming up real soon. We will see Bleed Esports going up against EXCO Esports. Now let's take a look at their beautiful faces, starting off with Bleed Esports. The boys are definitely more ready than ever before, snitching, yesterday's match against Vanguard, showing them who is boss with a brand new revamped roster. So let's take a look at who will be going up against Bleed Esports, and they're none other than EXCO Esports. Fantastic stuff. We see EXCO Esports getting ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn. Now, definitely, if they want to stay right here at the playoff season to head on over to the playoffs, it will be very important for them to win any match that they can during the regular season to secure that position. But of course, right here with this current lineup, we are not yet seeing Slowly. So that's very interesting as well. So with that being said, let's take a look, at what our casters have to say about this matchup. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much for the beautiful introduction, Cheryl. I'm your caster, Moman, and with me is my fellow co-casters, Holler and Jace.
I like the fact that you had to holler.
We had to make eye contact.
I gotta make eye contact. I gotta build the pressure,
Okay, thank you. I felt very pressured right now.
Jace. And then, well, we don't see Slowly here today for Team EXCO. We were talking about Slowly being one of the key cornerstone members for how EXCO got into this position of making playoffs, making qualifiers, then in the regular season. Now, without Slowly, is this going to affect them in any way?
I feel like it's affecting them right now because yesterday, even against Asteris, they're struggling quite a bit. Albeit Yuta, as a jungler, right, was able to just steal away some critical Lord fights, right? But even after all that, Asteris managed to trump them by a sheer macro.
All right. But on the other hand, we have Team Bleed. For Team EXCO, we were saying that they did not have a coach, but for Team Bleed, they will have coach. They are one of the few teams that has a coach in this entire competition today. But before that, let's just look at the Bleed lineup. Holler, just take us through the team members.
All right. So we have Sajid Nu, Yon, Jay, Gear, and Seiji. We've seen these guys. You were talking about how Bleed Esports has that coach. They really have, I would say, a great support. Like, their organization does a great job of making sure that these guys just can focus on the MLBB, right? If you're looking at some of the other teams where you're not as so lucky, I would say, it's a little bit of a harder journey ahead of you. Not to say that the drive isn't there or whatever, but it's one of those things where, if somebody is helping you out and kind of supporting you in many different ways, your life can be much easier.
Yeah, but of course, we got to think about like how, with a coach and without coach, we see a lot of teams all across MPL Singapore just lacking of coaches. And this definitely gives Bleed a massive edge.
Yes, definitely a massive edge with the next team that we will be seeing really soon, which is Team EXCO. We do have Super Ryan on the EXP lane. Yuta will be filling in on the jungle.
Yeah.
And Jet on the mid lane, Bertizi on the roam, and Gira on the gold lane as well. We were talking about just Gira just not having a good time in the previous game versus Asteris. I mean, this was their revenge match. This was something that they were looking forward to, and them being the two qualifying teams going up against the Giants, that is Bleed. How will things go in the Land of Dawn?
I think it's going to be a 2-0 Bleed. I'm not going to try to sugarcoat this because Bleed looking strong. They've got so many things for them. EXCO is the one that has nothing to lose, right? They've entered MPL Singapore through the qualifiers, finishing at lower brackets, and now you don't really have your main jungler. It's like double whammy in terms of the negatives for your side if you're an EXCO fan.
It's extremely hard, right? And now on the opposing side, we have Seiji, who is extremely good on the gold lane as well. We will find out more versatility from him from today, because yesterday he was only on the Harif as well. So let's just look at what these players have to say in the head-to-head video.
Both my coach and analysts are very experienced, so I think our drafting shouldn't be a problem. But I guess because of them having 5 players thinking of the draft, there might be things such as like pocket picks, which might screw us over. So either ways, should still be careful of them. Yeah.
Like I said, we have a different lineup as well, so I think they need to think too. Because like I said, they haven't seen us play as well. So yeah, I think we can fight those heroes.
He will be able to perform because like throughout the season he has been playing with the roamer JPL. So when playing with a good roamer, you actually sort of learn on like what to do and what not to do. So I feel like he will be able to do well, especially since I heard he's been training quite a lot in the roam position.
I think Gil will perform. He's a very flexible player. He was a jungler for Evols, then become EXP, and now he's a roamer again. I think he'll do equally well. Yeah, he's a very, very, very good player. I think Yon, he's a very, very good mechanical player. I remember the time he bantai me, then I got double digit death in tournament. Then for Jay, I saw him play in the playoff. I think he's a very, very good addition to Bleed.
So everybody is talking about gear at this point. Bleed having gear on the roam position. We were talking like Bleed is a roam factory. So Jace, just bring us into this point.
Yeah, because like how Bleed somehow, right? The original Bleed members, I always taught all the way back to season 5. FMM was the gold laner back then, and now he's in Asteris as a roamer. Now Gear taking on the role of a roamer as well. Nick Stain, by the way, used to be also from Bleed as a sub, and now he's playing as Vanguard's roamer. So, yeah, Bleed is a roamer factory at this rate.
All the strong roamers, FMM from Asterix, Nick Stain from Vanguard, all the cornerstones of their entire lineup. But let's just see what the audience, they have to say about the matchup today. Bleed versus Team EXCO, right? EXCO, I don't think will be doing too well in terms of, crowd favoritism. 25% towards EXCO, 75% towards Bleed. I believe for all the casters, our own predictions, right?
Yeah.
We were saying that Bleed will take the series 2-0. EXCO, they have not been performing, and today with the loss slowly not being around as well, will Yuta be able to fill his shoes?
We're going to find out, and that's the thing, and that's the beauty of this, the fact that you have the round robin, the fact that every team is going to play one of themselves. But let's look at the caster prediction. You were alluding to it a little bit earlier. I think that we all went the same way in the sense of Team Bleed going 2-0 for all of us on the disc right now. But the thing is that EXCO, show me something. Right? I think yesterday was kind of like a little bit of confusion. They weren't in sync altogether. But it's one of those things where, hey, if they really show up today, that could really change moving forward.
Yeah, with the drafting patterns going in, they seem like a lot of teams are trying to cancel out the yawn effect. We see a lot of Ling bans. We see a lot of Fanny bans. Do you feel, Jace, do you feel that this is a good ban at all?
Okay, to be honest, if you guys watch in Season 5, basically Team Flash, when they feel the yawn as a jungler, literally debated us into thinking that he can only play assassin junglers. Until all of a sudden, Holler, you were there. All of a sudden, during the playoffs, hey, suddenly he can play the Fredrin. Hey, suddenly he can play the Akai. And he is a strong and gifted mechanical player, and he is definitely looking forward to, replacing Ray as the strongest jungler in Singapore.
Yeah, all right. But Gear coming in as the roamer for Bleed as well. We need to talk about his RLI yesterday. His final splashes were extremely on point. Is it worth giving up a respect ban towards Gear's hero pool, given the fact that he's in the roam position, just all of a sudden just placed him there? Or do you expect him to have more in his pocket?
You see, that's the benefit about Gear, right? He was an EXP laner before, and he used to be looking for these engages, looking for these flanks. In terms of archetype of a hero, an EXP laner, technically speaking, is a secondary tank. It's a secondary engage. I think that transition flows smoothly for Gear. And don't forget, in Season 2, when he debuted, he was touted as one of the child prodigies until Bray replaced him in Season 3, which earned RSG their first win. And of course, ever since then, they've been winning all throughout back-to-back, right? Gear now needing to redeem himself in Season 5 after he said that, he felt the guilt of throwing Bleed games until during the playoffs. And now basically this season, he's coming back to try to redeem himself.
Story of redemption arc here, right, for Gear. But EXCO will have a very huge mountain to fight today. I mean,
bloody mountain.
Yeah, I mean, Super Ryan, yesterday we see that his pool of heroes were consistently getting banned out by Team Bleed. I mean, the Team Asteris. But will Team Bleed do the same? Whether they ban out the Khalid, whether they ban out all his signatures EXP heroes, actually.
I think you do that. Super Ryan was a huge threat during Vanguard days, and also he debuted all the way back to around Revival as well. So yeah, you ban the best players and then you suddenly limit everything. And that's exactly what Burn X Flash did against Diablo, right? Like, you ban away Diablo, the Badang, and also the Khalid, and all of a sudden you nerf him a little bit. But Super Ryan does have a lot more heroes under his pockets, so expect him to pull even more out of it.
And we do see the first few bans coming out from these teams. Angela and Boxia will be taken out of the pool. Loi has been a high priority ban as of this tournament. Going into day 2, we have seen Loi either in the game or outside in the ban pool. What do you feel about this Loi effect?
The Loi effect is definitely because of that uncertainty of that the diversion, right? It's just causing a lot of issues for teams to predict where they are. You don't want to accept a fight and all of a sudden remember how Curtizi who transported the Diablo Black Dragon from all the way to the back. That's something that you don't want to expect. And of course, there's also another buddy with him, right? Which is Chip.
Yeah.
And which we haven't seen being picked up or banned out in MPL Singapore, where it's getting a high pick ban rate in other regions.
We might see something new coming this season, because now we do have the Matilda and the Angela getting banned out. We have this very strong roamers getting taken out, but Florin, a very interesting ban coming out from Bleed. I mean, Florin usually not prioritized in these first 3 bans, but what do you feel about this, Jace?
The reason why you ban the Florin means that Bleed may path into a Harif pick. Because Harif is setting down the Zaman Force, there's this massive zone of control that the Florin can output very easily. And massive zone of control is not very good against a Harif if you're a Harif player, right? So that's why they're doing that. But now, instead, EXCO snap picked the Harif away, taking it away from Seiji.
Roger still being in the pool, but I mean, it looks like, Fredrin, see value in me? Yes, of course I do see value. And Valentina will be the mid laner of choice from Bleed. I mean, Jay, we know his Valentina is one to be watched indeed, but whether EXCO, they do respond. I mean, they haven't responded to the Harif yet.
Yep, let me explain why Jay would definitely go for the Valentina here. There's two reasons. First of all, Jay is a very creative player. Takes any ultimates, he will use it to the fullest extent. Remember, his Cho mid lane, that's how flexible he is. And now you give him a Valentina, expecting Jet to pick up the Faramis, which is also one of his main picks back in the good old days of Alchemy SG. So Bleed is basically anticipating already, and now we have to see what EXCO decides to pick, knowing that there's a Valentina on the other side.
And this was the coach factor that we were talking about, right? Having a third-person perspective to just bring you ahead of things, just not too caught up in the game. An outside perspective. And we have Yuzong Barats being picked up by EXCO. And Edith will be the pick of choice from Bleed. And Rafaela, being banned out by Bleed right now.
Okay.
Wow.
The reason I think Bleed is afraid of something, right? If you notice, there are a lot of high mobility sort of heroes that are banned away, right? Kaja, yes, does have the dash and slows everybody. Rafaela also dash and slows everybody, but this is highly sus coming out from Bleed.
Highly sus indeed. All the supports getting taken out. But now, since the Roger is still on the board, I mean, Bleed will not have that option anymore versus the Harif. How do you deal with a Harif in the gold lane 1v1 situation if you do not have the Roger anymore? That's what we've been seeing teams having the answer for.
Well, we kind of saw the answer in the previous game, right? Team Flash, where they fielded Bruno, who can kind of stay in the lane and kind of match up with the pressure coming out from Roger, right? But unfortunately, well, EXCO just doesn't want to meet the Roger anymore. So now we have to deal with the Harif, right? Harif is known to deal, is used to counter against carry, but Harif is kind of weak after a period of time when he hits max capacity during the mid-late part of the game. But he kind of falls kind of okay during the late game, right? And so in order to match that, you can either go for a late game kind of marksman or bully him outright. That's what EXCO is thinking. That's why they took away the Bruno instead. And that's a Diggy coming out from Bleed. So where's Edith going to? EXP lane?
Yeah, Diggy. I mean, Edith EXP, Diggy on the roam. I mean, that's almost should be the case, right? I mean, where else would you put
I told you. Bleed roster is sus. Why would you ban a Rafaela and then suddenly pick a Diggy when the Edith seems like a good and decent choice for a roamer?
Extremely confused right now, but from Team EXCO's side, very good call into banning out the Bruno. We did see how Team Flash wielded the Bruno versus the Roger as well. I mean, it can do the same thing towards a Harif. So with the next two picks, they are considering what they have to do. With the Faramis being picked up, and you talk about the foresight, right? Now there's another layer to this, the Minotaur, the Minoan Fury. Valentina can pick that up as well.
And not only just that, wait, hold on, there's no gold lane. Once again, it's going to be a Freya coming off from Bleed. I told you the roster is sus.
What is going on here? I mean, Bleed are pulling what Team Flash did to us in the second game.
Yeah.
The gold laners, Fluid Seiji, will be on the Freya. Seiji, one of the newest additions to Bleed. We saw him going ham on the Harif yesterday, and we will be seeing on the Freya today.
Man, and now not only just that, right? I know that the Freya came in with a sudden surprise. That Minotaur is going into fighting against Bleed when there's a Diggy on the other side. With the time journey, whatever, all your CCs are your joke.
Yeah, exactly. And the Freya, I mean, you're doing it for the skin, and the legend skin too.
Oh, yeah.
The legend skin is available right now for Freya, one of the latest skins. Very nice. But we will be heading towards Series 2, Game 1, Bleed versus EXCO. Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, going into this game, like every other game, who has the edge? Just look at the draft alone.
I feel like what Bleed's gonna have to struggle is that late game push. They don't really have a lot of pushing power because a lack of a marksman. That's what marksman is supposed to do. Same could be said on the side of EXCO because of the Harry, but technically Harry, once you build the Feather of Heavens, you can also shred through turrets. Freya needs to get in close to shred through turrets.
And the thing is, with range, I really favor EXCO's lineup when it comes down to the team fights. But Bleed, they do have a lot more front line available. Whether EXCO can just shred through this front line, that's going to be a key factor coming into this early stages of the game, whether they get the farm available for them.
Now the problem is not only just that you have to shred through the front line. When you shred through the front line, something new as this Edith also provides quite a lot of damage once he has full stack of Ralph.
Exactly, that's a lot to shred through.
A lot to shred too, but Super Ryan just gets thrown back here, takes a little bit of damage in this top lane. I mean, you're seeing the Diggy and the Edith. I mean, that's not the most comfortable lane, I would say. I mean, it's not something that you see all the time, right?
I was expecting, usually the Roman, but hold on a second. That's going to be somebody swallowed up.
Jet does welcome, spits him out, and Gear's going to go down. That's going to be first blood. So G-Nu throws him back in. Yuta's taking some tower damage. Giannis continues to fight, but the Appraiser's Wrath slams it down. Now Bertizzi, Earth Shatter. They've got Yuta with the Energy Eruption and locking him in. He gets pulled back in. Yuta not trying to get away, or he wants to get away. He gets killed. That's going to be a double kill. And Jay is shown up, but it looks like Jay has fallen as well.
Yeah, massive timing coming out from Gear, knowing that he's going to respawn very soon. That's why Sagitnu thickens forward and gain additional kill, but that sacrificed Jay. Not too sure whether it's worth it for them right now, though, because the turtle has spawned. Jay doesn't really have the ultimate as of yet, no flicker, so yeah, that's something that EXCO can work with, especially with Faramir's ultimate.
Yeah, Yon will take the turtle, the Appraiser's Wrath onto Jet. He gets pulled back in with the Shadow Stampede, and Yon's like, come on, come at me, bro, I want this.
On top of all this, we have to talk about this gold lane matchup over here. It's a Harith versus a Freya. I mean, with the Freya's range, we talk about him being a melee ranged hero. I would expect Seiji not to do well versus Gira, but he's holding his own, actually. Seiji has been doing quite a good job.
Yeah, that's kind of surprising in my books right here. Don't forget, Gira should have a lot more pokes, and you don't see Seiji getting poked out. So Seiji's main role, I believe, is to kind of hold the lane right here. That's why Gira was actually pathing towards Edith. And now, Sagitnu becomes that pseudo-marksman that Bleed needs.
And Seiji, I mean, if you take a look at his emblem, the key thing that we see is the weakness finder out from Freya. He's not going for any form of sustain. He's not going for any form of clear. He just wants to slow people and hunt people down. So that's what the Seiji's game plan is.
And on top of that, just like almost unlimited knockups coming out from Freya. So that's something that Bleed can potentially take over, but Brett's easy.
He goes right in for this one. Yuta getting a little low. Cult Altar's going to be used. A nice 3-man stun there. And it looks like Bertizzi's down for the count. They want more. Gears continuing to fight. And they have the CC immunity from Yuta. He's going to be continuing to fight. He gets Seiji. Gear is down on the list. Jet is as well. Jay shades back in. He's going to get to safety. Yon trying to stay alive. He's trying to dodge Super Ryan. It looks like he's going to fall in the end. Yes, he does. And Yuta now fighting with Jay. Do they actually have enough damage? Not enough to kill Yuta. Sagitnu goes to the flicker play. Gets him with the Earth Shatter. Gear now on the run. Onwards, throw it back. Super Ryan. He wants more. Jet is going to join the fray. Jet dashes away. He's going to shade to safety. And now Super Ryan will back off. That was a bit of a team fight.
Yeah, once again, you saw Gear just making full use of his passive to come back and thinking, hey, you know, the Diggy's out, we have the manpower advantage, but don't forget, Diggy can resurrect on the spot itself and caught Yuta off guard.
It's time and time again that this Diggy has been a thorn into the side.
Let's take a look at the replay right here, right? If you notice, it's just that amazing Faram is coming in. We're using the ultimate to kind of making sure everyone stays around in the fight, but something that, you know, I think Bleed just looked down a little bit right here, but hold on a second, there's a total fight.
There's going to be a fight here. Oh, Bertizzi flickers out of the Appraiser's Wrath. He's going to survive, and it looks like they're going to back off here.
Yeah, on top of that point earlier just now, Holler, is that they forgot that Yuta as the Barats, yes, he's tanky boy, but he does a lot of damage, boy.
Yeah, I mean, in these early stages of the game, Yuta's farm is not really relevant because the levels will be much more relevant as a Barats player, right? And with these levels, he's dealing damage, enough damage to shred through the front line. But Gear coming back up as the Diggy was the key factor to winning the extended team fight from Bleed.
Yeah, I'm looking towards the late game part of it. What's Bleed's plan? In order to take down the turrets, they really have to get up close and personal. Feels like Bleed is looking to force these team fights to take down EXCO and then clear the turrets. But with EXCO currently right here, still holding on to a bit of a kill score and also gold lead, still not too shabby. Slightly in the favor of Bleed as of now. Not too sure how Bleed wants to escalate this game.
I mean, Bleed looks like they want to brute force this mid to early game, you know? Having this Edith, Freya on the EXP and the gold lane, and Minoan Fury from Bertizzi already expended, not going to be available for the next team fight. I mean, Bleed wants to run this down, cycle the cooldowns as much as possible.
Yeah, but the stomp is going to be on point. Jan is there, but he's running in 1 versus 3. This is really not going to be a fight he continues on.
He's just one Fredrin!
As I say this, the Brave Assault knocks Bertizzi again. Oh, the Cult Altar in the mid lane. They're going to look to go for this. The Black Dragon form, the stolen Cult Altar, that's going to be used. Shadow Stampede pulls him back right under the tower. Seiji taking a lot of damage, but he wants to focus in on Jet. He's going to back off. Bertizzi's already down for the count. Seiji's next on that list. Jan continuing to fight Yuta, somehow surviving all of this. The Barats is insane. insane. The amount of damage, and Diggy scouting it out. Super Ryan, Jira, Jet, all there. Diggy, is he going to come back and look for the snipe in the bottom lane? No, Diggy's going to back off.
Now he's gonna be a small little egg for now, but what you egg indeed coming up from Bleed. Handshake in team fight right underneath EXCO's turrets. Right now EXCO is just looking for team fights, and Bleed, like what I mentioned, is brute forcing it. They're throwing macro out the window. They just want to fight.
Yeah, they just want to keep fighting. They just want to keep fighting because they do have the heroes. They're suited for fighting. So many frontliners with Jay dealing damage at the back. And with that Terrify is extremely terrifying,
Yeah,
right?
not only just that. Something that you also take note is Yuta on the barracks, but hold on a second, that's also going to be a knockup.
Does connect only on a Bertizzi though. Bertizzi's been locked in onwards, throws him back into the horde. He flickers away to safety. EXCO, all 5 members still alive. Yawn is up in front. He does spot him out. Shadow Stampede, but the Brave Assault right back out here. Continuing to duel with that, but it looks like they're going to focus their attention on that T2 bottom. As I say that, onwards one more time, they do get Jira caught out. That was a little aggressive and out of position.
Yeah, I feel like that was a multiple choice question that EXCO throw over to Bleed throw over to EXCO, right? Do you fight or do you want your turret? That's what Seiji is doing, and that's how it seems like they're brute forcing it, forcing you whether you want to take a team fight, while Seiji just bum rushes down the turret like this over and over again.
And we're going to see Yawn always be the initiator. He's the playmaker at the moment, just running and trying to force things. Meanwhile, here will be that safety measure. Together with Jay, he has the Netherrealm always ready. And that's a key factor that's been winning them multiple team fights time and time again.
You're taking so much damage. Oh, but the shield is the Earth Shatter knocks up Super Ryan. The Cult Altar keeps him alive though, but he's in a bad spot. The Energy Eruption locking him into place. The other stun from the Earth Shatter, Sajitnu throws him back with Onward, continuing on. The Energy Eruption, not letting Bertizzi run away, and Yawn with the flex.
It's just so crazy how Jay just outputs the damage from apart, and once his cooldown is on, he just stays away from the fight and forcing Yawn to continuously do all the legwork, right? I'm here as the ultimate pressure. I'm here to just make sure that you have the Netherrealm, that safety net for Yawn to jump in.
Here we go, and it looks like they're going to go right in for this Earth Shatter, not like letting Utah get anywhere. Jira's down for the count as well, and Bleed are like, bless up, we got this.
Yeah, no problem, man.
We were talking about how are they going to get towers, right?
Yeah.
If we kill them all, we can take the tower for free.
I mean, that's
Bleed's game plan at this point. And if you notice the itemization, Sagitnu has went for a Stardom site.
Yeah. So more burst damage as well. And of course, more survivability coming out from that item. Now Gear picking up that ultimate fleeting time as well. Man, this got me so much time travel as well. And look at the bombs that he left behind Indo. It's basically pooping on your carpet and making you step onto it.
And that's what Bleed wants to do. They want to take away the map control with the brute force that they had in this mid game to transition them into this late game going forward. Now that Sagitnu has the items, he's 5-0-5. He will be the marksman needed for Bleed.
Yeah, Gear just putting down a landmine all across the board, and now you see EXCO, they don't really dare to step into. If they really want to clear those mines, it has to either be Bertizzi or Yuta, and that's going to be kind of bad, because if you notice, the damage is starting to scale. Look at all these bombs.
9,000 gold lead already. You won't have the farm to tank through this.
Yeah, Lord coming in, and it seems like Yawn's going to step on, and it's going to be Super Ryan going to Black Dragon form.
Black Dragon form, it's going to be used. Gears, oh, nice stomp there. The Cult Altar and the stolen one. Back and forth they go. Super Ryan is down for the count. Seiji's continuing to push in. Jira's being focused in. He's going to be bursted. No hurry. That's how you deal with him. Yuta, next on that list.
Yo.
Triple kill for Sajitnu. Jet is next as well. The base is wide open. They focus it in, and it looks like game is over at 10 minutes and 30 seconds.
Man, that was a very fast game coming out from both these two teams. Bleed, no marksman, no problem. I can force these fights. If I can kill you all, there's nobody defending turrets. I can take the turrets no matter where I am.
And this has been the fastest game of the series. I mean, 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Yesterday, we saw 10 minutes and 43 seconds, but Bleed making a statement here, just showing that, wow, we have the lineup, we have the synergy, we can make these lineups work, we can make it matchups work, and we're going to test them against EXCO.
Yeah, look at Coach G right there. It's like super happy about what's happening. Yes, this is a very unorthodox kind of draft that they brought up, and not only just that, right? Bleed got away with this kind of roster, not revealing what else Seiji can play.
Yeah, not revealing what Seiji can play. I mean, Seiji wielded that Freya like a weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was ready. And the thing is, he went for weakness finder. So they had a game plan, and it was all built around him. Sagitnu on the back line. I mean, he became the front line.
Is the back line and the front line at the same time.
Everything.
He's the mid line.
He is the presence.
And I feel like, it's also about the timing in the early game, right? Like how Gear abused the passive of the Diggy to come back. I feel like the bombs was like just secondary. It's just how he's there counting down the time and telling him whether they're ready to fight or not.
Who do you guys feel was the MVP for Bleed?
All of them.
All of them.
All
Yeah, literally all of them.
All
Everybody
of them.
played well.
It
Yeah,
was
put
so
all
hard.
5 people up there.
It was so hard. I mean, I would give it to Gear, but looking at the stats, it is Sagitnu. He was the backline, he was the front line. We were talking about it. GPM 755 on the EXP lane. Edith.
Yeah, maybe because he got the first snowball alongside with Gear. If you notice that the items wise is mostly 2 defensive item and then suddenly 1 damage item. Emblem is a very greedy one, right? Going for the attack speed sort of emblem. At the same time, he really want to abuse that Rav, abuse that ultimate, because he knows that they're lacking that marksman. Hi, I am going to be the pseudo marksman. I am going to be the range damage, and it's a splash percentage HP damage that shreds through barrage.
I thought, like, the beginning of the game, it was very balanced, right? EXCO seemed to really understand what they needed to have done, but Bleed is so good with objectives.
Yeah.
Taking over that and snowballing, turning all those turtles into gold, and just kind of continuing on. They actually took over the game because of that. And, of course, with Sagitnu's, 807 on the Edith. Absolutely crazy, well-deserved MVP.
Yeah, and there's a few times where I just saw, everybody running on from Yon on the Fredrin. I mean, come on, he's just a Fredrin, right?
He's just running at you. The threat of the energy eruption being a very good catch mechanism combined with Gear just following behind him. You don't want to get caught by this combo. But the thing is, I want to know about the lineups and the matchups that we've been seeing today. I'm so excited for Mobile Legends Bang Bang because there has never been a time where we have seen such diverse metas, such diverse heroes being played right now.
Yeah, and that equates to, I'm just going to insert an explanation right here why MPL Singapore. If you notice, the background is very floral. It's because of the orchid's color. It's actually an orchid. It's the national flower of Singapore, and it has many different colors, and they're so diverse. And it's applying to not only just a player themselves, but also in terms of our picks. A random Freya, a random Florin, and then what?
Florin
have
is banned.
Random stuff coming out from this meta, and I feel like MPL Singapore is stepping into a place where we're really starting to not stop copying from MPL Indonesia and Philippines, starting from our new own meta.
Yeah, and it's extremely amazing to see. I mean, now we see why they banned out the Florin, why they banned out the Rafaela, the stun mechanism that can potentially stop your brute force, right?
Yep. Yeah, all the things that really can just slow people down in terms of this fight. You prevent people from getting picked off. John right here is being supported by both Gear and also Jay. These 3 just form something like your pseudo front line, and Sagitnu and also Seiji is your main damage dealer happening from the back line as well. So this is just kind of... I told you the roster from Bleed is kind of sus. They made it work, but they made it work.
It's sus, but it's good.
So here's the thing, everything is sus, and it's very difficult to draft against because you don't know what to expect. So now, okay, we're going into game 2. Let's just say you happen to be the coach for EXCO. What sort of advice are you giving them to get themselves back in this one? Or is this just like, hey, we don't know what Bleed's going to do, we're just going to go into game 2, just kind of wing it, and then see what happens, and then like take our lumps and like learn from that?
There will be no advice because they have no coach.
Well, I mean, within the players themselves here.
Okay, jokes.
Like, you're going to watch the highlights. You're going to watch this game, right? You're
Okay.
going to see what you're doing wrong. And I think that we can give a little bit of advice to how to improve,
Okay.
right?
I kid too much, I'm sorry. But before that, let's take a look at the damage scores right here. It's mostly, look at that. It's actually Yon that's doing most of the damage, while as you're using Seiji and also Sagitnu as that pushing power in terms of the turret damage. That's why if you notice, EXCO couldn't even put a dent onto any turrets at all.
They had too much front line available. But expanding on the point that you were saying, Hala, what advice that you would give EXCO going into the next game? I mean, in terms of banning and drafting patterns, they don't have the third perspective to look out like, hey, I think this is what they're doing. I think they're trying to brute force this. I think they're trying to make things really hard for us in the early to mid game. Whether or not the counter picks can come through in the drafting stages, it's going to be extremely important. Knowing that the Florin Rafaela was banned out, I mean, these are heroes that only came clear to us when they pick the lineup. But if they had a coach, they might see it coming.
No, I think even if you had a coach, you wouldn't be able to see it coming. who predicted a
That is
Freya,
true.
right?
That is true.
And that's basically Bleed just showing off that, you know, Coach G can be a very flexible and creative drafter. And this gives me KCP vibes, right? This brings me back all the way to Team Flash, using the fact that Jay is very flexible. They can be flexible in the draft right now.
And now we have the highlights coming in from this game. And look at that, Gear just getting caught off, but they did win the team fight in the end. And look at the super nice Nether Realm coming through from Jay. And Jet will be on the back line, getting picked off here.
Okay, so particularly in this particular fight, it's mostly like the mid-game power spike. Super Ryan has gotten, like, you know, the power spikes they need, the items they need. That's why they're able to do a lot of damage right there. Don't forget, because, you know, Seiji's already down, so there's not a lot of main damage dealer already. And Jay being a Valentina, you're mostly doing burst damage. But if you have a barrage running you down, just doing constantly massive DPS, AoE massive DPS, is something that you really cannot hold. And that's why, you know, EXCO was able to kind of triumph around the mid game.
And this was all this brute force that we talked about.
Yep.
They're always fighting underneath the enemy tower, and they have no problem in doing so. They always sustain to a high HP, high degree of health. And there's nothing stopping them. There's no form of control.
Yeah, but that's because it's all because of gear, right? On that Diggy, right, you have all of a sudden Jay having the Valentina. I can take your circle, right? I can take your undead circle. And on top of that, I add on my circle. I'm immune to CC. Your Minotaur go in, you're just a joke.
Well, what are you gonna do? Minotaur Fury? Oh, man.
Your Minotaur, you're just dancing on your own.
Jay was so good, let's be honest.
Yes,
right?
thank you.
Every cult altar that was there, he stole it. Almost every single team fight, if we check the highlights, I'm sure you'll see that. And that's an impressive feat to do. It's not easy to do, to find the right one, especially in a messy team fight like that.
I believe Jay has showcased his mechanical skills today. He is extremely good at this, but let's find out more from Professor Churros on Off the Desk.
What's going on, guys? Another episode of Off the Desk with Professor Churros. This was a very interesting draft coming up from Bleed. EXCO will have no... I don't know how to say it. They don't really have an answer to this because they really haven't faced up against a draft that doesn't have a marksman. But the game changer was actually the Diggy. Notice how in the early stages of the game, Diggy was always in the EXP lane. This is because you want to push back the Super Ryan. You want to prevent him from going into the turtle in the first turtle and want to snowball from there. This was exactly the reason why you want to redirect a lot of the resources that EXCO has towards that EXP lane to protect Super Ryan, try to get him his level 4. So you always see like the Barats going into the EXP lane, you see Super Ryan just coming in, the Minotaur continuing to go up and give that kind of support. So we'll see over here that whenever a fight happens, Gear is always popping back up online in 4 or 5 seconds and he's back in the fight. Bleed really likes these long extended team fights. Minotaur always going up, Yuta always going up, Bertizi, there's nothing that he can do, leaving Harith wide open to face up against Sagitnu all on his own, Seiji all on his own on that bottom side. So you know how Freya always scales up with every single ultimate level? This time around, when Seiji hits level 12, there's nothing that Harith can do because Harith kind of likes that close combat skirmishes. They like that close range kind of things, but Freya actually does do some sort of crowd control over the Harith and disabling him from doing all these crowd controls. So I have another clip over here showing the prowess of that Freya, of that Edith draft coming in. We can always see Yon always being aggressive in the jungle because you want to pull Bertizi, you want to pull Yuta away from that gold lane. Seiji needs his farm, Seiji needs to cook, so he needs some time. In that bottom side though, this was the skirmish that lasted, I don't know, 1 minute after this fight has happened. You can see the Detonus Welcome coming in as well. And this was where the EXCO kind of had an opportunity to counteract that fight. But the fact of the matter is, Bleed likes to stay in these long extended team fights just because of gear. Notice how every single time there's a clash, everyone just goes all guns blazing, all coagulated at that one spot. They don't care whether they die or not because as long as gear is up and alive, they're always going for Jira. And Jira has to find a way to get into the fight, try to pull off his Zaman Force, but he cannot do that because of the fact that there is this continuous crowd control that comes from Seiji. So that Freya big brain pick, very, very smart, and they executed it beautifully. So this team fight went on for just a little while. Notice how Gear, even though he goes down, is still in that fight. 10 seconds through, as long as Yon, Sagitnu, and Jay are able to pull this off, Gear is able to come back and fight this team fight, and they will come up alive. Notice also how much the economy is rising every single time they get into these long extended team fights. And I kind of like the idea of a semi-feeding diggy, if you will. I remember back then when Chaknu was playing and he popularized that feeding diggy. This is Gear with the semi-feeding diggy. So once Gear is up, they go in again. So that's round 2 coming in. Jet sort of has that answer with his passive being a Faramis and all, but it wasn't enough. So I'll just fast forward it to that last fight where everything just goes crazy. This was when they wanted to fight underneath that turret. Notice where they're targeting, notice how they're targeting. They want to pop that Zaman Force in between every single one of these skirmishes. What Jira could have done was just hold back his advantage, wait for the right opportune moment to come in, or open up a lot of the farms outside, go for the main objectives. That was Bleed's game plan, and I'm really curious to see how EXCO is able to break that apart. So that's the first series of Off the Desk. In this match, I'm very excited to see how match 2 turns out. Boys, back to you.
Thanks for the explanation, Professor Churros.
Feels like I'm back in school.
Yeah,
we're on the desk, literally.
Professor,
MLBB
help us out.
lecture.
Good
right
morning. Man, but that was a really in-depth insight. I love it. Thank you very much, Euros.
I mean, the diggy effect, you talked about it. Whether they can break it down or not, doesn't matter. They can Bleed. I feel that they still have so much more adaptable strats in their pocket. They can go back to what they know best, and now they have shown another side of themselves. So if teams were to try and cancel this, it's going to be extremely hard, right?
It's going to be tough. I don't know where you start, right? It's one of those things where it almost seemed, I mean, obviously they had a plan. They knew what they were trying to do. It's not like completely random or whatever, but I think there were some concerns. Like if they're going to meet up against the top tier team, you know, even internationally or whatever, it's one of those situations where I think that you need to be careful. You don't want to pull these things out then. I think that they might be testing strats at this moment.
And speaking of top tier, we do have top tier skins available with Here Come New Challengers, the highly anticipated new characters of the MLBB and the King of Fighters. 97 collaboration are now unveiled, and the collab skins have already arrived on the 24th of April. So you see the popular characters from Valir. You have Kyo Kusanagi, Masha, Mai, Shiranui. We haven't seen the Masha today. And Paquito, Terry Bogard will bring their unique fighting techniques to the Land of Dawn for an ultimate showdown. So just get your new collab skins. I believe some of us already have it on the desk.
All you skinners. Skin-noli, no skill.
Was it you guys? Was it you
no,
guys?
I haven't spent.
Oh yeah, so
Croissant.
Croissant.
Yeah, Croissant.
He got it on the first 10x roll just off the pure chance without the bingo.
Wow.
Shout out to Croissant as well. Thank you for making us free-to-play players having MLBB to play. Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, we have to support MLBB for MLBB to support us mentally, right?
Yeah. Anyways, we're gonna go into the drafting phase right here, but I think EXCO, there must be hair pulling drafting against Bleed because oh my god, Coach G, what a draft!
How do you draft against such an
I don't know.
Yeah, you've seen another side of Bleed. Like yeah, if I don't win with my pair, I have a full house somehow, you know.
Yeah.
That's really what Bleed has. They have so many facets to themselves right now. And EXCO, we haven't seen that side to them. We haven't seen them showing that they can pull off another thing that will probably throw the meta into disarray.
Yeah, and I feel like right now is just, I mean, if Freya pops up in my rank game, I know who to blame.
Come on, man. I mean, Freya is extremely good on the gold lane, but I was expecting that Harif would have won the 1v1 lineup.
Yeah, me too. I was expecting, you got more poked as a Harif. You kind of try to do against a Freya, but unfortunately that's already in game 1. We got to take a look at game 2 right now. Bleed, on the other hand, noticed the fact that, Jet usually play the Faramis. There's also how Bertiz is comfortable on this Minotaur. Now it feels like Bleed wants to shake things up a bit. They're not going to be bringing a Diggy anymore, and that's why they decided to ban these two. And Utah was giving so much trouble, right? So Bleed right here, Coach G is saying that, okay, these 3 are the problems. We're going to take it over.
Yeah, but look at the bans from Bleed, right? It's like a total respect ban from the last game, right?
Yeah.
It's just like, we're just going to ban everything, make you start from scratch. At the same time, EXCO are like, hey, we're going to ban Harith. We think it's very strong. But going into this one, especially since Bleed had first pick, I mean, what are you thinking as EXCO? Like,
there's a Roger available, right? I mean, CG plays a mean Roger. So Bleed, they can potentially take up the Roger for themselves, go back into the same meta playstyles, just turtle up, adaptability. Don't need to show too many strats right now.
Yeah, I think it can go anyway, right? What Bleed just did is just, I reset the board, right? Okay, never mind.
Wait, is that an Angela or a Nathan?
That should be a Nathan.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure I heard Angela.
Yeah, wait, that's an Angela.
Yeah, it's an Angela.
Oh wait, that's an Angela. Okay.
So it's an Angela first pick. It did manage to get out into the pool. That's kind of a graphical error coming out right now, but doesn't matter. Let's just focus on it.
Yeah, I was
the
confused.
Name.
I was confused. Why is Angela a guy? Anyways,
there
right
were
here.
some changes.
Yeah, there were some changes. Anyways, Angela first pick coming off from Bleed was actually quite bold. And now EXCO decides to go for a Fredrin once again, taking it away from Yon. And really, literally what I said, Bleed was just resetting the board.
And we did see the power of Fredrin in the previous game, Yon having the highest damage dished out just by him in the front line trying to force fights. But can EXCO find the same value? Because they did have the Diggy behind. They did have the Netherrealm of their stolen Valentina behind as well. So Yon was given so much space.
Yep.
Can they find the same space from Team EXCO?
Okay, that's going to be a Roger coming out from the side of Bleed. And I want to talk about EXCO right now.
Yeah.
Baratizi going for an Arlot. Yeah, it's kind of weird to see nowadays Arlot is now default into a roam instead of an XP lane, right?
I mean, the final slash, very good for displacement. If you build tank on the Arlot, he can be a very annoying factor to deal with. But now we have another annoying factor, which is CC. CC on the EXP lane is extremely dominant. We haven't been seeing this in this tournament so far, but CC has been a very dominant hero in this meta.
Yeah, and not only just that, now if you take a look at Bleed synergy, right, this Angela can tag onto either Roger or the CC, right? CC will shred through your front lines, and Angela will protect the CC. Not only just that, provide a lot more movement speed to maneuver around the fights. You can also have the Angela to take over top of the Roger to do the same thing as well.
And now we do have the Bruno pick from EXCO taking a page out of Team Flash in how they handled the Harif, how they handled the, the Roger of Vanix. Vanix playing the Bruno, yeah. that was Vanix was on the Bruno, yeah. So now Gira will be piloting the Bruno though. So can he hold up against his own against Roger?
Okay, we're going to go into the secondary ban phase. We haven't fixed the Angela thing, but we know it's an Angela, all right?
We know it's an Angela.
Okay, now, what are you gonna try to ban for the side of EXCO, right? If you're noticing how Bleed has already drafted, they don't really have a jungler. I think you take away the Baxias, you take away the... you take away the Baxia, something that could... Wait... No. Is there a link coming up? Because don't forget, Yon is also quite strong as an assassin link or Fanny as well. And this could prove a lot of challenge over the side of EXCO. This is Coach G being big brain right here from the side of from Bleed Esports.
And they are just shying away from this teamfight lineup. We are not going for this brute force teamfight lineup anymore.
Yeah.
We're playing as a single unit. They have CC, they have Roger, Angela, Link, maybe?
Man, it's so open for the side of Bleed. Bleed could just pull up anything, and EXCO is at the mercy of the coach, and this is what I call coach diff.
I mean, there's no coach. There's a diff right there.
All right, Bleed going ahead and ban away the Florian as well. Now, it's also one of the assassin disablers, right? once you land the ultimate from the Florin, you also kind of just remove. And EXCO, what? Oh no, oh no. This is pure knee-jerk reaction coming out from EXCO. No.
That's not what they're gonna go for, right? I mean, Freya, they already have a Roger.
Man, they're still, EXCO is still reeling from game number 1. We've already moved on. Bleed wanted to reset the board, but no, EXCO is still in game number 1.
And we can see Bleed, they take out the Kaja as well. So the Divine Judgment will not be available. So you were talking that, saying that EXCO is still in game 1,
yeah.
Right? They can't forget what happened to them.
I mean, right now, each game is a new game, right? You gotta have to stop looking back in game number 1. Yes, you can take the learnings, but how Coach G just cycled EXCO into this. This is a psychological war that Coach G was able to inflict. Psychological damage inflicted onto EXCO. In other terms, emotional damage.
Emotional damage. So,
I didn't say that. I don't want to say it that way, but you guys get the point.
Yeah, so Coach G, I mean, he is playing mind games right now, and we will see the pickup from Bleed. Will we see it? We do see the Alpha, though.
Okay,
Alpha Angela really strong.
I feel like Yon is copying a few notes from Bray, because Bray also played a lot of Alpha jungle during a period of time.
The true damage being extremely strong when it comes down to melting the Frederick.
Right, now it's also going to be a Vexana on top of all of that. Bleed secures the whole roster. This is a more front-to-back kind of roster coming out from Coach G, but with the Angela, there's so many survivability, and there you go, EXCO! This is Utah pulling out the Fanny instead.
Let's go, guys, because we are going to see no more EXP Frederick. We're not going to see a jungling Frederick. It is the shift away from the jungling Frederick right now. And with this lineup, I feel that for Bleed, they still have a weakness in their Vexana. They don't have any frontliners to peel away from Vexana. Whether Angela and Alpha with the CC can provide the space, can provide enough peel to take away the attention from their slow-moving, quite squishy Vexana.
It's easy. Vexana has his own peel. I just dropped the ultimate and done. I can peel for myself, and that's why Vexana is so prized in terms of the picks. But here we go, ladies and gents, on to game number 2.
Game number 2.
Game number 2. We like. Let's not just talk about the draft this time. Which player from both sides needs to really step up this game? Like, who is the
Utah.
Who has the most pressure on them?
Utah.
Okay.
It's Utah.
You pick a Fanny into this kind of roster?
What about the Bleed side?
Bleed, they're pretty much playing as a team, but Gear, he has to commit his heart guard on the correct targets, because Yuta will be the key to trying to pick off any target. And if Yuta finds a pick before the heart guard comes off, then EXCO has a chance.
Yeah. But personally speaking, Holler and Mo, I feel like EXCO, the main character that needs to shine, Utah villain arc, literally, is Utah, right?
Yeah.
By the way, that's his old name. Utah really needs to do the necessary assassination to stop, Seiji or even Jade to snowball, and he needs to snowball himself, and we need to see that's not looking good, by the way, Utah.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, if you're on the Fanny, you want as much space as possible. You want to farm, but as I say that, they go pure tease. He goes right for Gear. He's just going to back off for now, but, Utah needs space to farm, right?
And we talk about lineups, we talk about matchups, but we haven't talked about laning. So when CC, she's laning, the Fredrin is not going to have a good time at all.
Nope.
And if in terms of laning, Bruno just only can hold its own versus the Roger. So it all falls down onto Arla for these early game rotations. But with the Angela around, it's going to be extremely hard.
Yep, good point coming out from you, Mo. It's just that EXCO is having 2 losing lanes in a sense, right? So it revolves around the mid lane, the mid trio, Utah, Beretizi, and also Jet to perform something, anything, as the turtle will be spawning within 4 seconds.
Gonna be close. I mean, Fanny's going back in. Utah wants to get healed up for this one. It's gonna be a situation where, can they get the pull off? We're gonna have to see.
Yeah, but right now we're supposed to see a more aggressive Utah, right? You go with the lethal ignition, you're looking, but hold on a second, Sagito, there's a lot of damage, Jed!
Oh, the smash from Sajid! He came out of the blue, so to speak, and with the Eternal Guard, and they're chasing in. Super Ryan's just limping away. He's probably gonna make it back to the fountain now.
Yeah, no Jet, no ultimate. Yon's gonna take this turtle for free. It's a lose-lose scenario for EXCO already in the 2nd minute mark.
And the key thing down there was...
Oh no.
Jay, he did get his level 4 earlier than Jet, and Jet is still level 3.
Yeah, still suffering, but the energy eruption, they're going to lock in Yawn. He's going to continue to fight. Sajinu dashes over the wall. That the Molten Fiend is going to go down.
Okay, now your orange buff is getting stolen away by Yawn, and Yawn going back in once again. Super Ryan. Oh, the true damage. No way.
Oh my gosh. The flex, the level 4 to what? Level 6 from Yawn. You're having a little bit of a jungle diff at this point.
Jungle diff. We talk about coach diff, and now it's a jungle diff as well.
Yeah. You're gonna.
And Seiji goes down on the bottom lane.
Gear being focused here. Cables away. Jira and Bertizzi getting very low. Bertizzi's gonna be left for dead. Jiro will again just barely get back to safety.
I mean, barely is barely indeed, but still, Yawn, level 7, just running unabated in the enemy jungle just now, taking away the orange buff. I mean, Fanny without buffs, it's going to be an extremely hard uphill battle because Fanny, she relies on this snowball.
There's no snowball. Utah is just a mere snowflake right now. There's no snowball. You take Lethal Ignition hoping to snowball in the early game. You need to try to gank a lot of gold lane, but we don't see it going up against Seiji. Even though Seiji as a Roger usually have a massive push, but you don't see the ganks, and that's starting to hurt EXCO.
He's taking so much damage. He's getting killed by Yawn, but Yawn will fall in the end. They did have 4 members of EXCO, so that's a win for them. They're going to take whatever thing they can get.
Okay, that's still A-okay. But Yawn should be up just in the right time for the turtle fight. Jet needs to go and refresh right now. Sakitu is not letting them.
Okay, all right, Bleed. They're just going to dive your towers. They've got the Eternal Guard. They don't care. They're going to take everything from you and not be scared.
And the thing is, with the Fanny pick, Fanny requires some time before she can ramp up and get some kills. And the thing is, Bleed.
No, there's no time.
They have already started steamrolling everything because with their matchups, they are very favorable in 1v1s, 2v2s, anything. As long as we win the lanes, we will win the game. That's the name of the game for them.
Yep. Oh, Utah having a lot of trouble, so much damage, Holla.
All right, so it's painful to watch.
It
but
is.
At the same time, I get angry because when I see Fannies not really getting their farm, they're usually on my team in ranked.
Hey, that's relatable.
I'm a walking Fanny, actually. I don't know how to use the cables to this day. I've been playing Mobile Legends since 2019, but I still never know how to cable because I'm a goal laner. But anyways, it's really infuriating to watch. I agree with you. And Kira. Oh, nice one, though.
Oh, they turned it around. Kira's still surviving. They do have the steel cable.
Finally.
And he finally gets that kill. It's 102. Mind you, they've gotten something, so Geary's down for the count, but it's only the roamer.
Yeah, but Bertizzi, that was a good final slash. That potential win back Bleed, but no, Bleed comes back in with a vengeance.
Oh man, Seiji just wants it. He's gonna take it, and he gets away scot-free because Jay takes the tower damage. Bleed on another level.
Bleed just surviving the storm with the Angela, still having the hard guard available. And that wasn't even a hard guard committed as well.
Man,
they're taking everything.
Yeah, I don't know why. Hold on, I'm gonna say it's over already. The 6-minute mark.
I mean, you still gotta believe, right? I think it's EXCO you're playing, but it's a very difficult situation, right? It's one of those situations when you're looking at, the Fanny in this case. They need to give everything to him. All of the farm, any sort of empty lane, they need to ensure that Utah tries to get going. He needs to get back in the game. I mean, he hasn't died, so he's done good with that, but he hasn't had enough time to really farm.
But the thing is, with Bleed, they have a lot of answers. They have the Angela if the target prioritization on Fanny. And there we go.
Oh, nice 2-man stun. Yawn coming from another level. They do kill Jet. He's going to be down. Seiji will take that one, but Sajinu does fall as well. But Bertizzi down for the count.
Yeah, but in the meantime, you also see the Fanny Utah trying to assassinate Jay right here. Unfortunately, it's a little bit too slow and immediately gets busted down. Holla and Mo, I'm having a headache right now.
It's painful. It's one of those things where I think in Bleed, you kind of are in the driver's seat. You can do a little spam recall because you're feeling so good, right?
It's gonna be a slow roll for Bleed already.
It's a slow death.
Yeah, I mean, they have so much map control. They have too much already. I mean, Gira, he did kind of get a wash with Seiji on the 1v1. He did get his farm, he did get his Hades cross, but the thing is, Seiji is now 3-1.
But if Jay could just do one combo and then Super Ryan's like half HP, you don't really have a solid front line. Yon steps forward.
Oh, Super Ryan getting a little bit low, but they're turning
No.
this around. The Gnu actually goes down, but Super Ryan falls in the end. He was a little low. They're trying to keep it. Hard guard is on Yon. They're going to continue to push. Seiji gets him. Bertizi just barely surviving. No, not possible. Yon, they'll take 2 to do so. Eternal Guard getting in on the action. And Yuta's joined the fight. He's going to steal cable back to safety, but man, that was a bit messy.
Yuta has no purple buff. I think that's the main point right here. Now Yuta is just playing defense, and Jay could just immediately stay in base, stay right there safely. Gear is just healing everybody up. All the damage being nullified. What? I don't know what EXCO can do moment.
Final Slash will be the only factor. The only thing that can keep them in the game will be Final Slash. And Bertizi, he has everything on him right now if they want to come back into the game. It's a 7k gold lead for Bleed already. With the matchups, does not favor them at all. Hard guard always there to save. Sagitnu will always shine in a 1v1, 2v1 situation as well. So there's a lot of peel coming from Sagitnu.
I mean, it comes back to the draft for me, right? You knew that they took the Roger lead that was, right? And they're going to play a high-tempo game. It's going to be very early-centric, right? And so you're not going to really have a whole lot of space. So picking the Fanny into something, a lineup that's going to be, you know, pressing early, it's a very difficult situation.
Okay, removing all the name tags right here, right? Technically speaking, Fanny is a good pick coming up from EXCO, provided you execute to the T. Usually a Roger, what they would do is they will have a solid push to try to win the game. But if you do that, you open yourself up to more ganks, right? So you're expected to see Yuta to kind of gank Roger lane a little bit more as compared to other games. But you don't see that in Yuta because I don't know why. Are they too busy defending? I can't really remember anymore.
I mean, the presence of the Angela over there on the mid lane was proving too much. They were focusing too much on Jay at that point.
Yeah.
And Seiji just left unabided, can now have his free game.
And there's a few times where Jet, once he used the Odette ultimate, you saw how in the past games, in past series, the Odette does a lot of damage, but okay, Sagitnu.
Oh, just diving in. The Final Slash, the hard
Doesn't
card.
matter.
He's like, I got you, fam. He throws him back in, but Super Ryan now has him locked in. Sagitnu gets back to safety. EXCO now trying to deal with Yon in the back line. Everything is looking rough, and oh my gosh, the energy eruption is on point. They've got him locked in. Oh, not going to survive that one. Bleed coming out on top.
Yeah, there's no way. You saw how Sagitnu, and also with the help of Gear, right, blows so many critical ultimates that could save EXCO right there in the team fight. And that's where Yon decides to come in. The secondary engage, but here we go.
Oh, knocked up again. Jet not even able to get any spells off. And it looks like Bertize running back to the hills. Jira's going to be next on that list. They've got the base. They've gotten everything they wanted. And Seiji will fall, but they take the base and Bleed take game 2.
Well, GG, well played. Kind of expected out of this this particular series. Unfortunately, Bleed, you know, showing off how they can be very creative in the first game, and then after that, play normally in the second game. Goes to show that they have a lot of things, a lot of tools in their back pocket.
I mean, Bleed showing many facets today, but what I'm excited most is for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. We've been seeing so many rotation of heroes today, not just the same few heroes being banned and picked over and over again. It is an exciting time to be an MLBB player.
Definitely excited time, but at the same time, it's one of those things where if you're an up-and-comer, you're playing this game, you're trying to make it to the pro scene, what are you trying to do, right? Like, you got to get yourselves here. Obviously, it's, you know, top 8 is great, but you want to make the playoffs. You got to make a name for yourself. You got to ensure that you get yourself the opportunity to actually put yourself and the team in a position to win.
Yeah, and unfortunately, EXCO, yes, they finally made it to MPL Singapore, but this is a rude wake-up call, right?
Yeah.
First of all, they don't really have Slowly to help them out as well, and now they're forced to put a non-optimal, they're not main jungler right on the desk, and it hasn't been proving really well against, you know, this past 2 days.
I mean, you can take it that way, but for EXCO, they can take it another way. I want to tell them that they can take this experience, learn from what they've seen from Bleed, move on, temper themselves, and then they will be a better team moving forward into the next few seasons or next few days as well.
I know that you're a bearer of good news, but I have a bearer of bad news. But never mind, you go for the MVP first.
All right, the MVP for today. Let's find out who it is, and it is indeed Yon, who was controlling the entire pace of the game. We do need to talk about the Angela that was behind him as well, but Yon, he just made so much space available.
And not only just that, if you notice, this is a very greedy alpha build, right? Usually alphas, because they also output quite a lot of true damage, can afford to go for a lot more defensive item, but instead, Yon goes for War Axe, Hunter Strike, a lot of movement speed, a lot of stickability, and then on top of that, Brute Force breastplate, right? More stickability because you're basically running around with enhanced movement speed for these 3 items, allowing you to just output the damage to angle your second skill properly so that you get maximum rewards.
I really like that term, stickability.
Stickability.
You want to stick around, you want to sustain as much as
like
possible.
A very obsessive ex-girlfriend, that's right.
Okay, all right.
I put that joke before, you wouldn't know this.
And you were saying you were the bearer of bad news. What did you want to say?
Okay, EXCO right now, looking at the strength of schedule, it's not looking very good for them because Asteris, yep, they lost that one. The next point of time where they can actually potentially get some points is perhaps Homeboys SG, perhaps maybe Vanguard if slowly comes back, right? So the strength of schedule going in right here is looking really bleak.
All right, but it's okay. They can take it. They can learn, find out what
don't
they need
lose,
to
they
know.
learn.
Yeah, what they lack
Quoting Merkel
from
right
better
here.
teams and build themselves towards a better tomorrow. You know, every day is going to be a better day. I mean, tomorrow will be a better day.
Of course. And this is all, you're going to take your lumps, you're going to learn your lessons, right? You're going to move on and all that. But it's one of those situations where even watching this replay, I feel like, you know, the movements, it didn't seem on point. They were very reactive to what Bleed was doing. And putting themselves in a, not really, it was a position to, like, you're playing to lose almost.
Yeah, I know people tend to always play to win, right?
Yeah.
I really want to win.
Of course.
Everybody wants to win, right? But I think the moment where they start reacting a little bit too much, overthinking a little bit too much against Bleed, you mentioned about the map during the game, but I see it already starting during the drafting phase already, when they wasted 1 ban on the Freya.
Yeah,
that was you saying that they were still living in Game 1. And living in Game 1 is one of the factors that you want to talk about when you go into the next few games of the series. You want to temper yourselves mentally, and they don't have that factor. They don't have someone from outside telling them, yeah, guys, this is what we need to do. This is our win condition for this game. And that falls back to the reactive gaming that you were talking about, right? They were just mainly reacting to Bleed's tempo, and Bleed was controlling the entire momentum.
If you take a look, before we go to the stats, right, look at the emblem from Utah. This is a very aggressive emblem set that you will want to use if you really want to rush and win early game, right? But if you don't get that snowball in the early game, your Fanny is going to be useless. And then don't forget, as a Fanny, you're pretty predictable on the map. We know exactly where you're going to be. And once if Gear walks over to that part of the map where you have the purple countdowns already, and that's almost instantly like giving so much information over to Bleed.
But I want to give credit to EXCO, right? They tried the Fanny one, right? It's one of those situations where our backs are on the wall. Let's see what we can do. Let's just go all out. What is the harm in that?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there was nothing left to lose for them. I mean, with the lineup that Bleed had, I was just talking about laning stages, right? Laning stages just doesn't favor them at all. If Seiji versus Jira 1-on-1, I mean, Jira, he did a good job in holding the lane as much as possible, but once it fell into Gear having his hard guard available, there was no chance. It was always going to be a 2v1.
Yeah, it's just quite hard to see. I think the stats always visible, right? There's no way that Gira was able to touch any turrets at all because even they're both having losing lanes, all right? And they're always constantly facing the threat of, you know, focusing on Yuta, making sure he gets a snowball, and then all of a sudden, Vertizi's attention gets separated. You have 2 losing lanes. Your Fanny wasn't able to farm, wasn't able to snowball, which means that Vertizi need to put a little bit more effort into the jungle. If not, you're gonna lose your neutral objectives, right? And that became a lose-lose downward spiral that they aren't able to adapt quick enough in game number 2.
I mean, we did see a lot of them trying to adapt, trying to react, but they did not identify their win conditions coming through for Team EXCO. But Bleed, they had a throat. Like, just cut them off. And now we will find out what's going on in the players' heads in the mic check segment.
I come in, guys.
Nice. Hey, Barack! You come back here? Look up again? Party Cho! Cho! Jay!
Hurry guys, hurry guys. Hurry guys.
Hit me.
I going
Hey,
back.
brother John, what's up, bro?
The top please save top.
Hey! I'm Prayaming, bro!
Nice one.
Go Lord, guys.
Go Lord, we can end it!
Kaya get Minya!
Minya!
Oh!
Ah!
Uy, may Minya! Ayun.
I won't die. I bomb everyone. Ulti yun.
Odet no ulti. Odet no flicker ulti. Nice last G.
Nice one.
Odet no ulti guys. D-Rob skills.
Nice. Hey, wait. Discipline guys.
Hey, D-Rob skills. We can push mid.
Nice.
We can push mid. D-Rob skills guys. Go mid. We can end.
Man.
Go. Just dive. I'll ulti you. Tawa.
Tantay bro. Tantay Cho.
Oi, bawa Q eh. Nice one.
You know, the mic check reminds me of go walking into a McDonald's at 3 a.m. and a bunch of people playing ML. That's exactly what I got from that particular mic check.
That and the fact that there were, going into this game, there were a lot of concerns, right? Is there going to be communications issues or all of that?
Seems like
but
no.
when you're winning, that is your language, right? Everybody's speaking the same language at that point, and they're doing a great job.
The winning language.
The winning language, there you go.
Yeah, I am BMing. You guys got that one, right?
Of course.
Like somebody suddenly say, I am BMing. Why do you need to announce that you're BMing?
Communication is important for a team. So
I
when
am
you
BMing.
are BMing, you gotta know that, yeah, I'm not doing this tactically, I'm BMing. But the thing is, we like to see what we hear from Bleed.
Yeah.
And the thing is, even though they had a lot of high energy, they still had discipline in their comms.
Yeah, because the Jay would literally, by the way, he used to police.
Pull them back.
He was a policeman, by the way, I think, during his national service. And he literally called them, say, hey, discipline. And he's like the stern master, the stern disciplinary master of the team.
The moment he said, hey, discipline, it was the moment where Yon went in. Like, hey, fall back, discipline. And then Yon's like, no, I'm killing all of them.
I want to batai all of them. I'm having too much fun.
All right, so with that done, let's just find out what Professor Churros has to say in Off the Desk.
Prof Churros here, off the desk yet again. I have to say though, the camaraderie, the synergy of Bleed finally coming to light. I mean, honestly though, I would have thought Yon was going to pick up the Fanny or the Ling instead because he was in his element. But he was showing us, remember in the last season, Season 6, he was playing those tank junglers, the fighter junglers, and he was so out of his element. This time around, he knows the ins and outs of his assassins. He knows how to counter this Fanny. So their draft, the Bleed's draft was so crafted, beautifully crafted just to counter a assassin draft. It kind of is like the coach of Bleed was thinking, hey, EXCO is definitely going to draft an assassin. So this was one of the many fights that occurred within the entirety of that game that Bleed was able to composite themselves and wait for the right opportune moment to attack the purple buff. Notice where Angela is, notice where Bruno is at every single point of time. Bruno always at that top side trying to farm away from wherever the skirmish is had. Angela couldn't just be anywhere on the map because of that heart guard, the global ultimate, allowing her to give extra support to whenever a team fight clashes. So effectively, EXCO is fighting a losing battle, always fighting a 4v5. Notice how Yon is targeting the purple buff, but of course trying to bait out Jet's ultimate. You'll see that later in the video, in the clip, Bertizi getting in position, but he was too drawn into protecting this purple buff, into protecting Yuta and Jet. But he forgot that he could have just went right for that back door into Jay, and this was one of the biggest mistakes that I think EXCO broke down. The win condition, and the target prioritization. They always went for the alpha instead of the main damage dealers, which is Jay. So not to discount Yon for being the MVP and whatever, but Jay has immaculate positioning. Just watch how he comes about in this fight. So fight ensues, Sagitnu just chowing everything down, Yon with the Spear of Alpha, Seiji just clearing the wave, trying to maintain that lane priority so that EXCO is just confuzzled. They want to go back, protect that lane, protect that turret. This is a tier 2 mid lane turret, mind you, and look at how Jay rotates around as well. He knows that Jet is going to deal a lot of damage onto Yon and Sagitnu, but notice how he doesn't immediately throw his Eternal Guard. He just waits for the right opportunity, pops that knock up onto Jet, and then the rest is history. The hard guard from Angela also comes into play. Bertizzi walks the other way around the PIE instead of taking that back route and denying Jay on the AYE, which is basically a shorter path. So I think this was a very, very interesting team fight dynamic that came out. Jay doesn't go anywhere yet, just waits for Jet to come closer and then pops that Eternal Guard. Beautiful, beautiful layering of your skills, layering of your ultimates. You have Seiji, who is pretty much just farming up, healing up, waiting for the right opportune moment. You're playing a Roger anyways, so you're just wanting to just wait for the right time and get that cleanup duty on IO3. So in this case, everything just happens as is. You know how the story unfolds. And notice, in this point, Eternal Guard walking in, Seiji just waits underneath the turret, redirecting the turret damage. So if you're playing in a ranked game, you know how to just help out your teammates. So don't be that one guy that just, okay, I'm just gonna go out, you just take this on your own. They have that perfect communication, that synergy that allows everyone to just come into battle. They know what they need to do. They want to take Bertizzi out. They need to redirect that turret shots onto the Eternal Guard. And, you know, the rest is history. So this match was really exciting. I like to see how Bleed really improve themselves over seasons after seasons after seasons. And I want to hear from the players themselves, like whether or not they think they have improved over themselves and all of that. We have that player interview section coming right up. So this is Professor Churros off the desk. Cheryl, take it away.
Thank you so much, Professor Churros. That was almost what seems surgical on the Land of Dawn. Kamusta? Kamusta, Sagit?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I have no idea why Sagitnu is here and everybody is like giggling away. Why are they so excited about your interview segment, Sagitnu?
I don't know. I'm shy. I don't know. Yeah.
But you were an absolute monster at the Land of Dawn. Then come here, interview shy. Okay, so I won't put you in the spot, but I'll just ask you a few questions. Now, when it comes to Bleed's lineup, you guys had almost entirely different lineup previously, even gear sitting out of the game for Season 6. So for this season, what do you feel has changed for Bleed Esports?
I think our team chemistry now is quite, we master our team chemistry and every basic fundamentals, we master it.
What's a little bit different that made this team good, in your opinion?
Because we listening to each other thoughts on the shot call. Yeah, we listen to each other.
So Malakas?
Yeah.
Amazing. So when it comes to your experience, your depth when it comes to your experiences playing pro. So do you prefer playing with really experienced players, like for example what you did in Season 6, or you prefer working with young blood like this team?
I prefer with like mix with young blood and experienced player.
So you're the old blood, then other people young blood.
Yeah, because they listen when I teach them. Like they listen very carefully, and then like if they listen right, you can win the game. Yeah.
Okay. So also I would like to ask, what is your favorite in-game emote?
Emote?
Yeah. What's your favorite one?
I like kadang-kadang.
Kada-kada. The one, the cat.
Yeah, on Aura. Then Santay.
Santay.
Yeah.
So I asked for one, you give 3. Very good.
Yeah.
Just kidding. But thank you so much,
Thank
Sagitnu,
you.
for this interview segment. And that was Sagitnu, guys.
Hello.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Salamat po.
Thank you.
Wonderful. He's still like reeling in for that very intense interview. I guess I was really scary, but I promise I'll do better. But yes, guys, that was Sagitnu right here from Bleed Esports. Definitely pulling out wonderful stops over at the Land of Dawn. in their brand new revamped roster. Bleed Esports is definitely one to watch, but let's not forget, we also have match 3 coming up in just a few moments' time. Now, match 3, we're going to be seeing the likes of RSG SG going up against Asteris. Now, these are 2 teams now decked out with a full lineup of young blood hungry for a win. So stick with us and join us for match 3 coming up soon.
Somehow I got addicted, and well, here I am now.
Now that we got to know like your pro scene, what about your personal life? I want to talk about like your parents. I know, Sayla, your parents are very supportive. I was there at the back of Sunset. Like, you remember that scene? Bro, I still get a chill. So your parents are very supportive, right? Like, tell me more about how supportive are they in your pro scene journey?
I mean, initially, before I just started, they were not supportive at all lah, because like, I think it's like a typical Asian thing like you like saying gaming and you want to do it as a career, and they'll be like, cannot lah, how to do it, yeah, something like that. But then like after they see that I really enjoy the game, like the whole process and everything, they started to be very supportive. Even my whole family actually. Like during MPL, they'll be like just sitting in the living room, all of them like just watching the TV. Yeah.
Good. Yeah. Jess, what about you? Your parents? They don't care.
My parents are actually not very supportive, especially now. This year,
Especially
because I have A levels. So it's like they kind of say like they're okay with it, but you can kind of tell they don't really want me to do it. You know, this kind of Asian thing, trying to be nice, but they don't really want me to do it. So it's like.
Yeah, I know, like that mom, when you go back home, Mom, I'm gonna play MPL. Okay, child, go and play. Oh, please don't play that. Something like that.
Yeah, you can kind of tell.
Yeah, but is there any way that you think that you can convince them to, support you, or?
I mean, the only way would be getting good results, I guess, in
getting
school.
good results both in JC and even perhaps in sports.
Yeah.
So, JC's quick question here: how are you able to juggle between your school and esports?
Actually, I'm very busy. Like every day, come home from school, I like eat dinner, walk my dogs. Then right after that, I have to play Scrim already. Then after Scrim, I still have to do my school homework. Then by then it'll be like quite late already. So usually I'm like sleeping in the morning. Like every day I get like 4 or 5 hours of sleep.
How's your daily life as a full-time Singaporean pro player? Wow, these words don't go together.
I mean, previously in EVOS RSG, it was full-time like every day. We have to go to the gaming house, or we stay at the gaming house to play scrims mostly the entire day and review everything. So it'll take up the entire day. But then like now that I'm EVA, it's a bit more part-time-ish, so I'm more chill. I have more time every day. So I just play other games.
Now, let me ask you about the season. Okay, do you know that right now in this season, bottom 2 teams in the regular season will get relegated out. So you don't go to playoffs anymore. All 8 teams don't go to playoff. Only 6 teams out of the 8 go to the playoffs. Sarah, you sound like you look like you just knew about it today. Do you know about this?
I think so.
You know about it from me? Oh my gosh, do you know about this?
Yeah, I know about it.
Okay, so I'm not gonna ask you. You probably. So what do you feel about this format?
I think it's better. Playoffs will be shorter, so yeah.
shorter so that I have more time to study.
No lah, one day won't really mean much also.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Then, what about you, Sailor? Now that you know that this is a situation, what does it feel like?
Feels the same to me, I guess.
Because you're always going to go to the playoffs anyway.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's confidence. It's confidence. Right now, especially J6, right? I think this is a kind of interesting question that I want to ask. Hades himself actually said that you are one of the biggest threats in Team Evo last season. Alright? Do you feel that way? That you're one of the biggest threats in Team Evo last season?
Last season,
Yeah. When you were the mage, the mid lane.
I think I was just any other average mid laner, honestly.
So you're actually quite good. But do you know your fans, or do you have fans this based on your seasons?
No.
No, not yet. But do people approach you to say hi, want to take photos with you?
Oh no, never.
Never?
Yeah.
Who do they usually take photos with in
Powerful.
TV? Powerful, hogging all the spotlight. Okay.
Well, now it's gonna be Sayla also.
Come on, don't sell yourself short, Jesus. Come on, don't sell yourself short. Okay, then I bounce it back to you, Sayla. How does it feel when a person walks up to you, hey, can I take a photo with you?
I'm naturally very shy, so when people ask me, of course I'm happy, but like at the same time I'm very shy to take photos.
But how does it feel like legit, like starting to have like recognition from like your EVOS days to now?
Like I feel like I made it all. Like at least I'm doing something that how do I say it? Like getting recognition for my skill, I guess.
I see. Okay. So it's more like recognition, appreciation from the fans.
Yeah.
So now, if you have something that you want to tell your fans right now, in this particular season, because of your special circumstances, what would you say to them? You debated everybody.
I mean, I didn't mean to debate because I got debated myself when I woke up. So I was equally or more confused.
Why?
Because I didn't know that I will appear the level there. But if there's one thing I would say is, no matter which team I go, like I hope that my fans will support me and my team. Yeah.
Okay. What about you, Jesus?
I don't have any fans, so I can't really say anything
Imagine you
about
have fans right now. Okay, imagine I'm your fan. Okay.
I'm his fan. I'm his fan.
And there we go, 2 fans. Okay, what would you say to them?
What would I say to them? I hope we continue to support Evil. Yeah.
Can you name me your top 3 teams in MPL Singapore this season based on what
Based on the name on paper, definitely Flash will be there.
Yep.
The other 2, maybe Vanguard, because I heard that their imports are pretty good.
Vanguard, okay.
Well, hold on, let me think what okay, to Bleed.
Bleed?
Yeah.
We're putting Bleed back on the map.
Yeah.
Okay, top 3. JC, what about you? Top 3 teams?
Yeah. I think Flash, maybe RSG, and I think Asteris will be quite good actually.
Okay, that's cool. That's interesting. Then now let's go for your bottom 3 teams.
Can I say bottom 2? Because I think the rest of them are quite equal.
Okay, bottom.
Yeah. I think Homeboys and EXCO probably my bottom 2. Like no offense to them though.
No offense. Not taken. They'll prove you wrong. They'll prove you wrong this season, alright? That's the whole point. Bottom 2, basically they're gonna get relegated now.
Yeah.
Sayla, what about you?
Homeboys. Okay, since you say EXCO, I'll make it different. Astralis.
FMM is there, bro! You sure about that?
It's okay.
We
are.
I don't want to be friends with.
We are friends outside, but we're enemies in game.
Oh, yeah. I love that. Okay, cool. Now, we talk about teams. Now I want to talk about the players. in MPL Singapore. Top 3 players of MPL Singapore. Let's start with Jesus first.
Actually, the ones that gave me the most trouble were Bray and Dairy. Those two I can remember.
Bray and Dairy?
Yeah, those two gave me a lot of trouble.
What about one more? Just
one more. I mean, probably Hades. He's definitely the most mechanically gifted.
I like both of them and they're saying each other. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, then Sela, what about you?
Still 3, can I name more?
Sorry?
Can I name more than 3?
Wow, you want to go to the top 10? Go ahead. Top 10 greatest hits of Sela. Let's
I
go.
wouldn't say until top 10. Okay, Diablo, Bray, Gear, Potato, JPL.
That's basically
Adam,
all his past teammates.
Adam, Hades, Lozzy. Hold on, my brain's a bit laggy.
He's already at top 8.
Roy.
Oh, Roy, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Cannot say own team, right?
No.
Okay, last one.
I say Sela.
Go give it to
Say himself.
505.
Wow, 505.
Yeah.
Haven't heard that name. He probably retired by now, but how was it facing him back when you were fighting against RSG?
We were like basically rivals. Yeah.
How was that rivalry? You guys
Pretty intense in game.
pretty intense.
Outside we are friends.
Yeah. Pretty intense in game. What do you think? If I can give you $1 million right now, what would you do? Retire esports. Okay, what if I can give you $1 million right now?
Invest it, I guess.
Too logical. Jesus, you're a very logical person. Okay. Okay, Sela.
I'll do the same.
Oh boy!
that was my answer in my brain.
It's so logical. Okay, Ken. Alright, then right now, how is powerful like in real life? Like this is kind. Let's ask Jesus.
He's quiet but somehow still very charismatic.
He's quietly charismatic.
Yeah.
And then one more.
I think very good leader.
Leader.
Yeah.
Very charismatic. Quietly charismatic leader.
It's like he doesn't talk much, but whatever he says has like that power to it, you know. Like you'll listen to it. Yeah.
That's cool. Okay, what about Sela?
Me?
Yeah. Is it gonna be the same or do you have another different perspectives?
Guess different. Guess it'll be a bit different for me. Cause I interact in quite a lot also. Guess he's kind of funny. Funny. A bit of trollish.
This is your Joker.
Tiny bit.
How can you be quiet and a Joker at the same time? Are you guys seeing the same powerful?
No, it's like when you're talking to him, he's like
Yeah.
more
Talking to him is
Jokish, but
different.
when you're like within a group, then he's like not that talkative, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. That's interesting. Okay, I think that's all for me today. Thank you very much, Jesus and also Sela. We'll probably don't have a segment to throw to, but yeah, thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank
you.
맥시가 지가운다요.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
OSIM.
I've never seen the face before. 应该是 Vanguard 的人。Oh my god. 你猜啦，你猜。
Huh? No way! Eh, unless I get wrong also lah. No way, you don't know that.
I really don't know.
Oh, I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this, bro. I know this guy.
Huh?
That's so familiar, bro. What's his name?
You know or not?
Okay.
You think from which team first?
Oh. Okay.
Oh.
You can do each other also.
Bro, what? Bro, that's Nick! He looks like Nick, bro!
Yeah, it actually does.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Right. 3, 2, 1. Next day.
What you write?
Okay, I forgot the name. I don't know the name. Okay, but I know the person.
Okay. Why so long?
Next day.
Oh. Nick the Great.
2, 1.
这肯定有这个。
Who look like him? Who is this guy?
What's that? I think it's this guy.
I think this one.
CG, Saki. I think this is Sagi.
You know Kyo?
He this. I don't know. Hey, baby photo, you never know.
Yes.
As a main player.
In MPL before.
Wait. Oh, what team?
What will I put if I don't know the...
The team that Nick always talk about.
Okay, correct answer is Gil.
Huh?
3, 2, 1. Answer is Gil.
Huh? I was thinking Gil, but they don't look like Gil eh.
Try let's go.
Huh?
What? It's
Oh
gear.
my god, I cannot idea already.
Bro!
Oh, because get into also.
This one I really don't know. Cannot tell.
Oh, cannot tell eh.
2, 1. Actually, Gil. 2, 1. This is Gil.
Okay lah, it looks like
He
it
got
is,
slight
eh.
resemblance.
Yeah.
2, 1. Alright, ladies and gents, currently I'm joining to you today with a bit of a small little segment trying to get to know the players themselves. It is going to be Team Evo, Jasis, and Sayla. Do you want to do a round of introduction before we start this? I'm JS, Golin from Evo.
Not Jesus.
Didn't you ask me to introduce as JS?
No? Wait, what? No, wait, did I? I don't remember. So how do you pronounce your name?
Actually you can choose either JSIS or JS. Both are fine. Yeah, but the more commonly used one is JSIS.
Okay, Jesus. Alright.
Yeah.
Then you are the Team Evils.
Golin.
Next, Sayla. Come on.
Hi, I'm Sela. I'm playing mage for Team Evil this season.
First of all, what happened to you in China?
I guess it was a psych. It even psyched me also because I didn't know it would happen. So when I was sleeping, then like I woke up and suddenly my phone got flooded. I thought the world was gonna end.
Okay. So in the end, you joined Evil. So why did you decide to join Evil this time?
Actually, I chose Evil because I'm quite close with them. So I just decided to try.
So you decided to join Team Evil this time around as a mid laner, taking Jesus' role away. What do you have to say about that, Jesus?
Nothing much. The achievements speak for itself.
Wow, okay. So you're a mid laner. Before that, you were an EXP laner. Now you're going to the gold lane. How is the swap like for you?
Actually, it's quite hectic because gold lane is an entirely new role. For EXP and mid lane, at first I already played those two roles like in ranked games and stuff. So swapping over to mid lane wasn't too difficult. But now gold lane, I barely have any experience on these heroes. So it's going to be a bit tougher.
So what are you studying right now? Like, where are you studying? Which point of life are you?
I'm actually in JC2, so I have A levels this year. So actually playing MPL right now is quite a big risk. I did not expect MPL to be delayed so far because initially I thought it would be in April. So that's why I thought, okay, I'll just play because I will still have time for A levels. But then now it's been pushed back to May and June. It's gonna be quite difficult. I'm gonna get quite busy also.
Mm.
So not too much time to practice.
You're still studying. What about Sayla? Are you still studying anymore?
No, not studying anymore.
So what are you doing right now?
Now I'm just AFK. But
AFKing
I'll
in life.
probably pick up I'll study next year to pursue my culinary dreams, I guess.
Yeah, you've been talking about this for like few seasons now. You want to be a chef.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to cook literally. So you're cooking the players now. Probably next few years you'll be cooking more dishes. So how did you start in pro play? We started seeing you in season 2 under EXCO SG.
Yep.
All right. How do you get scouted?
So before that, I think was during the M2 period maybe, because I was always playing rank. I was playing with Burmese School, like last time, the M2 roster, and they were very strong. I think they finished in the 2nd place. After that, when M2 ended, I still continued playing rank then. Like it was 4 of them and me. Then I think we versus EVOS 3 times, I think, in rank. Then like I think we won them, like if I'm not wrong, in the rank. So after that, like I think Potato got curious. Like at first he thought I'm a jockey because it's 4 of them and just me. Then after that, Potato asked Gear. Then Gear said that it's a Singaporean. So after that, they reached out to me, asked me if I wanted to trial. Then yeah, I did the trial. Then I passed. Then I started EVOS.
What about you, Jason? Like, how do you get your name?
How did I get my name?
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't think I would play when I just started this game. I didn't think I would be playing this game for long. So I just randomly spammed on the keyboard. Thought I would play like 1 or 2 games, then get off. But somehow I got addicted, and well, here I am now.
Now that we got to know like your pro scene, what about your personal life? I want to talk about like your parents. I know, Sayla, your parents are very supportive. I was there at the back of Sunset. Like, you remember that scene? Bro, I still get a chill. So your parents are very supportive, right? Like, tell me more about how supportive are they in your pro scene journey?
I mean initially, before I just started, they were not supportive at all because like I think it's like a typical Asian thing. Like you be like saying gaming and you want to do it as a career, and they'll be like, cannot lah. How to do it? Yeah, something like that. But then like after they see that I really enjoy the game, like the whole process and everything, they started to be very supportive. Even my whole family actually. Like during MPL, they'll be like just sitting in the living room, all of them like just watching the TV. Yeah.
Good. Yeah. Jess, what about you? Your parents? They don't care.
My parents are actually not very supportive, especially now. This year I have
Especially
because I have A levels. So it's like they kind of say like they're okay with it, but you can kind of tell they don't really want me to do it. This kind of Asian thing, trying to be nice, but they don't really want me to do it. So it's like,
yeah, I know, like that mom, when you go back home, Mom, I'm gonna play MPL. Okay, child, go and play. Oh, please don't play that. Something like that.
yeah, you can kind of tell.
Yeah, but is there any way that you think that you can convince them to, support you? Or
I mean, the only way would be getting good results, I guess, in
getting
school.
good results both in JC and even perhaps in sports?
Yeah.
So, JC, quick question here. How are you able to juggle between your school and esports?
Actually, I'm very busy. Like every day, come home from school, I like eat dinner, walk my dogs. Then right after that, I have to play Scrim already. Then after Scrim, I still have to do my school homework. Then by then it'll be like quite late already. So usually I'm like sleeping in the morning. Like every day I get like 4 or 5 hours of sleep.
How's your daily life as a full-time Singaporean pro player? Wow, these words don't go together.
I mean, previously in EVOS RSG, it was full-time lah. Like every day, we have to go to the gaming house, or we stay at the gaming house to play scrims mostly the entire day. and review everything. So it will take up the entire day. But then like now that I'm evil, it's a bit more part-time-ish. So I'm more chill, I have more time every day. So I just play other games.
Now let me ask you about the season. Like, okay, do you know that right now in this season, bottom 2 teams in the regular season will get relegated out. So you don't go to playoffs anymore. All 8 teams don't go to playoff. Only 6 teams out of the 8 go to the playoffs. Sela, you sound like you look like you just knew about it today. Do you know about this?
I think so.
You know about it from me? Oh my gosh, do you know about this?
Yeah, I know about it.
Okay, so I'm not gonna ask you. You probably. So what do you feel about this format?
I think it's better. Playoffs will be shorter, so yeah.
Shorter so that I have more time to study.
No lah, one day won't really mean much also.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Then, what about you, Sela? Now that you know that this is a situation, what does it feel like?
Feels the same to me, I guess.
It's always going to go to the playoffs anyway.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's confidence. It's confidence. Right now, especially JC's, right? I think this is a kind of interesting question that I want to ask. Hades himself actually said that you are one of the biggest threats in Team Evil last season. Alright? Do you feel that way? That you're one of the biggest threats in Team Evil last season?
Last season?
Yeah. When you were the mage, the mid lane.
I think I was just any other average mid laner, honestly.
I think so. So you're actually quite good. But do you know your fans, or do you have fans this based on your seasons?
No.
No, not yet. But do people approach you to say hi, want to take photos with you?
No, never.
Never?
Yeah.
Who do they usually take photos with? In
Powerful.
Powerful, hogging all the spotlight. Okay.
Well, now it's gonna be Sela, so.
Come on, don't sell yourself short, Jesus. Come on, don't sell yourself short. Okay, then I bounce it back to you, Sela. How does it feel when a person walks up to you, hey, can I take a photo with you?
I'm naturally very shy, so when people ask me, of course I'm happy, but like at the same time I'm very shy to take photos.
But how does it feel like legit, like starting to have like recognition from like your EVOS days to now?
Like I feel like I made it, like at least I'm doing something that how do I say it? Like getting recognition for my skill, I guess.
I see. Okay. So it's more like recognition, appreciation from the fans.
Yeah.
So now, if you have something that you want to tell your fans right now, in this particular season, because of your special circumstances, what would you say to them? You debated everybody.
I mean, I didn't mean to debate because I got debated myself when I woke up. So I was equally or more confused.
Why?
Because I didn't know that I will appear the level there. But if there's one thing I would say is, no matter which team I go, like I hope that my fans will support me and my team. Yeah.
Okay. What about you, Jesus?
I don't have any fans, so I can't really say anything
Imagine you
about
have fans right now. Okay, imagine I'm your fan. Okay.
I'm his fan. I'm his fan.
And there we go, 2 fans. Okay, what would you say to them?
What would I say to them? I hope we continue to support Evil. Yeah.
Can you name me your top 3 teams in MPL Singapore this season based on what you...
Based on the name on paper, definitely Flash will be there.
Yep.
The other 2, maybe Vanguard, because I heard that their imports are pretty good.
Vanguard, okay.
Wait, hold on, let me think what okay, to Bleed.
Bleed?
Yeah.
We're putting Bleed back on the map.
Yeah.
Okay, top 3. Jason, what about you? Top 3 teams?
Yeah. I think Flash, maybe RSG, and I think Asteris will be quite good actually.
Okay, that's cool. That's interesting. Then now let's go for your bottom 3 teams.
Can I say bottom 2? Because I think the rest of them are quite equal.
Okay, bottom
Yeah. I think Homeboys and EXCO are probably my bottom 2. Like no
Basically,
no offense to them though.
No offense. Not
Yeah.
taken. They'll prove you wrong. They'll prove you wrong this season, alright? That's the whole point. Bottom 2, basically they're gonna get relegated out.
Yeah.
Sela, what about you?
Homeboys. Okay, since you say EXCO, I'll make it different. Astralis.
FMM is there, bro! You sure about that?
It's okay.
It's
we
okay.
are
I don't want to be friends with
we are friends outside, but we're enemies in game.
Oh, yeah. I love that. I love that. Okay, cool. Now, we talk about teams. Now I want to talk about the players in MPL Singapore. Top 3 players of MPL Singapore. Let's start with Jesus first.
Actually, the ones that gave me the most trouble were Bray and Dairy. Those 2 I can remember.
Bray and Dairy?
Yeah, those 2 gave me a lot of trouble.
What about one more? Just
one more. I mean, probably Hades. He's definitely the most mechanically gifted.
I like both of them and they're saying each other. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, then Sela, what about you?
Still 3, can I name more?
Sorry?
Can I name more than 3?
Wow, you want to go to the top 10? Go ahead. Top 10 greatest hits of Sela. Let's
Okay, I
go.
wouldn't say until top 10, but okay, Diablo, Bray, Gear, Potato, JPL.
That's basically
Adam,
All his past teammates.
Adam, Hades, Lozzy. Hold on, my brain's a bit laggy.
He's already at top 8.
Roy.
Oh, Roy, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Cannot say own team, right?
No.
Okay, last one.
I say Sela already.
Go give it to
Same so.
505.
Wow, 505.
Yeah.
Haven't heard that name. He probably retired by now, but how was it facing him back when you were fighting against RSG?
We were like basically rivals. Yeah.
How was that rivalry? You guys
Pretty intense in game.
pretty intense.
Outside we are friends.
Yeah. Pretty intense in game. What do you think? If I can give you $1 million right now, what would you do? Retire esports. Okay, what if I can give you $1 million right now?
Invest it, I guess.
Too logical, Jesus. You're a very logical person. Okay. Okay, Sela.
I'll do the same.
Oh boy!
that was my answer in my brain.
It's so logical. Okay, Ken. Alright, then right now, how is powerful like in real life? Like how what is his character? Let's ask Jesus.
He's quiet but somehow still very charismatic.
He's quietly charismatic.
Yeah.
And then one more.
I think very good leader.
Leader.
Yeah.
Very charismatic. Quietly charismatic leader.
It's like he doesn't talk much, but whatever he says has like that power to it, you know. Like you'll listen to it. Yeah.
That's cool. Okay, what about Sela?
Me?
Yeah. Is it gonna be the same or do you have another different perspective? Powerful.
Guess different. Guess it'll be a bit different for me. Cause I interact with him quite a lot also. Guess he's kind of funny. Funny. A bit of trollish.
This is your Joker. This is
A
Joker
tiny bit.
How can he be quiet and a Joker at the same time? Are you guys seeing the same powerful?
No, it's like when you're talking to him, he's like
Yeah.
more
Talking to him is
jokerish, but
different.
when you're like within a group, then he's like not that talkative, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. That's interesting. Okay, I think that's all for me today. Thank you very much, Jesus and also Sela. We'll probably don't have a segment to throw to, but yeah, thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank
you.
行くぜ。
歴史が違うんだよ。
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Osim.
I've never seen the face before. 应该是 Vanguard 的人。Oh my god. 你猜啦，你猜。
Huh? No way. Eh, unless I get wrong also lah. No way. That's you don't know that.
I really don't know. Oh,
Oh.
I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this, bro. I know this guy.
Huh?
That's so familiar, bro.
What's his name?
You know or not?
Okay.
You think from which team first?
Oh. Okay.
Nick
You can do each other also.
Bro, what? Bro, that's Nick. It looks like Nick, bro.
Yeah, it actually does.
1. 3, 2, 1. Right. 3, 2, 1. Next day.
What you write?
Okay, I forgot the name. I don't know the name. Okay, but I know the person. I don't know the name.
Okay. Why so long?
Next day.
Oh.
Nick the Great.
2, 1. Next day.
这肯定以后这个
Who look like him? Who is this guy?
What's that? Okay, I think it's this guy.
I think this one.
CG, Sagi. I think this is Sagi.
You know Kyo?
Say this. I don't know. Hey, baby photo, you never know.
Yes.
As a main player.
In MPL before.
Wait. Oh, what team? What will I put if I don't know the?
A team that Nick always talk about.
Okay, correct answer is Gil.
Huh?
3, 2, 1. Answer is Gil.
Huh? I was thinking Gil, but they don't look like Gil eh.
Try let's go.
Huh?
What? Is
Oh
Gil?
my god, I cannot idea already.
Bro!
Oh, because get Indo also.
This one I really don't know. Cannot tell.
Oh, cannot tell eh.
2, 1. This is Gil. 2, 1. This is Gil.
Okay lah, it looks like
He got slight resemblance.
Yeah.
2, 1. All right, ladies and gents, currently I'm joining to you today with a bit of a small little segment, trying to get to know the players themselves. It is going to be Team Evo, Jasis, and Sayla. Do you want to do a round of introduction before we start this? I'm JS Golin from Evo.
Not Jesus.
Didn't you ask me to introduce as JS?
No? Wait, what? No, wait, did I? I don't remember. So how do you pronounce your name?
Actually you can choose either JSIS or JS. Both are fine. Yeah, but the more commonly used one is JSIS.
Okay, Jesus. All right.
Yeah.
Then you are the Evil, Team Evils.
Golin.
Next, Sayla. Come on.
Hi, I'm Sela and I'm playing mage for Team Eva this season.
First of all, What happened to you in China?
I guess it was a psych. It even psyched me also because I didn't know it would happen. So when I was sleeping, then like I woke up and suddenly my phone got flooded. I thought the world was gonna end.
Okay. So in the end, you joined Evil. So why did you decide to join Evil this time?
Actually, I chose Evil because I'm quite close with them. So I just decided to try.
So you decided to join Team Evil this time around as a mid laner, taking Jesus' role away. What do you have to say about that, Jesus?
Nothing much. The achievements speak for itself.
Wow. Okay. So you're a mid laner. Before that, you were an EXP laner. Now you're going to the gold lane. How is the swap like for you?
Actually, it's quite hectic because gold lane is an entirely new role. For EXP and mid lane, at first I already played those two roles like in ranked games and stuff. So swapping over to mid lane wasn't too difficult. But now gold lane, I barely have any experience on these heroes. So it's going to be a bit tougher.
So what are you studying right now? Like, where are you studying? Which point of life are you?
I'm actually in JC2, so I have A levels this year. So actually playing MPL right now is quite a big risk. I did not expect MPL to be delayed so far because initially I thought it would be in April. So that's why I thought, okay, I'll just play because I will still have time for A levels. But then now it's been pushed back to May and June. It's gonna be quite difficult. I'm gonna get quite busy also. So not too much time to practice.
You're still studying. What about Sayla? Are you still studying anymore?
No, I'm not studying anymore.
So what are you doing right now?
Now I'm just AFK. but I'll probably pick up I'll study next year to pursue my culinary dreams, I guess.
Yeah, you've been talking about this for like a few seasons now. You want to be a chef.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to cook, literally. So you're cooking the players now. Probably next few years you'll be cooking more dishes. So how did you start in pro play? We started seeing you in season 2 under EVOS SG.
Yeah.
Alright. How do you get scouted?
So before that, I think was during the M2 period maybe. Because I was always playing rank and I was playing with Burmese Group like last time, the M2 roster. And they were very strong. I think they finished in the 2nd place. After that, when M2 ended, I still continued playing rank then. Like it was 4 of them and me. And I think we versus EVOS 3 times I think in rank. Then like I think we won them like if I'm not wrong in the rank. So after that like I think Potato got curious. Like at first he thought I'm a jockey because it's 4 of them and just me. Then after that Potato asked Gear. Then Gear said that it's a Singaporean. So after that they reached out to me and asked me if I wanted to trial. Then yeah, I did the trial, then I passed. Then I started EVOS.
What about you, Jason? Like, how do you get your name?
How did I get my name?
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't think I would play when I just started this game. I didn't think I would be playing this game for long. So I just randomly spammed on the keyboard. Thought I would play like 1 or 2 games, then get off. But somehow I got addicted, and well, here I am now.
Now that we got to know like your pro scene, what about your personal life? I want to talk about like your parents. I know Sayla, your parents are very supportive. I was there at the back of Sunset. Like, you remember that scene? Bro, I still get a chill. So your parents are very supportive, right? Like, tell me more about how supportive are they in your pro scene journey?
I mean initially before I just started, they were not supportive at all because like I think it's like a typical Asian thing like you like saying gaming and you want to do it as a career and they'll be like cannot lah. How to do it? Yeah, something like that. But then like after they see that I really enjoy the game, like the whole process and everything, they started to be very supportive. Even my whole family actually. Like during MPL, they'll be like just sitting in the living room, all of them like just watching the TV. Yeah.
Good. Yeah. Jess, what about you? Your parents? They don't care.
My parents are actually not very supportive, especially now. This year I have because I have A levels. So it's like they kind of say like they're okay with it, but you can kind of tell they don't really want me to do it, you know? This kind of Asian thing, trying to be nice, but they don't really want me to do it. So it's like,
Yeah, I know, like that mom, when you go back home, Mom, I'm gonna play MPL. Okay, child, go and play. Oh, please don't play that. Something like that.
yeah, you can kind of tell.
Yeah, but is there any way that you think that you can convince them to, support you, or
I mean, the only way would be getting good results, I guess, in
get
school.
good results both in JC and even perhaps in sports?
Yeah.
So, JC, quick question here: how are you able to juggle between your school and esports?
Actually, I'm very busy. Like every day, come home from school, I like eat dinner, walk my dogs. Then right after that, I have to play Scrim already. Then after Scrim, I still have to do my school homework. Then by then it'll be like quite late already. So usually I'm like sleeping in the morning. Like every day I get like 4 or 5 hours of sleep.
How's your daily life as a full-time Singaporean pro player? Wow, these words don't go together.
I mean, previously in EVOS RSG, it was full time lah. Like every day, we have to go to the gaming house, or we stay at the gaming house to play scrims. Mostly the entire day and review everything. So it'll take up the entire day. But then like now that I'm EVA, it's a bit more part-time-ish. So I'm more chill. I have more time every day. So I just play other games.
Now, let me ask you about the season. Like, okay, do you know that right now in this season, bottom 2 teams in the regular season will get relegated out. So you don't go to playoffs anymore. All 8 teams don't go to playoff. Only 6 teams out of the 8 go to the playoffs. Sela, you sound like you look like you just knew about it today. Do you know about this?
I think so.
You know about it from me? Oh my gosh, do you know about this?
Yeah, I know about it.
Okay, so I'm not gonna ask you. You probably. So what do you feel about this format?
I think it's better. Playoffs will be shorter, so yeah.
Shorter so that I have more time to study.
No lah, one day won't really mean much also.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Then, what about you, Sela? Now that you know that this is a situation, what does it feel like?
Feels the same to me, I guess.
Because you're always going to go to the playoffs anyway.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's confidence. Confidence. Right now, especially JC's, right? I think this is a kind of interesting question that I want to ask. Hades himself actually said that you are one of the biggest threats in Team Evil last season. Alright? Do you feel that way? That you're one of the biggest threats in Team Evil last season?
Last season?
Yeah. When you were the mid lane.
I think I was just any other average mid laner, honestly.
So you're actually quite good. But do you know your fans, or do you have fans this based on your seasons?
No.
No, not yet. But do people approach you to say hi, want to take photos with you?
No, never.
Never?
Yeah.
Who do they usually take photos with? In
Powerful.
Powerful, hogging all the spotlight. Okay.
Well, now it's gonna be Sela, so.
Come on, don't sell yourself short, Jesus. Come on, don't sell yourself short. Okay, then I bounce it back to you, Sela. How does it feel when a person walks up to you? Hey, can I take a photo with you?
I'm naturally very shy, so when people ask me, of course I'm happy, but like at the same time I'm very shy to take photos.
But how does it feel like legit, like starting to have like recognition from like your EVOS days to now?
Like I feel like I made it, like at least I'm doing something that how do I say it? Like getting recognition for my skill, I guess.
I see. Okay. So it's more like recognition, appreciation from the fans.
Yeah.
So now, if you have something that you want to tell your fans right now, in this particular season, because of your special circumstances, what would you say to them? You debated everybody.
I mean, I didn't mean to debate because I got debated myself when I woke up. So I was equally or more confused.
Why?
Because I didn't know that I would play the level there. But if there's one thing I would say is no matter which team I go, like I hope that my fans will support me and my team. Yeah.
Okay. What about you, Jesus?
I don't have any fans, so I can't really say anything
Imagine you
about it.
have fans right now. Okay, imagine I'm your fan. Okay.
I'm his fan. I'm his fan.
And there you go, 2 fans. Okay, what would you say to them?
What would I say to them? I hope we continue to support Evil. Yeah.
Can you name me your top 3 teams in MPL Singapore this season based on what
Based on the name on paper, definitely Flash will be there.
Yep.
The other two, maybe Vanguard, because I heard that their imports are pretty good.
Vanguard, okay.
Well, hold on, let me think what okay, to Bleed.
Bleed.
Yeah.
We're putting Bleed back on the map.
Yeah.
Okay, top 3. Jesus, what about you? Top 3 teams.
Yeah. I think Flash, maybe RSG, and I think Asteris will be quite good actually.
Asteris. Okay, that's cool. That's interesting. Then now let's go for your bottom 3 teams.
Can I say bottom 2? Because I think the rest of them are quite equal.
Okay,
yeah. I think Homeboys and EXCO are probably my bottom 2. Like no offense to them though.
No offense. Not taken. They'll prove you wrong. They'll prove you wrong this season, alright? That's the whole point. Bottom 2, basically they're gonna get relegated now.
Yeah.
Sela, what about you?
Homeboys. Okay, since you say EXCO, I'll make it different. Astralis.
FMM is there, bro! You sure about that?
It's okay.
It's
we
okay.
are
I don't want to be friends with
we are friends outside, but we're enemies in game.
Oh, yes. I love that. Okay, cool. Now, we talk about teams. Now I want to talk about the players in MPL Singapore. Top 3 players of MPL Singapore. Let's start with Jesus first.
Actually, the ones that gave me the most trouble were Bray and Dairy. Those 2 I can remember.
Bray and Dairy?
Yeah, those 2 gave me a lot of trouble.
What about one more? Just
one more. I mean, probably Hades. He's definitely the most mechanically gifted.
I like both of them and they're saying each other. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, then Sela, what about you?
Still 3, can I name more?
Sorry?
Can I name more than 3?
Wow, you want to go to the top 10? Go ahead. Top 10 greatest hits of Sela. Let's
go. I wouldn't say until top 10. But, okay, Diablo, Bray, Gear, Potato, JPL.
That's basically
Adam, or his past teammate.
Adam, Hades, Lozzy. Hold on, my brain's a bit laggy.
He's already at top 8.
Roy.
Oh, Roy, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Cannot say own team, right?
No.
Okay, last one.
Don't say Sela.
Go give it to...
Say himself.
505.
Wow, 505.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that name. He probably retired by now, but how was it facing him back when you were fighting against RSG?
We were like basically rivals. Yeah.
How was that rivalry? You guys
pretty intense in game.
Pretty intense.
Outside we are friends.
Yeah. Pretty intense in game. What do you think? If I can give you $1 million right now, what would you do? Retire esports. Okay, what if I can give you $1 million right now?
Invest it, I guess.
Too logical, Jesus. You're a very logical person. Okay. Okay, Sela.
I'll do the same.
Oh boy!
that was my answer in my brain.
It's so logical. Okay, Ken. Alright, then right now, how is powerful like in real life? Like what is his character? Let's ask Jesus.
He's quiet but somehow still very charismatic.
He's quietly charismatic.
Yeah.
And then one more.
I think very good leader.
Leader.
Yeah.
Very charismatic. Quietly charismatic leader.
It's like he doesn't talk much, but whatever he says has like that power to it, you know. Like you'll listen to it. Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool. Okay, what about Sela?
Me?
Yeah. Is it gonna be the same or do you have another different perspective?
Guess different. Guess it'll be a bit different for me. Cause I interact with him quite a lot also. Guess he's kind of funny. Funny. A bit of trollish.
This is your Joker. This is
A
Joker in
tiny
real life.
bit.
How can you be quiet and the Joker at the same time? Are you guys seeing the same powerful?
No, it's like when you're talking to him, he's like
Yeah.
more
Talking to him is
Joker-ish, but
different.
when you're like within a group, then he's like not that talkative, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. That's interesting. Okay, I think that's all for me today. Thank you very much, JCS and also Sela. We'll probably don't have a segment to throw to, but yeah, thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank
you.
歴史が違うんだよ
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
OSIM.
I've never seen the face before. 应该是 Vanguard 而已。My God. 你猜啦，你猜。
Huh? No way. Unless I get wrong also lah. No way. You don't know that.
I really don't know.
Oh, I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this, bro. I know this guy.
Huh?
That's so familiar, bro.
What's his name?
You know or not?
Okay.
You think from which team first?
Oh. Okay.
Oh.
You can do each other also.
Bro, what? Bro, that's Nick. He looks like Nick, bro.
Yeah, it actually does.
1. 3, 2, 1. Right. 3, 2, 1. Next day.
Why you right?
Okay, I forgot the name. I don't know the name. Okay, but I know the person. I don't know the name.
Okay. Why so long?
Next day.
Oh.
Nick the Great.
2, 1.
这肯定有这个。
忽略了音乐吧。
And welcome back, everyone, right here to match 3 of week 1, day 2. Now, it's very exciting what we have seen today with wonderful clean sweeps of 2-0. Will this continue right here in match 3? Stick around and let's find out. Now, we will see the likes of 2 amazing teams filled with young blood and brimming with youthful energy, and these 2 teams going up against each other are none other than all new RSG SG as well as Asteris. So let's take a look at their beautiful faces. First up, RSG SG. So the boys are getting ready to head on over to the land of Dawn. Now, this brand new lineup of RSG SG has definitely proven their worth, clinching their first win yesterday in week 1, day 1. Now, going up against RSG SG, let's take a look at the lineup of Asteris. Wonderful, wonderful stuff. And right here we have Asteris getting ready at their respective battle stations. Now, of course, yesterday Asteris has shown wonderful performance over the land of Dawn. Of course, we have some of your MPL pro players that you have seen before, FMM, as well as Chu and Bear. But of course, brand new players making their debuts right here from Asteris. So there is a lot to expect right here from this new qualifying team. What will unfurl from this match filled with young blood? I'll leave them to the casters to tell you more. Take it away, boys.
But welcome to MPL Singapore Season 7, Day 2. We are at Match 3. My name is Larry, this is Mo, and of course this is Curly, aka Professor Churros. We are the Three Stooges today, and we're going to be bringing it at you with RSG Singapore versus Asteris. This is a matchup of 2 undefeated teams, obviously top 2 at this point. Now, your thoughts, Mo, going into this one?
I mean, Asteris, we talked about them. Yeah. It seems as though they are the newer generation, top qualifier slot team coming in with EXCO. Asteris having an extremely strong lineup of FMM, Bear, Chu, very mechanically gifted players. But we look on the opposing end, we see RSG. Come on, you want to talk about this. Professor Churros, RSG, bring it in.
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is, all of us at the caster desk were against RSG. They proved us wrong. If you haven't seen RSG's Instagram, they were like, are you sure? This time around, they came alive. That was day 1 yesterday. It was just warm-up for them. And this time around, they're up against Asteris. But not to discount Asteris, though. They have a lot of new things coming up into their hands.
That's the best part about the season. The fact that things are kind of new, but let's go into the first RSG lineup here.
Right, so for RSG, the EXP lane, we have Closer and Bray, the homestay, the pivot, the statue of RSG. He's still there as a jungler. Godzilla on the mid lane, Derry coming in on the roamer, and CS on the gold lane. I mean, Bray will be the main playmaker of RSG. That's what I feel, that's what I'm going on yesterday as well against Team Bleed. I mean, no. RSG was against if I'm not
Evil.
Yes, Evil. Yeah, where they triumphed against Evil. And then, I mean, they are really centered around Bray at this moment, and we do see a resurgence of the assassin meta. So whether or not Bray will go into his signature Ling, whether or not he will go into his signature assassin heroes.
We'll talk a little bit more about that, but let's actually talk about Asteris first. Churros, Professor, walk me through this one.
Okay, Bear, EXP, JH, Jungle, Kiwi in the mid lane, FMM doing a good job in the roam position, Chu in the gold lane. So this isn't the Chu that we believe it was from Stellark that last time. So I think it's pretty much a new blood right here. So I am really excited about this. The fact of the matter is they have a new coach in RL19. I think he's not here today for that matter. The fact of the matter is they have new flavors bringing into MPL Season 7. Yesterday's Chip and Luo Yi, I want to see those kinds of like new things getting thrown into the mix.
And that's actually the best part about MPL Singapore Season 7 is that some of the teams have kind of been shaken up. It's a little bit of a fresh ground, so to speak. We don't have the tyrants or the dictators or however you want to say it at that point that are just dominating the league. Everybody's kind of in this area where the league is still very, very early, right? We're going to see who really wants to stand up because, of course, only the top 6 make it to the playoff. But first, let's go. Let's talk a little bit about RSG real quick.
RSG, I mean, they have a lot of changes to the roster. Only Bray will be the mainstay. So that's going to be just the main point. Bray, whether they can center around him and Godzilla, whether Derry can fit in properly. But let's just find out in the head-to-head video that we'll be seeing soon.
I'm not really sure how good or how bad they'll perform, but I would definitely say they're the dark horse. So you could expect the unexpected from them, I guess.
I think like they are a pretty team fight also because like I see how JH play the Fredrin and like Bear's heroes like Benedetta. Like Bear is like quite flexible. Like he plays like Benedetta and Lapu, which like is able like quite good in team fight also. And like how FMM play those kind of like hard tanks, so like he's able to set up. So I think their team fight is pretty strong.
It'll be fun to go against him since like he hasn't been in the pro scene for quite a while. It'll be interesting. Top 2 wise, I wouldn't say so. Cause now that EVA has also changed their lineup and Flash, I think the top 2 will be EVA and Flash.
I think they won't be as dominant as they used to be because I have a strong belief that RSG's core was Bray and Diablo. So now that Bray has been put to sub role, we don't know if he'll be playing or not. But if he's not playing, it's not gonna be the RSG we know. So it's gonna be a brand new roster, and it's hard to say. It's gonna be a wild card. They're either gonna be a top 2 team or like the bottom 4, I feel.
RL19 said it best, right? In the sense of RSG Singapore, who are they, right? I think that going into even yesterday, all of the casters predicted incorrectly.
Yes.
I think that this game, we'll talk a little bit more about predictions later, but I think it's one of those things where nobody really knows, right? They're kind of unknown at this point, Charles.
It's a classic story of David versus Goliath. Goliath in the sense that RSG had championships under their belt. They still have mainstays like Bray, but as RL19 said, without Diablo, can Bray perform? It's really up to Bray and Derry to be able to hold the team together. They really need that warm-up session that they have. They really need to come alive together with the roaming trio. Godzilla used to be Roy back in the day before he changed his name back to Godzilla. And he played the Li Ming Kadira, one of his signature picks. I'm really, really excited about this game coming up. I think we'll be taking a look at the predictions right here. All of us, all across the board. Would it be... Woo. No, it would be RSG. Okay, RSG has a bigger fan base, I guess.
Definitely a bigger fan base. I think that if you have ever watched MPL in general, you're going to be like RSG, you'll be like, that's a given. That's clearly my favorite in this one. Asteris are kind of that unknown. But I think the people, especially around the desk, I know Chase is talking a lot about Asteris and how good they are. They're a well-respected team. He's definitely on that, that horse, I would say. I think he's voting quite highly on them. They're going to do very well. But, 86 to 14%, that seems awfully high, Mo. What are your thoughts?
I mean, 86%, that's a lot of pressure coming from Asteris to perform. And that's the key thing that we talk about Asteris. Asteris, a lot of new players here, all from the community scene. FMM, Bear, Chu, all very mechanically gifted players. But they have only one player that has been on this main stage multiple times in the form of FMM, who has this experience to carry them through. Will RL19 be able to temper them to keep a cool head under the pressure of these MPL teams?
All right, well, here we go. This is the caster, the predictions that we thought. I hate to say it, Churros, but I think you're wrong.
Well, I mean, I want you to prove me right because I think what Asteris needs is that confidence.
Yeah.
Going up against Goliath, being David, you really need that confidence to be able to understand your own skills, understand your own heroes, understand how your team wants to play around in order to take that Goliath down, that giant that is RSG. And now I think Chu used to be Howski, Brother How. Back in the community tournaments, Brother How or Howski used to be very big and who was big with the fans. One of the mainstays in a lot of the community tournaments, always winning in the top 3 spot. And I think I said this yesterday and Mo was here. How do you know when you're done?
True. We don't know.
The young ones will tell you.
Yeah.
The young ones will tell you. So like whether or not Asteris is able to, you know, solidify their victory, I hope you guys are right, but you know, I'm sticking with my guns, RSG.
Okay, all right. For the record, I think RSG Singapore are in a great spot. There's a lot of pressure that's been lifted. Their expectations are not as high as previous seasons. They don't really have to do it. So at this point, they can upset everyone. But here's the thing, Asteris is a titan here. In the, I would say top 4 minimum. Going into this, maybe
that's a huge statement.
I think it's a huge statement. This is a qualifying team, but I like what I see from them. I think that they are definitely, they have the skill set, they have the players, they have the synergy, right? I was very impressed with yesterday, but at the same time, I was also impressed with RSG Singapore.
RSG Singapore really did very well in terms of drafting, but the key difference is that Asteris, they do have the coach in terms of RL19, the brain behind them operating FMM, Chu and Bear. Bear, they have extremely good mechanical prowess. So Bear is a mechanical monster on the EXP lane. And we saw Chu playing the Roger to a T yesterday. And whether or not this slips true in this banning and drafting phase that we see right now, we see the Chip, Loyi, and Angela already banned.
You know, Bear has his lucky bear that he brought today. So like whenever there's a lucky bear, he's bound to win. And hopefully that is true. So no coach again for RSG. To be banning out the Loyi and that Chip, knowing that Asteris, that is one of their signature playstyles and compositions they want to go for. R19 will be drafting today for Asteris. They're taking out the Angela, taking out the Harriet. They want to go. They're psyching themselves up for a Assassin RSG. What do you think?
Assassin RSG is what I want to see out of Bray. I mean, that's going to be the X factor, right? Because on Bray, on the signature assassin heroes that he used to play, given the fact that now it is a tank jungle meta with the new patch updates as well, I mean, I feel that if the Ling just slips through and the Angela is available, but too bad Angela is already banned out, if the conditions are met, we will see Bray perform to the highest mechanical level once again.
So RSG is going to be banning out that Fredrin. This leaves Barat's open, this leaves Roger open, so a lot of the S-tier picks nowadays in this meta. You know, RSG really has some signature picks, signature heroes. Bray has his Alpha that he always goes to, something that he's really comfortable with. Godzilla has his Kadita that he's really comfortable with. We saw the Kajita combo yesterday, the Kaja and the Kadita that did mayhem on top of Team Evil. But Asteris, do you think that's a problem for them? Do you think that they're going to ban that out? Okay, they will. No more Kadita for Godzilla.
I mean, we were talking about Godzilla on the Kadita. His performance on the Kadita is amazing. But the thing is, there's a Roger that is still available, and they do exactly pick it up from the side of RSG, not giving it up to the side of Team Asteris. We saw Chu playing a mean Roger yesterday. He understands the full limits of this hero. And now on the hands of CS, what will Chu answer back?
Well, you know, there was a voice line from Chang'e. Run, Roger's coming. I think Asteris really should be scared, but they snap pick up the Matilda and the export, so a lot of mobility going through in the first phase picks RSG. They have to psych themselves up for a very, very, I wouldn't say late game, but a mid-game power spike that's coming from Asteris. So export getting picked up will be played by Bear, but actually it could be flexed up to the jungle too. We've seen that before.
You've got a lot of opportunities, right? And I think every single game we've seen the Roger, right? I think even throughout today, right? I don't think that any team has not done this, especially first pick. I think it gives you a lot of flexibility, but the thing is that where Roger has lost is that all of the enemy teams usually have a late game, right? So if RSG want to play it, it's great that you have that power spike early, but getting yourself into the mid to late game where you're not completely getting trashed is the biggest difficulty for them.
It seems as though Asteris, they do have the stronger power picks in terms of what is stronger in the meta. In terms of the mobility, Xborg is extremely strong, extremely mobile, has a lot of damage, has a lot of sustainability. Matilda, very good pick as well on the roamer. It's one of the powerhouses that we see with the Circling Eagle and the Guiding Wind, able to just reposition his teammates and himself in a very powerful position. Valentina, Barat, I feel that they are extremely strong, but it all depends on the execution of the game. In terms of theory alone, Asteris, I feel that they have the stronger banning and drafting patterns right now.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about Barretts, because we've seen him a lot as well. He seems to be the meta. He seems to be he's the #1 picked in MPL Singapore. You know, of course, this is only day 2, but the fact that it went from like an 80% win rate to now a 55% after today's games, you know, your thoughts on this Barat pick here with the Valentina?
It's a very defensive pick. Now that Fredrin's off the table, RSG could very well play the Barats in 2 positions, could go flex it in the EXP or play it again in the jungle. Pretty fast wave clearing speed for Barats, but they're psyching themselves up for a very, very high mobility Asteris. You got already 3 heroes that are able to move all over the map. You have like escape mechanisms coming up from that carry, Matilda, and Export. So we have to jump into the second phase draft, second phase of the bans. The Ling will be banned out. Asteris doesn't want to deal with high mobility. But I have to say though, there is patterns. Asteris likes mobility. Asteris likes their freedom of movement. For RSG though, they're playing the defensive meta. They're hunkering down in their base, making sure that they could chunk down huge chunks of health, and then Roger comes in as a janitor.
That seems to be a little bit of a weakness, at least from the Asteris side. They need to deal with some of the control, right? The Matilda is great to just kind of dive in, get that stun off, but you don't really have anybody where carry on the back line can just like blow people up, right?
Yeah.
You have that like control, and I feel like that's kind of like you need somebody a little bit tanky or somebody like maybe like an Edith, something to kind of help you lock somebody down, right? But if you're going to go into this one, you know, RSG have banned out the Baxia. Again, something that can stun, that could potentially have done what I just said. But, you know, your thoughts on that ban there?
I mean, Baxia is a good ban, but honestly, I feel that with the Xbox already, they don't have to take away so many of the frontliners. They have to focus on something that will counter out the Barats. The hero that you were talking about was Edith. Edith, a very good roamer, a very good catch as well. And the thing is, she does percentage-based damage on her ultimate form. So that will chunk down the Barats even without farm. So Edith would be a potential strong pick for Asteris here, and RSG might not be seeing that as an option.
Well, RSG, in my opinion though, going for a very strong teamfight composition, taking out all the jungle tanks because they don't want them to fall in the hands of Asteris. That means that they want Asteris to, they're psyching themselves up for Asteris picking up a jungle tank, something that could tank the front line so that carry could deal that damage. Remember, carry has one of the shortest ranges of all the marksmen, shortest being that Moskov. She's probably just the second shortest distance, but then again, Asteris playing that pick-off kind of composition. So I'm not surprised if Kadita is going to be picked up as well. Sorry, Kadita's banned, sorry. So it's Vexana going to be picked up for Asteris.
I love this coming in from Asteris. They have the Vexana with the mobility that the Matilda provides and the tankability, you know, the sustainability that Xborg has. It's going to be a lot of peel for the Vexana. Whether the carry, it all falls down to Asteris. Chu on the carry. He will have to play this carry mostly alone now since they picked the Vexana up, and whether carry performs versus Roger in the lane, it's going to be very hard. 1v1 versus Roger, very hard, but if he manages to hold the lane, wait a minute, it's not going to be Roger on the gold lane, it's going to be Claude.
Okay, I'm okay with this, right? You needed some sort of damage dealer, you need your gold laner. Claude is the perfect one. You have that mobility to get in and out. What is, if you look at Asteris' side, how are they going to lock down the Claude? What are they going to do? Right?
Yeah,
and that was the talking about the catch. There's not a lot of catch for this, right?
No suppress.
So, and I think it's a perfect pick to kind of round out their draft. Your thoughts, Juros?
Asteris really needs to play the early game. Matilda has to be everywhere until the 5-minute mark. You'd want to be able to deny Claude off that farm. RSG, like I said, going for the double marksman combo right here is the first time we've seen in MPL SG Season 7. Roger going to the jungle, Claude possibly going into gold lane, Barat, and EXP. So that means you have 2 tanky boys tanking that front line, buying a lot of time, buying a lot of space, Claude to chunk down a lot of health, and Roger to clean up. Valentina is just there as a defensive measure for that second burst of damage. So a lot of damage, a lot of very, very balanced matchup composition coming from RSG. Last pick will be Marvis going into the jungle, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, so Martis on the jungle. I mean, we did see how the RSG lineup, they wanted to cut down on the clock with the Benedetta. But this will have the similar effect on the Xborg as well. Xborg might have his job fulfilled by trying to find out where the Clot's positioning is and trying to just bring him out into the team fight, trying to force an early blazing duet before he can use it in the team fight, before the Vexana becomes a primary target. I mean, I'm really scared that the Vexana will become a primary target here for Asteris.
Will be a little bit difficult for RSG to break into the Vexana because Roger's not necessarily an assassin. Assassin is more of a cleanup crew kind of playstyle, but you really need that snowball. So Asteris, how they could play it is that constant invade.
All right, so it looks like we have the draft. We know what's going to happen, and this is, of course, match 3, game 1. RSG Singapore versus Asteris. We know the drafts. Mo, looking at just the drafts, not the players. Who do you give the edge to in this game?
I always love the Vexana. So I'm just going to say it's going to be the Vexana game here.
Wait. Why the Vexana? Is it because she's good looking or
No. It's a very good damage dealer with a lot of control, and it has a pseudo tank in the form of an Eternal Guard. So there's an extra frontliner when it comes down to these team fights. So he's extremely strong in a 1vx situation or a 2vx situation where you can bring an extra unit to help you.
Okay, I see that, and I think it's good. But, okay, now to Professor Churros. Professor, tell me, which player from each team really needs to step up this game?
For RSG, though, Bray, Godzilla, Derry, the roaming trio
I
really
said
has
one.
to step up, man.
I said one.
But it's as a unit, though. These trio work as a team to really hunker down, try to protect Bray, and get his farm up. He's got his killing spree, so he really needs to snowball. You need to understand how that better emblems affect that playstyle in order to go into that match. And Asteris, on the other hand, will be FMM. If you're playing against a Roger, playing against a pretty, soft, but hold on a second right here. FMM caught in the spot of father right there. First blood going into Kiwi.
Okay, Derry, a little bit, I don't think he expected 3 members of Asteris to be right there, and the fact that they were able to burn him down, don't get me wrong, Derry right now is not very tanky, so this is much easier to do, but, it's a situation where, hey, you gotta be super careful, especially in the early game.
And you gotta talk about playstyles, right? In terms of Derry being out of position, it's a new playstyle that Asteris is bringing. We haven't seen the Marches jungle in an extremely long time. We haven't seen a Roger jungle in an extremely long time. I mean, not in this tournament, but just in the metas alone. It's been a long time before these assassin jungles, these fighter with heavy damage is coming through. And it's going to take some time for the players to adjust.
Yeah, it's definitely going to take some time. I mean, even with not only the heroes and the latest meta and the things like that, but it's also like playing with these new players, new teammates. Everything is very different.
There's a 4v4 situation down in the turtle pit. Derry has a nice jump on that. It's already popped up. Brave secures that turtle, but they're going for Derry. Last Insanity trying to stop everyone aside, but no, it's Godzilla's Last Insanity taken out too. Make it 3 on the side of RSG. An overturn, a counterattack coming from Asteris. Very, very good counterplay from Asteris.
All right, 2 for 2, not the worst thing in the world. RSG still got that turtle, so all in all, I would say an overall win, but net worth lead. Asteris is kind of came out on top, I would say.
The key thing about that fight was Kiwi. He just managed to lock down the Eternal Guard before anything happened. And the thing is, JH, he can't deal the damage with the Eternal Guard being the peel that he needed.
All right, so Derry here continuing to just zone and make sure that he's there. He, by the way, in that last team fight, he had a great stomp. That was very good from him. Derry just making sure that he's securing a lot of space, providing themselves vision as well, and being that tank up front that you want to be as the Minotaur.
And on the EXP lane, I mean, a 1v1 situation, you see Barats versus Xborg. I really heavily favor it towards the Xborg because he has much more mobility in terms of joining the team fight at any time. He will have to flicker, but closer. I mean, note that this is Barats on the EXP lane. He does have the flicker available, but his positioning will not be at a point where he can deal this sustained damage that a Barats is usually known for.
Yeah. And I think there's a lot of pressure on Closer to make sure that he's in the right spot, making sure that knows buckle, but...
Oh, Minoan Fury knocks out none. JH backs off just in the thick of battle. Asteris doesn't want to commit into anything.
Yeah, you don't need to commit anything now. I think it's still very early. Play the game as you need to be in the sense of like keeping everybody away, doing a lot of lane management here.
And Astra's name of the game is to funnel as much farm in this early game as onto JH as much as possible, because the control immunity is going to be so big, because their cooldowns are still extremely long on the side of RSG. If they can waste this Minoan Fury, if they can cycle these ultimates for their objective fights, which will be happening really soon, the turtle already spawned up, it will be very pivotal for them.
RSG already starting up, circling Ego. Kakao for FMM tries to go for the backside. Detonus welcome onto JH. Cannot get there in time. Prove me wrong. Eternica comes in. The rest of the team are coming in ham. It's a 4v2 situation. Bray running for his life. He might not be able to escape this. FMM getting a guiding win, pulling JH closer to secure that kill. A turtle for Asteris as well.
And we talked about how good Asteris is. The fact that they were able to get the turtle, they got 3 kills. This is perfect, and this is a great start to which is hopefully a win for Asteris because of my predictions, and that's all I care about right now.
Asteris, I mean, I was talking about them cycling away the ultimates and just Derry not having the Minoan Fury for that turtle fight. Turtle might not have gone their way, but still getting the triple kill onto JH might be the funnel that they needed.
Okay, if we're talking a little bit about, sorry.
Yeah, I was meaning to say that Asteris in the draft phase, I mentioned that Asteris needs to take control of that 5-minute mark. This is the early game, but hold on a second here. CS caught in the middle with the Blazing Duet, already managed to get that BMI out to safety.
Yeah, that was a little bit risky. He thought Chu was by himself, so he went in for that one. But FMM was hiding in the wings, made sure that, you know, his buddy was still alive. But okay, if we're talking about, you know, the carry Chu versus CS, the Claude, which one needs to really carry this team?
I mean, CS would have a lot more on his plate to carry, because in terms of carry, you have the Martis, you have the damage from the Vexana, a lot of backup damage, but from RSG, the follow-up in the terms of Bray has to jump in. Meanwhile, Astra's members, they can stay behind and just rain damage. So RSG, CS, he has a lot to do. When he goes in the Blazing Duet, Bray must have the farm, must have enough farm to go in without dying.
Right, and if we're looking at the difference between day 1 and day 2, which is today, obviously, we're looking at the jungle, you know, Bray on the Roger, JH on the Martis, right? There's a 2-level difference. JH is 5-0-2. He's been on point, making sure that his kill participation is really there. He's been in almost every single team fight. He's almost dictating the pace of the game. You have to respect where the Martis is at all times.
Yeah, and it falls down to FMM just having these key rotations, key scouts, and now the turtle fight will be happening.
Turtle gets a reset. Derry and Bray sets their eyes up on that turtle. At a third of their health, JH will snap that up real quick with that retribution. It looks like Asteris wants to go for more objectives down that mid side. Last Insanity already popped up from that flank. Bear doing a great job tanking all that turret. Eternal Guard already popped up as well. It's 2 members down for RSG. JH still running for his life. He's a little bit far from the rest of his team. And Asteris comes back up on top. Look at the top side though. Claude just chunking down on the top lane tier 1s.
All right, Asteris right there, they just had a house party in RSG's house, right? They took away their T1, they took 2 members down. That's exactly what you want to do as Asteris.
Oh, Kiwi stole that purple buff.
Yeah, and they stole the purple buff. They've taken everything. This is what you want to do. For the people that are at home playing their ranked games, you want, when you're winning, you need to ensure that you have map control.
And this map control is all attributed to FMM. He has been scouting the key positions. His circling eagle and guiding wind has been used to get to just ferry Kiwi around. Kiwi is like on grab FMM at the moment. FMM is like the taxi that just drives him around right now.
All right, but let's look at this one closer here. You know, he hasn't had the tank. The situations where he can kind of engage, have that Detonus welcome where the rest of the team can kind of blow them up. RSG have been on the defensive from minute 1. They've kind of almost been reactive in that sense.
And there, the last Insanity, a last-ditch effort for Bear to come back. Flicker out the way underneath the turret. Bray unable to secure the kill onto Bear. Well played, but they will lose that bottom lane tier 1.
Let me break down what just happened. Bray with the he did not want to dive on that T1.
And the last Insanity being used, a bit of a mechanical error from Bear as he jumped into the enemy teams, has to burn the flicker, will not have it for the team fight.
This is what happens in the mid-game power spike for double marksman. You have way too much damage for one person to just split push and clear that lane to maintain lane priority. This is anyone's game as of this point. Asteris needs to maintain that lane priority.
Yeah, it's completely on that, right? At this point, this is one of those things where other teams that are not as well versed, they kind of tend to throw the lead. They think, oh, I've got the lead, I'm going to play a little bit more defensive, but that's the wrong way to do it. If you look at the previous matches, even from today, where they had the lead, and then all of a sudden they lost like the objective, it was a massive difference, and that was like the tipping point.
And RSG are answering back extremely well, but we see a team fight.
Hold on a second. Circling Eagle onto the backside. FMM way ahead of everyone else. Asteris, though, chunking down front to back. They take out 1-2 from themselves. No more Derry, no more Closer. Bray does not look like he wants to go for that Lord, though.
Okay, FMM with the calculated Circle Eagle. He was attracting the attention elsewhere, and they gave Asteris time to get this free Lord, essentially.
And RSG, I was just saying that they were doing such a good job of answering this playstyle of them being behind. CS has to go for the split push. And Asteris, they have the Vexanas. They have to just keep eyes on the Vexana, make sure she doesn't get plucked off in the heat of things while CS is split pushing. But RSG, they did not take advantage of CS's split push. They did not take advantage of CS's like timing on the turrets as well.
Okay, Mo, you're down 5K net worth lead. It's 10 minutes into the game. You are RSG, right? What are you trying to do? What is the strategy now?
You have a double marksman with a lot of mobility. Your Roger and your CS. These Clods and Rogers, you have to just funnel the farm on them. Godzilla, Closer, and Bray, they have to play together as a unit.
Okay, yeah, I do agree with that. But there's not enough farm for everybody, right? It's a situation where who should be prioritized if you could choose? Would it be CS, Bray? Who are you looking at?
Claude. It's definitely the Claude. The Blazing Duet must find the Vexana.
Okay.
And that's the key winning factor that RSG needs right now.
All right.
Oh, and the purple buff, Eternal Guard already come down. Bray pops out just in the nick of time. FMM tries to go in for that backside, but on the other flip side, though, that's Insanity tries to chunk down a lot of damage. Though no Fury. As of now, he gets taken down by FMM. The rest of Team Asteris, they're pushing their hearts in. Bear, with the second lease of life, gets out to safety.
All right, Derry right now, I know his job is to be in the thick of things. He wants to kill, but 5 deaths at this point is a little worrying, right? It's one of those situations where, yeah, the team fight happens, but I would think that maybe you want to initiate or start the fight with Closer, let him start things off, and then Derry kind of comes in on top with that, with the stomp in the middle and Fury.
Okay, another pick-off opportunity onto Closer, though. Taking a lot of damage, forced to use that flicker out of the way. Asteris pops that flicker, so pretty worth it if I could say so myself. Oh, team fight's not over though. Bear taking a lot of hits. Eternal Guard pops up. Bray down low. Last Sandy will finish up the job. Decimate as well. Blazing Duet tries to push everyone away, but Closer will eventually fall to the hands of Asteris. The mid lane's pushing in. They want to go for more, but they have no minions on their side.
Yeah, but I mean, that was exactly what you wanted at Asteris, right? The fact that they're almost 7K net worth lead at this point, the game is firmly in their control. It's just a matter of waiting out the next Lord, which is going to be about 30 seconds.
And we talking about Asteris, right? Asteris, Kiwi, his positioning has been unmatched so far. Just the one death. Afterwards, he has never been caught again, and that's extremely worrying for RSG because they can't touch the damage at all. So the Eternal Guard is going to come out for free every single time in these team fights. And just now we saw the Blazing Duet coming out from CS. It was nowhere near Kiwi. Kiwi's just, his spacing is extremely good away from this damage factors.
This kind of feels like deja vu, right? RSG has been in this position before with Team Evil. First game and they're way behind. 7K gold lead, but hold on a second right here. Another Eternal Guard pops CS right up. He gets taken down. Finally, the Claude gets taken down. 0-1-1 CS, even though he has survived up till now, Asteris still finds a way.
Still finds a way, and I think that was a positioning error by CS. The fact that you're out front, yeah, you could play a little bit dangerously with the image, but you gotta play a little bit more safer than that, right? That just getting caught out like that, you cannot put yourself in that situation. Now it's a very difficult situation considering you're down for another 15 seconds and you're not able to farm.
And then we said that control factor might be an issue for Claude not having, not being controlled away. Dexter will be available for Claude to just teleport away, but Kiwi, he can just Eternal Guard him.
Yeah, I gotta point out that Closer as well. Like, if you're playing a Barats, you want to be that big, chunky, scary Godzilla, no pun intended. But you're like a small, worthless little thing, and it's pretty, sad coming in for RSG at this point.
Yeah,
no map control at this moment. So Asteris, they're doing a very good job of choking them out. They're playing ahead and they're playing very well while they're ahead.
Oh, lots of damage onto Darius in the right position. He pops his money on Fury. Doesn't get it to initiate on that third hit. Bray pushing back, but the rest of the team are collapsing onto Asteris. On the backside, though, when the nature already popped out by CS, trying to chunk down so much health, but the throne goes down. It's a wipeout for Asteris. The underdogs say no more.
Okay, you say underdogs, I do not say so. I think that that was the advantage in the sense of I think that Asteris are on another plane right now. I think that they're doing very good, but it seems to be like even with yesterday, RSG lost that first match, or that first game, excuse me, against Evil, but they were able to bounce back. I expect RSG to bounce back.
All right, RSG bouncing back. Well, I mean, it might be a chicken strat once again with Evil, you know, just giving up the first game. Oh, we're weak. We can't, you know.
Yeah. You know, in the game, I said like there is basically, it's basically like a deja vu. It's an Evil thing all over again. RSG really needs to step up. They need to wake up. And this game will be a very, very back up.
Okay, but before we go into the next part, I just want to say that we're going to take a quick little break in the technical difficulties. We'll be back in about 5 or so minutes. right. Hello and welcome back. That was game one. RSG and of course Asteris there. We saw Asteris come out with a win. But Churros, what were your thoughts on that game?
Very, very well played, very well drafted by RO19. You know, fun fact, Smelly Cat is RO19's mentor.
Okay.
So remember Smelly Cat from
yeah,
Stellar?
yeah.
He trained under RO19 trained under Smelly Cat, as did I. We were all under NUS and all that kind of other jazz. But like, well, RO19 really like chef's kiss. The draft was just perfect. Early game, late game, they came out, set up what they do, but you're only as good as your draft. The execution was
That
perfect.
is true, but the thing is that he's the coach and he's not an actual player. But let's talk a little bit about the MVP of that game, who actually played in that game. But let's see who it is before the ultimate reveal, and of course it's JH. Martis, Mo, give me your thoughts on this one.
I feel that JH, he did a really good job of controlling the tempo of the game. As a Martis, what you want to do, you just want to run it down repeatedly and take away enemy objectives. Be in their jungle as much as possible. Be a threat. But the thing is, he had the player of Kiwi right behind him. Kiwi and FMM, they opened so much space for JH to take these kills. And JH, with the support, he just went full committal. And I really like that out of JH.
Well, to be fair, though, I think JH was enabled.
Yeah.
In my eyes, it was FMM creating that space, giving that intel to Asteris, knowing when to engage, when to disengage.
Yeah.
And then Kiwi was just right there. Actually, honestly, though, I think Asteris is just an all-star studded lineup.
Yeah, it's a very good lineup. And this is why we were talking about how Asteris is kind of one of those teams that are going to really shine in this one with the 21-3 shellacking almost of RSG. But now, even yesterday, RSG lost game one against Evil. They came back. Do we expect this in match or game two for RSG to bounce back?
I mean, if we look at RSG's lineup, I feel that they had the answers for Asteris. They did have the fallback option on the Claude, and Closer did not perform as we expected to on the Barats as well. If he could have gotten online, if he had his third item, he could have become the tank that RSG needed for this Claude to have the space. But he just couldn't find the farm available, and that's because he's on the EXP Barats. It's extremely hard to play in EXP Barats right now, especially when you're facing the likes of Bear. Bear on the X-Borg, he is so mechanically gifted. We saw him on multiple EXP lanes heroes yesterday, a lot of different playstyles, and now we see it on the X-Borg. Extremely well done by him too.
I mean, look at that. 18, assists, right, from Bear. Kiwi with 16, 17 FMM. Like, everybody is really enabling the rest of the team to really step up. You talked about how the fact that Asteris has, like, this all-star studded lineup. I think that you're absolutely correct, right? Everybody's ensuring that, hey, we're just here for the team. We're going to ensure that we get that victory.
It's interesting for Asteris because all of them are just friends from communities. They played in a lot of tournaments together. They came together. First place in the qualifiers, coming into MPL, beating people or being a team that had international experience in the scene for a very, very long time. So, called them the underdogs, but like, man, I think they're pretty much the dark horses.
No,
you know that they have that skills to take over the entirety of that game.
I mean, we're talking about Asteris. Yes, they're the open qualifiers, but the thing is that at this point, are we still calling them underdogs?
I'd say dark horses at this point because like we know their skill, we know how mechanically gifted they are. Mo's been saying it time and time again. It's really up to like whether or not they can maintain that confidence and go up against the stronger teams. But then again, looking at the other side though, RSG, they really need their mid trio to come together. We talked about this in the break. Derry was always a secondary engage when he was supposed to be the first engage, and whenever he pops that Minoan Fury, he's always alone. He never gets that knockoff on time. Godzilla is always alone as well. He's always taking that circling eagle, never taking maybe even the Eternal Guard from Kiwi, using the IMU. So a lot of options that they could play around that wasn't really executed properly.
Yeah, it seems as though the primary initiator that Closer should have been was just absent.
Yeah.
And that's why Derry, he had to step up. I feel that he wanted to be the primary initiator, but that was not his place to go. Minoan Fury should not be used so early. I mean, you're not going to catch so many people. But in terms of draft alone, I feel that they just lean into the Roger a bit too much.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that they already had a Roger, it's extremely strong on the gold lane right now. It can destroy the carry, but they still chose to just went for a flex pick, and they picked up a Barats as well, just opening up too many options, just throwing themselves too many curveballs. I feel like they shot themselves in the foot with this draft.
Yeah, it was kind of a struggle. I mean, they started with Roger, they flexed it into the jungle, and to be honest, I don't know if Bray was 100% comfortable playing him. It seemed a little off because we know Bray can just kind of like take over games.
Yes.
Right? And the fact that he wasn't able to do that, he was kind of put a lot of pressure on that. But let's talk a little bit about the highlights. Walk me through some of these, Professor Churros.
So it seems to me that a lot of the plays started out with Kiwi and FMM setting up the plays for JH. So JH was just enabled by the rest of the team to come in and clear everyone out. So this was where Godzilla was able to get that double kill that he had on the board, and those were the only 2 kills that he got in the entirety of that game.
Yeah, a bit of a struggle here. I mean, look at FMM just going in and out, understanding the limits. He's getting a little low. He ensures that he gets on out of this one. But like, I think RSG started with the first turtle, but every single objective from then on was through Asteris.
The team synergy from Asteris is amazing in the sense that they always go full Camille on this fight. Knowing FMM's hero limits, that's the key mechanics that Bear and FMM, they have been bringing into these team fights. And look at that, wasted Minoan Fury coming out from Derry once again, just not finding initiation closer. It's always on the back line, look at that.
It's that target prioritization. If someone goes for one target, all 5 of them just changes their direction.
Yes.
They get that U-turn and they go straight for that one guy.
Yes.
So it's really like, if I want to go for the Chicken McCrispy, everyone's going to go for that Chicken McCrispy together.
I see what you did there. I see what you, now you're making me hungry, but it's all there. It's been there from the begging. And of course, do give them a shout out, of course. Go to McDonald's, get your food, get your crispy McChicken, and send us one as well. McSpicy.
McChicken, crispy.
Whatever.
Crispy
okay?
McChicken?
Just give me a chicken sandwich or McDonald's, okay? I don't know. I don't care what it's called. Just send it across. But nonetheless, we're going to have game 2. That's going to be coming up. Now, you're RSG, right? You're in a world of hurt, so to speak. How do you bounce back, my friend Mo?
I mean, they did have the draft available. They did have the drafts available. They have the players with the mechanic gifted as well. We know Bray. We know he can come back from this dairy. He has it in him, but he just needs to hold himself back. He needs to let Closer be the first point of contact on the EXP lane. If he's going for something like a Minotaur, he needs to understand his role a little better. I mean, keeping a clear hit when things are happening, when you're getting choked out by Asteris, is extremely hard. Asteris has been playing the top tier of ML that we've been seeing.
I know what it is, though.
What's that?
I know what it is.
What?
You see Bear, he has a Lucky Bear plushie. If
Ah.
I'm RSG, I take that Bear plushie and I burn it. This is like just destroying all of Bear's hopes and dreams.
So you're going to attack them.
You're gonna
by
attack
taking away their good luck charm.
Amen.
I think that's a hate
That's
crime.
Yeah, I think we're going to have some problems with that. Security, make sure that the bear is still there because whatever the
No,
bear
joke's
is doing in
it's
terms
just
of
a
luck
joke,
is
yeah.
of course you're joking,
course,
right?
of course.
Okay, but report this guy.
I
don't know where he's been.
Or am I? Or am I? Or am I? If I'm RSG, no, my predictions are already off the tables.
Okay.
You guys are still in. Man, RSG. They've actually changed a lot over the years, especially like last year. Last year hit really hard for them.
Okay.
Like after that loss with Flash,
Yeah.
and tried to rebuild. Bray wasn't the same again when in how he approached the game. The synergy needs some time to get built up upon. I don't know. For RSG, it's more of like, you know, washing your faces. Let's just get this. Every single game is a new game.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they have it in them because they did this against Evil yesterday.
Yeah.
They lost the first game. Afterwards, they bounced back. They do have it in them to say, okay, that game's a game. We gotta bounce back, and this is what we're gonna do. And what they have to do is draft properly. And I believe the drafts are ready, so we can already head in towards the drafts right now.
Okay, well, we're going to find out. The draft is going to start. This is, of course, game 2. It's going to be RSG versus Asteris. Can RSG Singapore bounce back? Let's find out with this draft here.
Man, okay, the draft has already started. Angela, Kaja, and Kadita. Actually, the Kajita combo has been banned out by Asteris. They don't want to face up against that. They know that if they are to go up against a pick-off composition, Asteris would not fare well. RSG, on the other hand, banning out the high mobility, high versatility composition of that Loa E chip and that Valentina. So for Asteris, though, Harris is wide open. They're going to snap pick that up. For RSG, though, I think one of the main win conditions is definitely Godzilla.
Yeah, Godzilla on the mid lane. I mean, he does have the Faramis still available if, let's say, you are going to match up against a Harif, you want to be in the front line. But of course, the snap pick on the export from the side of RSG. Export really very strong, and we see the Faramis coming out for Godzilla already.
So X-Board Faramis picked up by RSG. It does look like there is no counter. They could very well use the Nether Realm for themselves. Asteris, though, many mages. We've seen the Yeve before this morning even. Maybe Kiwi might be able to pick that up. I remember him playing last couple metas ago, the Yeve, once it got that slight little nerf, but that damage boost. The fact that I like that Yeve within these fights is that it creates that zone of opportunity for Asteris to just fight in front, creating that space for Harith to throw down that Zaman Force and create a area of opportunity for Asteris to collapse onto RSG.
And we do see the Fredrin and Minotaur picked up from Asteris right now. Those are extremely strong frontliners, with the Roger being picked up from the side of RSG. But the Roger, I feel that it's not that big of a damage issue when it comes down to the gold lane, because Harith versus a Roger, I feel like it's a wash 1v1. It all falls down to mechanical skill, who does better in the lane. But still, he cannot jump into a Fredrin, he cannot jump into a Minotaur, and they still pick Roger going into this. So they are up to something, RSG, definitely.
You know, it seems to me like for RSG, they want to play sort of like a football match, American football match, where, you know, you pull out all the stops and then you hit a certain yard and then you stop. But for Asteris, they want to play a rugby match. So even when there's a fight, they want to keep going, and they won't stop. So Asteris wants to go for something that has sort of like a cleanup kind of synergy. So Benedetta might be viable, but they banned out that Franco though. So it seems to me very high mobility. Benedetta definitely getting picked up by Bear here. I'm going to call that.
Yeah, Bear might be going for Benedetta, but for their mid laner, I mean, Novaria already banned out. But I feel that with a Fredrin and Minotaur still available for them, Kiwi can actually go for the Vexana if they wanted to do so. I mean, in the Mekong region, when I was casting the Mekong region, Fredrin, Minotaur, and Vexana, these three were like the holy trinity when it came down to the entire region.
That's right, chain stuns, knockups, stunned up, taunt up by Fredrin, and then the rest of the team just goes ham. RSG though, very weird ban here. Dyroth, I don't know why that is so.
Misclick. No, I'm just kidding. No, but I think if we're going to talk about Asteris here, I really like the Fredrin. I mean, it's top tier throughout MPL Indonesia as well as the Philippines. It is the #1 pick. I think him being at the front line, making everybody jump in, and he's so tanky to survive that initial contact, where the Minotaur can kind of jump in. I think you'll see a little bit of a night and day compared to game 1 of how that one worked out.
And the Alpha being taken out of the equation for Asteris, so Bray will not be able to pick up the Alpha this time. But
I'm laughing because look at his face, like he's so stressed out now that Alpha, like, oh man, they know our trick, they know our
but
plan.
they picked up yesterday, like not even paying attention at all.
Oh,
the Esmeralda!
It's a debut for Esmeralda. That's what I'm saying, man. They're always coming up with these new strategies. So Esmeralda, I think there is a slight little buff for her, for the tank ability. And you know, you need a boxer to take it down. So that pushes Fredrin in that EXP lane. They don't want Bear to play a high mobility hero like the Benedetta. So Asteris, now it's back to the drawing board for them. Will they shift that position, flex Fredrin into the EXP? What do you think?
Very good pick from Esmeralda. I mean, Esmeralda, I was in the toilet just now. I was in the toilet, and the bleed coach was in the other cubicle. He was talking about the Esmeralda.
Okay, so TMI.
Okay, all right. You could have just said hallway, but let's go to the bathroom and let's talk about it.
I overheard.
As long as we're not talking about ball movements, we're all right.
I overheard. You know, was talking about like Masha's my skin yesterday as well.
I overheard how good the Esmeralda is.
Moving on.
Then with the Vexana available right now, they do pick up the Vexana, but Esmeralda provides a huge jump factor into the depth of the team fight.
We're back to Season 3, ladies and gentlemen. Shizong versus Esmeralda. That's the Season 3 matchup right here, right now. And we've got the Roger too. Actually, yeah, it's a flashback to Season 3. Flashback to reality.
And
okay,
now
the flashback to to Season 3 and not the bathroom. Am I right? Mo, anything else you want to talk about the bathroom before you change topics here?
The bathrooms here are really nice.
Okay, this is interesting. So Esmeralda or Xborg in the jungle. It might be Esmeralda in the EXP lane, so facing up against that Yuzhong on a 1-to-1 death battle. Xborg in the jungle, and then Roger in the gold lane. So at RSG, they're swapping things around, experimenting the Esmeralda pick. It used to be one of Diablo's most comfortable heroes, signature heroes, and I think it's an homage to like Bray's old teammate because he plays pretty well with that Esmeralda, knowing that Xborg has true damage, that's a counter, direct counter to the Minotaur, to the Fredrin, so creating that space, that time for the backline and the Zaman Force that Chu really needs to go off on that team fights.
RSG Singapore, Asteris. This is, of course, game 2, the third match of the day. But, okay, now I put Mo on the spot last time. We know the draft. Churros, Professor, tell me, who on paper has the advantage going into this game?
For Asteris, though, they have an easier draft to execute. We know how a tank jungle plays. There's no way in heck that anyone's going to invade you because of how tanky you are. You're thick. You're able to survive a lot of those aggressive skirmishes. But for RSG, though, they might have something up their sleeves.
Okay. Yeah, let's find out. Of course, this is game 2. They came back yesterday, and they stormed back, and they beat Evil. But Mo, do you like their chances going into this one? RSG, that is.
Really like the Esmeralda in the EXP lane. They could have picked it a bit later on the 5th pick to feel more of a surprise, but they went with the 4th pick.
You build up that drama, right?
All right.
Oh, Closer actually dealing a lot of damage to Bear. So he's actually facing himself a lot more. But here comes Godzilla trying to pull him back. Closer, will he be able to close this out? Bear gets down, and Closer takes down that first blood. Derry deep in enemy territory, is just sighting for information.
And I really like Derry on the Grok now instead of the Minotaur. He can play as aggressive as he needs to. We know Derry being the aggressive roam from the side of RSG. And on the Grok, he will be a much more menacing figure to deal with on the side of Asteris.
Okay. All right, well, not to go all Backstreet Boys, but tell me why.
Tell me why.
Ain't nothing but a... Okay, go on. Sorry.
But because Grok, he does have a lot of movement speed when it comes to these walls, and it will always be a threat to JH's jungling patterns. And we know that JH, he has had a free jungle so far in the entire league, and now it will be extremely scary.
All right, going in this one, Churros, who from each team needs to step up this game?
For RSG, though, Derry does look like he's stepping up. He's in his element. He's always invading. He's being the aggressive self that he is. He might have went to the toilet again, washed his face, and came back up strong. This is match 2 anyways. Turtle already spawned up. RSG looks like they're in a better position. Contest for this one. Bray's already getting in position. But in that dot bush, FMM trying to source out a little bit more information. Trying to get that level 4 in. Eternal Guard already popped up a little bit too soon, a little bit too close. Closer onto Kiwi. Kiwi doesn't want to use that flicker just yet. It's a little bit too early. JH waiting on that wall charge, but here comes that Black Dragon form coming onto that backline. Derry secures that turtle, and they want to go for that fight. FMM and Sliver of Hell will be taken out by Bray. Closer on the backline, taking on JH as well. A deja vu to yesterday's game 2 with Evo. Bear goes down as well. Kiwi, there's nothing you can do. It's a 3-0 for RSG and the turtle to their bag.
Okay, Bray, let the man cook, right? The fact that he's got 2 kills already, I mean, this is a way different game from game 1. Derry actually secured the turtle somehow, and he was a complete menace. You were talking about Derry last game, probably not his finest moments, but in this one, he seems to be on point.
Yeah, put Derry on something that he's comfortable with, something that he can be aggressive with. And look at this, he's always in the front, in the face of the enemy jungle. Be it not getting too much done, but still, there's a lot of information going towards RSG. Knowing where the opponents are is a win in itself.
Yeah, you definitely want that. I think vision is super important, especially as a roamer. You got to be there at the right time. Basically, when the opportunity is there, you got to strike. And I think Derry's been on point thus far. Yes, it's still a little bit early. It's only 3 minutes in. But, I mean, Derry's playing well.
You know, I'm very defensive of that Esmeralda. The casters know this, not just because she looks like a supermodel, but because she gets to that backline, which is what basically RSG needs to get rid of Kiwi. They understand and identify that Kiwi is the main win condition for the side of Asteris. If Kiwi is safe, there is nothing that Asteris could do. It's also a direct counter to that Harith, because Harith builds up that shields when he lands his second skill. Within that Zeman Force, that's going to be an easy target for closer. So getting to that back line, Ray tries to go for something right here. FMM getting pulled back will be able to heal himself up to safety.
It's fine for now. And I mean, this is one of those things where I totally agree, right? Esmeralda, we haven't seen, again, I don't think we've seen it in Season 7 thus far, and this might be the first pick. But to your point of the fact that it is a hard counter.
Oh, hold on a second. Wild Charger into a Minotaur Fury. They try to go for that backside, though. Netherrealm popped up. Eternal Guard on their own, but here comes Closer on the flank, trying to take out one. They did take out FMM. Bear is coming a little bit too close. They want to get that kill, snatch up by Bray, but they back off to safety. That's a 1-for-1 for both sides. The turtle was free. No Bray and Bray and JH, they're ready in position.
Okay, but look at this. I mean, that was a great team fight for them. I thought that, you know, Asteris really bounced back on that one. They're down net worth, but they're somehow able to take the free turtle here. And this seems to be a little bit of a mistake, right? In the sense of giving your opponent a chance back in this game.
Kiwi was not challenged at all, even though they had an Esmeralda. I feel that they should be focusing on Kiwi a lot more in this team fight. And that's the beauty of Vexana, but we do see the last incentive being used on Bear, and he will get taken out. And, I mean, we talk about Kiwi having this positioning, right? If he's going to have this key positioning, he's not going to be challenged at all. Extended team fights will not be in RSG's favor.
FMM gets that knockup, Eternal Guard onto Godzilla, tries to go for another realm, cancelled again and again. That's the roaming trio of Asteris coming back up online. So, signs of life from Asteris so far.
I mean, that's what they want to do. Asteris' lineup is all about that team fight, making sure that they're, you know, getting into the fight, isolating. They had the numbers advantage. They got the pick off that they wanted, and they kind of compounded into this. Now they're still behind. They have many more steps to climb in terms of this mountain that is RSG, but I think that they're doing a pretty decent spot.
Signs of a good Vexana player. He keeps his Eternal Guard for the important fights, and the cycling on the cooldown is extremely important for Kiwi. And we know that he always has Eternal Guard for these pivotal situations.
Perfectly timed right there. I think that I do agree with that. But now, okay, Asteris, you're still down here. Your jungle is being invaded. A little bit of a struggle here. Bray is not scared. Like, what are you supposed to do against this monster that is Bray? Oh,
just get that engage right in. Eternal Guard already popped up. No more Firaga armor, but here comes Shu from that backside. Netherrealm actually keeps him up alive, but not for long. They popped up one. They're looking for another. Darius next on the chopping block. Godzilla gets out safe alongside CES. They don't want anything to do with that skirmish.
Yo, hold up. Like, RSG were kind of winning, and then Asteris with another amazing team fight just really brought themselves back in this game. That's exactly what you want as Asteris.
That's good communication right there from Asterix. They did not want to take the team fight to Bray until the Eternal Guard was up from the Vexana. Even though Bray was in the jungle, they just let him be. And like Kiwi, he's obviously telling his team, just wait for it. Once my Eternal Guard is up, Bray has no chance.
Yes, and that's perfectly timed. That's exactly what you want. Asteris to get themselves back in this game. Now, RSG, you know, you had the Roger on that team. You have that, like, that early spike, so to speak. Now it's pretty much the net worth is negligible, right? Is this the point where we see the rise of Asteris kind of taken over?
I mean, gold lead still looking, it's a wash. Roger, he's still a factor going into these team fights. He has not been present to come in and even deal the damage on Kiwi at the moment. But if they do find the timing, if Kiwi is not there, they won't have the damage to burst through that Netherrealm anymore.
Okay. So it really comes down to that Cult Altar, right? The Netherrealm, excuse me. So from Godzilla. But now look at Bray, not able to really do anything at this point. It seems like a bit of a standstill. Is it just a matter of slowing the game down, waiting for the next turtle, or what is your play as RSG here?
As RSG, I mean, they cannot fall for this disengage trick from Asterix. They have to commit into team fights a bit harder, especially on the side of Derry. He has to go more aggressive with Godzilla right behind him.
Oh, FMM trying to psych himself up, taking tons of damage, but here comes JH from that flank though. Last Insanity, last ditch effort to get out to safety. RSG is like abort mission, but Bear is facing a fight on his own against Closer. Oh, wrong charge that we missed it off camera though. FMM low in health. They are unable to go for it. 30 seconds until the next Lord spawns up. RSG still hasn't had that Esmeralda in any of these big team fights. Asteris has to watch out for that.
Oh, Terry's really stepped it up this one. That was a really nice wild charge, saving everybody, making sure everybody was disengaged. He needs to do more of that. Now, if we're talking about, okay, the mid lane, JH is just kind of just dancing a little bit in the mid lane.
He's slightly tanky, but it just can't take that damage from Export. It's just the continuous damage, continuous true damage coming in that chunks him down and makes him pretty much useless in a lot of these big team fights.
And Closer being the direct bane of Fredrin as well, I mean, taking away his shields. It's going to be extremely hard for JH to fight head-to-head against Closer. But they have been doing very good job of playing around the Vexana's Eternal Guard. But with Yuzong, with Bear, will be joining the team fight soon after Lord is already up. It will be a huge X factor.
Lord coming through. It's a Mexican standoff between Asteris and RSG. Both teams don't want to go, but on that bottom side, though, they sought out Closer. We want to see how that fight ensues. Closer taking a lot of damage right here. Zayman Force already popped up along with that Praise's Wrath. Enemy Noosphere onto two members.
Nice
knocked
guard.
up yet again. The Chainsaw coming in from FMM as well as Kiwi taking so much damage onto RSG. Woo! Popped it up with the last Insanity. RSG secures that first Lord of that game. But look at that flank though. Yu Zhong fighting his way into that backline. Finally taking CS out. That's his first kill of that game. Closer still holding it up himself strong, trying to chase down Bear, trying to zone him out that way. RSG, they have had enough. They've got that Lord marching out on that bottom side. Asteris, they shouldn't fight this anymore.
Okay, so they got one kill, RSG that is. They've lost two, but they did get the Lord. That is definitely a huge win for them. Look at the bottom lane is going to be pushing with that Lord. Now, RSG are in a prime position. I think the Esmeralda, we've seen the power of it. It's 3-0-2. You talked about how the fact that he's stealing all the shields, it's doing a great job. Closer playing the Esmeralda as the Esmeralda should be played.
Esmeralda, of course, does deal very good damage, but the thing is, they always manage to disengage from him at the correct timing. Kiwi has not been caught at all. His positioning has been immaculate so far. Eternal Guard always finding a knockup onto a key target, and we see Bray already being challenged.
Okay, a little bit of a fray, a bit of a skirmish, nothing really, I would say, in terms of a team fight there. But look, Kiwi, if his positioning was wrong, this game is already over, right? Kiwi is essentially keeping them in the game with his Eternal Guards. They've been on point, stopping the fight, getting that stun when you need to. So they put themselves on that. Now, they're still losing. They're down about 3K net worth lead. Asteris still need to bounce back.
Asteris really do need to bounce back, but I feel that Chu, with the Zayman's Force, he will have a lot of kill factor when it comes down to the middle of the team fights. What we're seeing from Asteris right now is they are committing to these team fights extremely hard, and RSG are just falling behind just ever so slightly. Once Bear can find the damage to get off the backliners, to find these backliners, it'll be extremely important.
Oh, JH caught in a tight spot, able to dash out of there, but Eternal Guard tries to zone the rest of the members out, fighting over that purple buff. Bear in a difficult position, but you have to make a note off that bottom side. Minions already starting to push in, pour in. JH coming up with the energy eruption, trying to taunt in, but the oh man, wild charge into the jump though. Closer takes up another kill for himself. Tier 2's gonna get felt now.
Yeah, so I think Bray playing it perfectly. He had the Faraga armor. He has the second life if he wants it. He has that immortality, so to speak. He's on point, right? But JH kind of got caught out. Yes, he's tanky, and he thought he was safe under that tower, but it's still a situation where you got to respect the fact that all 5 members of RSG raining in on you, it's going to hurt.
RSG, they are playing to their strengths right now. They know that the Eternal Guard is going to be a key factor into these team fights, so they're cycling it through. They're forcing Kiwi to use the Eternal Guard in advance. So that, Bray already has his immortality, so he's just trading his life for the Eternal Guard at the moment. And they somehow find the damage onto JH, which is extremely key for this Lord fight that will be ensuing really soon.
I mean, this is like 8-6 in terms of like kills, right? But if we're talking about it, I mean, in terms of objectives, RSG has been on point. Everything that they wanted, they've taken.
Derry caught in the middle, getting taunted up. He does have that wild charge, hits onto Numb, but he gets that knockup though. Zayman Force onto Chu. No one's hitting him just as of yet, but he does take a lot of damage, but it's still going in strong, healing everything back up. But from the backside though, CS trying to take one up for himself. Kiwi finds himself in a tough position, but here comes the turnaround. Closer from that flank. They're trying to go for that sandwich. Someone has to back him up. RSG, they might not want to go back. Oh my goodness, Chu getting that double kill, finally taken down by Bray on that backside though. Closer dealing so much damage, just splitting Asteris' attention apart. Closer is still standing in strong. He's proving us why he is student in the EXP lane of RSG. And there we go. It looks like a free enhanced Lord over the side of RSG.
3-2. Sorry, go on. RSG did a very good job of segmenting the fight. We saw 2 continuous fights, one on the top lane, one near the jungle of the purple buff. And I mean, Kiwi just getting caught out. They did not have the damage to clear out the rest of the RSG members at all. And RSG, if they just keep doing this, if they just keep finding Kiwi, what Asteris they have to do, they have to prioritize the Vexana a lot more. Make sure he doesn't die.
I have to say though, if I was Asteris, I would hunker down my base. The only reason why RSG was able to win that fight was because you go straight into that back line. Asteris would not give Closer any chance to go straight to that back line. They're not too far ahead. 6,000 gold lead, that's 2 items ahead only. CS already getting his core power spike items. He's got 0 kills though. Derry being a nuisance in the jungle. Asteris hunkering down.
All right, the biggest thing of that one is the fact that Asteris is kind of not playing to their strengths. They're a death ball. All 5 of them, they want to go at it. If you're RSG, you want to isolate. And they had 2 separate fights, and they, you know, individually those heroes are very strong when they're able to fight like that. But if you're fighting into a death ball, it's very difficult. And RSG playing their team to the T.
JH comes in with the energy eruption, taunts up to 2. He's locked underneath that wall, but he's taking too much damage from Bray though. He has to evacuate from that area. Bray's still coming in strong, staying within those team fights. No big ultimates pop just as of yet. Last Insanity just to get Bray out of the way. But you got that Eternal Guard coming in, but here comes that Death Ball. Asteris wants to take the fight over to RSG, but aborts and U-turns at the last second. Asteris still keeping up with their base.
Keeping up with their base, but there's no T3 in the mid and the bottom lane. I mean, this is a world of struggle for Asteris, right?
Yeah, RSG, they are finding the key objectives. They're winning team fights without taking a team fight, and they know exactly what Asteris want. They want to fight. So RSG, we're not going to fight at all. We're going to use the Nether Realm to disengage as much as possible. Use the mobility of our heroes to a T. So well done by RSG right now. But Asteris, if they want to win, I mean, Professor Churros, he has said they have to hunker down in their base, and they couldn't. They couldn't clear away the creeps in time despite having the better wave clear at all. FMM not finding the space to land a Kimino in Fury at all.
I mean, RSG was just baiting out that Black Dragon form from Bear. Now Bear has to wait quite a bit of time for his ultimate to come back online. And once that's baited out, RSG could just wait for that Lord, take control of that map. You see that gold lead just slowly but surely extending to infinity and beyond. And they're just taking everything, skirmishing everything that Asteris has. JH caught in the middle, trying to taunt up Bray, taking so much damage, true damage for that matter. But aborts at the last second.
All right, Xborg, I mean, Bray is just so tanky. There's really no way to deal with this guy. He's 6'1" and 2. He's made a presence throughout. Derry's done a great job of attacking them psychologically with his recall spamming. I think that you know, undersell what he's doing, but he's actually getting the heads of Asteris. I think he's doing a good job of just being really annoying. Like, how annoying is that, right?
Yeah, every time you see that recall spam, it's extremely flashy as well. But the Lord will be up soon. I mean, if I were RSG, I had this much amount of map control, I would just let Asteris come out.
Hold on a second, wall charge onto 2. There's no ultimates for Derry as of now, but look at that bottom side though. Keeping that lane pressure closer, doing a very good job. JH wants to go straight for that Lord, but they shouldn't take this Lord fight. They shouldn't and they couldn't because of the fact that RSG has so much gold up against them. This is their battleground. This is where they want to take that fight.
I mean, it's not just the fact that they couldn't take the Lord fight. Asteris, that is that the bottom lane is pushing. Closer's been on point, but
JH getting pulled back. Eternal Guard, last ditch effort just to save JH's life. No one can go down now. It's receiving over to the late game mark. Van 1 goes down. It's over. It's the first one to make the biggest mistake.
Asteris, they are banking everything onto this Lord fight.
They're sticking around. I mean, Closer is just being up front. FMM is spotting this out, but Bray's already taken the Lord.
Lock up from JH with the wall charge already. Last Insanity trying to chase down JH, FMM. Just going in with Mignon and Fury. That's 3-man knockup. NetherRealm keeps everyone up alive. Black Dragon Form tries to go in for that backside Chu, keeping himself alive with the Zaman Force. Missed that last dash, but he's dealing tons of damage, waiting for the right time to get kill opportunities. Closer tries to chase in for that backline as well. Bear trapped alone. He will get taken down as well. It's 2-0. And Chu and Closer. Chu and JH are trying to stay alive. Winter Truncheon last minute just to save them. There's 3. They're going for 4 and make it 5. And a wipeout. And a Maniac, the first Maniac of MPL SG Season 7 goes to CS. The late game Roger. There's no time to play.
No time to play. We talk about the fact that Roger might be that just, the early mid-tier hero, but you're seeing in that one, obviously when he's got the items, he's able to just destroy heroes here. But, I mean, he was on point, right?
RSG. We talked about the chicken strat, right? Look, I'm weak, but no, they do come back and tie things up to 1-1. So both teams are already tied up. They will be backed against the wall. If they do want the win once again, Asteris will have to bring themselves back to the drawing board. They will have to rethink their strategies versus RSG.
Yeah, I love the fact that RSG, are going through these motions, so to speak, in the sense of losing that game 1, because that really tests you as a team. The fact that, hey, I'm behind, now what do I need to do? How do I step up? What are the changes in my strategy going into game 2? And they've bounced back both times.
I mean, we've seen this before. I mean, I said this time and time again, deja vu. I don't want this to be a trend over the rest of the regular season, but RSG losing the first game, coming back super strong in the second game, and then going up in the third game. So my prediction might still be on point though.
Okay. I think you're still wrong. With the prediction. But I do want to say that I want to see, I want to contradict what you're saying in the sense of you don't want to see RSG do this. I want to see more of this, right? Because I think that this team, if you lose that first game, you bounce back, you're going to be better throughout the entire league. This is only going to really test you. It's one of those things where if you lose, you learn, and then I think that RSG is doing a lot of learning, and they're getting a lot better.
Yeah, and they're taking the losses really well as well. But the thing is, Derry on the roaming hero that is Grok, a lot more aggressive, a lot more comfortable.
Very annoying though.
Yes, extremely annoying to deal with, but I feel that one of the highlights was Closer on the Esmeralda. We did see the surgeons of the Esmeralda. It is so fresh. It's coming in new to this season.
Yeah, he's my MVP, honestly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I feel
that. Speaking of MVP, let's find out who they thought was the actual MVP of that game, and it looks like it was going to be Godzilla. You're wrong again, Professor Churros.
I think this is going to be on pattern.
This
is going to be on pattern going through the rest of this game, but Godzilla played so well, created so much opportunities using that Phantom Steed, trying to get in, trying to pull in heroes, trying to create opportunities for Bray to get a nice kill. So long extended team fights, hitting that NetherRealm on the right time and facing up against FMM, one of the last time he used to be one of the best gold laners. Right now, he's one of the best roamers in the league. Man, Godzilla.
Yeah, no, he was on point, right? I think that RSG did a great job. They banned the Valentina, then they picked up the Feramis, and they set themselves up for this, right? This is the whole thing of, you want a team fight, you want a death ball, but we've got Cult Altar, the NetherRealm. We're going to keep ourselves alive so that it's not going to be an issue. It's a non-factor.
Non-factor indeed, but with Closer jumping into the backline, having the NetherRealm for your team, having the NetherRealm for Closer to fall back to, it's always going to be an X factor because Closer has that just safety guard for him all the time. When he just jumps in, no problem. I'll just fall back into my NetherRealm. No problem, right?
Okay, we talked highly of Closer here. Is he replacing Diablo? Is he doing a good enough job?
Man, that's
boom! I'm gonna put you on the spot. Go.
That's a very huge statement, though. I don't think so, but it kind of seems like Bray is trying to groom his new teammate to kind of employ the strategies that Diablo use. In the post-game statistics, though, 4-0-5. I don't know why this Esmeralda wasn't the main MVP. Created so much space on that backside. They know that Kiwi and Chu is one of the main
targets.
Let
it go, man. Let it
go. It's not just Esmeralda as a supermodel, but man, he played a hell of a game.
Yeah, they played a hell of a game, but I have to attribute it to Asteris as well. They did play a very good game. I mean, they put up a show versus RSG. It was a nail biter through and through because Kiwi, he only died 2 times, right?
Yeah.
Kiwi was so impossible to catch during the early game and the mid game. It made RSG just rethink their entire strategy. And RSG, they tempered themselves really well. I like the fact that they identified the win condition of getting Vexana out of the equation. They have to cycle through the Vexana as much as possible, make sure the Eternal Guard is not up. Just force it out.
All right, that was not an easy game for RSG. I mean, towards the end, it was 16-10, and then,
right.
like, it was very close throughout.
That's
right.
right.
They had a chance. Asteris are really formidable, right? It's still one of those things. I mean, if we're looking at KDAs, it looks a little bit bad. But the thing is that, to your point of Kiwi and Chu, both of those guys were on point in terms of their positioning. They did not die early, but it just so happened that RSG were able to take the objectives, and then, Bray on the X-Borg, I thought he was very good. I know that it seemed like, oh, he's 6-1-4, but he took almost every objective. He was always tanky up front. If we're looking at the damage received, Bray's got to be tops.
Yeah, I don't doubt that at all. The fact of the matter is he is always inside of all of these team fights, chunking down so much chunks of health or chips of health from JH that they couldn't do anything. Even JH went in, tries to zone himself out. It's not enough for Asteris. Albeit they do have some moments of brilliance that they could have made, but I feel like it's not the draft issue. It's more of Asteris's communications. They shouldn't have fought that last Lord because that was where RSG's playground was. They like to play within the jungle, and that put them in a very precarious position.
You put that point very well, Professor Churros. I mean, you told them to hunker down in the base, right? They should have just listened to the professor and just be like, yeah, we should listen to the professor. We have our lineup already set. But the thing is, Chu did an extremely good job of dealing the damage output. You see, he did a 206,000 damage on the Harif. It's extremely insane to see. We haven't seen these numbers. It's probably the highest number that we've seen.
200,000, man.
That's 200,000 damage from the Harif.
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, it's putting yourselves in, but the thing is that it's not. He's not, able to get the kills. Yeah, you can do all the damage in the world, but look at that lineup from RSG. Everybody's super tanky. Yeah, they can take it. It's one of those things where they weren't able to burst anybody down. They have they're tanky inherently, and the fact that you have the call to the Nether Realm on top of that, but who are you going to blow up? How are you going to deal with this?
RSG has 5 fighters.
Yeah.
There's basically 5 fighters playing against a slightly, I wouldn't say sticky kind of composition. You want to stay together. Closer, Bray was able to push everyone out of the way. They are able to do that damage, and they are able to take hits. So that is props to RSG. Good drafting.
Okay. All right. So aside from good drafting, as Asteris though, what do you do? How do you bounce back going into game 3? With you lost that one. That was kind of tough. But how do you bounce back now as Asteris?
They have the mechanical game sense. They did play their heroes extremely well. They just made a lot of bad micro decisions when it came down to the mid game, when it came down to the late game. They are taking fights that they should not have. They need to know what their strengths as a lineup are. Okay. And I feel that that's extremely important to identify the win conditions to win the game.
All right, well, let's look at the highlights to see what those win conditions are.
A lot of layering of teamfight opportunities, and this was where RSG had the upper hand. You see how Closer moves around the map, trying to go straight for that backside, trying to go for that loose man, and I can say that now because they have someone to be able to chase to that loose man. So they always go for that pickoff strategy. This is a discombobulated kind of like, let's split apart that glue that holds Asteris together and we'll play against these team fights. So a lot of nice little plays, but the props goes to Derry for that intel over to the side of RSG.
Yeah, Derry was, he was very good, right? Let's be honest. It was a good bounce back game for him, putting themselves in that situation. But, I mean, it seemed like RSG have turned it up a bit, right? They were changing things up. They understand that they lost. It was a bounce back game, and that's perfectly what you want as RSG. And again, is this the rise of RSG as we move forward into the league? Or is it too early?
It's still too early to tell. That game was extremely close coming in from both sides. I feel like it just boiled down to the decisions, boiled down to the experience. Then Bray just made a lot more better decisions into the late game. As an X-Borg, he knew to play with his HP. He was always up in front and making sure that the Eternal Guard was used on him and nobody else.
I do agree with that. I think that Bray really set it up. I would have put him, you know, maybe MVP, but I think that the stats are a little skewed in that sense. But he played it like you could feel his presence throughout the entire game.
Right. There's a lot of things that we can learn about RSG and Asteris. It's all about that. It's not only about that draft, but it's all about the micro mechanic gameplays. And here we have today off the desk is Jace. Take it away.
Full little segment of knowledge. All right, so this is my first time handling this, so let me go. I think it's a very good show that Asteris managed to put up in Game 1, but Game 2 you also see Asteris trying to climb up just a little bit, and this is this particular moment. So if you continue to watch this portion, when they actually caught on Bray, and this is when they take the opportunity to really try to punish this Bray over extension, and because of that, you're forced to see everybody from the side of RSG coming in to react, but the main player, the biggest player that we all have to look out for is going to be Closer, which is all the way right here, that hasn't joined the fight as of yet. What's he actually setting up, by the way? He's actually setting up for another hard push down bot, and he is actually doing a lot of job while, you know, buying a lot of time, whereas Bray is just, you know, getting picked off right here. So technically speaking, you can say that this is a tipping point of Asteris where they gain the gold, but at the same time, they lose map control. And that's actually kind of bad. All right, we're gonna let this play just a little bit more. Yes, Chu getting killed. In fact, this is also where Chu start to get, you know, his power spike. But don't forget, this is a Harif going up against an Esmeralda. So technically speaking, in terms of draft, I think RSG put the final nail in the coffin. We basically forgot the existence of Esmeralda because, you know, Harif came back into meta, right? So at the same time, here comes again. Once again, you see RSG members grouped up all together without the Esmeralda. So 4 fighting right here, but Esmeralda is also doing some side pushes. So this is actually putting a lot of time pressure onto Asteris to get something done. All right, so roll this clip just a little bit more. You get to see Dairy coming in at a very crucial moment. This wall has been blocking everything that Asteris want to do. Asteris wants to fight as 5 because mainly they have Kiwi that wants to set up a no control zone. They also have an FMM which has an ultimate that could set up a control zone as well. They want to fight as 5. Don't forget the Zaman Force also relies on that control zone, and Bear coming in with a petrified Black Dragon form to dive to the backline. And basically, all they want to do is really to teamfight. But however, RSG played really, really smart. What they did is basically putting Dairy to block up this wall to prevent them from reinforcing each other. Closer, playing on the sides, also applying pressure. Then after that, coming in and join flanks after flanks after flanks. And this is trying to separate us Asteris apart. All right. Going to continue rolling down the Quillip. You can see Chu and FMN stuck behind the wall as Bray and also the members just steals away the current objectives at the same time. But don't forget, Closer is always around, inching to join the flank at any time. Don't forget, during that whole team fight, right, Kiwi already blew away his ultimate. I know I missed that one, but that also means that this turret is practically undefended. So if you continue and play this one, they can just basically go in. Dairy could dive, everything. They know that Closer is hanging around there somewhere. And now because of the lack of that ultimate, they're unable to defend this turret. So it's really wise at how RSG is basically, you know, using low amount of ultimates, low cooldown to basically bait out big ultimates that could potentially change the game. This is this also a very nice team fight. I realize how Asteris show discipline, which is very, very rare in a lot of these teams, because if you notice, JH actually used the Appraiser's Wrath to clear off the mid lane already, and that's where RSG decided, okay, this is time for me to fight, but Asteris decides to back away. After RSG takes this down, they did not push on the pressure, so this is also discipline being shown by both sides. Chu burned the ultimate. You can see that even everybody wants to chase, but once Godzilla sets up this Nether Realm, they turn back. You can see this massive U-turn being done by the Black Dragon form already. So it's really, really lots of discipline being shown by both these two teams. And now, this is where Closer really splits the whole team fight apart. Closer has shown himself around here, Godzilla as well. They are a perfect tag team. Ray started the Lord already. FMN True, Kiwi, JH is a little bit falling behind, and Bear is a little bit late because he's in Yuzhong, so he needs to kind of wave clear just a little bit, but the Black Dragon form kind of saves him from that one and allows the gap close very quickly. Whoops, a daisy. Wait, Yep, I'm lost. Alright, I'm really bad at technology. Okay, let's come back here. Okay, so if you notice what happened right here is Closer really setting up for this whole thing, right? This whole thing really, really well. Especially when he's always there to try to cut. Bear also goes up and react to him, so this is also a very good decision coming up from Bear. Whereas the whole main team fight is happening around here. Alright? Kiwi's positioning, as always, very impeccable, setting out all these known control zones. But he's also kind of out of most of these team fights, right? So as they recollapse back in once again, Godzilla come in with the Nether Realm, and when he's so low dot, he's so close to going in, at the same time controlling everybody. So this is a really, really smart decision coming up from Roy to really come in. Once he touched Closer right there with the Nether Realm, it saves his life, so extends the team fight even more. And now it's just Closer creating space, separating everybody from here. Now JH is a little bit confused. Do I defend True or do I defend Kiwi, as they're all split apart? And this is all done because of Closer. And once Kiwi and True kind of come in together towards the middle, as Closer just closes the gap all the way in, and you see True and JH just fighting for like Closer creating so much space for RSG to kind of reinforce each other. And then the worst case scenario is True came in with low mana after landing out the last summon force, and he's unable to dash away, and therefore it just led to a whole team wipe-up. So yeah, thank you very much. Back to you, Classless.
Thank you, Jace, for breaking that one down. A lot of the team fights, a lot to learn from that one. I think that was one of those moments where, you know, if you break it down, like how can you get that perfect angle? The flank separating members of the enemy team, ensuring that you're there. I mean, he was a great breakdown, Jace.
Yeah, you call me Jace?
No, I'm saying Jace is over there. You just happen to be in my way, all right?
But anyways, it kind of feels like a boxing match.
Yeah.
Every single team fight went either way. There was no telling, like, okay, this team fight is definitely going to be in the hands of, like, Asteris. No, this team fight is going to be in the hands of RSG. It goes either way because of the way that both of these teams, they play so tactfully.
Yes.
They play so.
Agreed.
I don't have the word for it. They're just so smart, and it's always so intense.
Okay, all right.
It's always very, very intense. So, like these fights, they're very intense.
Yeah.
We need to sit down. We need to be comfortable.
Yeah, but speaking of sitting down and somewhat being intense, but we all know that gaming can get intense sometimes, right? However, OSIM has got your back. The U-Throne V Gaming Massage Chair is built to energize and reinvigorate your mind and body. Level up your performance with its patented V-Hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind. Game in comfort and style with the U-Throne V Transformers Edition designs. And remember, OSIM is here to provide support for your well-being, even if no one else supports you, your character in the game.
As I said yesterday, I think that's most of the case for us. Nobody supports us in game, especially when we're playing solo queue, right?
I like this back support because not only is it a back support, it's a tummy support for people like me who have a tummy and want to hide it.
Okay.
You have a tummy?
Very smart.
I think you're the only one with a six-pack, so I don't know why you're hiding that around here. I've got a two-pack.
Be humble, man. Come on.
I've got this keg right here, the kegerator.
Years of experience,
warm
years
in
of
the
drinking.
winters. But yeah, so I mean, thank you so much for, of course, OSIM. We also have McDonald's as presenting a partner as well for all of this, and we're going to be going into a game 3, but that's coming up. Now, we know what happens. It's 1-1. This is game 3. You know, this is it. This is a round robin. You're not going to play this team again, right? Do you throw out something silly, or do you do something a little bit more serious in terms of a draft going into this game 3?
In terms of Asteris, they did not think about the Esmeralda factor. I like what Jay said. Esmeralda, really a very good counter pick against the Harif as well. and of course, my section, Rumors from the Toilet, Esmeralda, really, really good at countering out the Harif. So they now know that if they are going to put Chu on the Harif, Esmeralda might be a potential pick. Do they ban it out? I have to see RL19 on his draft decisions.
Okay, you talk about the analysis that you have, and then we have the telestrator, and then we do that. But I think we need another segment, the Rumors from the Toilet segment by Mo. But I think we'll do that moving forward. But
no, I love that, though. I love that.
This is going to be, of course, Game 3, RSG Singapore, Asteris going into this one. Now, okay. Your thoughts on this draft? Is there anything that you want to ban? Something that like kind of sticks out to you going into this one?
No, pull out all the stops. RSG, they're gonna definitely ban out the kind of high mobility movement strats that Asteris has. So the Loi, the chip's gonna be taken out. Asteris, on the other hand, Angela, because they're gonna be snapping that up as well. I don't know. Like, help me out here, guys. Like, is Fredrin going to be one of those heroes that you want to be able to prioritize within these matches? Because you're going to be leaving your back line empty.
I mean, Fredrin, as strong as it is, we see teams trying to counter them out. I mean, we have teams that are comfortable against playing against Fredrin as well. I mean, they will have a lot of comfortability when you come into a Fredrin matchup. So they are used to playing against Fredrin. But in terms of these pocket picks like Esmeralda, I feel that they should be banned out because it's pretty new. You haven't been playing against them yet.
You got a lot of opportunities to ban out anything that denies that. But the Kajita combo might be banned out by Asteris. So both of these teams, they have their signature flavors. For RSG, it's more like, I don't want to deal with those high mobility, high flexibility kind of drafts that fast rotations. Asteris, though, they don't want to deal with RSG's pickoffs. But on the other hand, though, I think no, you shouldn't ban out that Esmeralda. It should be kind of like a push and pull. If you want to pick up the Harith, they pick up the Esmeralda, counter you, you counter her back with the box shot. I said this in game number 2. They had that position to pick that up, but I don't know. Maybe they want to stick to their guns. They know that they can win with whatever draft they have. When a player's comfortable with a hero, just let him pick it.
Yeah. I think it comes down to that, right? Game 3, you want to be in with the best position that you can be in, right? In the sense of having that hero that you're super comfortable on. Now, I don't think that they need to go out of their way to pick to ban the Esmeralda or anything like that, but it's one of those situations where your draft needs to be better. You can't rely on shields the entire time. You can be counter-picked. Understand that it might still be in the pool, but look at what Asteris is doing. They're actually banning the X-Borg here, but the Fredrin
is being picked up by RSG. I mean, if let's say you want our RSG side right now, if you have the Fredrin in the jungle, we know what RSG's win factor is. They have to put Derry on a hero that he is comfortable with. And the Grok that we saw just now, he was extremely comfortable on it. The blocks that he set up were extremely pivotal in these team fights. I mean, Jace showed you how these no control zones were set up by the Vexana. And then just Grok totally with just one wall, countering everything.
All right, I want to talk about the Fredrin here because in MPL Indonesia, Fredrin is the #1 picked, and it's almost a 20-game difference from #2 in Baxia, right? It has an almost 60% win rate in Indonesia. So I don't think it's wrong to pick it here. Yes, I do feel like in MPL Singapore, they have ways to counter it, but it's still very strong, at least internationally.
But in MPL Singapore, I mean, this is just still day 2. Fredrin has probably around 50%, 40% actually, 40% win rate as of now. So it's sort of like a coin toss. You pick that Fredrin, you might win, you might lose. So it's really an even Stevens kind of game. You pair it up with against a Barat and a Harith. It does seem like they want to go in full in front to back kind of clashes, and we'll see that a lot in this game. So RSG psyching up for that Valentina as well as the Roger. Asteris might very well pick up the Faramis. You want to be able to protect that, try to or deny that, ban it out in the next phase, and deny Valentina of a very, very useful ultimate.
And the thing is, the previous 2 games, we have seen Kiwi on Vexana as well. Valentina will be a very good pick in terms of countering out the Vexana. But we do have the Vexana already picked up. So all 3 games, Kiwi will be on the Vexana. His positioning has been amazing. I mean, it all falls down to the micro decision, and that's what lost them the previous game. And the first game, they did so well on the Vexana.
It's
So
just
I wouldn't
something-
change it, yeah.
It's. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't change it.
Yeah.
Asteris almost had game number 2 as well. They just fell a little bit far behind. If RSG picks up something that could go straight for that back line, either a Benedetta or a Yuzhong for themselves, or even the Esmeralda, but it's gonna be banned out because they picked up the Harith. They don't want to deal with the Esmeralda anymore because of that shield sapping kind of thing that Esmeralda has. So the Minotaur getting banned out by RSG. What RSG is lacking is probably an EXP laner and a roamer. For RSG though, they might be able to do a pick-off composition because of the high early game damage that they have.
Yeah, and I love the fact that, you know, Bray's got his Fredrin, right? I think it's a signature hero, or he plays it very well, especially lately. Definitely something that you need to recognize, right? So I think that they're in prime position. They want to go at you. They have a lot of flexibility in terms of what they want to do for those last 2 picks, but banning out that Minotaur, what about that Minotaur kind of is why RSG decided to ban it there?
Minotaur and Vexana are extremely good with each other. It's a wombo combo, man. You'll just be flying up in the air until there's no tomorrow. But what I'd like to see from Asterisks, since the Minotaur is banned out right now, they can still go for a Grok themselves, denying it from Derry.
They banned out the Kaja. It's definitely, they know that RSG is going for a pick-off. I know for a fact that they want to do that. So RSG, since Minotaur banned out, Kaja banned out, Kufa is wide open. It's one of Derry's more comfortable picks. I'm not sure if he wants to pick that up because it's sort of like a soft counter to this Harith.
Yeah, it's a way to go, right? I think that it's they need to figure out how they're going to get to the Vexana. I mean, you talked about, you know, it's very difficult to find. You need to figure out some way to jump on them. But is the Valentina enough to kind of, you know, to counter the Vexana? You know, you can get the IMU, you can get the potential, because you definitely don't want to steal Barad's Detna's welcome and be in the heart of the enemy team. So it seems like, what are you trying to do with the Valentina pick?
I mean, Detona's welcome is really good at countering the Harith away from the Zamon's force. We talked about that being one of the factors yesterday as well. If you can bring Harith away from the Zamon's force somehow, you can win the team fights. And they do pick up the Arlot. That final slash will be a factor coming through. But I don't like this pick from the side of Asteris. They don't have enough frontliners for Kiwi.
It's FMM's Arlot. Ken has been saying this a lot. He wants to see FMM Arlot. They're giving him FMM Arlot.
I mean, FMM will have to do a great job.
But do you draft around it? Like, or is this one of those things where...
No, it's just setup, man. It's like Arlot just sets up with the final slash, and then there comes Vexana. Harris just waits for that right time to go in. Barrage just tanks all that damage. The only counter to that Barrage is a very, very reliable source of long damage. In this case, they are going for that Edith and that Yuzhong. Very, very tanky lineup for RSG. Very thick boys that we have here. Asteris, though, their last pick. They're missing a EXP laner. Yeah, definitely an EXP laner. I think if they want to go through with this, maybe even the Dyrov, that's why RSG banned it out in game 2, or even a Benedetta.
Yeah, Bear, very strong on this mechanical-based heroes. We do see him destroying lineups once and once again. But the thing is, he does not have any frontliners. Only Barats will be available as frontline. Arlots would always be looking for the final slash, so he's not there to soak up the damage. And I feel that Bear, he has to go for something with sustainability if they are going in for a team fight lineup. If they're not, if they're going for a solo unit.
It's a Damas debut.
Yeah, it's a Damas debut. Damas, I mean, if
Strong.
Abstract was here, Abstract is an extreme fan of this Damas.
It used to be the Benedetta, then it shifted over to this Damas as well. But yeah, you call for a tanky boy, you call for a thick boy, they give you a Damas. So how do you like that? What do you think the draft is going to be, and how do you think they're going to play this out, Mo?
Both teams have drafted it very, very strong lineups. Edith, Roger, very strong on the damage output on the marksman side. If you do not have enough damage as a Roger, Edith is there to follow up. Yuzhong, really good counter pick against Vexana because you will be able to jump in unabated with your Black Dragon form. But the thing is, Team Asterix, they now have the Damas and the final slash to worry about. Very worrying when you go into a team fight and you find yourself slightly out of position, that final slash will be there to catch you.
Match 3, game 3. Asteris, RSG Singapore. Who wants it? Who's going to come out on top? This is one of those ones where, I'm going to answer my own question in terms of the draft. I like both teams, right? I think that they're both in a prime position to win. I think that they're very well-rounded. And yeah, I'm sitting on the fence on this one. But that said, I do have my predictions. I do think Asteris will come out ahead and prove you wrong, Professor Churros.
I gotta say, after the performance in Game 2, Bray and Derry, they're in their element. They just need to wake up. They need to play their aggressive style, just as Derry is doing, going into the jungle, getting that intel, and giving it over to RSG's side, knowing where JH is at all times, knowing where FMM is at all times is going to be key to their victory.
And one of the key conditions is Derry being on this comfortable roaming hero, right? On the Edith, he's very comfortable. He can go aggressive, full aggressive as much as we want. But then again, Asteris, FMM is on the R-Lot. We need to talk about this because there's not going to be much tankiness to begin with, but it is FMM's R-Lot after all.
Yeah, he's gonna. I mean, it's not gonna be the same R-Lot that we normally see, right? It definitely needs to be played a little bit differently. I think FMM is definitely up to it, right? FMM plays a wide variety of heroes, wide variety of roles. We've seen him, right? He's on point. So let's not worry too much about him. I think that it's gonna be more of, okay, let me throw this one to you, Churros. If we're gonna talk about RSG, who is the one guy that really needs to have an amazing game?
Derry. Derry, you know that Chu's the only one with Purify. Kiwi now no longer has that Purify. He has that Flicker, so be able to get into Kiwi, get into his head, and just face off against him. Just wipe him off the face of the earth, or the Land of Dawn for that matter. Setting up for this turtle will be the first bit in trying for going for their success.
Okay, okay. We'll find out how it plays out. But in terms of the league, though, who needs this more for a confidence boost in this league, Mo?
I feel that RSG, they do need it more. Asteris, they have a coach coming in. And now Turtle Fight comes through.
Oh, hold on a second right here. Eternal Guard getting popped up, getting eaten up. There is JH. Bray actually goes down. But then we can catch that right here. Derry goes down as well. It's just hits popping on and off and off. RSG, 4 members down. It's Asteris, first big kill off the day, first major clash, and they've won it. It's a major confidence boost. Talking about confidence boosters.
Yeah, I was saying that RSG really needs this confidence boost if they want to win this league here, because they will be fighting a lot of giants, and Asteris is really prepared to do so.
Oh man, this bear is actually doing a lot with that Cauldron Inferno. Once he's hit level 4, he just stays in battle. Everyone's just like, percentage of HP just goes down and down and down. We're going back to the replay to see what happens next, but I saw that final slash. Bray got out safe, but here we are. The Cauldron Inferno comes back up. Bray's dealing so much damage. Purify from Closer as well. They're just chunking in after damage after damage after damage. They're going in ham. It's just a very, very hard kind of clash to cast because all of the skills were just coagulated in one spot.
Okay, RSG, you actually predicted them, Churros. Now, are you feeling the pressure of being wrong?
A little bit.
A little bit?
But
a little bit?
I still stick to my guns.
I mean,
your
your reputation is at stake here, huh?
Man, okay, I see the look on Bray's face. Everyone's just doubting him, like whether Bray can do this without Diablo, and we had a little bit about that within the head-to-head video and say like, oh, they're trying to groom the next Diablo. Diablo's not there. Bray's not going to perform anymore. But with Derry, maybe they could have a second lease of life. Maybe Bray really needs this confidence to just go through with this match.
Damn you pulling at my heartstrings, pulling out the Bray card,
you know what I'm saying?
And all of that. I do want to see success from Bray. I want to see him bounce back. So I do feel you on that one. But I think you're going to be wrong this series. Sorry, Churros.
I like to be proven wrong. I like the good underdog story.
Mo, you and I are on the same boat where we both predicted Asteris. I think that we're in a prime position to celebrate.
Not too close yet. Not too close
Not yet, not yet.
We still have Baird yet to perform.
No confidence, my friend. No confidence.
Man, missing that final slash though onto Closer, but he's still trying to stay with him though, taking tons of damage, giving a lot of zone potential over Asteris for that Lex Turtle fight.
I mean, that's going to be the next big one, right? And they're everybody's kind of gearing up for it, but FMM?
Oh, pops that flicker last second. Godzilla, no more ultimate as well. Asteris looks like they're in a better position contest for this one. There's a 5v3 composition going on. They don't have that Roger, but they do have the Havoc. Bray actually steals that Retribution. No more Turtle. Final Guard, final slash. Eternal Guard. Oh my goodness me. It's chaos in the Land of Dawn as Asteris takes down the 3 members of RSG, but RSG claims the turtle for themselves.
Oh, you questioned FMM on the R-Lot, but that final slash was clutch. Totally turned it off, put everybody in a prime position. And of course, Asteris 7-1, 2.5, 2.6. Okay, net worth lead.
And the thing is, the surprise pick coming through from Bear with the Thamus has been doing really well in this game. In the head-to-head matchup versus the Yuzong, he already has so much more farm versus the Yuzong.
I mean, look at Bear. I mean, he's just like pushing all the lanes, being super tanky. That's kind of what you want. You have that secondary. So R-Lot, he doesn't have that pressure of being the tank. Obviously, he's not going to get the items to be that tank, but the fact that your team composition is working around it, I love it from Asteris.
Well, hold on a second right here. It's a 4v1 kind of situation here. They're all sizing up on Bear. They know that he's the cornerstone for Asteris. This concealed play coming in, Minions marching in. Bear's out of there. Like we say.
I mean, it's the spider sense, right? Bear's like, I don't see anybody on the mini-map. I know something's going on. I'm going to flex it out. I've got my spider sense. I'm going to back off, play this one perfectly. This is a huge commit from RSG.
They're actually going in, though, onward into a jump up, but a Cloud Inferno! Oh my goodness me! He saved himself the outplay, but here comes the cavalry! They're coming in, chasing after that dragon, going after that Valentina. Say goodbye to Godzilla. Here we go, CS, one more hit. JH trying to chase him down. Won't be able to, but they take 2 for themselves, punishing Derry for getting a little bit too close for comfort.
Oh, Bear was just like, oh, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. We're turning this around.
Well,
and
look at
RSG,
look at how Asteris is so happy, man. Oh, man.
Is that really happy?
I'm
a little happier than those guys.
Maybe it's how they show their emotions.
Call an ambulance, but not for me. As Bear he did have the Vengeance able to pop up, and that was just too much.
Oh, Drew's coming up online with his aim force, takes down CS. There's another turret in their bag. 1 to 10 kill, 5k goal lead. They're going in with the onward, but a final slash puts him out of position. Derry will not be able to survive this skirmish. Another kill on the board for Asteris, the 6k gold lead. What do you do if you're RSG? You're trying to split push, but to no avail because Asteris is all over the map, all 5 of them.
All right, as RSG at some point, you're like, when does the hurting stop? Right? This is the moment where they're down 6k. It's 11-1, but I mean, like, this game has been all Asteris.
No, I'm going to call them the community Avengers. There's like every single one member of every single community team that has won, and all the best players are there. They're showing us how the community spirit is coming together and playing together as a unit in the first MPL that any of them has ever been, except FMM, of course.
Really well done from the side of Team Asteris in terms of splitting the map when they had map control. Chu was on the top side of the map, split pushing, and meanwhile Bear was getting ganked, getting that 1v4 situation going on and still getting out alive. Chu was getting the farm there, and they were keeping JH, they were keeping Bray in check. We're using JH on the mid lane together with Kiwi and FMM, making sure that Bray cannot move out into the jungle at all.
I love the fact that Bear, on that play, that was, in my opinion, the tipping point of this game, right? The fact that he was baited. 1 versus 4, you think, this is going to be a freebie, but it's Thamus, he's very tanky, and the Cavalry were on the way. Asteris were able to capitalize, turn that one around. All it was just a giant bait.
Yeah, I learned this from Youngin. He said, like, there's a lot of things to pocket picks. Like, people pick up things that or people like to play things that is in the meta, in the current meta, because people know how to face up against them. You pick up a Thamus that has not seen the light of day in the Land of Dawn for a very, very long while, and you pick it up. No one knows how to deal with him. It's definitely a wild card for Asteris.
Okay, well, it looks like it's going to be a free Lord, but anything you want to talk about in terms of the items?
Okay, double Radiant Armor coming through from the side of FMM and Bear, which would mean that Valentina will not be doing as much damage. They can chunk down the rest of the heroes. Valentina will not be a factor anymore.
Not a factor whatsoever. And I mean, he didn't even get started. He's 1-2-0. I mean, yeah, he's got some great IMUs with the final slashes that are being stolen, but we haven't really seen that impact, right? I think it's been a very difficult game for Godzilla/Roy. This is one of those situations where, like, what ult is he really looking to steal?
It's extremely hard. I think Eternal Guard might be the pick.
I think Godzilla is actually wanting to take away the final slash from FMM, but he got the Detonus welcome instead from JH because they're standing so close. Lord marching down that bottom side. Asteris looks like they want to take down the tier 3 in the mid side. Won't be able to do so. That's a very, very fast wave clear by RSG.
I mean, they're going to keep themselves in this one. They got to make sure that they clear the lanes, but there's still pressure throughout, the top and the mid, and even in the bottom with the Lord there. So Asteris right now, they're in the driver's seat. They have a huge net worth lead. All they need to do is not throw this one up.
Oh, concealed play coming in. Lord marching down that bottom side. No charging just as of yet. Asteris bunkering down on the tier 3 mid side and bot side. They don't want to sound the horn just yet. They want to just go for what they came for. Top lane down, mid lane down, bottom lane barely standing. Asteris, they back off.
Extremely good prioritization of objectives there. Asteris showing the prowess from their first game where they got the key objectives and just managed to back away. And extremely well done from both teams at this point. But RSG, the Brave, has not been able to find space to find the farm to be the tank that he is.
I love the fact that Asteris are playing this very disciplined. They're not throwing things out there, understanding where the minions are so that they don't overcommit for anything. They've taken all the T3s, they put themselves in prime position. Now it's just a matter of time. What do? You take back the enemy jungle.
10k gold lead. You're taking everything. It's basically a massacre at this point. Whenever there's a fight, Asteris is definitely going to go all in. FMM looking for a right position to just get that nice final slash. Doesn't look like RSG wants to get out of their base, out of their comfort zone. The next Lord pretty much looks like Asteris's.
Yeah, it looks like Asteris's, but okay, is RSG is the only play right now to maybe...
Oh, final slash into Bray, gets the Detonus welcome, and knockout stunned up onto the wall. A nice wombo combo from all the crowd controls from Asteris. A nice little recall spam from Bear as well to bag.
All right, so is RSG's only play literally to go into Bear's seat and to take away his good luck charm, the Bear?
I think so.
Okay, that's the only way. Would you do that, Mo?
I mean, even if you take away the bear, I think that's a crime, right?
Only if you get caught. Only if you
get caught. Yeah. He'll make it one day, and then like his good luck charm, the lucky bear, is not going to be around anymore. So sizing themselves up for the next Lord of the game. This is an enhanced Lord for Asteris. Doesn't look like RSG is prepared to handle this one. They've got too much waves to handle.
Too much. I mean, they have to fix everything. RSG needs to ensure that they get themselves out. This is going to be uncontested. This game has been all Asteris. Now with this Lord crashing in, what do? Is it thoughts and prayers at this point, Mo?
I mean, Esmeralda is not in this game, not able to take away the shield for RSG. And I just don't see a way where RSG can come back into this game. They don't have a fallback factor. Everything is falling onto Bray and Closer. These two has to make these big AoE plays, but Closer hasn't been finding any value with his Black Dragon form. Bray has been choked out of his own jungle. Once he went into farm, the entire team was waiting for them. Asteris just keep positioning to deny everything away from RSG at this point.
Looks so disciplined from Asteris though. Like they know that the Lord's on their side. They're syncing up all 3 waves, all crashing down. They want to go for Godzilla. Godzilla getting pushed back. Here comes the Detonus welcome, but not a Godzilla. Flickers out just in time. Final slash, Eternal Guard. The knockups are here. Zayman Force coming through. RSG taking so much hits, but here comes a counter attack on their own. Asteris, they're taking a little bit too much, but they're still going on. Here comes Bear and the base. Asteris takes the game against RSG. 3 games, but Asteris definitely proving themselves. David and Goliath. David finally won the fight this time around.
Let me break that down with a simple ha ha. Man, it looks like Churros has lost that one in the prediction. As predicted, Mo, how do you feel? You must feel amazing knowing that you're on the correct side with me on that Asteris prediction.
I mean, as much as I like the fact that I predicted right,
you look at Bear and his good luck charm. Exactly. All you have to do if you're RSG, just take that Bear and burn it. Look at that.
I mean, that's the way to do it. I think it needs to be not just within the game, but outside of the game.
Yeah, outside of the game.
But
we hit them where it hurts.
No, but we can't really steal stuff. Let's be honest.
Let's be honest. No stealing, kids.
So statistically, well, you were asking me whether I was happy about Asteris winning. Of course, I'm happy about Asteris winning. They did an extremely good job. Statistically, they did a very good job. On paper, they're very good. But my hearts are with RSG. I do want them to win. I find them as the underdogs of this competition. And Asteris, I mean, RSG as an underdog. I mean, where did it all go? RSG becoming an underdog. I feel that they have not been up to their former glory anymore. With only Bray left, it's extremely hard for them to come back and face these giants that they used to fight on a regular basis.
It's going to take a little bit of time for the team to gel, right? Let's be completely honest. I think RSG is a team that's still growing. I expect to see them winning later down the road. It just so happened in this one, I did predict them that way. But now that I've seen RSG play, they can do a great job. But let's talk up a little bit about Asteris here. In terms of the MVP, who do you think is that MVP?
Definitely Bear.
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 Okay.
Bear's such
the stuffed animal or the player?
He's created so much opportunities for the rest of the team to come in, and I think, it's his lucky Bear. It's his lucky charm that he brings around his desk.
Yeah. No,
Man.
I mean, he was on point, right?
He
baited him out.
was.
He was perfect. Like,
you would have thunk. You would have thunk like 4v1 situation underneath the turret.
There's no way, right?
Down. He's just pop the Counter Inferno, pop the Vengeance, and you're not stuck in here with me.
Yes.
I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me.
Yeah, and I love the fact. I mean, it was a perfect last pick. Really rounded it out and made sure that, there's not a whole lot of pressure on Arlott at the FMM. He doesn't have to make that play. Thamos can be that guy up front, and he was on point with his 81% kill participation. He was everywhere that you had to be, like, you have to respect the fact that, he's in your face.
Yeah, I really like that. I really like the way that how Bear actually was able to pull out a wild card pick, something that nobody was expecting, not even here at the desk, not even, I don't think anyone at home was expecting his Thamos, but when he pulled it out, he executed it beautifully.
We were theory crafting that Thamos would be a really good pick versus Fredrin, right? But let's just look at the stats. And, I mean, stats don't lie. 3-0-7 from Chu, 2-0 from FMM. Kiwi not getting killed at all. I mean, his positioning has been spectacular on all 3 games on Vexana. Even when he was losing, he could not be found.
Oh, right. Dang, that was 2 kills for RSG only.
Yeah. I mean, JH and Bear, I mean, look. You had a perfect game, but you died once apiece. How dare you? How dare you?
No, I can imagine like R19 back in the room. He's not happy one bit. It's like, how could you?
They run a tight ship. They run
a positioning was wrong.
Kills?
Yeah. They're gonna have
You're
to
the tank. You're not supposed to die. Oh man, you run a tight ship.
But look at Bear. I mean, his net worth was on point. Like, he's second in, just barely under Chu.
Yeah.
I mean, he had an amazing game. That's exactly what you want to do as, the tank, so to speak. You were just on point, right?
CS on the gold lane versus Chu, I feel that he did a great job in getting the farm that he was required to get. But when it boiled down to these team fights, he could not get the map control that a Roger usually is out there getting. When we see Chu on the Roger, when we put them on the flip side, Chu has been fighting so aggressively to get the space needed for his team. But CS, I feel that he does not have that kind of like kill potential, like just going for the throats.
I mean, this is a game that was snowballed hard from, the early game. It was very difficult for them to even get themselves started or to get them, going, so to speak. So CS had a rough time. It's one of those things where, how do we do better? We're an early, base draft in terms of team fights and all that, but we weren't able to do that. Like, what are your thoughts?
I don't know. I think it's just the confidence that RSG has, because they're under a lot of pressure to perform. They were once in the top two positions. They were runner-up last year, 3-repeat champions of MPL SG. Derry was in his element. He was trying to go aggressive, but Asteris was able to figure out his patterns, figure out how they play. Even though they had 100% team fight participations, it was just 2 kills. So RSG was just, a little bit of controversial opinion.
Yeah.
Bray is performing as well, but do you think that he might not be performing as well because of the lack of Diablo in his team? A little bit of controversy, a little bit of a drama here that I want to build, but like, there has been a lot of talks outside
look, if you have your lifelong partner, so to speak, in this, of having Diablo there.
Wait a minute.
It's a difficult situation when you're playing with somebody new, right? The EXP laner, it's going to take some time to gel, so to speak. You're in a new marriage.
A new marriage kind of
this.
thing. Yeah,
It's one of those things where he needs to kind of get the feel, right? It's still very early. Mind you, this is one of those things where it's still very early in the league. You're playing a tougher team. But hopefully with maybe some of the other teams that you have an easier chance, you're going to start to gel at that point, and that's where you want to be.
You know, it's interesting because now Asteris is taking down RSG. Top 4, maybe?
Yeah, I think so too. I call that, I think, going into this one, top 4, right? I think that there were some doubters going into this one, but we're going to go and see exactly what happened. Let's talk a little bit about this. Continue on after the mic check coming up right now.
Nice. 3 seconds. Hello. I got dash. Hey, the person nothing one. You all want or not? Watching. Hey, no dash. Nice one. Hey, me. I got no mana. Let's go. I got no mana. The minion low. Chill. Hey, Roger, I won't die. Hey, no, he just in front. Hey, go. Nice. Continue. I'm not there. Hey, go. Nice. Hey. Nice one. Umbrella. Get the law in. Hey, no BMI. Hey, no one. Hey, he dash. Go flash first. Nice. Go fight. Sorry, nice lah. Got me. Ready? Wait, go. Hey, kena. Let's go fight. They lose. Area. He's bad. Hey, base. Wait. Minion. We can. Yo. Nice one.
I love it. You know, when you see the team go in and how they're making those calls, it's really on point, right? They make a call. They're like, Bray dies, right? There's no second guessing. There's nothing like that. It was just like, go, green light, go.
Yeah. In terms of cohesiveness on the comms, their target positioning and their target priority is extremely precise.
Agreed.
Going for minions, going for kills, letting the Lord in. Just very clear, concise comms. They all know what they want and they're very aligned in what they want to do.
It kind of feels like, in the HTP and everyone's just living in the same spot. Everyone knows what they want to do. Everyone goes for the same thing.
All right, well, let's go to Jace. Let him break it down. Jace, please take it away.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for that particular game, and of course for the casters for bringing you the action. This is a game, especially if you're an RSG fan, must be very happy for you because this score looks very dire. But let's break it down. How did Asteris manage to sneak a win from once an MPL Singapore Tyrant? So we're gonna let this play for a little bit. Okay. So this is where it's a second turtle fight, right? And if you notice, the most important thing is you've got CS that is not joining team fight at all. In fact, CS plan is to really go for the other side, try to play from a far side to sneak an objective and stuff like that, trying to get that farm. But this is a Roger that we're talking about. He really needs to get those kills in order to snowball. Yes, technically speaking, you can farm to get your snowball, but as a Roger, your level early game advantage is to have that massive amount of damage, especially during the team fights. However, Asteris managed to get Chu to join the team fight this time around. And if you take a look at how they engage the team fight, it's Bear that started up, and then after that you have JH that goes on with the team fight. Okay, look at how Bear sets up this zone, and not only just that, you also have JH that managed to catch one person. It's Derry that got caught, and then after that, this massive area, we have to play around the Zaman Force. If you notice, how Asteris this time was able to play is to play around the Zaman Force. The wombo combo between Chu and also Kiwi is just way too good. Especially when you knock down somebody like that right underneath a Zaman Force, it allows Chu to just zap everywhere, and it's just so fun to play if you're a Harry player, right, in this case. So he was able to just focus all the damage right there, and in case if they go away, you still have FMM to provide you with this final slash to make sure they stay around that general vicinity. Yes, Roger was able to sneak away this one turret, but I don't know. I feel like maybe Roger should have joined that fight instead. Now, this is what I call the bear trap, or bear activating his trap card, because I mean, one of the rules in rank games that you learn is to never invade a Thamus, especially when he has his vengeance, with his ultimate on, and when you are a physical-based kind of attacker, and you are a squishy. Now, if you notice, it was Derry that engaged it at first, then after that it is CS and also Godzilla that follow up. Immediately what Bear did is to pop the vengeance, and then after that when he's actually free up, he must be spamming that ultimate button as much as he can, and it's just go ham, and it's easy game. Now you're basically fighting underneath turret, and what I think one of the casters say, you're basically trapped with me. The bear is trapped with you, and Derry is getting all the turret hits. Unfortunate for him. These two, CS and also CS and also somebody else, I can't really tell, is just basically getting free damage, all the splash damage coming up from the Vengeance, and also the ultimate from the Thamus, and the first skill that's spinning non-stop. There's so much damage. If you notice later on, if I play this, it's just purple numbers over and over again, and it feels like the rest of RSG is hurting themselves, and that's also when, you know, sorry, hold on a second. Let me pause this. And while all of this happening, you start to see everybody from Asteris is really coming in to join the fight right here. And it just sets up for a perfect, nice flank, and Bear just basically sets up RSG in a trap, right? And this is where just Asteris coming in just to clean up. You look and see how they've already felt like they have all their targets already home in. You go trap this guy, you go trap that guy. They have all the plan, all well thought up, all that communication, all that chemistry being built up in Asteris for all of that community tournaments that have been participating before MPL Singapore. Now, this is at the ending push. Once again, this is the second time where they actually set up a perfect three-prong attack, and it's the same idea as well. You just go in right there and FMM, and they're fighting in this one circle again. This is where the Zama Force will go down, the ultimates will go down, all the AoE splash, and therefore it's just RSG eating all that damage for absolutely free at all, and that's what Asteris was able to win this game. And with that said, ladies and gents, that concludes my segment for now. Throwing over to you, Cheryl. What do you have for us?
All right, thank you so much, Jace, for that wonderful analysis done on the game. And now I have Bear right here beside me.
Hello.
Hi, Bear. So we're all very excited to, finally get to have a chat with you. Now, I would like to bring, the clock back to when you first debuted, and that was just last season. With Stella.
With Stella.
Yeah, and then you were also joined alongside Houseski, now known as True, as well as Yoonski as well. So what was the difference, playing then and playing now?
The difference between playing then was it was my first season debuting, and especially I was playing on stage, so I had a lot of stage fright when I was playing. And Kelly last season, my spell got a bit of problem, so I had to fix that as well. But following this season, I have better teammates and teammates who can communicate well with each other, so it's better than Stella.
Well, I mean, playing on the international stage, or rather on the Pro League right here in Singapore, what do you feel were external factors that are outside of the game itself that will affect you?
People like Derry, Hi Derry. Just now at the lift there, you say, Pokey Bear, your spell, don't forget bring Patrick, Yeah, that one I let you slide, But why you lose to me?
Oh, you see? This boy cute like that with the bear, right? And then wow, trash talking, I don't know how to feel about it. Very mixed reaction. So speaking of Bear and his bear, can you tell us more about your 6-player?
Actually, right, during photo shoot, I asked one of the production whether I can bring stuffed toy. Yes, I can. Oh, now I just realized I got a toy bear at home. I bring here my lucky charm.
So a little bit of a backstory, how did you attain this bear? Girlfriend or?
Nah, I single.
Okay, single and ready to mingle. So this is like a bear that you bought with your family?
Yeah, I went to Thailand early this year and contemplate whether I should bought this bear. I bought it on the last day. Yeah, it was very hectic.
Oh, that's so nice. So it's like a lucky charm, or rather a blessing that you know your family is supporting you as well.
Yep.
Oh, that's nice.
Definitely.
It definitely works. So you
Hmm.
must strap it tight. I think a lot of
Yeah.
people want to take this bear from you already.
No,
Given
maybe,
how
maybe you can bring a dairy milk on stage.
Oh, all right. So moving forward, today coming into, he's so naughty. Oh my gosh, so cute, but they're so naughty. All right. So coming into this game, you're going up against RSG. All
Yeah.
right. And then, how was your headspace coming in to this game?
Honestly, most of the credit go to IR19 and FMM. Both of them were really the one who planned out all the strategy and things before we go into the game. And of course, the players who execute the plan, credit to them also. Yeah, it's a team effort in order to win RSG, a 3-time world champion. 3-time SG champion.
Wow, world champion. Okay, tarik, SG champion. But still, very noteworthy accolade under the belt. Yes, so when it comes to, your profile of the team, a lot of doubters were out there. Like, who is this Asteris? They have seen some of you before. They've seen FMM. They have seen, Houski, and they have seen you. And then they're just like, hey, they are relatively unknowns. And then when they've seen you guys in Stellar, you guys didn't shine. And then what do you have to say to these naysayers right now?
New season, new us. Especially Chuhao also. He improved a lot since last season, and especially JH, who is our community player, but B-Tang one at that. That's why he's able to come to MPL within 1 year time and slack to all those teams who didn't take him when they had a chance.
I think what's very interesting when it comes to playing in the Pro League, it doesn't matter what you have to say in the interview segment or officially. All you have to do is just show your results in the Land of Dawn, and the score will speak for itself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, but anyway, closing off the show, you're playing EXP lane.
Yeah.
Who do you think is your biggest threat, or you're looking forward to most to face off in the EXP lane?
Diablo. I've been looking at you since... I've been idolizing you, and I've been looking at you since the start of the season. So, Diablo is the one I'm looking to go against.
I don't know if there's trash talk, right? Or
No,
that's
no,
a confession
no.
towards Diablo,
I love you, Diablo.
Wow, you're very good content. I think next round we interview Bear again, Ken. He's
Cannot.
amazing.
JH will angry.
Alright, so thank you so much, Bear, for joining us
Thank you
for this
very
segment.
much.
You're amazing. Alright, and that was Bear, ladies and gentlemen. Super adorable, but an absolute beast over at the Land of Dawn. I just love that, different side of Bear. You see him on cam, so cute, and then wow, that trash talk and that performance in the Land of Dawn. Definitely someone that you will be looking forward to see right here at MPL SG Season 7. And hint, he says he's single and ready to mingle, so yeah, do check him out. Now later on, we do have another interesting match where we do see the likes of Vanguard Esports going up against Homeboys SG. Now this match will be starting at 6 p.m. Now these two teams respectively had made their debut over in Season 6. So let's see over a course of one season, how will they fare? And join us for match 4 at 6 p.m.
I just randomly spammed on the keyboard. Thought I would play like 1 or 2 games, then get off. But somehow I got addicted, and well, here I am now.
Now that we got to know like your pro scene, what about your personal life? I want to talk about like your parents. I know Sayla, your parents are very supportive. I was there at the back of Sunset. Like, you remember that scene? Bro, I still get a chill. So your parents are very supportive, right? Like, tell me more about how supportive are they in your pro scene journey?
I mean initially, before I just started, they were not supportive at all lah, because like, I think it's like a typical Asian thing like you like staying gaming and you want to do it as a career, and they'll be like, cannot lah, how to do it, yeah, something like that. But then like after they see that I really enjoy the game, like the whole process and everything, they started to be very supportive. Even my whole family actually. Like during MPL, they'll be like just sitting in the living room, all of them like just watching the TV. Yeah.
Good. Yeah. Jess, it's all about you. Your parents?
Uh,
They don't care.
my parents are actually not very supportive, especially now. This year,
Especially
cause I have A levels, so it's like they kind of say like they're okay with it, but you can kind of tell they don't really want me to do it. This kind of Asian thing, trying to be nice, but they don't really want me to do it. So it's like,
Yeah, I know, like that mom, when you go back home, Mom, I'm gonna play MPL. Okay, child, go and play. Oh, please don't play that. Something like that.
yeah, you can kind of tell.
Yeah, but is there any way that you think that you can convince them to, support you, or
I mean, the only way would be getting good results, I guess, in
getting
school.
good results both in JC and even perhaps in sports?
Yeah.
So, JC's quick question here: how are you able to juggle between your school and esports?
Actually, I'm very busy. Like every day, come home from school, I like eat dinner, walk my dogs. Then right after that, I have to play Scrim already. Then after Scrim, I still have to do my school homework. Then by then it'll be like quite late already. So usually I'm like sleeping in the morning. Like every day I get like 4 or 5 hours of sleep.
How's your daily life as a full-time Singaporean pro player? Wow, these words don't go together.
I mean, previously in EVOS RSG, it was full time like every day. We have to go to the gaming house, or we stay at the gaming house to play scrims mostly the entire day and review everything. So it will take up the entire day. But then like now that I'm EVA, it's a bit more part-time-ish, so I'm more chill. I have more time every day. So I just play other games.
Now, let me ask you about the season. Like, okay, do you know that right now in this season, bottom 2 teams in the regular season will get relegated out. So you don't go to playoffs anymore. All 8 teams don't go to playoff. Only 6 teams out of the 8 go to the playoffs. Sela, you sound like you look like you just knew about it today. Do you know about this?
I think so.
You know about it from me? Oh my gosh, do you know about this?
Yeah, I know about it.
Okay, so I'm not gonna ask you yet. You probably. So what do you feel about this format?
I think it's better. Playoffs will be shorter, so yeah.
Shorter so that I have more time to study.
No lah, one day won't really mean much also.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Then, what about you, Sela? Now that you know that this is a situation, what does it feel like?
Feels the same to me, I guess.
It's going to go to the playoffs anyway.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's confidence. It's confidence. Right now, especially JC's, right? I think this is a kind of interesting question that I want to ask. Hades himself actually said that you are one of the biggest threats in Team Evil last season. Alright. Do you feel that way? That you're one of the biggest threats in Team Evil last season?
Last season?
Yeah. When you were the mid lane.
I think I was just any other average mid laner, honestly.
So you're actually quite good. But do you know your fans, or do you have fans this based on your seasons?
No.
No, not yet. But do people approach you to say hi, want to take photos with you?
No, never.
Never?
Yeah.
Who do they usually take photos with?
Powerful.
Powerful, hogging all the spotlight. Okay.
Well, now it's gonna be Sela also.
Come on, don't sell yourself short, Jesus. Come on, don't sell yourself short. Okay, then I bounce it back to you, Sela. How does it feel when a person walks up to you, hey, can I take a photo with you?
I'm naturally very shy, so when people ask me, of course I'm happy, but like at the same time I'm very shy to take photos.
But how does it feel like legit, like starting to have like recognition from like your EVOS days to now?
Like I feel like I made it all. Like at least I'm doing something that how do I say it? Like getting recognition for my skill, I guess.
I see. Okay. So it's more like recognition, appreciation from the fans.
Yeah.
So now, if you have something that you want to tell your fans right now, in this particular season, because of your special circumstances, what would you say to them? You debated everybody.
I mean, I didn't mean to debate because I got debated myself when I woke up. So I was equally or more confused.
Why?
Because I didn't know that I will appear the level there. But if there's one thing I would say is, no matter which team I go, like I hope that my fans will support me and my team. Yeah.
Okay. What about you, Jesus?
I don't have any fans, so I can't really say anything
Imagine you
about
have fans right now. Okay, imagine I'm your fan. Okay.
I'm his fan. I'm his fan.
And there we go, 2 fans. Okay, what would you say to them?
What would I say to them? I hope we continue to support Evil. Yeah.
Can you name me your top 3 teams in MPL Singapore this season based on what
Based on the name on paper, definitely Flash will be there.
Yep.
The other 2, maybe Vanguard, because I heard that their imports are pretty good.
Vanguard, okay.
Well, hold on, let me think what okay, to Bleed.
Bleed.
Yeah.
We're putting Bleed back on the map.
Yeah.
Okay, top 3. Jason, what about you? Top 3 teams.
Yeah. I think Flash, maybe RSG, and I think Asteris will be quite good actually.
Serious. Okay, that's cool. That's interesting. Then now let's go for your bottom 3 teams.
Can I say bottom 2? Because I think the rest of them are quite equal.
Okay.
Yeah. I think Homeboys and EXCO are probably my bottom 2. Like no offense to them though.
No offense. Not taken. They'll prove you wrong. They'll prove you wrong this season, alright? That's the whole point. Bottom 2, basically they're gonna get relegated out.
Yeah.
Sela, what about you?
Homeboys. Okay, since you say EXCO, I'll make it different. Astralis.
FMM is there, bro! You sure about that?
It's okay.
It's
we
okay.
are
I don't want to be friends with
we are friends outside, but we're enemies in game.
Oh, yeah. I love that. Okay, cool. Now, we talk about teams. Now I want to talk about the players in MPL Singapore. Top 3 players of MPL Singapore. Let's start with Jesus first.
Actually, the ones that gave me the most trouble were Bray and Dairy. Those 2 I can remember.
Bray and Dairy?
Yeah, those 2 gave me a lot of trouble.
What about one more? Just
one more. I mean, probably Hades. He's definitely the most mechanically gifted.
I like both of them and they're saying each other. Okay, that's good. Okay, then Sela, what about you?
Still 3, can I name more?
Sorry?
Can I name more than 3?
Wow, you want to go to the top 10? Go ahead. Top 10 greatest hits of Sela.
I wouldn't say until top 10. But, okay, Diablo, Bray, Gear, Potato, JPL.
That's basically
Adam,
his past teammate.
Adam, Hades, Lozzy. Hold on, my brain's a bit laggy.
He's already at top 8.
Roy.
Oh, Roy, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Cannot say own team, right?
No.
Okay, last one.
Not say Sela.
Go give it to
Say himself.
505.
Wow, 505.
Yeah.
Haven't heard that name. He probably retired by now, but how was it facing him back when you were fighting against RSG?
We were like basically rivals. Yeah.
How was that rivalry? You guys like
pretty intense in game.
Pretty intense.
Outside we are friends.
Yeah. Pretty intense in game. What do you think? If I can give you $1 million right now, what would you? Retire esports. Okay, what if I can give you $1 million right now?
Invest it, I guess.
Too logical. Jesus, you're a very logical person. Okay. Okay, say lah.
I'll do the same.
Oh boy!
that was my answer in my brain.
It's so logical. Okay, Ken. Alright, then right now, how is powerful like in real life? Like what is his character? Let's ask Jesus.
He's quiet but somehow still very charismatic.
He's quietly charismatic.
Yeah.
And then one more.
Very good leader.
Leader.
Yeah.
Very charismatic. Quietly charismatic leader.
It's like he doesn't talk much, but whatever he says has like that power to it, you know. Like you'll listen to it. Yeah.
That's cool. Okay, what about you? Say lah.
Me?
Yeah. Is it gonna be the same or do you have another different perspective? Powerful.
Guess different. Guess it'll be a bit different for me. Cause I interact with him quite a lot also. Guess he's kind of funny. Funny. A bit of trollish.
Is your Joker?
A tiny bit.
How can you be quiet and the Joker at the same time? Are you guys seeing the same powerful?
No, it's like when you're talking to him, he's like
Yeah.
more
Talking to him is
Joker-ish, but
different.
when you're like within a group, then he's like not that talkative, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. That's interesting. Okay. I think that's all for me today. Thank you very much, Jesus and also Selah. We'll probably don't have a segment to throw to, but yeah, thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank
you.
위치가違うんだよ.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Osim.
I've never seen the face before.
应该是 Vanguard 的人。
Oh my god.
你猜啦，你猜。
Huh? No way. Unless I get wrong also lah. No way. You don't know that.
I really don't know.
Oh, I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this one.
I know this, bro. I know this guy.
Huh?
That's so familiar, bro.
What's his name?
You know or not?
Okay.
You think from which team first?
Oh. Okay.
Oh.
You can do each other also.
Bro, what? Bro, that's Nick. He looks like Nick, bro.
Yeah, it actually does.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Correct. 3, 2, 1. Next day.
Why you write?
Okay, I forgot the name. I don't know the name. Okay, but I know the person. I don't know the name.
okay. Why so long? Sneak still.
Oh.
Nick the Great.
2, 1.
这肯定赢哦，这个。
Who look like him? Who is this guy?
What's that? I think it's this guy.
I think this one.
CG, Sagi.
I think this is Sagit.
Yonokyo.
He this. I don't know. Hey, baby photo, you never know.
Yes.
As a main player.
In MPL before.
Wait.
Oh, what team? What will I put if I don't know the?
A team that Nick always talk about.
Okay, correct answer. EXCO.
Huh?
3, 2, 1. Answer is skill.
Huh? I was thinking gear, but they don't look like gear eh.
Try let's go.
Huh?
What? It's gear.
I got an idea already.
Bro!
Oh, because gear indoor also.
This one I really don't know. Cannot tell.
Oh, cannot tell eh.
2, 1.
Okay lah, it looks like
He
it
got
is,
slight
eh.
resemblance.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gents, currently I'm joining to you today with a bit of a small little segment, trying to get to know the players themselves. It is going to be Team Evo, Jasis, and Sayla. Do you want to do a round of introduction before we start this?
I'm JS Golin from Evo.
Not Jasis.
Didn't you ask me to introduce as JS?
No? Wait, what? No, wait, did I? I don't remember. So how do you pronounce your name?
Actually you can choose either Jasis or JS. Both are fine. Yeah, but the more commonly used one is Jasis.
Okay, Jasis. All right.
Yeah.
Then you are the Team Evils.
Golin.
Next, Sayla. Come on.
Hi, I'm Sela. I'm playing mage for Team Eva this season.
First of all, what happened to you in China?
I guess it was a psych. It even psyched me also because I didn't know it would happen. So when I was sleeping, then like I woke up and suddenly my phone got flooded. I thought the world was gonna end.
Okay. So in the end, you joined Evo. So why did you decide to join Evo this time?
Actually, I chose Eva because I'm quite close with them. So I just decided to try out.
So you decided to join Team Evo this time around as a mid laner, taking Jasis's role away. What do you have to say about that, Jasis?
Nothing much. The achievements speak for itself.
Wow. Okay. So you're a mid laner. Before that, you were an EXP laner. Now you're going to the gold lane. How is the swap like for you?
Actually, it's quite hectic because gold lane is an entirely new role. For EXP and mid lane, at first I already played those two roles like in ranked games and stuff. So swapping over to mid lane wasn't too difficult. But now gold lane, I barely have any experience on these heroes. So it's going to be a bit tougher.
So what are you studying right now? Like, where are you studying? Which point of life are you?
I'm actually in JC2, so I have A levels this year. So actually playing MPL right now is quite a big risk. I did not expect MPL to be delayed so far because initially I thought it would be in April. So that's why I thought, okay, I'll just play because I will still have time for A levels. But then now it's been pushed back to May and June. It's gonna be quite difficult. I'm gonna get quite busy also. So not too much time to practice.
You're still studying. How about Sayla? Are you still studying anymore?
No, I'm not studying anymore.
So what are you doing right now?
Now I'm just AFK. but I'll probably pick up I'll study next year to pursue my culinary dreams, I guess.
Yeah, you've been talking about this for like few seasons now. You want to be a chef.
Yeah.
You want to cook, literally. So you're cooking the players now. Probably next few years you'll be cooking more dishes. So how did you start in pro play? We started seeing you in season 2 under EXCO SG.
Yeah.
All right. How do you get scouted?
So before that, I think it was during the M2 period maybe, cause I was always playing rank and I was playing with Burmese Ghoul, like last time, the M2 roster. And they were very strong. I think they finished in the second place. After that, when M2 ended, I still continued playing rank them. Like it was 4 of them and me. Then I think we versus EVOS 3 times, I think, in rank. Then like I think we won them, like if I'm not wrong, in the rank. So after that, like I think Potato got curious. Like at first he thought I'm a jockey because it's 4 of them and just me. Then after that, Potato asked Gear. Then Gear said that it's a Singaporean. So after that, they reached out to me and asked me if I wanted to trial. Then yeah, I did the trial. Then I passed. Then I started EVOS.
What about you, Jason? Like, how do you get your name?
How did I get my name?
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't think I would play when I just started this game. I didn't think I would be playing this game for long. So I just randomly spammed on the keyboard. Thought I would play like 1 or 2 games, then get off. But somehow I got addicted, and well, here I am now.
Now that we got to know like your pro scene, what about your personal life? I want to talk about like your parents. I know Sayla, your parents are very supportive. I was there at the back of Sunset. Like, you remember that scene? Bro, I still get a chill. So your parents are very supportive, right? Like, tell me more about how supportive are they in your pro scene journey?
I mean, initially, before I just started, they were not supportive at all because like, I think
Welcome everyone right here to the final match of the day, closing off week 1, day 2. Now we have an exciting match for you. Now these two teams are seeking to prove their worth right here at MPL SG Season 7 after, actually enjoying defeat. Not enjoying defeat, but actually suffering defeat for both of these teams yesterday, unfortunately. Now, as mentioned, when it comes to the cycle, or rather the format of this round, it would mean that the bottom 2 teams will not be able to head off to the playoffs. So winning is extremely crucial for these 2 teams here today. And they are none other than Vanguard Esports as well as Homeboys SG. Now, stakes are ever as high, so without further ado, let's meet the wonderful faces of these 2 teams. First up, presenting to you, Vanguard Esports. Even though Vanguard Esports have made their debut previously in MPL SG Season 6, they were definitely the underdog that no one has expected to see. Now the boys are getting ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn and going up against Vanguard Esports, presenting to you crowd favorite Homeboys SG. Amazing stuff. The Homeboys right here are looking dapper as ever right here in their Homeboys merchandise, looking super cool, ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn. Now, their Malaysian counterparts, Homeboys in Malaysia, has a really good track record in the overall standing as we speak. Can our Singapore Homeboys SG rub off that same luck? We sure hope they can. So what will unfurl right here from this matchup between Vanguard Esports and Homeboys SG? Let's leave it to the casters to find out. Take it away, boys.
Match 4. We're here. This is the final match of the day. We've got Vanguard versus, of course, my Homeboys. Who do you like going into this one, Mo?
I voted for Vanguard because I really like the leadership of Riston, but not discounting the fact that Homeboys, they do have Saiful, who is also the coach for Homeboys MOI as well.
Okay, so we've got that side, but what is your side? What are your predictions? Oh, actually, don't talk about your predictions. Just let's talk about the team first. How's that?
We're rooting for Homeboys.
Okay.
I mean, they held themselves up well against Flash yesterday.
Yeah.
They were, okay, so a little breakdown about both teams. 5th and 6th place for Season 6, Homeboys, trying to prove themselves this time around in Season 7. Vanguard, 4th place in Season 6. So they had a very good stride. They put Bleed in their place, and Bleed had an all-star lineup back in Season 6. This time around, they reshuffled the roster. They still got the Stain Bros. Whether or not they are able to do that, yet to be seen. They were defeated by Bleed, so Bleed got their revenge this time around. So really, the top 2 teams, this 2 at the bottom of the table, I wouldn't say they are lousy in any sense, for lack of a better word, but this is the time to prove themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it's still very early. Yesterday was not their greatest showing, so to speak. This is, of course, day 2. Every game matters. Of course, it's a round robin, but let's talk a little bit about Vanguard first. Walk us through the lineup, Mo.
All right, so we have the lineup on the screen right now. Ken on the EXP lane, Salem will be on the jungle, Super MJ on the mid lane, and we have the Stain brothers, Nick Stain on the roamer, Lucian Stain on the gold lane. I mean, we talk about the synergy. They are, you know, a married, intertwined couple. When you see Nick Stain, you will see Lucian Stain. And Nick Stain, I mean, he was trying to prove himself against Gear yesterday and could not meet the mark. Can he do so today versus Homeboys SG? Well, Homeboys SG even stand a chance against Nick Stain's Fury.
All right, well, Churros, walk us through the Homeboys lineup going into this one.
Well, Vernocure on the EXP side, Sop in the jungle, Bougie mid lane, Yoon in the roam position, as well as a Nip. So Yoon is one of the few changes that is happening this time around coming in. So still very early. This is still day number 2 coming into the MPL Season 7. A lot of these guys have a lot to prove, a lot to show. Vernocure had very good games last season. This season, he was a little bit shaky yesterday, still getting that warm-up feel coming into the games. Bougie had a lot of experience. He was in RSG before, and coming in, he wants to show that he has that expertise to lead the shot calling, to lead the plays that Homeboys make.
Okay, well, I think it's great that we're going to have that one going in. I mean, Homeboys, there's expectations going in. Hopefully they'll be much, much better. But first, let's go to the head-to-head matchup video coming up right now.
I'll personally say the old Homeboys lineup is way stronger. To be honest, to me right now, I feel Homeboys is gonna be they are gonna get relegated if you ask me, cause their current lineup, the trio mid, doesn't sound right to me. So I only can see the goal lane at most help carry them a bit, but you know, carrying there's a limit. So like if the trio meets so rabak, a bit hard.
Not saying that they are bad players, but like I feel they don't really have experience with each other very well, and they don't really have experience in the professional scene. So I think they won't really do that well.
I think like Vanguard now is very strong because like they have new imports, and also they keep like their core players like the goal lane, the roamer. From what I know last season, I feel Nick Stain is a good roamer, and he's a stable roamer as well. So I think him being in the team next season will still make the team very stable.
Basically, our team not like gonna think too much regarding the enemy. We just play our play style. Like him got savage, right? So it doesn't matter for us if you savage us, but we win. It doesn't matter. We die like 20, kill 0, but we still win the match. It doesn't matter. Something like that. So for Anip, I know he's for a long time, and then for the experience, I think he's gonna guide that our Singapore player to make a good gameplay. So regarding the one-to-one matchup, we doesn't care. If you win, we try to win at the team fight.
Word really sums that one up. Fighting words. Just kidding. That's 2 words. Feisty, right? Is the one I'm looking for. Because, I mean, if you think about it, Vanguard, they were no stranger to drama. They're going to bring it, right? It's one of those things where, I mean, did you expect anything else from Nick Stain on that one?
I didn't expect anything else. I mean, yesterday on the head-to-head video, Nick Stain had a lot of heater words for Gear. Stick to your role, he said. But now, Anip is being called into question. Anip being the goal laner, he will be the goal lane captain. One of the few goal lane captains that we see in this entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, nothing. Man, we expected nothing but that, right?
I mean, to bring so many words, so many words to say.
Go.
Okay,
don't hide it. Don't hide it.
For Homeboys, though, if you see their counterparts in Malaysia, they're all like, where is your roamer now? Get back! But this Homeboys in Singapore, they're all very reserved. Vanguard is a very strong team, focus on ourselves. But for Vanguard, though, they want to get that drama in. It's sort of like a coping mechanism. Homeboys SG will have a much bigger audience prediction. They have the Malaysian counterpart side. Their fan base is just immense.
It's immense, and it's kind of trickled down. I mean, obviously, that is a more generic one. You don't have to be Singaporean to vote on this one. So we might see some of the outside influence, and that's why you might have a 72. But that's quite large, right, going into this one. But let's talk a little bit about the caster prediction going into this one. Your thoughts on this one, Mo, as we go into this?
I voted for Vanguard because I feel that under the leadership of Riston, despite the fact that they lost slowly, despite the fact that they lost Chud, they talk about the fact that they they still have the Stain brothers, Nick Stain, Lucian Stain. Nick Stain being a very stable roamer will come into play. And you guys, well.
Looks like you're wrong this match, as it looks like my buddy and I, Churros, are going to be correct. But we do expect this one to go to the distance, of course.
Yeah. I mean, as much as I like a good underdog story, I like the fact that Homeboys are very humble with their approach. Coach Seifel has brought a lot of new insights to the way Homeboys is able to play. He wasn't a coach last season, but this season trying to change things through. Even though they have 20 deaths, 0 kills. You know, just play your game. Make sure that you go for the objectives, go for the wins, and I like that about Homeboys. Very, very like self-aware about their own skills and their own matchup.
Right, and this game, let's be honest, Mobile Legends is a very emotional game. How many times have you been in a ranked game where somebody does something wrong, and then the wheels fall apart, you get tilted, it becomes a really painful experience,
Like
right?
you in your ranked games.
Let's not talk about that. Okay? You're trying to make me angry. I'm trying to whoosha. All right, let's calm it down a little bit. But it's one of those things where it does affect you. Like the mental state is actually super important, right? And so when you see Nick Stain trying to egg on the opponent more psychologically, it seems like one of those things where they're trying to get in their heads more than anything else.
Yeah, they're trying to get into the heads, but this is where you talked about the coach, right? These are the two teams that they both have coaches. So the third-party perspective will come on through to hold them back, to bring them back high. Guys, this is the win condition of the game. I mean, you got to make it clear to your team members. And the thing is, Seifel and Anip, they have been knowing each other for a very long time in the head-to-head video. So Anip, he understands what's best for his team and whether he can rein in his team from Nick Stain's, egging on. I'm not too sure whether that will be the case.
Right. Yeah, I think it's the age-old thing. Like, we see boxing matches, fighting matches. There's always this one guy just really up in your face. Like, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to eat you up. You're trash or nothing. But Homeboys, on the other hand, very humble. Like, we'll see who calls the shots in the future. But moving into the draft, Homeboys SG starting up the ban with that Minotaur. For Vanguard, they are banning out that Harith. No one wants to deal with that at all.
I mean, for me, the biggest thing is being drama-free, right? And so when I see fighting words, don't get me wrong, I think it's entertaining and it's fun to watch, even in boxing and all that.
It's more of a confidence thing. It's more of like it's for me. It's not for you.
But it's when I watch it, I'm just like, I want that guy to lose, right? That's like the biggest thing for me.
Oh, so you want Vanguard to lose as in your prediction. I see what you did.
But one thing we can agree, though, Vanguard might take one game off of Homeboys' hands if they play their cards right.
Hey, our prediction said 2-1,
2-1,
right?
Of
Homeboys. So we're
but
definitely
yours
going
is
to a third game.
man. Come on.
This is all scripted.
I'm going with the Vanguard lineup because of the fact that Ken used to be a Team Flash player. He was a Team Flash sub after all. So I'm just hoping that he can find some form of synergy together with Nick Stain and Lucian Stain. And if they do find the chemistry somehow in all this tempest that is going on of the regular season, eventually, if they find their pace, I feel that they have the mechanical skills to advance forward.
Okay, all right. But in terms of like chemistry, is it more like communication, or is it like being at the right place at the right time? Like, what is it about chemistry that you're like, hey, this is good chemistry? Like, how do we define that?
It's about understanding your own teammates' play style, because it's extremely important to know when your goal laner has the timing and when he's ready to fight. And for the roamer, when he's in trouble, Nick Stain needs to be there for all the teammates. So essentially, he has to be the support that is going to lift Vanguard up. And if Ken on the EXP lane, he's having a great time, he can find the timings to come in on the team fights, Nick Stain and him needs to synergize extremely well.
Well, going back into the draft, it does look like Homeboys SG psyching themselves up for a Clash kind of composition. If everything's still on the table, they might snap pick that up since Vanguard left it out, opting for the Barats and Vexana. But right now, I think for Vanguard, though, just banning out a lot of Yoon's hero pool. So no more Chip, no more Matilda. They don't want to face off against like those heroes that can dash around, mosquitoes, I call them.
Okay, it makes sense. But okay, it looks like Homeboys are going to go with Fredrin and Grok, just making it way more tanky, just providing cover, so to speak, for Roger.
It's pretty much like a deja vu, isn't it? What like RSG picked up in the previous game? Is it that like some bougie Bougie. okay, but no pun intended. This isn't some like bougie thing coming in from like RSG, knowing how they operate. Maybe we can try this lineup up. And I like the fact that Rock is able to just check the brushes, giving a lot of intel without any high impact to the way that he gets crowd control. So I like the fact that Homeboys is picking up a lot of these frontline tanks first before going into the second phase.
I mean, and we do see the carry picked up from the side of Vanguard. I mean, carry with a Vexana. I don't really like this lineup coming in from Vanguard at the moment. They're not prioritizing the front line for the Vexana as much. The Barats is there, but the Grok already picked up for Homeboys. We saw what the Grok can do. To the Vexana, just denying the area control. I feel that the Vexana and the Grok are an extremely good combo. That's why Homeboys SG, maybe they felt the need to take it away from them.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, it definitely synergizes well, so you might as well take it. It does kind of synergize with what you have. The Grok can be very flexible in that sense. But to your point of Vanguard, now they've kind of gone more, the Vexana and the carry kind of squishier types. But now Homeboys could actually just kind of focus on some of those bans of the tankier heroes, right?
It's all about the EXP lane. They're trying to ban out Ken's hero pool. Actually, for both sides though, it's kind of like the EXP heroes. If you pick anyone up that could set a nice team fight, instead of a nice team fight for either side, that creates the opportunity for Homeboys or Vanguard to go ham. It's basically we're gearing up for a clash comp right here. It's a front to back kind of fighting styles.
Okay. Last ban here for Homeboys. Who kind of sticks out to you and you're like,
Terizla,
I don't want
Terizla.
Okay.
Yeah. No more Yuzong. Terizla's the next big bet if you want to go in all like penalty zone. You set up a nice area for your team to come in. And then Homeboys SG can just whittle them down. Rogers just wait at the backside, just chow everyone down. So the Terizla would definitely be banned out.
What?
Homeboys.
Get out of their heads. They just
I'm a Professor Churros.
Whoa, look at this. Professor. Hail.
Professor Churros, indeed. And one highlight ban that I have to talk about from Team Vanguard is the Faramis. It's always a thorn in everybody's side, especially when it comes down to this high damage composition. Especially when you have a Vexana on your team composition, the Eternal Guard will not be able to do anything if the Nether Realm is up.
Unpopular opinion, I think Bruno Cure could very well go in for the Esmeralda.
Okay.
Main targets, backline, Vexana, carry. Carry can't go in too deep without getting a chunk of damage hit onto her. So there's the Loi, so Clash Calm kind of thing. You get a secondary damage from Loi. I think Esmeralda definitely would be one of the better ones. If not, it's Benedetta. You need someone to be able to wave clear quick because you're facing up against that team fight composition with a split push.
Diversion. Is this going to be the
is it Thamus again? Thamus once again. So
There we go.
Second pick for Thamus this time around.
Oh, that's gonna be really cool. I mean, Thamus, we've been seeing a resurgence of Thamus today as well. I mean, Abstract, he talked about Thamus being a really good counter towards the Fredrin in terms of having the brute force fight ability. And we do see the Tigreal picked up from Vanguard. We will have the Tigreal Vexana combo. And I really like this. I really like this from Vanguard. A lot of control available. Really going to set up for the Barrage. Tigreal Implosion is there. Vexana Eternal Guard is there. Homeboys SG, they're going to get knocked up like no tomorrow. Where did they get the farm in going into this game?
No, it's interesting because like Tigreal is an S tier ban pool or pick in typical ranked games that we see on online if we play in the low mythic ranks like Holler over here. But
why?
It's interesting. It's interesting how Tigreal will be able to manipulate his, navigate his way around this team fight. So Ken's going to be playing the Arlot in the EXP lane. Next thing, going to be taking control of the Tigreal. It's a little bit too difficult for Vanguard to execute their composition because you know how Tigreal operates. So the flag flicker will be very, very useful for the side of Vanguard.
Match 4, Game 1. This is, of course, the last match of the day. Vanguard Homeboys. Before we go into this one, Churros, no, sorry, not Churros, Mo, do you want to change your prediction?
I mean,
I want to join the winning side. You want to join the light side?
I really like Homeboys lineup, but you know me and Vexanas. Every time I see a Vexana, I support the Vexana. I believe in the amount of damage that the Vexana can do. It all falls down to execution.
Super MJ's positioning has to be a mini Kiwi.
Okay, do you like Vexana just because she's pretty? Is that what you're saying? Or
No,
do you like the action?
no,
Come
I'm
on,
not.
man.
I'm not a Vexana
Waifu,
simp
come
just
on.
because.
You know, Vexana didn't used to be pretty. She got her makeover. She got her
sometimes
own
you make a
makeup
trip to
artist.
Korea, you gotta get some work done, all right? Sometimes it happens.
Coming from a Korean yourself. But hey, going back into the game, take a look at the emblems. Nothing interesting stands out. You got to pull yourself together from that Tigro. So, like I said, the flicker is going to be very, very important for Nick Stain. You want to be able to set up that plays and then get your team in to set up some of these combos. Ken, on the other hand, secondary engage with the final slash. You got a common emblem because you're playing on EXP lane. You want to be able to have your vengeance down and ready at all times to be able to face up against this Thamus. On the other side, though, you have the Impure Rage from Vinacure. So this is looking like a Thamus that wants to stay in the heat of battle as much as they can.
Okay. I have never met a Thamos that was like, does not want to just constantly fight, right? So I think it's one of those things where, you know, once he gets tanky enough, he's just going to continue to push, get in the heart of the enemy team, so to speak. You're going to see a lot of that, especially with Aneep on the Roger, just backing it off with the damage. If he's able to just kind of shoot from afar and just like pounce in when he needs to, I mean, this could be a scary game for Vanguard.
But they do have the final slash from the R-Lot available at his level 4 coming up really soon. And what I do like from Super MJ is that he's getting his level 4, he's getting his Eternal Guard on the EXP lane before going for the turtle fight.
Fuji zoning out for Ken. Gets eaten up, but Dutno's welcome. You got one person just pummeled. Verticure goes down in this case. He's make that 2. Yoon gets taken down as well. Turtle's still in the thick of battle. Salem picks it up for himself. You got Fredrin fighting for his life. He's already got his Appraiser's Wrap. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Vanguard takes the turtle as well. All on the bottom side as well. They take down Bougie to bet.
Yo, wait, hang on. Who did I predict again? I'm a little worried at this point. I chose Vanguard, right?
Hey man, it's still the early game. It's still like less than, it's 2 minutes.
Game's over, no?
It's not over yet. Nick Stain, he does land the key implosion. And Yoon, who did not find any answer because Super MJ, he did have the Eternal Guard available and Ken with the final slash as well. It's a lot of displacement coming in during this mid game, but Homeboys SG, they do still have the fighting chance. They have a fighting composition.
Homeboys SG had the advantage in the turtle fight. They were there first. They had that setup advantage. They had that zone advantage, but Vinacure was a little bit too trigger happy. He jumped in a little bit too fast. And then there was just like split wing conditions, split target priority. There's no one person that they want to target.
All right, so, I mean, this is one of those things where Homeboys really need to bounce back. Being down 2K at like 3 minutes and 30 seconds, not ideal. But again, you talked about the fact that, you know, Vernacure is on the Thamos. He's really not tanky. He really should not be. He needs some of those tanky items to really get himself into the fight, so to speak.
Speaking about tanky items, do you have the itemizations up on point? Everyone's just building a little bit more tanky at this point. There's not a lot of damage items. We have Roger already with the Windtalker, so Anip is doing very well on that top side.
Oh, but the bottom? Okay, Vernocure is going to just kind of back off 0-1 and 0. Having died, he's going to play a little bit safe. But let's talk a little bit about Nick Stain. What does he want to do?
Nick Stain has been playing this early game extremely perfectly. He has been keeping his mark on Yoon, making sure that Salem's jungle is always available for him to take the advantage. His buffs and his jungle has not been invaded at all during this 4-minute mark. And that's what we see out of the Grox, especially from Derry. But now, on the hands of Yoon, we see that he has no entryway into Vanguard's jungle.
Oh, but this turtle fight.
Got a fight coming up. Detna's welcome onto Bruno here yet again. You got a whole man collapse and final slash out of the turtle pit, but Sop picks it up in the end. The whole clash occurs. Everyone's inside the midst of battle, thick of battle. Sop's in between. 4 members down, and Nip running for his life. He might be able to get out just in time.
Oh, 3 for nothing, but you got the turtle. Wasn't worth it. Probably not in the end. Nick Stain literally had a sliver of life, somehow survives, and he just kind of lives to see another day. But this 8-0 lead from Vanguard has me, well, kind of worried because of my prediction.
In terms of crowd control, in terms of taking the team fight, Vanguard has a lot of stopping power. They have the Eternal Guard, they have the Implosion, they have a lot of displacement with the final slash and the Daytona's Welcome. Homeboys SG, they just have pure damage. They have nothing to stop or keep someone there. Thamos, he does have a lot of damage, but
There's nothing to keep them there, really.
Nothing to keep him there. Nick Stain, though, he's in the heart of the enemy team. He walks away scot-free, pretty much. But Super MJ, 4-0-2, 5 minutes. Is this kind of scary to see this Vexana this farm and this fat at this point?
Exactly. In the mid game, Vexana is going to be a damage beast. But the character that has been ramping up is the carry, Lucian Stain. He was not present in all these team fights, and he didn't need to be. He managed to get all the gold plating from the gold turret as well. So that means that he is going to be a monster coming into this mid game.
That's pretty much what you want to see as your gold laner, right? Basically, I don't want to see you for like the first 10 minutes. You just constantly farm, you just get yourself fat, and then come in when we need you in the mid-game to just take over the game.
Yeah, fat like Jay's, right? Just building that up, years of investment.
Dude,
down
shots
onto
fired,
his
man.
belly.
Shots fired.
Yeah.
Wow, I like that.
But anyways, I think Homeboys SG, the way that they should play this is more of a pick-off composition. You have the diversion. I haven't seen that used just yet, like not even once, and they're already at the turtle pit, psyching themselves up for that next turtle. You want to go for that next turtle fight. Salam, I look for an opportunity, but here comes Nick Stan and thick of battle on the flank. Coming in, Eternal Guard as well, stops the main target. Yeah, everyone's getting knocked up. Everyone's taking tons of damage, but it looks like Homeboys SG found one in their bag. They're going for another, but 3 members fall to the hands of Vanguard. 5k gold lead up. They don't have Salam, but the turtle is still up.
Okay, they did talk about it in the head-to-head. Homeboys is just like, hey, we can die 20 times, but we can still win. Maybe they're setting themselves up for this dramatic finish. I think it'll be very interesting to see if they could do this with, of course, 20 deaths and 0 kills. I mean, they've got 1, so they're clearly not doing that. But do they really have a chance? Is this even possible?
The key thing in that team fight, Lucian Stain was not there. There was no carry to deal the damage, and they still won the team fight. Vanguard are 11-1 with a 5k gold lead, and it's only going to get harder. Homeboys SG, they either have to gank out Lucian Stain or start committing and start winning and finding where Super MJ is playing from. It's currently 6-0. He's not touched at all.
Okay, you talk about Lucian Stain not being there in the fight. I mean, in every single one of my ranked games, my gold laner never comes to help us. But instead of winning the fight, we lose the fight. Is that why we're not good, or I'm not good?
They fully understand the extent of the heroes, and I mean, I'm not going to say that you're not good, but I think they're better.
Hold on a second. Ken trying to weave his way out. Got a wall charge right underneath the turret, but Ken able to survive just for now. Duality will take him out, and they will take down that turret. The rest of the Homeboys are trying to come back, or Vanguard are trying to come back down just to reap what they can. Conceal play coming up with the flicker yet again. Oh my goodness, Saab gets caught. Able to pop his retribution, but Lord is coming up. He still has a little bit more time. This is Homeboys, least alive, coming back up online in this game.
Okay, that was a pretty big commitment by Vanguard in trying to get that gank. They had 4 members. The fact that Sap got away, I mean, yeah, the perfectly timed Brave Assault made sure he was safe. Perfectly played by Sap. Now, the retribution, 14 seconds, not the biggest factor. And now Homeboys, how did they get back in this game? Down 5k.
They were doing well, actually. With that pickoff on Ken, they will need to keep finding these isolated fights, especially before the Lord spawns. So they will keep having to force fights where these positionings are out of order for Vanguard. They need to find players out of position, maybe find
Detonus
man
welcome.
advantage.
Detonus welcome onto Saab. Saab gets knocked out by Eternal Guard. Ewan comes in, but a little bit too late. Everything is mayhem right now, taking tons of damage. Knockups after knockups, stunts after stunts. Vanguard takes down Vernocure and leaves with the purple buff as well.
Man, that was a pretty big commitment, but the fact that they got the kill on Vernocure has not had a good game, not able to farm. 0-4-1, a little bit different from what we saw in the last series where the Thanos was pretty much just taking over, right? It's almost unkillable. And this one, there's some chinks in that armor.
I mean, if you talk about the Thamos, right? Thamos has a lot of damage, does have a lot of damage, but sustainability, not there. He needs items for sustainability, and there is no control coming out from the side of Homeboys SG.
Hold on to Elite on that backside, but no one to back him up. That's a free Lord over to Vanguard. It was Saab getting a little bit too close. He wanted a contest for this Lord, but Nick Stain being a very, very annoying stain on your shirt they can't take off. Just sitting in the jungle of Vanguard being very, very aggressive.
Okay, but all you need to deal with the Stain Brothers, are you saying you just need some bleach or some like detergent? Like what's the play here?
Well, mayhaps. Homeboys SG, like Mo said, we need to find isolated pickoffs. We need to go straight for that back line. But without a backline fighter, all you have to bank on is your diversion from Bougie, and he has to set up those plays.
I mean, Vanguard are doing such a great job of pushing the middle and the bottom lane, and while the Lord is just pushing up from the top, right? Vanguard, you want to push them back into their base, take away their enemy jungle, and Vanguard doing a great job with this lead.
There's no way that Vanguard can lose a structured team fight towards Homeboys SG right now, because in a 5-on-5, if everything goes according to plan, Vanguard will still win the fight. So what they have to do, they have to use Bougie, they have to use Anip to find these isolated team fights. And Roger, he has to start committing onto Super MJ sooner or later.
Okay, the one thing that we haven't seen is Bougie is level 12, but it's been largely quiet. We haven't seen any diversion plays. At this point, it's going to be like from T3 to Fountain, right? Like, where are you going to go with your diversions?
That's exactly what Vanguard are hoping for. They're just denying the control so that if you go anywhere in the diversion, we have more people than you now, because we are able to move as a unit, as 5, because you can't split push anymore. You have no towers.
Well, it's easier for Vanguard to initiate anyways because they got the implosion. You've already got the flicker up. That's why the pull yourself together is so impactful in this game. You see Carry already build up the Exodia, the Forbidden One. You've already got a Holy Trinity right there. He's going to deal so much damage coming into the next fight. And now you have Luxion Stain coming into the fight. Mo already said this, but when Carry's in there, he's going to deal tons of damage. Homeboys has to hunker down. There's nothing much they can do. They need a nice setup.
Yeah, I think you need to play split pushing, right? You got to push the outside lane. Obviously, it's a little risky at this point, but you got to buy yourself some time. You got to get some space. You need to figure something out because you can't really death ball into this Vanguard lineup. I think you're going to struggle.
Yeah, you have to divert a nip away, get the farm on him, and somehow just hope that you can hold the base versus a Vexana and versus a Carry. These two are going to have so much damage output. And if you want to collapse on them, Ken is waiting. Daytona's welcome will be there, and Nick Stain in a bit of trouble.
Ah, he flickers. He's fine. No big deal. I mean, at the end of the day, he knows where the limit of it. Tigreal in my rank, he's a highly picked hero, huh?
Yeah, he is. Actually, he's still pretty good in that sense. He's got diversion play that was just a diversion on themselves. But Vanguard, though, now without the Lord coming back up online in 2 seconds, Nick Stain doesn't have that flicker to be able to set that implosion properly. It's a little bit difficult for Vanguard at this point to be able to make a nice play because you want that layering, you want that knock-up after knock-up after knock-up.
Yeah, you got to set it up here, but Salem just tanking the Lord, not really much. He's not really worried. I mean, you can see that Roger's in the bottom lane, Anip that is, so they do have a numbers advantage.
Oh, you got a conceal play coming up. Nick Stain straight from the backside. He actually catches Sop, gets double knocks up. Luxion Stain just free hitting from that backside. Going into the back though, you're dealing with Salem. You got Deadness welcome. The rest of the members are here. Got falling one after another, taking one hit at a time. Super MJ forced to use that flicker, want to take down 2 more, but to no avail. Without a retribution, there's no way they are able to spoil this enhanced Lord. Vanguard takes it upon themselves.
That was a rough one, right? The fact that Anip wasn't in the fight, he wasn't going to fight. I mean, they need that numbers advantage going into this one. And it was one of those things where maybe you don't take it. You can't risk it because now at this point, it's almost impossible to come back.
I feel that there's a conflict of decisions right now happening in Homeboys SG. Some of them wanted to go for the Lord while Anip was not available for the team fight. The damage wasn't there. So he did clean up Salem in the end, but it's not enough. With Nick Stain on the front line, the implosion will always be a factor.
Yeah, this is a very difficult situation. Vanguard here, even with the Lord crashing in, I find this very difficult to come back from, especially at this stage. I mean, the Lord is here.
Nick Stain has the flicker ready, has the implosion, he's going in, he's catching 3. They're coming in with their Eternal Guard, not using up just yet, but the final slash brings everyone out of the base. They fall 2. Bernakira trying to save himself underneath that base, but the Lord is still alive. They might be able to end this one. Minutes are pouring in. Looks like Vanguard takes game number 1.
What can I say? I mean, it was one of those things where Vanguard just really had a good strategy in mind. They played the game to the T. They were never in doubt. They understood what they needed to have done. And Vanguard Esports really looking strong in that game.
I feel that Vanguard Esports is one of the mainstays of this season. I feel that they're going to be top 4. It's just that they do have a lot of teething pains. They have a lot of synergizing to do. So if they find the chemistry, they have the players, they have the mechanical prowess to actually perform in this competition.
Well, I really feel that Homeboys, they're trifling down in that confidence. It's just that confidence factor that is at play over here.
Yeah,
We see a couple times Buji wanting to go for a diversion, and then everyone just like, diversion themselves. That's an ultimate wasted. That's an ultimate wasted. That's a kill potential that is wasted on Homeboys. They really need to go down and reset. Back to the drawing board for Homeboys. But we're not out of the woods just yet. We said 2-1.
Yeah. But to be honest, after that game, I'm kind of feeling a little worried. Right?
Man,
you know, my predictions, I don't like to be wrong, you know? I always like to be right, of course. And so, you know what I mean? But jokes aside, I have been wrong before, maybe once or twice in my life, but that's about it, right? So I don't want to be wrong anymore, okay?
Maybe once or twice.
Maybe once.
Like 1 year old.
yeah. Maybe. I was a learning young Padawan at that point, so, you know, I'm still learning the ropes.
I love that. Back to the game, though. Mo, you have something to say?
I mean, about Vanguard, we have to talk about the MVP. Who do you feel is the MVP? But we'll just see it on
I
screen,
think everyone.
right?
Everyone. I think everyone. Everyone plays so well. Honestly, though, Nick Stain had a nice set. 0-0-15. That's a nice 4D number if you want to go get it.
Yeah, I mean, kill participation, he was always up front. He was scouting, he was tanking, he was, you know, getting in when he needed to have done. Like, his initiations were great. I mean, what else can you say? Nick Stain was on point. This is a great MVP.
I think this is interesting because, like, playing a tank, you throw yourself in the heat of battle. The fact that no one was able to take that Tigro down shows how S-tier this Tigro is. You have to pull yourself together as well. Your flicker is back up and ready in 100 seconds or less.
Yeah.
Man, this is going to be this is a very scary tank.
Yeah. I mean, it was the last pick here. It was a really great last pick, and I mean, it set themselves up. Not to say that, I mean, I don't know if there was another hero, and we can talk a little bit more about that maybe a little bit later in terms of the draft, but again, he just played it to the T. Nick Stain was on point, but your thoughts on that? Was Nick Stain the MVP, or was there somebody else that kind of stuck out to you?
I feel that Nick Stain really did bring the limits of a Tigreal.
Yeah.
He counterplayed against the Grok extremely well in the early game, making sure that his Barats had the space to land the farm, and then Daytona's welcome extremely well done from the side of Salem. In the midst of the fight, if you did not see, Salem got Inferno Cure. Daytona's welcome always used on Inferno Cure. He cannot deal any damage if he's swallowed by Salem.
It's difficult to come to layer in team fights if you're Homeboys, right? You go in with the wild charge. If you miss, then I have to throw Sop in, but Sop is too valuable because you guys get retribution. You can't fight against anything if you don't have Sop. Vernacure goes in, but if he's out, you can't zone anyone away, especially Super MJ, who's always throwing down the Eternal Guards. But I have to say, though, not discounting the fact that Homeboys SG, a Nip has 0 deaths in this game, so he actually played to the best of his ability. He has played everything well. It's just that they weren't able to capitalize on any of those small little victories that they had.
All right, if you're a Neep in this point and you haven't died once and you're just like, guys, why can't you get on my level? You know, it's on you guys. It's your fault for losing. No.
No. Anip is
This is why nobody will play with me.
Anip is the captain after all. I mean, he is behind the back of his team, just whispering in them, telling them what to do. I mean, what they have to do to win this situation. And they had the answers. It's just that execution. Vanguard was just cutting them off, just making sure that they were always on the front foot, you know. And Homeboys SG, they on the back foot, it's extremely hard to play on.
Very difficult situation. But let's talk a little bit about the post-game stats here as we go into this one.
I mean, I'm feeling a lot of damage being dealt or being taken by you. As so, you have that Grok always checking the bushes, checking the brushes, because you need to know where Nick Stain is at all times. He was a little bit shaken by that. There was no excellent wild charge that led to a conversion, that led to a kill, that led to an objective take. And Vanguard was able to capitalize on the fact that, like, Yunski was a little bit held aback. He always, like, he misses, he sees someone there, and then he backs off. Without that Grok, without a tank in that front line, you don't really have a front line, do you?
Yeah, you don't really have much. I mean,
Vexana I want to talk about the carry, you know, damage dealt, $95,000. I mean, $95,000?
No, it's like
damage.
$95,000. Like seriously. I mean,
like, that's a lot of damage from the Vexana. Just showcasing what a Vexana can do if it's left unchecked from Super MJ. And Kiwi, just now we did see in 3 games that he did play Vexana, it was extremely irritating to deal with. Eternal Guard is there. There's so much from the Deathly Grasp as well. It is an AoE effect terrifying.
Yeah. It's a situation where, yeah, you jumped on it, but then the Eternal Guard is there, buys you a little bit of time. Then Nick Stain comes out of the blue. He can save you as well. He can peel for you, and you can just get away scot-free. And I mean, the whole team was in synergy. It was very difficult to get it to any of the squishies, and so Vanguard really playing that one too.
Yeah, gameplay aside, it's a lot about you know, your confidence coming into the game. Yesterday, Bleed really took Vanguard out of the games, but Nick Stain, Luxian Stain, they played perfectly.
Yeah.
It's very beautiful. You let Nick Stain cook. He will cook. He wasn't missing his skills. He wasn't missing his ultimates. Everyone backed him up, and that's how they should play going into the rest of the regular season. So, you know, it's really interesting to see how they layer it in. I want to see the highlights, and I want to see how everything's breaking down. In this case, you see Deadness Welcome, like, yeah, Mo said, it's always Deadness Welcome onto Burno Cure, and then just layering in with the Eternal Guard, layering in with the Final Slash. So Ken actually was honestly the forgotten one for me. Always on that back foot, always finding the right targets on that back line, because you need Bougie to be in the thick of battle. And this was where actually Homeboys was able to turn everything around, but there was no backup from Bougie. Was a little bit insecure about himself, about his damage going into a lot of these team fights.
I mean, another thing to take note of was that Super MJ with the Eternal Guard actually tanked up a lot of the other damage in terms of the basics, and they were focusing on it, which you don't want to do. You want to be killing the enemy team, but the fact that the Eternal Guard was like, you know, a quarter life at this point, always kind of in the way, it made it very difficult for Homeboys to really focus fire on the one that they wanted.
And in terms of that last Lord fight, we did see that all team members were extremely low, but the Loi and the Roger were still alive. They could still deal a lot of damage to them, but the committal from them was just not enough. Homeboys SG, I feel that they have to do a lot of synergy training, whether they are committing for the team fight, whether they want to deal the damage. I mean, there was a lot of damage from them, but still, it wasn't enough. They have a Roger, they have a Loi. These team fights should favor them as well.
Yeah.
They really need to just clash in with them and just stop valuing their own life.
Okay, well, that's just your opinion, man. Let's get to the real professor here. And Jace, please take it away and let us know what actually happened here.
Okay, sorry about that. So a little bit more knowledge, sorry about the muted part, but this game is mysterious. It works in very mysterious ways that even I have no idea how this works, because let's start from this fight, shall we? So this is the fight, oops, sorry about that. So let's start from this fight, right? You've got a normal turtle fight on a very normal day. But we start with this. This is a very sneaky play coming out from the side of Bougie to basically hide Yoon. But unfortunately, Nick Stain is just about to walk into this bush. And the positioning coming up from Homeboys is actually really quite smart, because you send Vionel Cure and Yoon to basically scout out so that Sub can quickly take this turtle away. However, here comes Nick, exposing everybody, and to make things worse, this seems like, you know, Homeboys probably already have the turtle for themselves, but here comes Ken to give that super nice final slash to basically push Sub away from that objective. It's a really, really good final slash because it kind of denies it, but luckily Anip wasn't affected, so he still gets to survive just a little bit more. But now the biggest problem is, where is all this damage coming from? Because, first of all, this is a 5v4, alright? 5 in the favor of Homeboys. Luxian Stain's all the way up there farming. Where is the damage coming from? I have no idea. Here are my suspects, alright? First of all, is definitely going to be Super MJ. He's 4 or 2, technically speaking. After that is probably like 3 kills or double kill already. So he's already ramping up in terms of the damage, and Vexana has nutty numbers. Don't forget, with the combo of Nick Stain and also Ken, and even Salem to a certain extent, there's so many displacement methods that allows you to congregate everybody into one small spot and everybody eats damage. It's just insane like how that is a 5v4, yet Homeboy still lost that fight. It just baffles my mind, right? I just, that's the only reason. That's just an hypothesis. I don't even know whether it's actually true because that's the power of Vexana. Now, this is also a third turtle fight with a 4v5. Look where Lucian Stain is. He's nowhere to be seen. But at this point, you know, Vanguard is kind of ahead, so you do have a little bit more damage, all right? So, gonna let this play just a little bit more. Now, if you notice how it's always Nick Stain that engages everything, right? And Buji and Anip immediately get separated apart by Ken. There's this one line that Ken was able to separate between Anip and Buji. Yes, I know Virno Cure is a Thanos that can absorb a lot of damage and also can up quite a bit of punishment. Yes, technically speaking, Sub is a Fragile that can have a lot of big busty damage. But once again, you have Super MJ just waiting for his cooldowns to go down. He can always drop another big boy to join the fight. Now, it evens up the fight again. It turns a 4v5 into a 5v5 while Lucian Stain is playing Farmville on the other side of the lane, right? So, next up, it's basically, even though, yes, you did knock up everybody, kind of slow down just a little bit, but that's just a knockup. Rock's power spike comes from actually stunning the members. And also, apart from that, if you notice, a very good positioning coming out from Nick Stain is to protect Super MJ, to wait for his cooldowns to come back online. And just in case if anybody, Buji or anybody from the side of Vanguard decides to come in and find Super MJ, you have Tigreal to basically push people away. Now, this is my last clip, alright? So, let me just skip. Alright, so this fight, I really have to highlight this fight. If you are a damage, you see the enemy damage dealer around here, where would you put your diversion? Here or here? Don't forget, later on you'll see the Barats walking over here. So we're gonna play this, right? And then the worst part is, Buji decides to put the diversion here when here is so free. And now the problem is, if you send Anip all the way here, you have to go through Salem, which is the biggest problem. And that's probably why, unfortunately, Homeboys Singapore lost that fight. And with that said, that's all for me today. So remember, boys and girls, diversion placement, very important. Don't spam it. Over to you, casters.
Thank you, Professor Jace. There was
You
a
look so
multiple.
passionate, so angry.
There was a multiple question. A multiple. I was thinking, oh, like where do you diversion? Do you do it here, A or B or C? And I was like, oh God, are we gonna get tested on this? I'm not sure.
I'm not too sure either. now we know who Jace is supporting.
Yeah,
Jace is definitely supporting Homeboys. He wants Homeboys to win. But then again, a 4v5 into a 5v5 just because of Eternal Guard, that is just something that they have to deal with as well.
Okay, well, I do agree with the assessment. I didn't find any issues with that. I do agree with that. It's one of those things where, you know, it's a situation where I think you could do better. It's a learning process for all of this stuff. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's a learning process after all, but you know what else is a learning process? The process of playing bingo. So we do have the KOF bingo coming up. So from the 24th of April to the 5th of March. Hey, 5th of May, sorry. That's going back in time. Join the MLBB and KOF 97 bingo draw event. Take a shot at winning 3 brand new KOF collab skins and unlock their exclusive ID tags. From this period, you can grab the skins and unlock the exclusive gold ID tag. And after this period, you can still get the silver ID tag when you're acquiring
Which is not
the
as
skins.
exclusive as the gold tag.
Yeah, the
is.
gold
Let's
tag
be
is
real.
a lot better. But during the event, you do get a 50% discount on the first 10x draw. So that's a free bingo for you. And I believe someone got a skin, Terry Bogard from Croissant. He got it on the first 10x draw without the bingo and on daily 1 draw.
Okay, I was definitely not as lucky as that. I did not get anything on that one.
Did
So
you even spin?
I probably got like a dust or something. Yeah,
Oh, really?
something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm a little disappointed, but. Let's go
Okay.
into, of course, this is match 4, game 2.
No, game 4, match 2.
Did I not just say that?
No, you said match 4,
four,
game 2.
Game 2.
Game 2. Yeah. It's
No,
the same.
it's
It's
the
the
same
same
thing.
thing.
It's the same
But we're here now. Okay, the drafts are coming in. Like Homeboys, we talk about some of the faults that they had and just kind of stepping up a little bit. Is it more of a draft issue? Is it more of a a team communication issue? Your thoughts going into this one, Churros?
Yeah, it's going to the back line. You know, who is your target? And I want to echo Jay's over here. Homeboys definitely know who to go for. They know who's dealing the damage, but it's the execution part down in the gameplay. You're very open to take these clear fights, that clear kills over to Super MJ or even Luxenstein, but you're not doing that. You're held back. You're not that confident to take that kills, take that shot because you're scared. Like, okay, maybe my team will blame me, and I go down and I do that. So put that all aside. This is a new game. Try to go in here with a fresh new start.
Yeah, I feel that there's a lot of commitment issues coming in from Homeboys SG on the first game, but let's just talk about what Jay's talked about. Where is the damage coming from? I want to just highlight the Vexana just now, and the Vexana is still in the pool, by the way.
Ooh.
So Vexana, he has a Nether Touch available, right?
Yeah.
So when someone dies after you deal damage, it explodes and deals damage. And now Homeboys SG, they will be piloting the Vexana for themselves along with the Roger. With the Barats on the side of Team Vanguard, though, that will present quite a few problems because Vexana requires a lot of frontliners.
Well, to be fair, though, I don't know if Homeboys should be picking up that Fredrin. Doesn't work. I'm just calling it right here. 40% win rate, and today it's getting lower and lower and lower. Every single team that picks up a Fredrin, it's not working. It's not playing it to the best of its ability. You really need that Appraiser's Wrath to deal that damage. That's where your main damage is coming from. But for Barats, though, you have your first skill. You have that knockback potential. You bring the fights to you. But for Fredrin, you take the fights to them. And so the rest of your team has to follow up, and you have to follow up fast.
But then, that's just Fredrin alone, right? Fredrin with the Vexana, I believe it's a very strong combo as well with the Energy Eruption. You do have a lot of space for Vexana's Nether Blast and, of course, the Eternal Guard as well. So it just buys a lot of space, and I feel that buying time for the Vexana is extremely important, and they do pick up the Fredrin, like you said, Professor Churros.
It's just that tanky front line. They just need that tanky front line for the Vexana. You want to be able to bring the fight over to Vanguard, but what that means is Homeboys really need to play a dive composition. Really want to get something like a Benedetta or even a Paquito just to get into that back line. You want to find the right nice flanks onto Super MJ, whatever he might play. So going into the first phase of that ban, we see the Lilia actually being banned out by Homeboys. You want to play within the area, and they know that Super MJ is one of the main win conditions for Vanguard. Homeboys wants to shut her down. Shut him down.
And the carry versus the Roger, right? That's the previous lineup that we saw. Anip, he did have the Roger. Luxenstein, again, on the carry. Is going to be a 1v1 lineup again. But Luxenstein just doing a lot better in terms of getting the farm. And Anip just not joining the team fights enough, I feel.
So there is a pattern right here. Homeboys, they identified that Super MJ is one of the main things that they have to look out for. They're banning all of his heroes. Faramis is still open, but for Vanguard though, they're banning out the CC. They're banning out Amasha. They want to psych themselves up for Vernacure. As long as they can take Vernacure down, it's an easy win for them. For Homeboys, if they can shut Super MJ down, it's an easy win for Vanguard. But Super MJ though, they might very well pick up that Faramis. However, Faramis is still a support hero. It might get picked up for Homeboys, but no, it will be the Grok. So a couple of things over here, Mo. It's not looking too good for Homeboys, knowing that, like, hey, we're playing the exact same composition, just swapping the my Loi out for the Vexana. So Vanguard could very well pick that up for themselves, or go something like a Faramis, try to fight a clash comp.
I feel that the early game execution, I don't fault the drafts at all. I feel that the early game execution will be extremely important. That's just my opinion though. Grok versus whatever Nick Stain will be playing will be very important towards the jungle pressure. If they can find the Fredrin and early game advantage, that will be the start of the snowball from Homeboys SG. And we do know what they are like when they are playing from ahead. Playing from ahead is very easy. Playing from behind when you're getting choked by one of the best few teams in Singapore, it's kind of hard.
It's like that, Fredrin. Like, you really need to be able to build your stacks before going into the team fight. You need that 4 stacks to be able to hit your Appraiser's Wrath when you hit a certain amount of damage that you have taken. So Vanguard, they are going to be solidifying their pick with the Novara and Edith. I like what they have over here. They have a lot of backline support. Homeboys SG this time around might be better for them to pick up something that has that backline potential. Vernicure plays a lean, mean Benedetta. I want to see that coming in, or I want to see maybe something like a Paquito, able to just shut carry down, able to just shut Novaria down, able to just flank onto that backside and play the jungle as he wish.
Yeah, Paquito's still available, but I feel that. Oh, it's a glue!
Oh man, it's very, very tanky lineup for Homeboys. Roger is also one of the very, very tanky marksman. He might be a marksman, but he's like half fighter, so he does have fighter stats as well for his base stats. So they're putting a lot of faith in Buji's Vexana to be able to dish out a lot of these damages. They want to be able to take 4v5s and want to win those 4v5 matches for Homeboys. But for Vanguard, though, their draft still is a lot easier to execute. You know who is going into the fights, you know who's going to be setting up, and you know who's going to be dealing those damages.
Okay, I mean, we're going to go into this one. We know the draft, but like going into this one, I'm worried. I chose Homeboys into this. Do you think Homeboys at this point?
They do have a shot. Like, considering that they want to go for that glue, we've seen Vernocure play that glue in Season 6, but up against, you know, Ken, I'm not too sure how this is going to play out. I don't know if the 1v1 battle is coming through, but yeah, we'll just have to wait and see.
Match 4, Game 2. We're going to go. This is going to be Vanguard, and of course, it's going to be up against Homeboys SG. Like, this is a, you know, obviously Homeboys need to come back with this game, but is this draft strong enough, Mo, to do so?
I feel that Homeboys has a stronger draft. You know me. You know me. If I see a Vexana on your team, I'm going to favor you because Vexana just deals a lot of damage. And the thing is, now they do have a lot of frontline. Vernocure on the glue will be able to take Ken really well in this 1v1 situation.
This 1v1 situation is really interesting for Ken because how you face up against the glue is just go in their face, but here comes Gucci just taking it in, forced to use a flicker. Vernocure just continuing to hit Ken, but he's a little bit under the turret. One more hit, he might go down, but they don't want to commit to any more team fights underneath that turret.
And all this is buying space for Sop to get the farm
the barrier
in.
Barrier in with the flicker play. Vernocure takes down first blood. Homeboy showing some signs of life.
That was really well played. I mean, Yoon went in there, had the barrier, stopped the recall, pushed him back in. Vernocure was able to flicker forward and get that strike. Perfectly played there. Ken, a little bit behind.
In the mid side, though, Buji's taking tons of damage from Super MJ. That's a 1v1 fight in a mid lane that you don't want to see. 25 seconds till the turtle spawns up.
And that's the thing about picking Novaria into the Vexana. That's what you usually see teams in the Mekong region. They use to shut down the Vexana. Knowing where the Vexana is extremely important. But the thing about Vanguard is they don't have the dive hero until Ken is online. And if they continue to shut down Ken, this is what Homeboys SG has to do. If they keep shutting down Ken, that will be their game plan. That will be their foray into the mid game.
It's definitely an opening. You definitely want to force the issue. You want to put a little bit of pressure to make it a little bit uncomfortable. But as I say that, you know, Vanguard here are going to look to start the turtle, but what about this fight?
Ken, Super MJ, they have their ultimate vision in the name of game. Fighting slash away into Deadless Welcome onto the wall. You got a free lord over the BG side. Homeboy trying to collapse, but the Princess Wrath won't deal as much damage. You have Ken trying to sweep his way through. He bobs, he weaves, he will not make it, as will Nick Stain. You got Sop still, a sliver of health, able to get out alive. It's a 2 for 2. The turtle goes over the side of Homeboys. That's a small little lead for the second game.
Nice fight there, nice fight. And that's kind of what you want as Homeboys. You'll take what you can at this point. I think it was definitely a good situation, but let's check out the replay here.
And just look at that, the space brought by Vernocure. Vernocure on the glue was on 1 dot of HP. He still got the stick off, and he managed to find a pick onto Salam. That means that Vernocure, all the damage taken from him was just plainly absorbed, and that's so much wasted damage coming from the side of Team Vanguard. Extremely well done from the side of Homeboys.
Sap, I mean, he should have survived. I mean, he should have been killed, excuse me. Super MJ just a little up the mark with the meteor there. The snipe was quite on point, but he just barely missed it. Sometimes it's a little difficult to hit those, but man, Sap just barely, getting away scot-free, so to speak.
And we talked about the teething issues that Homeboys SG might potentially have. With that team fight, I feel that they're just kind of getting into the groove.
Wall charge will not connect onto anyone. Bucci with Eternal Guard trying to zone the rest of them out. Sop is stuck in the middle. Detna's welcome onto the wall. He will get taken down. That's a 1 kill over the side of Vanguard though. 2, make it 2, make it 3. They're going in strong. A nip with the Roger cleaning up on IO2.
Okay. We predicted that Homeboys was going to go win this one 2-1. I'm back in this one. Of course, Homeboys striking back. That's what we wanted. But hey, let's talk a little bit about this fight in the bottom lane.
Oh, Vernocure with the split, able to get out safe, but Ken actually weaving and bobbing his way through inside of Vernocure. He knows that you need to create that space. You need to close that gap in order to prevent Vernocure from dealing that damage coming in.
Okay. And keeping Ken's cooldowns low, I think it's Vernocure's name of the game here now. If he does not have the final slash to go in when the Novaria ultimate is up, that means that they have essentially won the team fight. They cannot take out Bucci anymore.
Okay, but a little bit of a team fight here. It looks like Nick's saying.
You got onward onto double knockups right here. Woo! No Eternal Guard just yet, but the Prince of Rap will take down one. Ken goes down, so does Salem. There's a free turtle over the side of Homeboys. Make that 3 as Nick Stain gets sent to the graveyard.
And we were talking about committing problems, right? Homeboys SG, they look like they're committing into these fights. All in right now. Despite the fact that teammates are dying, units dying, does not matter. Don't value my own life. Value the team fight.
Okay, but Luxian Stain has been kind of alone in the top lane, someone you do need to be careful about, right? You don't want to give him too much space. They focused on the bottom lane, and they forced Ken to have a somewhat rougher game as he's 0-3-3. He has not had, the space that he had in the last game. So Homeboy's doing a much better job. This is a little bit of a different strategy going into game 2.
There's a lot of different rotations coming in from Anip as well. He's joining in the team fights early. He's making the calls, making the plays. The Homeboys, they're coming in strong. 3,500 gold lead ahead of Vanguard. What do you do if you're Vanguard at this point? And how do you maintain this gold lead into a lot of these objective takes if you're Homeboys?
I feel that it's time.
Hold on a second. Eternal Guard popping up. You have a Detna's welcome, but Salem will be stuck onto that wall. You have 4-man collapse onto him. No one is going to be able to save Salem. There's 2 for none. Homeboys really showing us how it's done.
And as Vanguard on the back foot now, they have to funnel as much farm as they can on Ken. Yeah, Ken needs the farm as much as possible. He needs to be the factor, the sustaining factor, and he's doing that right now, split pushing at the side. Ken and Luxian Stain are the comeback factors coming into the next few team fights.
And they're taking a free tower. He'll take that one. He'll continue to push forward. He's been on point in terms of getting as much farm as possible, trying to take advantage of all of the space that the rest of the team is doing.
And Vernocure.
A little bit of a 1v1 kerfuffle. I don't think anything's going to be happening, but they might look for a rotation up to the turtle lane just because it's popping up in 10 seconds.
But Homeboys SG, we see that they are really objective orientated. They do have the creep priority as well. They are really prioritizing the turtle coming in at around 3 seconds.
Don't give them anything, right? Take as many objectives as possible. Force the issue. You have an advantage as Homeboys. You have 4.5k net worth lead. You might as well take advantage of it. And look at what they're doing. They're creating so much space that nobody's going to be even close to touching that turtle.
I think they're just giving it, but the rest of the team of Homeboys, after the turtle, they're going in ham. That's a wall charge into Detna's welcome. The Eternal Guard gets picked off. You have the Appraiser's Wrap dealing so much damage, but from the backside though, everyone's picking up like flies. Homeboys are taking so much damage, but they take 2 and they back off.
They're going to take that one. And I mean, Vernocure, everybody is so low. Yun was low as well. I mean, Vernocure is going to get back to safety, but they did take the turtle. They took a little bit of a map control, but they haven't taken the towers. This is one of those things where, yeah, you've got a 5k net worth lead, but those T1 mids are still standing.
It's all about conversion. It's all about vision, understanding where your teammates is. Homeboys, as much of a kill-hungry team they are, they really need to find these conversion to objectives. And I do agree with you, Holler. What do you think, Mo? What could Vanguard do to just maintain this lead into their victory?
Well, they do have their 3 cores available. Super MJ getting high up in the damage as well. So with Ken online right now, he will have to land the final slash onto Bucci. Extremely important. He needs to stop wasting the final slashes. I think just attributing to the fact that he used the final slash in the mid lane, not catching anyone, that just led to them losing that team fight. They were extremely low right there.
Got a lot of offside pressure down on the bottom side. Homeboys taking down a tier 2 down the bottom side, looking for a nice opening on the middle side. Split already used up by Vernacure, but the wombo combo, the knockups, Eternal Guard comes out. Vernacure still barely standing up alive in his split form. Homeboys SG looking for another priority target onto the purple buff, leaving Vanguard just a barren wasteland.
All right, I want to talk a little bit about the...
Oh, it's not over yet. Deadness welcome. Nice little push back onto
that was a perfect
Yoon. He already sensed that coming. But they back off. They lost Yoon and they back off. I think Homeboys, they understand that discipline is coming through. Lord is up. We need to be able to psych ourselves up for this next objective.
I don't feel that they should take this right now, though. Vanguard does have the damage, and with Barats already healed up and coming through, might be the end of them.
Oh, split. Target is Super MJ. You got a final slash, buying some time, but you got a nib. Hunting everyone down on the backside. It's a dogfight. You got taken down to Nick Stain, Super MJ out of the picture. You got Ken taunt up to infinity and beyond, but look at that backside on that flank. You got a nib trying to deal a lot of damage. Luxury Stain still standing strong. Homeboys taking one advantage on top, going for the next Lord.
And that's what we were talking about, right? Sap needed to have this advantage. Sap needed this tankiness for the Vexana to dish out the damage at the back, and Vernacure just doing an extremely good job of frontlining as well.
Actually, they took that fight 2 versus 4, right? That's how far ahead Homeboys is, in the sense that they have the, a nip, the amount of damage that he's able to do. He's 4-0-5, way different from last game. They put themselves in a great position, understanding when to go into the fight. Homeboy, once his teams were, respawning, they were coming back in. So it was a really good team fight, and that's what we want to see more from Homeboys.
It's, I doubted the draft of Homeboys right from the get-go, but in this case, they're showing me off that they can execute it very well. If it ain't broke, I'll show you it ain't broke.
Look, you predicted Homeboys, and then you were doubting them?
Just a little bit. Hey, you had your moments
No,
of doubts too.
what proof do you have? Go check the replay, guys.
In terms of execution, I feel that Homeboys SG, they did it extremely well. Despite the fact that Super MJ is high up there in the damage, they don't have anyone to clear it up because of the fact that they kept Ken down. That was their reaping factor.
Yeah, and look at this Lord here. It's going to be crashing in the bottom lane. There's so much space that's being provided.
Marching down, getting pulled back, split by Vernacure, trying to buy a little bit more time for the rest of the team to come in, but no commitment just as of yet. This is the discipline that Homeboys is actually showing. So back to the drawing board and just resetting a lot of their tempos is key to this victory right here. They've already taken down all the tier 2s. They've got a tier 3 standing. You've got 100 seconds till the next Lord spawns up, and this is the enhanced Lord we're talking about. You get 8,000 gold lead. Homeboys in a very strong position.
Yeah, Vernacure with a split, keeping him alive into a limp back to the fountain. So, I mean, that's kind of what you want to do. You want to, ensure that you can regroup, get yourself back in it. You have plenty of time. All you have is map control, right? Look at, you have 80 more seconds, essentially, till the next Lord. Play it, take away everything from Vanguard at this point.
Vanguard, they do have the vision advantage. They still have the Novaria. So a lot of damage will be coming through if Carry can find the connection.
Oh, conceal play against the wall charge is not stunning up too, but the final slash tries to counter re-engage. Oh my goodness, Vanguard's turning things around. They took down Neep. They could go for it. They take down Yoon as well. Lord coming up in 50 seconds. They'll be up again, but this is the time for Vanguard to shine. They could very well turn over and take control of their map yet again.
Oh, that was a
disaster. The damage coming from Super MJ is starting to show as well.
Oh my god, that was a disaster. You went for the conceal play. You tried to get cute, but the fact is, you lost 2 members. This is not a good situation for Homeboys. They need to calm it down, but...
Nick Stain with conceal play and onwards. Knockup. You have Super MJ with another kill. The fight's not over yet. They want to go for Bougie. Forced to get a flicker. 7-0-7. Still staying strong for Homeboys. The lead is diminishing slowly but surely. 4K gold lead by Homeboys. Does look like Vanguard has a better grasp on this next Lord.
Oh, but Sap down for 20 more seconds. The Lord is going to be up in about 5 seconds. There's that window of opportunity for Vanguard. If they take this Lord, that would be a disaster for Homeboys, who had been controlling this game from almost the beginning of it.
and they have to carry into the fight right now, so it's going to be extremely disadvantageous.
Oh,
for
Vanguard starting the alarm. They're coming in with Deadness Welcome. So much damage being dealt on that back line as well. Here we go. Ken with the final slash over and taking out that backside. Luxion stay with the triple kill, looking for another Savage as he did last season. They take down their Lord as well.
Oh, it's a disaster. Oh my gosh, the net worth has completely swung in favor of Vanguard. If you want to know a textbook example of throwing the game, I present to you Exhibit A, my friend.
Oh man, Vanguard did an extremely good job of just bringing in Luxienstein at the correct times. You know, Luxienstein, he has been ramping up extremely hard, and he has not been showing presence in this team fight until the important Lord fight.
Oh man, this is a difficult situation. Now, Homeboys is not, I mean, technically they're losing by 1K, negligible, right? But
Yeah.
Homeboys still have an opportunity to get themselves onto this game, but the Lord crashing into the top T2.
But it does look like if you want to go for that fight, it's taking the fight to you or bringing the fight over to them. Sob dashes in with a British Wrap. There's no damage to Salem. They're still going strong, but they will abort mission as they have other plans. They want to take down all the tier 2s down in that mid side.
I mean, Vanguard, they don't want to fight this Homeboys SG. They still have the stronger brute force lineup. They just want to poke them down as much as possible, and that's exactly what they're doing. They have the Novaria lineup. They have to poke them down as much as possible.
Oh, this is a struggle. Sap just trying to do what they can, but Nick Stain not the right target. Final Slash even keeping Sap alive or pushed away. I mean, Vanguard are in the driver's seat right now. They've completely flipped this game on its head. Where did Homeboys go wrong?
Ken with the final slashes. He stopped using them on Vernocure only. The key thing that swapped away the team fight, Ken found the final slash onto Anape, onto Yoon, and that's the key damage factor taken away in the form of the Roger. Roger was not available anymore.
But that's the late game kind of Novaria we're talking about, but Deadness Welcome to start things off. The rest of the members, oh, Ken with a nice final slash. There's 3 members, everyone's split apart. Vernocure runs for his life, but not enough. Anape tries to go for the backside, but the 2 damage dealers are left all alone without a front line. It's wide open, minions marching in. That's a tier 3. You got a conceal play coming in. Nick Stain trying to find the next target, but they might very well just take this and take all the objectives. You've got a final slash. Bougie will be able to survive, walks out to safety. Super MJ trying to find the next target. You got an Astro Echo blocked by a Nip. It's a very, very precarious situation that Homeboys are in. 5 seconds till Yoon comes up with the onwards. Knock up. Eternal Guard trying to push everyone out of the way. But Homeboys, they are unable to defend against the wrath of Vanguard. And they take the game from Homeboys with a clean sweep. 2-0. Mo was right.
I would like to say Mo and I were right. Right? I knew going into game 2 that my predictions were a little precarious.
I think we're just activating the caster curse, so whoever you pick just goes to that loss.
But let me be honest here. That was a great game by Vanguard, right? You felt you faced adversity and you fought back, right?
Yeah.
You got yourself back in the game. If you want a textbook on how to come back, that's how you do it.
Yeah, Vanguard did extremely well in funneling the farm on the correct targets. Ken, he did need the farm before he can even be active in this fight. Super MJ just holding on extremely well with its Astral Echo.
Okay, I like the fact that you called out Ken, right? You did say that he really needs to have stepped up. I think he was listening to you because he felt like he channeled the inner Mo, and he was like, yeah, I am using Final Slash Mo. I am going to listen to Mo. Like, it was like a Jedi mind trick or whatever. You were like sending him messages. I know that he's on a different floor from us, but he got the message loud and clear, and he stepped up.
I think that's called cheating if he's listening to it.
I gotta beg to differ though. I think Super MJ was the one just chunking them down without some sustainable support, some sustainable healing for prolonged team fights. That's where Novaria actually picks everyone off.
Yeah.
Just slowly but surely, Astro Echo here, Astro Echo there, one for you, one for you.
In terms of the entire game, I feel that you are correct. Super MJ was the MVP for this game. And we'll see.
Yeah, we'll find out who the MVP is of that game. And of course,
Yeah.
it is
Of
Mo.
course,
You've
of
been
course.
on
Ooh,
fuego.
Hey. I got it right too.
You might be
I got it
Professor
right,
No,
too.
but you got your prediction wrong. I'm
That
sorry.
is-
I'm going to ride on this one, all right? The Super MJ.
Oh, that's why I love you, Holler. That's why I love you so much.
93% kill participation. He was there all the time.
Yeah.
He's more reliable than my grab driver is.
Oh man, I love that. I love that. Unless it's McDonald's.
Okay, of course. McDonald's is
Of
100%.
course.
100% kill. No, wait. No, let's not go there. Super MJ was on point. I mean, he was always there for every single team fight. That's what you want to do. And especially in a game where you're kind of losing in the beginning, and then to come back from that and to get yourself back into it, Super MJ is like, yo. They call me Super for a reason. I'm here for a reason. I'm going to carry you guys.
It's extremely hard for Homeboys to fight back after Ken was online, after Super MJ bought so much time for Ken, for Lucian-Stain. Just get your items, just get online, and they held it extremely well. I mean, I felt that Homeboys SG, I did say they had the better lineup, and they did. They were owning the early game, they were owning the mid game as well.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about the breakdown in terms of, the initial items here, Charles.
It was just the simple case of like, hey, we're getting a little bit too close for comfort. We're going to try for a nice concealed play. We want to try to end this fast, and that's where Homeboys fell behind, because with Ken setting everyone up for a nice final slash, he's 0-3 and 14. Even without a kill, he's always making the right plays, the right calls, the right time. Salem playing like he is 11-5 and 0, and not even 0-5 and 11. So it's really interesting how everything broke down. Lucian-Stain just farmed up, kept playing Farmville. As Jason said, you got a Holy Trinity. I'm here. I'm ready to fight.
And we got to talk about Ken's itemization. He was going for a damage build. He was going for a damage build. Then afterwards, he just swapped out for the Radiant Armor when he felt that he was being challenged a bit too hard by this Vexana. I believe maybe he was not planning to complete the item, but if he was ahead, he might have completed the item. Yeah.
I think I do agree with you on that one. I think Ken, if he went for the full damage build, might not be able to achieve that victory because he's so squishy. Because for a R-Lot, what you want to do is build that tank. You want to do a Vengeance in because it's an all-in kind of skill. You go in, you're in the thick of battle, you're in the thick of a lot of these ultimates that your opponents throw on you. You want to be able to survive, and that's why the Brave Smite is on there. So I had a little bit of a doubt for Vanguard because early game very, very difficult to play against. But Hungry Down the Base, if they listen to Professor Churros, I mean,
It's one thing for us to be like, complimenting you about the insights that you have, but to do it yourself,
I gotta do it myself,
Professor. But that's not really gonna work, right?
You might be Professor Churros, but my name is MOE after all.
Oh, we're gonna go there.
One thing I want to highlight about the emblems here, Ani. He went for the weakness finder. He was going for the kills. Then finally, we do see the kill potential coming out from Ani. Usually, we see the Rogers going for quantum charges or killing streaks. Weakness finder would help him a lot in the lane, trying to keep Lucian-Stain down as well. The name of the game for Homeboys SG was to make sure, to hope that Lucian-Stain and Ken, they were never online. They would never be in a position. But after losing that team fight, there was no way back for them.
It comes back to that conceal play, right? Homeboys was winning. They were doing such a great, they had such a huge opportunity to do it, but then, that fight.
Yeah, I know. And Bougie played so well too. 7-1.
Yeah.
You got 7 kills, never dying until the very, very end. 83% kill participation for Homeboys. I mean, he's the lost MVP, but it's going to be very hard for Homeboys to come back from this. Double sweeps from today and yesterday as well. Everyone on the board, you see damage taken. It's going to be Salem. You've got to have the carry. It's definitely going to be Super MJ just sitting in the back and throwing those Astro Echoes.
I feel that for the mentality-wise for Homeboys, just to add on to what you say, they did a lot better in Game 2 compared to Game 1. So they are improving, and if they take this loss as a learning experience, I mean, against the better teams, against the teams that they'll be playing against, the Juggernauts next week, good luck to them, but they have to improve their temperament when it comes down to committing towards the team fight. Game 2 was really well done on the first few phases.
I like the opportunity is there, okay? I kind of compare this to chess, right? They had a great early game. They had a good, decent enough mid game, but it's late game. That's the trick. You have to know how to close out the game, and I think Homeboys kind of stumbled a little bit. This is a great game to learn from, and they'll be much better, hopefully, as they move in, especially if I'm going to predict you, Homeboys. You got to do a better job of closing out the game.
Man, it's all about confidence, and yeah, I agree with both of you this time around. Not like my prediction, but
I don't know how to feel.
But then again, it's all about that confidence. You want to go in for a fight, you go all in, and they've shown some lease of life in the early stages of the game. You just need to close them out. You need to target the objectives. How do you convert all those small little kills into objectives? How do you wait out? Do you go in for a fight? Do you back off? You have to have that discipline as well. They've shown a little bit of snippets that I'd like to see after on in the off the desk segment, but this time around, I think they have shown some improvements, though. I really enjoy this game. This was a very fun game.
Yeah, it was a fun game. I mean, it's great to see a comeback, right? We've been seeing...
It's always great. Like, it's better than... Okay, honestly, though, I think it's better to have a comeback game than a game that, like, I know he's going to win because he's winning all the way, and then, like, maintain that lead and you go in. But, like, the fact of the matter is Vanguard was able to come back into games. I remember last 2 seasons ago, all they did for 20 minutes or so was hunker down in their base until someone makes a mistake. And that was against Bleed, the Bleed that like JPL was in and all the other like all-star studded players were in. So yeah, good job to both teams.
Yeah, it was a fun game to watch. Unfortunately, Homeboys were on the losing side of that one. I think that there's a lot to learn. Seifel is going to go back to that. And I mean, in the head-to-head video, Seifel was saying, hey, we're going to die 20 times, but we're going to take objectives. Right? And I like the fact that you were talking about converting, because that was actually super important. They got the kills, but we're not able to convert that into objectives. And of course, that will snowball you further and have yourself a much easier game. But Mo, I mean, any final thoughts on that one?
I feel that Super MJ was the wrench in their plans. They wanted to convert it. Super MJ just did too much damage.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is the case.
Yeah, I want to see their synergy and how they build up upon. Here's the mic check.
Guys, go, 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 nice. Let's go, guys. Watch me. We can fight. Tawa. Nice. Nice. Roger. Low. Nice. It's okay. Mia. Getting firm. Nice one, Nick. I'm on Loy. Nice one, Nick. Nice. Let's go. Nice. Go. Nice. Slow. Back. Nice. I reset fast. The where's the voice, boy? Blue. Run some more. Go home,
The biggest difference between their comms and my rank game comms is that they're saying nice all the time, while as mine is just like, not nice.
But then again, though, like, remember the start of the entirety of this series?
Yeah.
Like, they were very on brand. It was, Nick Stain was like, yeah, they're an easy target. We're going to have an easy win. Lushenstain was like, yeah, what, go home, man. You want a purple buff? Ah, not for you. It's for me. Yeah, all of that. It's very interesting.
Yeah, so much egging on coming in, from Nick Stain. I mean, it's a toll on the mental factor as well. Probably something that would play into the late game as well for Homeboys. I mean, Homeboys, they have a lot of micro decision makings. They have a lot of micro decision makings to improve on, especially as a team. In the game itself, in the heat of the moment, what will happen?
All right, but I'm sure the viewers at home are wondering, how can I get into this one? Let's talk a little bit about the MWI 2024. All you need to do is just register, scan that QR code, make sure that you're there. You've got the open qualifiers for MYSG. That's going to be happening a little bit later. Purposes, of course, to start the registration. Ensure that you do it, and you have a chance to represent Malaysia and Singapore and Riyadh. That's pretty crazy, right?
That's insane. Like, you want to get into the thick of the competition like me and Holler.
No,
not like in the ranked games.
No, I mean, you got that prediction wrong, so I might be grouping up with Mo.
I'm still trying. Scan that QR code on the screen and be a part of something big.
You gotta shoot your shot, though, right? No.
Yeah, it's so good to see like women's coming into Mobile Legends. This is Women's International. You have the Mobile Legends Women's International, MWI. We haven't seen Suni play, but I think Vanguard has some female players as well. You also have like Kaylin as well. So I don't know. I really want to see how they play. I remember NACT, they have like Nicolette, they have like Sayori. Man, like those were the reasons why I actually watched NACT. I'm sorry.
There's a lot of female representation in Mobile Legends Bang Bang, you know? There's a lot of
female characters, right? Vexana being one of them.
We want to talk
You
about
been
Vexana.
talking
Talk
about Vexana. Okay.
Let's talk about Vexana.
Okay, Vexana right here. I think you have, okay, all right. We saw Jace had that obsession with Diablo. You have your obsession with Vexana. I don't know where to draw
It's
the line.
extremely strong in the meta right now. It's extremely strong.
Meta.
Very strong in the meta. You have a nice makeover, man. Very nice character art.
Nonetheless, we know that Vexana was strong, but we will go to the analyst who will break it down and hopefully talk about more than just Vexana.
Thank you very much, casters. In fact, I'm not going to be even talking about Vexana. I'm going to focus on the turning point for Vanguard and against Homeboys SG. Homeboys SG was leading so well early on just now, but it only take one misstep to change this fight, and this particular scene was the one that changed the destinies of both of these two teams. So, if you notice right here, in this current score, I mean, if you were Homeboys yourself, you would have thought that I have 8k, I have an 8k gold difference, right? So, what's there to lose? 8k is a massive lead, but here comes the kicker. Anip jumps in and then immediately gets, even though he's CC immune, he burned the Purify already. So, and that was the point where Ken at 0-3-4 score KDA with probably a low economy and sweeps the main targets, i.e. Roger and also Sup, right underneath turret range. And that's the power of an Arlot. It's a low-cost kind of hero, yet that one ultimate could just displace and change the game. And that's why Arlot, in my opinion, is still prevalent in the meta. We're going to see, and then right now immediately gets swept down. It was a really, really good job coming out from Ken that literally saved everybody. And then immediately, what you see is a shutdown gold. Immediately, poop, that's 2k difference, or sorry, a 2k increment already, and that's massive. And by the way, it's after that they basically go ahead and took down the Lord around this area. They even took down Sup. And then after that, they just cycled the players over and over again until the point that there's literally no way for them to recover. And mind you, that was done with an 8k gold difference. If you're Homeboys, you definitely feel very confident with that 8k, but one Arlot can change your life. So I hope we can change that life as well. Over to you, Cheryl, if you're ready. Not ready? Okay, sure. I was hoping that you're ready. I was hoping I could find a slash as well. But before that, right, the most important thing is we also got to think about how, you see, there's so many turrets as well. And it's just crazy, right? Like, don't forget, in game number 1, it's the fact that Vanguard was still able to fight a 4v5. And then even after that, it's just, they still make miracles. I don't know, if you're feeling lucky today, go ahead, find Nick Saint, touch him, and then buy your lottery. And with that, over to you, Cheryl.
Alrighty, and thank you so much, Jace, for that wonderful analysis and breakdown on that match earlier. And now I have Super MJ right beside me. Kamusta?
Okay lang.
So tell us a little bit more on how did it come about that you joining us right here at MPL SG?
Because of my teammates, like, he recruited me the Vanguard. Then, I know that there's a lot of opportunity here. That's why I joined. Then, it's so exciting.
Right. So Super MJ is from the Philippines, and a little bit more about accolades. Right? So you played in MDLPH for one season. You debuted, and then you come over to Singapore, and then you debut again. So superstar. That's why Super MJ. So apparently you were saying, how did you guys meet? Through scrims?
We're Scream Buddy last season when I'm in the MDL. That's why they have idea about me.
Okay, so coming in to the MPL SG scene, do you think it's different? How is it different to the MDL PH?
It's different from the MDL because when I play in the MDL, it's online. Then when I play in the MPL here, so it's on-site. So there's a lot of difference. That's why.
Right, and coming on to your team is quite special because they made their debut last year, similarly to you in MDL, and then they were the dark horse of Season 6. That means nobody really expected them to win, but then they finished, if I'm not wrong, in 4th position in MPL SG Season 6. So what do you think that with you as an addition to the team, you can rise that position further and hopefully take championship right here for MPL SG Season 7?
I hope so, because when we lost against Bleed yesterday, we adjust a lot on draft and gameplay. We learn a lot, so maybe in playoffs we can play. Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can see, right? Like MJ is sweating. He's perspiring. Yeah, perspiring. Are you like nervous, or is it like just excitement from the game itself?
After the game.
After the game, you see, this is why it's called esports. But yes, given what you know about the MPL SG, who do you think is someone or a team that you're looking forward to face off?
I think Team Flash.
Oh, straight away gunning for the champions, I see. All right, fantastic. So thank you so much, Super
Thank
MJ. Congratulations for getting MVP today and securing your win today. Thank you. Amazing, and that was Super MJ right here from Vanguard Esports. What a wonderful performance and a very important win right here from Vanguard Esports as well. Now, we have to do this once more, but just in case you guys have missed it, there has been a little bit of a format change when it comes to MPL SG. Now, previously, as you guys know, when it comes to regular season, you know, the boys tend to mess around a little bit, you know, trying out different strategies and stuff. But right now, stakes are higher than ever before. Why? Because the bottom 2 teams will not be heading over to the playoffs. Yes, we'll be saying goodbye to 2 teams in the regular season itself once it ends on the 25th of May. So stakes are high and teams now have to pull out all of these shots if they want to make it to the playoff season for a shot at the championship. So that's right, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the game that we have right here between Vanguard Esports as well as, you know, our wonderful teams right here that we see for match 4, and that was Homeboys SG. Now, definitely there has been a lot of anticipation so far when it comes to Homeboys, and we thank you so much for your support, for all of your comments coming in through all of the different platforms. Now, once again, ladies and gentlemen, just to highlight and remind you, right here for MPL SG Season 7, we are telecasting every weekend until the 25th of May, and remember to follow us on mpl.sg.official to make sure that you're not missing out on any of the action. Now, let's recap on the overall standings for today. So as you see here on the screens, the scores are in. Tied neck to neck right now with a perfect score record. We have Bleed Esports and Team Flash at 6 points to their name. Trailing right behind them, our brand new qualifying team, Asteris, with 5 points. And then we see our RSG SG team with 3 points to their name, and Evil right now together with 3 points to their name as well. Vanguard Esports newly securing 1 point to their name, and EXCO Esports and Homeboys SG right now, unfortunately, hungry for more points. Right. So yes, be sure if you guys want to find out all of the different statistics, head on over to mpl.sg.gg to find out more. Now, ladies and gentlemen, just to highlight to you, you guys could also catch our next week's schedule if you're interested to find out more. With that being said, let's check out next week's schedule. That's right, for week 2, day 1, we will see an amazing lineup. Starting the show with match 1 happening at 10 a.m. We see Team Flash going up against RSG SG. Now for match 2, we will see Bleed Esports with a brand new revamped roster ready for revenge, heading up against our community heroes, Evil, happening at 12:30 p.m. Then, and match 3 happening at 3 p.m., we will see Asteris, our brand new new qualifying team currently making waves going up against our previous Season 6 dark horses, Vanguard Esports. And closing up the show for Week 2, Day 1, well, for Match 4, we see Homeboys SG, a crowd favorite, going up against EXCO Esports, our brand new qualifying team right here for MPL SG. Once more, anything can happen because after all, this is only Week 1. And moving forward to Week 2, teams definitely have to pull out all of the stops if they want to make sure that they head on over to the playoffs to have a shot at the championship. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, remember to join us next week, Saturday at 10 a.m. And remember to follow us on mpl.sg.official to make sure that you're not missing out on any of the action. See you then. Goodbye. MPL SG Season 7 is brought to you by Moontan Games and Zenway Productions. Presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of the MPL SG Season 7 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch with the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with Mac Delivery. Youth partner, Scape. Partner in esports, OSIM. Level up your performance with OSIM's patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind.